Chapter 121, Not So Much for Harry. Not so much for Harry. Honestly, I feel like these 2 chapters were a bit dull. Maybe. I don't know. Let me know what you think. Come on, tell us, what's it about? Wanda said while teasing Stephen, but he refused to say anything. You'll see, he said suspiciously. Meanwhile, in the arena, they brought out the last dragon, the most dangerous of the challenge, the Hungarian horntail. A large dragon with black scales like sharp spikes and horns so sharp they seemed to pierce through everything. The main problem with this breed is that they are extremely fierce and violent. So, without further ado, let's welcome our final competitor. From Hogwarts, we have AAA Harry Potter Flamel, said Ludo as he introduced Harry, who entered, cautiously peeking into the arena. Harry stood at the entrance, looking at everyone in the stands. He even glanced at where his family and friends were sitting, who simply greeted him with a smile. Harry felt braver now, because although he hadn't seen Wanda's competition, he had heard about it and knew the dragons hadn't done anything to her. That gave him some confidence. So, he started walking slowly toward the dragon, keeping his guard up. The dragon quickly sensed someone nearby and turned its gaze to Harry. Seeing the dragon looking at him, Harry stopped, keeping his wand in hand, ready just in case. Looks like young Harry has some sort of plan. Normally, no one would approach a Hungarian horntail like that, said Ludo as everyone was on edge, watching what Harry was doing. Then, everyone saw how, suddenly, the dragon, after looking at Harry, turned around and laid back down near its eggs, although it kept watching him with one eye. What's this? The dragon, known for being extremely territorial and violent, just accepted Harry's presence. Could it be that the Flamel family members were born differently so that dragons don't see them as enemies? Ludo exclaimed excitedly as he watched Harry continue to approach the dragon slowly, still with his wand ready. Well, it seems like he's close enough now, said Stephen, watching with interest to see what would happen next. When Harry was just a few meters away, the dragon quickly sniffed something in the air. It seemed that the perfume Harry had used had finally reached her. Upon sensing the scent, the dragon lifted its head again and looked at Harry, but not in a way that suggested it was going to attack him or violently. It had a rather strange look. Male dragon pheromones usually help to calm a female dragon, as they recognize them as one of their own. The problem is when a female dragon is laying eggs. The pheromones signal to the females that they can find a mate for their offspring, explained Nicholas as he also watched what was happening with interest. So, does the dragon think Harry is the father of her babies? Hermione asked quickly. No. Hungarian horntail females force the nearest male dragon to be the father of their offspring, Stephen said, holding back a laugh. So now Harry is going to be forced to raise dragons. Wanda asked quickly, understanding everything and starting to laugh uncontrollably. Well, looks like we'll have some pretty interesting nephews, Tony said, laughing as well. In mythology, didn't Loki have some nephews who were even more special? Natasha said, joining in with the others. I already said that was fake. The idiots Fondrel, Hagun, and Volstagg made up those stories in revenge for the pranks I pulled on them, Loki quickly responded before Natasha could tell the story of his supposed children. Meanwhile, Perenelle, though somewhat worried, knew that Harry had protection that could easily defend him from a dragon's attack. Besides, everyone present would quickly get him out if he was in danger. Especially because it was a competition, they couldn't interfere unless Harry needed help. After all, it was for Harry's pride. Perenelle was about to tell Stephen and the others to stay alert to ensure Harry wouldn't get hurt, but she realized it was pointless to say anything. Because all her brothers had their respective weapons ready in case of an emergency, even if they were laughing at Harry. They were prepared to jump into the arena to get him out. So, Perenelle gave a proud smile while watching what was happening with Harry. Everyone was watching as the dragon rubbed itself against Harry, not letting him go. As Harry struggled to free himself, it was quite difficult. After all, a dragon's strength was much greater. Meanwhile, he looked towards his family, who were laughing as they watched him, which really annoyed him. Tisk. I told Stephen I wouldn't hurt the dragon, but if I keep this up, I'll be the joke of the whole school for years, Harry said, frustrated, as he focused on a spell. Looks like the dragon has really taken a liking to Harry, huh? Ludo commented while observing the scene, unsure of how to describe it. What's this? It seems like Harry has something planned, he said, watching as Harry started creating hand seals. Suddenly, Harry split into 10 identical copies of himself, surrounding the dragon. The dragon, seeing Harry multiply, and the scent of the perfume also increasing, which made her a bit dizzy, released the one she had been holding between her claws. Looks like he learned Icon's illusions on his own, Stephen said, somewhat surprised, as that spell had only been taught to Misty and others skilled in illusion magic. I taught him, Loki said with a bit of pride. I asked your elf to teach me. After all, illusion magic is my specialty, he added, puffing up with pride. Ah, I see, Stephen simply responded. Loki, noticing Stephen's indifference, felt a bit uncomfortable. I thought you'd be upset because I learned your magic, he said quickly, knowing that learning this skill would help him annoy Stephen and show he could do it too. You're my brother now. If you want, I can teach you, as long as you don't want to rule a world, Stephen responded calmly, as if he didn't care either way. Loki went silent for a while and refocused on what Harry was doing. Freed from the dragon's claws, Harry quickly ran toward the golden egg and grabbed it, lifting it proudly as everyone cheered excitedly. Then, as he was about to return, the dragon lost control. Well, it looks like the perfume also increased its power. Now it doesn't want Harry to raise its offspring. Now it wants to have new babies with Harry, Nicholas quickly said as he observed the situation. Meanwhile, Stephen and Wanda, just to be cautious, were ready to intervene, as they didn't want a dragon to violate their younger brother. Ha ha ha, sorry, Wanda said, unable to keep a serious face as she laughed. You idiot, you have to be alert just in case. Ha ha ha, sorry, Stephen said as well, not able to hold back his laughter. Meanwhile, Loki and Tony just rolled their eyes and prepared a magical cannon and an illusion spell, just in case, since the two eldest weren't very trustworthy. Harry had to dodge several times as the dragon tried to grab him with its claws. Tisk sorry, dragon, but I have to do this, Harry said as he and the other clones created chains to trap the dragon and quickly embedded them into the ground, leaving it completely immobile. And with a plot twist, Harry Potter Flamel has just chained the enraged dragon and obtained the golden egg. Ludo shouted as everyone in the stands cheered Harry's name excitedly. After all, the other participants had easily completed their challenges, so there hadn't been a real confrontation with a dragon. Meanwhile, Harry showed skill dodging the dragon's attacks before trapping it with a spell that divided him into several clones. Though it was a bit strange at first, it ended up being quite exciting. Now it's time for our judges to score our Hogwarts champion, Ludo said as he pointed toward the judges. Unfortunately, the heads realized the mistake of using the perfume, so they deducted points from each one. Although Amelia and Ludo gave the maximum score, which made Harry tie with Victor Crumb at 40 points. What a shame, although it was a perfect task for me. After all, there were some mistakes. So, the scores stand like this, Wanda and Fleur are tied with 50 points, while Victor and Harry have 40. Looks like the next competition will be men versus women, to see if they can maintain the lead, Ludo said as the crowd cheered the name of their favorite competitor. Even Harry now had many fans. So, see you in February for the second task. I hope everyone is ready for that day. Now we bid farewell to all, Ludo said as he looked at the camera, and thus the first task of the Triwizard Tournament came to an end. At one point, it became international thanks to magical televisions. Magical schools all around the world were watching this competition with interest, hoping that one would be created where they could participate as well. Chapter 122, No Idea. Everyone was celebrating as they lifted Harry and tossed him into the air, while the girls surrounded Wanda and congratulated her. Some students from other houses, like Luna, Loki, Tony, Daphne, and Artoria, joined the congratulatory party. Excellent, Harry. We thought you'd hurt a leg, or an arm. But would you die? Never. Never, said the twins as they lifted Harry, while the others talked among themselves and took turns as usual. Hey, I got mine in less time and with more points than him? You have to congratulate me, said Wanda, pretending to be annoyed. Obviously, Wanda doesn't count, everyone replied, smiling. If it's too easy, it loses its charm. Why don't you both open them at the same time? Let's compare, said Stephen with a somewhat intrigued smile, putting earplugs in without anyone noticing. Come on, open them, everyone said excitedly. Then, Harry and Wanda opened both eggs at the same time, and loud destructive noises came out, amplified by being two, causing several crystals to explode. Meanwhile, all the students tried to cover their ears in agony. Stephen, however, remained calm with a mocking smile. They quickly closed the noisy eggs, making everyone stare, surprised, and terrified. What the hell was that? Ron exclaimed while touching his ears. Wanda, on the other hand, was staring at the egg in her hands. Meanwhile, Stephen, seeing her, quickly put the earplugs back in. Then, before anyone could stop her, Wanda opened the egg again. Turn it off. Ah! Quickly, everything turned into chaos again. Wanda closed it while looking at everyone with an evil smile. I know what it is, it's an anti-human weapon, she said, acting proudly, to which Daphne sighed and took the egg from her hands in case she was planning to open it again. Obviously not. Idiot, said Stephen, annoyed. Although, it might be useful to create something, Tony said, thinking. That scene didn't affect the party they had organized, as they smuggled in snacks and drinks to have fun until late. When they finally got tired, everyone returned to their rooms to sleep. The next day, hey, Stephen, look what I have, said Wanda as she ran toward Stephen with a small dragon in her hand. This was the one they used to draw lots for which dragon each competitor would face. It was simply an enchanted object with transmutation magic. Out of the whole test, you're happy you only won the object they used to draw which dragon you'd fight to the death with, Stephen said, looking at her strangely. Well, it was a pretty easy test, and I'm not good with transmutation magic. Although I can alter reality, Wanda said, still happy with her little dragon. As long as you're happy, Stephen said calmly as they walked to the dining hall together. Along the way, everyone greeted Wanda cheerfully, who was now even more popular. Are you jealous, little brother? I'm cooler than you, Wanda said, teasing Stephen. You're talking to the one who was an international dueling champion so many times they wouldn't let me compete. Though I used a different name, Stephen said, ignoring his sister's teasing. That doesn't help, Wanda said, speeding up to enter the dining hall. When Stephen arrived, he realized that Harry had also become more popular, as now there were people surrounding him or greeting him while he tried to eat peacefully. Though it seemed like Harry was more distracted looking at an Asian girl not too far away. Stephen even saw when Harry tried to smile at her while drinking juice, but ended up spilling it all over the floor. Sigh. Stephen quickly approached. I think it's going to be hard to win over a girl like that, he said, handing Harry a handkerchief to clean his face. Well, I don't think you, sir, are the best one to say that, said Fleur, appearing behind Stephen, as she was also a witness to what happened. Hey, I may have taken longer, but now I have the most beautiful girl, right? Stephen said, smiling at Fleur. Unfortunately, you don't have me, I have you, Fleur said as she sat down, leaving a space for Stephen to sit next to her. Meanwhile, Hermione, who was sitting in front of them, suddenly threw her diary onto the table, catching everyone's attention. Wanda, who was sitting next to her, flirting with Daphne, looked interested in her direction. I can't believe she wrote this, Hermione said, pointing at the diary in front of her and beginning to read aloud. Miss Granger, an ambitious girl, seems to have a certain fondness for famous wizards. Her latest prey, according to our sources, is none other than the Bulgarian hunk, Victor Krum. It is still unknown how Potter Flamel has taken this romantic disappointment. Ah, poor Harry, Wanda said, looking at Harry with sympathy. Do you want your sister to teach you how to win over girls? She asked quickly. So, you must be a professional, right? Daphne said, vanity in her voice while staring at Wanda. Obviously, I won over the most beautiful girl in Hogwarts. I must be a professional, Wanda said, gracefully dodging the bullet. You two are so alike, Fleur said, smiling as she looked at Stephen and Wanda. Meanwhile, Harry, hearing what Wanda said, quickly responded. No thanks, although he hesitated for a few seconds. Harry, you've got it? Why didn't you tell me you were so popular? As your brother, I'm proud of you, Tony said as he approached to tease Harry. It reminds me of my youth, ignoring that he was now a child. Having money makes anyone popular, Loki said maliciously. And where is your popularity? As a prince, you should have had a silver spoon, right? Tony said sarcastically. HMP, the gods are different, Loki said quickly, as he began to argue with Tony. Fortunately, Stephen had acted fast and silenced them from the beginning so that only they could hear, as he didn't want to listen to their fights. Sir, you've received a package, said a first-year student, bringing a large box for Ron. After handing him the package, the student stood there, staring at Harry with a smile, causing everyone to fall into an uncomfortable silence. Now, not even Nagel, later, Ron quickly said, shooing the boy away in embarrassment. Everyone looked at Ron for answers. I told him I'd get him an autograph from Harry, Ron said as he started to unwrap his package. Oh, it looks like it's from Mom, he said as he placed it on the table and pulled out an old-fashioned dress with ruffles, quite hideous. She sent me a dress, he said, while everyone struggled to hold back their laughter. It matches your eyes, Harry said mockingly. Looks like you missed this, he said, pulling out some sort of retractable chest plate and showing it in front of him. Ron quickly turned to Ginny, who wasn't too far away, sitting next to Luna, and said, Ginny, this must be yours. Of course not. That's hideous, Ginny quickly responded, while the others couldn't hold back any longer and started laughing. What are you all laughing at? Ron said, annoyed. It's not for Ginny, it's for you, Hermione said, while everyone at the Gryffindor table continued to laugh. It's a formal gown. Is this a joke? And what do I want with it? Ron quickly replied. Did you forget, Little Red number 6? We're having a ball, Wanda said, looking at Ron as if he were an idiot. Well, it seems that if anyone doesn't get a date, they can ask Ron to be the woman, Stephen said, watching the dress, which looked like something from a distant aunt. Ha ha ha. Everyone began mocking Ron's dress. Annoyed, he stuffed it back into the package and continued eating while grumbling. Speaking of that, beautiful lady, would you like to be my dance partner? Stephen said, looking at Fleur with a smile. Of course, Fleur said with a cheerful smile. Daphne, you'll be my partner, right? Wanda quickly said after hearing Stephen and Fleur's conversation. Obviously. I have to keep a close eye on you, Daphne said with a smile. You should all find a partner, or you'll end up going together, Wanda said, looking at Ron and Harry mischievously. A ball sounds interesting, Tony quickly said. First years can't go, Stephen said, looking at Tony and Loki with mockery. Dear brother, according to Hogwarts rules, if they don't catch you, there's no punishment, Tony said quickly as he arrogantly left the dining hall. Meanwhile, Loki was deep in thought as he made his way to his table in Slytherin. Chapter 123, Next time, it's better to seek professional help. Next time, it's better to seek professional help. The Yule Ball has been a tradition of the Tri-Wizard tournament since its inception. On Christmas Eve, all our guests will join us in the Great Hall for a night of modest frivolity. As representatives of the hosting school, I expect each and every one of you to make a good impression. And I mean that literally, because the Yule Ball is a ball, McGonagall said, looking at all the Gryffindor students. Upon hearing that, all the male students began complaining, while the female students quickly cheered up. Seriously? What did you expect? A battle to the death, the last one standing. Stephen said, looking at his classmates as if they were idiots. Silence. McGonagall shouted to quickly calm everyone down. The House of Godric Gryffindor has earned the respect of the wizarding world for nearly 10 centuries, and I will not allow any of you to tarnish that name in one night by behaving like a bunch of rude, bumbling oafs, McGonagall said seriously, fixing her gaze on everyone present. Dancing is letting your body breathe. Within every girl resides a beautiful swan longing to emerge and take flight, and within every boy, a lion prepared to pounce. Mr. Weasley, she quickly said, turning toward Ron. He was with Seamus, mocking one of the girls who looked nothing like a swan, so McGonagall had probably overheard him. May I have this dance, please? McGonagall asked, extending her hand to Ron, who, amid mocking laughter, stood up. Hey, boss, the Weasley twins said, approaching where Wanda and Stephen were sitting. If McGonagall taught us how to dance like the head of the house, do you think Snape and Flitwick are teaching the Slytherins and Ravenclaws? They said while trying to hold back their laughter. This made everyone around them start laughing, which annoyed McGonagall a bit, as she was dancing with Ron. Quickly, everyone choose a partner and follow my instructions, McGonagall said quickly, shooting an angry glance at Stephen and his group. The girls quickly stood up, while the boys tried to act clueless. Sigh. Stephen stood up, looking at his male classmates, then glanced at the girls who were staring at him like lions eyeing their prey. He started to regret it a little. Luckily, Wanda was there to help him. Well, kind of. If you ask me on your knees, maybe I'll be your partner, Wanda said, looking at him arrogantly. I won't tell Tony you used his popcorn maker to fry popcorn and filled it with candy, then it exploded while you were testing it, Stephen quickly responded. Then it's a pleasure to make a deal with you, Wanda quickly said. They both ended up as dance practice partners. How disgusting, Wanda said, taking Stephen's hand. It's either that or choose someone else and make our partners jealous, Stephen said, annoyed. Seeing that Stephen and Wanda were dancing lightly, the others stood up in annoyance and quickly partnered with other girls. The dance practice began quickly. Although at some point, Stephen and Wanda's dance turned into a battle of feet and attempts to step on each other, so McGonagall quickly stopped them. As Stephen walked alongside Tony, discussing some technical ideas about the fusion of magic and modern technology, they saw Ron and Harry walking somewhat depressed. What's wrong with you two? Stephen asked quickly. Nothing, we just didn't get a partner for the ball, Ron said, a bit depressed. You're always in a group. How are we supposed to ask them? Harry said quickly. I thought several girls had invited you, Tony said, somewhat surprised. Yeah, but I didn't know them, and they were more like fans coming up to me, Harry said, a bit embarrassed, since, technically, he didn't have the same problem as Ron, because not even a single girl had come up to Ron to ask him. Didn't you ask Hermione to be your partner? There's also Ginny, Luna, or maybe the grandmother. You can even ask Misty to create an illusion for you, Stephen said, although in the end, he was starting to tease. You've fought zombies, dragons, and still can't ask a girl to the ball. I'm disappointed, Tony said, shaking his head. Could you teach us? The two asked, a little embarrassed. Tony and Stephen looked at each other for a second and answered, sure, with a smile. In Sirius' office, Ron, Harry, Tony, Loki, Fred, George, Sirius, Stephen, and, for some reason, Neville, who also wanted help asking a girl to the ball, were all gathered. What if you just say, do you want to come with me? I have cookies. Everyone likes cookies, right? Ron suggested, looking for a good idea to talk to a girl. Unless you want to end up visited by the Aurors. I think that's the worst plan, Tony quickly responded. Just tell her you're the chosen one, Loki said, looking at Harry. Trust me, kid. Just flaunt your bank account, and you won't even have to invite her. She'll come to you, Tony added quickly. Sigh, you guys are useless, Stephen said quickly. You can use one of our Weasley products. How about an exploding love candy? She literally won't be able to resist, but you might end up singed, the twins said, one of them seeming to have the best idea so far, more or less. What about something like, are you an axe? Because you completely disarm me, the twins said with mischievous smiles. Just be yourself, but make sure yourself includes a bit of mischief and a whole lot of style, Sirius said, acting like the adult in the room and trying to give good advice. When I was young, I was pretty good at flirting. Girls would line up to meet me. By the way, Sirius, we might send you out front with Professor Natasha. So you'll have to use your flirting skills to save yourself, George quickly added. You see, there's always a woman looking for me, Sirius quickly responded, while the others just looked at him like he was an idiot. They were probably looking for him to give him a beating for his jokes with his group. Draw a portal directly to the ball with her on the other side. The implicit invitation will do all the work for you, Stephen said easily, sounding proud. You're the only one who can create portals. And I think kidnapping will also attract the Aurors to your door, Tony quickly retorted. Nervously, what if I plant a Mimbulus Mimbletonia bush in her garden as a sign of my affection? No? Too weird. Neville said softly. And what the heck is that? Ron quickly asked. A very rare plant, that's all, Stephen said. Bang. The door suddenly burst open, startling everyone. They looked and saw Fleur, Natasha, Hermione, Wanda, and Daphne staring at them like idiots. You better finish up your meeting full of nonsense, Natasha quickly said. Don't listen to the idiots. Just muster up some courage and ask if they want to be your partners, she said, looking at Ron and Harry. Well, we gave the best ideas. You choose, Stephen said as he quickly left with Fleur. As everyone quickly dispersed, they laughed at the nonsense they had said. Seriously, were those your plans for winning over girls? Fleur asked, looking at her boyfriend suspiciously. Of course not. We were just messing with them, Stephen said with a smile. And if they actually did those stupid things? Fleur asked, rolling her eyes. Then it's better to actually help them, Stephen said as he turned to look for Harry, not wanting him to end up in jail because of his own foolishness. In the Great Hall, all the students were doing their homework, under Snape's watchful eye. This is absurd. If we keep this up, we'll be the only ones without a date for the ball. As soon as Ron said this, Snape walked over to him and shoved his head into his book to make him keep studying. Well, us and Neville, Ron said quietly. I don't think it's worth using the guy's advice, Harry said while laughing with Ron. They might not know, but he already has a date, Hermione quickly said, upset with her friends for mocking Neville. So the others' ideas actually worked? Ron quickly asked, surprised. Of course not, Hermione said, quickly ignoring him while she kept doing her homework. Fred quickly threw a paper at Ron, telling him to hurry up and find a date. Who are you going with? Ron asked, annoyed. Fred then threw a paper ball at Angelina and, with gestures and whispers, easily asked her out, to which she accepted without a second thought. Fred then turned to look at Harry and Ron, smiling arrogantly. Hermione, you're a girl, Ron said, turning to look at her, but quickly looked at her with annoyance. How observant, Hermione said sarcastically. Go with one of us, Ron quickly said. Meanwhile, Snape, who was standing behind them, quickly hit Ron in the head with a book. Harry, unable to hold back his laughter, also got a hit. After Snape walked away, they returned to their conversation. Harry, didn't you tell her? Hermione quickly asked, looking at Harry. What thing? Ron asked. Well, Stephen told me to ask Hermione, so she agreed to go with me, Harry said, a little embarrassed. Initially, he had wanted to go with Cho Chang, but she was invited by another guy. Then, Stephen, worried that Harry would use his silly ideas and end up making a fool of himself or getting arrested, grabbed Hermione, who was passing by with Natasha, and urged them to go together. Anyway, it's better to go with someone you know. Hermione didn't mind and stood up calmly to hand in her homework to Snape. I hope you find a date, Hermione said as she passed by a surprised Ron. Damn it. So I'm the only one without a date. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Ron quickly said, as he became depressed about being the only one without a date. Now you're going to have to help me. When I get back to the common room, I need a date. If not, we won't be friends, he quickly said, while Snape, tired of listening to them, hit them in the head again. Chapter 124, Before the Dance. Before the Dance. Divine aura, sacred aura, hypnotizing aura, aura of attraction, extreme beauty. These are some of the names the Flamel siblings gave to the aura they all share. According to Stephen, this aura has references in some ancient scriptures that speak of gods. According to these, when the gods descended to Earth, their pure aura made all living beings kneel before them. Obviously, what the Flamel siblings had was something different, as it seemed to work only with magical creatures or magical humans, that is, wizards and witches. Muggles simply saw them as extremely attractive. This aura is something they were born with, and in Harry's case, it appeared after he became a Flamel by blood. For the Flamels, this aura can be annoying, as it hypnotizes everyone who gets close, leaving them completely mesmerized. That's why they usually use a small button, an alchemical tool, that camouflages most of this aura. Doing it completely is difficult, however. Something they all share since childhood, in addition to this aura and their eyes, is that, due to their great beauty, they have suffered several kidnapping attempts of all kinds. For this reason, in addition to camouflaging their aura, they also hide part of their beauty. Even Harry has one of these buttons, as his magical power grows, so does his aura. While Harry was staring at his golden egg, thinking about how to decipher it, several students, including Ginny, brought Ron, who was completely in shock. Stephen was following behind with a mocking smile. What happened to you? Harry asked quickly, concerned. He invited your sister to the dance, Ginny said, trying to hold back her laughter. My sister? He invited Wanda? Harry said, confused. What did she say? She said no, obviously. She'll go with Daphne, Hermione replied. Ron and the others quickly shook their heads. Did she say yes? Hermione asked, noticing his reaction. No, it wasn't Wanda, Stephen said, mocking while observing Ron, who was trying not to laugh. Wait, if it's my sister and not Wanda, then did you invite Natasha? Harry asked, completely surprised. Meanwhile, Hermione, Natasha's #1 fan, didn't know how to look at Ron. She was walking. I love watching her walk. And suddenly I felt like something was controlling me. I couldn't stop myself from asking her, Ron said. In fact, you shouted it. You asked her to marry you. It was really creepy, Ginny said, covering her mouth to stop laughing. Upon hearing that, Harry couldn't help but ask. And after that, what did you do? Obviously, I ran away. I don't know what happened to me, Ron said, lamenting. Well, although many students tried to court Natasha, now you can say you're the only student who proposed to a teacher, Stephen said, mocking. Upon hearing this, Harry looked at the button on his chest and approached Stephen to murmur. Didn't Natasha have her aura suppressor? It seems it malfunctioned for some reason, though she wouldn't tell me what happened. Just when Ron arrived, I was giving her a new one, Stephen said quickly. Then, Harry realized that, technically, his friend had been hypnotized by Natasha's aura. A little sad for his friend, Harry decided to help him. After all, he had promised. He just saw Parvati and Padma walk by. They had invited Harry to the dance, but since he was going with Hermione, he had rejected them. From what he heard, Padma still didn't have a partner for the dance. Padma, do you have a second? He said, calling her quickly. What is this? Why me? Ron said while looking at himself in the mirror, wearing his formal attire. Harry entered the living room, well dressed in an elegant and sophisticated suit. It even seemed to be made from the finest magical fabric. It was a blend of elegance and durability. Harry had taken off his glasses and combed his hair back, just like his brothers had told him. Now, he looked like a young nobleman from a great family. Well, in reality, he was. Ron saw him in the mirror and quickly turned around. What is that? He said quickly, excited. My formal suit. Why? Harry replied, unfazed. Why does it look so cool? No lace or ridiculous sleeves. He complained a bit. Well, I have to wear it. My grandparents gave it to me. And yours is more traditional, Harry said, trying not to make his friend feel bad. Traditional? It's archaic, Ron complained. I look like my Aunt Tessie, and I smell like my Aunt Tessie, he said, sniffing his clothes. Meanwhile, Stephen, dressed in his formal suit, came out of his room and entered the living room. Upon seeing Ron, he was a little surprised. Well, it looks like, since you didn't get a date, you decided to be the woman, he said, looking at Ron mockingly. And why do you look so good too? I don't want to go anymore, Ron replied upon seeing Stephen's outfit. Stephen wore a grey and black suit, with fine golden lines decorating it. He didn't need to comb his hair to look great. His noble aura escaped with every gesture he made. If he were to release his aura, the people present would probably kneel. If you have a date, it would be rude. I'll see you in the dining hall. I need to go get my date, Stephen said, ignoring Ron's whining and leaving happily. As he walked through the hallways, full of excited students, they couldn't stop staring at him. Some even started doubting his sexuality. When Stephen arrived at the place where he was to meet Fleur, he was stunned when he saw her. Fleur was wearing a simple but beautiful dress. It was a soft grey color with fine golden lines, just like Stephen's suit. Obviously, it was magical fabric, as every step she took left behind beautiful sparkles that attracted even more gazes from those around. Her hair was up in a princess-style hairstyle, and the golden pins holding it in place had beautiful details, perfectly matching her hair. These gifts were from Stephen, who, in addition to being beautiful, had various protections. Remember when we were in kindergarten and they tried to kidnap us because we were so beautiful? Every time I look at you, I realize I was just an extra, Stephen said, looking at Fleur fondly. Haha, you're terrible with compliments, my dear, Fleur replied, approaching him with a smile. You're beautiful, Fleur, Stephen said, smiling softly while taking her hand. Thanks. You look pretty good too, Fleur said with a touch of arrogance. Just pretty good? Look at me, I'm a real heartthrob. Surely many women at the party will faint just by looking at me, and some men too, Stephen said, though he said the last part with annoyance. Well then, Mr. Heartthrob, I'm interested in seeing that, Fleur replied, smiling and playing along with her boyfriend. Fleur took Stephen's arm, and they walked together toward the grand dining hall. When they reached the entrance, many students were still outside, so when they saw Fleur and Stephen arriving, they quickly parted, as if it were Moses parting the sea. Some women fainted at the sight of them, and some men, for some reason, started crying. Told you, Stephen said, full of arrogance. To which Fleur just shook her head, amused by her boyfriend's childishness. I caused the same effect, said a voice behind Stephen. Turning around, he saw it was Wanda and Daphne. Both were wearing white dresses identical to their partners, with details that made them even more beautiful. Both had their hair loose, except Daphne, who had a pin on one side of her head. Now, the four of them were the center of attention in the entire place. Many looked at them with envy and longing, while others tried not to stare, feeling that their heterosexuality was being threatened. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron also approached. The contrast of Ron made Harry look even more impressive. Harry, you didn't make us look bad. Like your handsomest brothers, Wanda said, looking at Harry's attire and then turning to look at Ron. Though your choice of partner is a little. I'm not his partner, Ron quickly said, annoyed. Hey, I'm not judging anything, just your outfit, Wanda quickly replied. As they mocked Ron, Padma and Parvati, along with their partner, approached the group. Padma looked at Ron with some surprise and said, you look very elegant, trying to keep a serious expression. She's my dance partner, Ron quickly said, pointing to Padma. Meanwhile, Stephen and Wanda looked at Padma, sending her encouragement, so Ron went off with her quickly, angry, while Padma seemed to be asking for help with her eyes. Here you all are. Are you ready? McGonagall said, quickly approaching the group. For what? Harry asked, confused. To dance. It's tradition that the three champions, four in this case, open the dance. I'm sure I told you, McGonagall quickly replied. No, Harry said, turning to look at the others, who were indeed aware. Well, now you know, McGonagall said, dodging Harry's gaze before starting to push the other students toward the grand dining hall. Chapter 125, Dance and Fun, An Unforgettable Night. Dance and Fun, An Unforgettable Night. So, Hermione still hasn't arrived? Stephen asked, looking at Harry, who was nervously scanning the room. No, maybe she changed her mind, Harry said, worried, since he would have to enter alone and dance with the others. Do you want me to create a pretty realistic illusion of some European princess to be your partner? Loki said, appearing behind them. I prefer Swedish models, Tony said, appearing from the other side. What are you two doing here? Wanda quickly asked. Asgardians love parties, Loki said calmly, while everyone looked at their partners, who were exactly what they had said, an illusion of a princess and a model. Wait, you two look more. Harry looked at them in surprise. Older. We used a potion Loki created. See you inside, Tony said, extending his arm so that the Swedish model, who shouldn't have been born in this era, could take it, and gallantly entered the dining hall. I hope the alcohol is good, Loki said, walking confidently. These guys, Stephen muttered, shaking his head. Quickly, Daphne and Fleur smiled as they looked at the stairs. You look stunning, Harry. You're lucky, Fleur said, gesturing for him to turn around. It seems like she took our advice, Daphne said, as she, Fleur, and some of Hermione's friends had helped her pick out her outfit and hairstyle. Harry turned around and looked at Hermione with surprise as she gracefully descended in her pink dress and a hairstyle she had never worn before. Stephen gave Harry a light slap on the back to get him to react and go toward her. Harry quickly did, greeted her with a smile, and then offered his arm for her to take. You look great, Hermione, Harry said. Thanks, Hermione said, a little nervous, as she walked with him to join the others. Your brother is better at giving compliments than you, Fleur said with a smile to Stephen. Sometimes a simple one is enough. Hey, you're making me look bad. I'll have to make this the best day of your week, Stephen said with a smile. Week? Fleur asked, confused. Obviously. If I'm going to be in your life for many years, I have to make sure you're happy all that time, right? He said with a confident smile. You're improving, Fleur said, as she affectionately took Stephen's arm. Then, the four champions and their partners lined up to enter the dining hall. As the door opened, the first to enter were Fleur and Stephen, drawing the attention of everyone. Some even sighed so deeply they forgot to exhale. Next came Wanda and Daphne, who were a beautiful combination of matching white, while Wanda smiled brightly. Daphne wore an elegant smile as she walked, holding her girlfriend's hand. Then came Harry and Hermione, who also drew attention. Ron even spit out the drink he was holding, soaking Padma, who looked at him with disgust and annoyance while she wiped herself off. And lastly, Victor entered with another student from Durmstrang. Unfortunately, the girl he wanted to invite flatly rejected him, and that girl was none other than Wanda, who looked at him with disgust as she told him she liked women and had a partner. From that moment on, Victor kept his distance from Wanda, embarrassed. The Great Hall had been decorated to resemble a snowy place, as the ceiling had magical snow falling, and everything was white, presenting a magical visual display. Then, the four couples reached the center, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, and the soft music began to play. Will you grant me this dance, beautiful lady? Stephen said, making a noble bow to Fleur. Of course, young sir, Fleur said, as she placed her hands on Stephen's, and he took her by the waist. Wanda looked at Daphne with a smile. We should have practiced more. I'm afraid I'll step on you. It's fine. Just let me guide you, Daphne said, as she gently took Wanda's hand. Meanwhile, Harry didn't know what to do, so Hermione quickly spoke. Put your hand on my waist. What? Then Hermione simply pulled him toward her suddenly and made him place his hand on her waist quickly, and they started dancing the way McGonagall had taught them. Though it was clear Harry didn't know how to move his feet because of nerves and discomfort. Stephen and Wanda noticed this, so they gestured for their partners to approach Harry. Idiot, calm down. Imagine you're fighting a dragon, Wanda said. We were in an apocalyptic world with zombies. This is easy, Stephen said. Meanwhile, their partners rolled their eyes at these comments comparing Hermione to dragons and zombies. But it actually worked for Harry, as he gradually calmed down, allowing him to dance better. He lifted Hermione by the waist and then gently lowered her again. Then, the professors joined in, encouraging many other students to gather their courage and also join the dance. Nicolas and Perenelle danced softly while sending occasional proud and joyful looks to their grandchildren. Meanwhile, Natasha was dancing with Sirius, glaring at him while he wore a face that suggested he wanted to escape at any moment. Grindelwald, however, wasn't dancing. It seemed he had found his children, who had sneaked off, so he kept them close. Anyway, these two were enjoying the food and drink quietly, although, of course, without alcohol. However, they took advantage of when Gellert got distracted to sneak something they had hidden into their glasses. After the ceremonial dance, the band hired by Dumbledore began playing more modern music, causing all the students to lose control a little, even lifting Professor Flitwick and moving him around as they celebrated. Meanwhile, the Flamel siblings and their partners, tired from so much jumping and dancing, went to sit for a while chatting happily. Well, I haven't had this much fun in a while, Stephen said, having taken off his jacket and now only wearing his grey striped shirt. Fleur, feeling a bit cold, had put on her jacket. You always have fun doing silly things, Wanda quickly said. I don't think you can say that, especially not you, Daphne said with a smile. Hearing that, Wanda simply hugged her with a smile, coaxing her. Ugh, my feet hurt, I'm not used to wearing shoes, Hermione said, moving her feet in pain. I'm sorry. I stepped on you while we were dancing, Harry said, a little embarrassed. It's okay, it doesn't matter, Hermione said patiently. Ha ha ha, having fun like a teenager is great, Tony said as he stumbled toward them, walking clumsily and holding onto Loki's shoulders. Meanwhile, Loki took a drink from his cup and then threw it on the floor, smashing it. Another, he said, laughing joyfully. Someone better take them to their room before they get caught, Harry said, looking at his brothers. Too late, Stephen said, pointing behind them, seeing their grandmother approaching with anger. You two, young men, come with me right now, she said, grabbing them by the ears and dragging them away. Ow, ow, wait, grandma, that hurts. Tony quickly said. Even if you're my mortal grandmother, I'm a god, Loki said, only for his ear to be twisted even harder until he had to beg for mercy. The others, seeing this, just smiled while Stephen calmly stood up. Do you want to take a walk? He said to Fleur, holding out his hand in front of her. Without thinking twice, she took it, and they both went off. Let's take a walk too, Wanda said to Daphne cheerfully. Meanwhile, Harry stayed with Hermione. Ron approached them with a frustrated expression. What happened? Ron asked. Padma went to dance with another guy, he said, annoyed. Wasn't she dancing with you? Hermione quickly asked. No, we were sitting, but she was supposed to come with me, Ron said. To which Harry and Hermione didn't know how to respond, so they just stayed silent. So, how was the best day of the week? Stephen said with a smile to Fleur as they walked down the school hallways. Whenever I'm with you, it's the best day of the week, Fleur said quickly, hugging Stephen. Although you're a terrible dancer, she said, teasing him. That's because you didn't see me in my serious mode, Stephen quickly defended himself. Then I'd like to see that so-called serious mode, Fleur said challengingly. Stephen immediately put on a stoic expression while looking at Fleur and spoke. Could you grant me this dance? He said directly, surprising Fleur. She composed herself and played along, putting on the same stoic expression while offering her hand. Then, the two of them started dancing softly while remaining serious. Though they couldn't hold it for long and soon began laughing like fools, as Stephen embraced Fleur. So, what do you think? I can be serious when I want to, Stephen said, his face just inches from Fleur's. I must admit, seeing you serious is a delight to me, Fleur said with an enchanted smile. Then, I'll try to be as delightful to you as I can. After saying that, Stephen gave Fleur a soft kiss while she hugged him tightly. Chapter 126, Another Journey, a Special PT1. Now that I'm writing the chapters, I can greet those who joined. Sorry for the delay, I wanted to finish translating quickly. Welcome to Level 3. You are the best. Thank you for choosing my novel. I hope you enjoy it as much as I enjoyed writing it. Dark Rain, Fodozer, Oleg Shako, Sunny Jones, I love you all very much. Another Journey, a Special. The hangover is killing me, said Tony as he approached the others sitting at the Gryffindor table, wearing dark glasses to shield himself from the light while holding his head in pain. Didn't you go to the infirmary for some potion? Harry asked quickly. Grandma Perenelle forbade it as punishment. I mean, this is parental negligence, right? He asked hastily. But the others didn't want to answer that, knowing he had brought it upon himself. Where's Loki? Stephen asked. Dead, maybe. He decided to talk back to Grandma, Wanda said, still sleepy as she lay on the dining bench staring at the ceiling. What do you want him for? Tony asked with interest. Well, I found a place to set up the machine, you know, Stephen said suspiciously, and upon hearing that, Wanda quickly sat up. Are we going on another trip? She asked excitedly. SHH, don't let the grandparents find out, Stephen quickly said, covering her mouth while glancing at the teacher's table where their grandparents sat. That sounds good. We need to let Natasha and the psycho know, Tony said. Hey, are you guys doing that world-traveling thing? Can I come with you? Harry asked quickly. Of course. We'd be terrible brothers if we didn't take you on a dangerous journey with us, Stephen said with a grin. Then I need to get something for the hangover. I don't want to end up sending us into a black hole, Tony said, recalling the pain he felt. At that moment, Loki walked in, fresh as a daisy. Noticing his siblings' stares, he approached them suspiciously. Why are you all looking at me? Why don't you have a hangover? Tony asked, a little annoyed. Pfft, don't compare yourself to me, mortal, Loki said arrogantly. I'm a god. Obviously, he took a hangover potion, Stephen interrupted. So what? I made it myself, so I didn't break the punishment, Loki said. Tisk Snape's favorite, Wanda mocked. Whatever, just give me one. We need to use the machine, and with my brain about to explode, it'll be hard to even connect the positive, Tony said quickly. We're using that machine again. Fine, Loki said as he handed a vial to Tony, who drank it down without hesitation. A few seconds later, his haggard face regained color and he recovered. Even if it's not very scientific, I love magic, Tony said, now recovered, taking off his dark glasses. Let's go. We'll send a message to Natasha on the way, Tony said, hurrying the others. Stephen guided everyone to where they could set up the machine. And to everyone's surprise, it was inside the castle. No offense, but the hidden place to avoid blowing up the castle is inside the castle. Tony asked suspiciously. Don't worry. Even if this place caught fire with dark magic, it wouldn't affect the castle, Stephen said confidently. When they reached the 7th floor, in front of a tapestry showing a man trying to teach trolls to dance, Stephen demonstrated how to summon the entrance. Walking 3 times while asking for what he wanted. A place big enough to contain an explosion, he said 3 times, and then a door appeared. Wait, so you can create a room that contains everything you need? Wanda asked with interest. Yes, but there are limits. Better get inside and see, Stephen said, opening the door. Upon entering, they were all amazed, as it was a massive, empty room with enough space to fit a Quidditch stadium. More than enough, Tony said with a smile. This school keeps surprising me, Natasha said with interest. Misty, Dobby, Winky, Stephen called out quickly. Pop pop pop. With that sound, 3 house elves dressed in neatly tailored servant suits appeared in front of Stephen. Did young Master Stephen call? Misty asked quickly as the leader, though it still seemed she didn't have full control over the other 2, because as soon as they saw their masters, they rushed over to them. Master Harry? Dobby missed you, Dobby said as he hugged Harry's leg. Dobby, I saw you yesterday in the kitchen, Harry said, trying to shake him off. Meanwhile, on Wanda's side, it was her who was happily picking up Winky. Hello, Winky. Did you miss me? She asked as she patted her head. Of course, Mistress Wanda. Winky always misses Mistress, Winky said quickly. You two, get back in line or Misty will punish you, Misty said angrily, pointing at Dobby and Winky, who realized their mistake and quickly ran behind Misty and greeted everyone. Good day, young masters. What do you need? They said while making a noble salute, which Misty had learned from watching Muggle movies Stephen smuggled for his friend, Headmaster Ricky. It's fine, you don't need to do all that. I need you to bring all the boxes from the secret room. Be very careful, Stephen said quickly. The 3 elves disappeared instantly and began bringing the large boxes into the room of requirement. With all the parts and components, everyone began assembling the machine. Except for Wanda, who stayed on the side playing with the house elves. Luckily, thanks to magic, assembling the machine was quick. Only Tony had to make sure everything was properly connected before they could activate it. Alright, you 3, keep watch. I don't think anyone will come, but better safe than sorry, Stephen said while giving orders to the 3 elves. And if the grandparents ask, just tell them the truth. They trust us, Stephen added quickly while taking the pocket watch Tony handed him. This was for returning. Of course, Stephen had magically linked one to each of them. Just in case, Harry's had a double enchantment. At last. I was already eager to go to the next world, Wanda said excitedly with a big smile. Don't get too excited. It's very likely we'll end up in another alternate world, Tony said quickly. Still sounds interesting, Wanda replied. Nervous? Loki asked Harry. A little, Harry said, gripping the pocket watch tightly. Don't worry. If you end up in a black hole, we'll try to collect your remains, Stephen said maliciously, trying to scare his brother. Don't scare him, Natasha scolded. It's a joke, Stephen defended himself. Everyone, hold on, Tony said. To what? Harry asked quickly, but Tony immediately activated the machine, and everyone was sucked into a blue portal that appeared. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, everyone was having a meeting about the classes they would have together with Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. What was that? Grindelwald asked, suddenly drawing the professor's attention. Sorry, Headmaster Grindelwald, what do you mean? McGonagall asked, as her speech had been interrupted. Sigh. Those kids used that machine again, Perenelle said while shaking her head. Ha ha ha, it's fine. I hope they enjoy their adventure. Once they have a way to know the destination, we should try it too, Nicolas said with a smile. Perenelle thought for a moment before responding. When my grandchildren are born, we can travel with the whole family, as long as it's safe. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was sitting in his office eating candies while signing documents. He also felt the surge of magic nearby. That made him pause for a second, shake his head with resignation, and continue signing documents. The Flamel siblings, after passing through the portal, reappeared in a forest. Although this time it was daytime and they were not in a cemetery. Where are we? Wanda asked quickly, looking at Stephen. There's mana in the air, so it seems Tony was right. It's another alternate world, Stephen replied quickly. Well, at least we're not near a cemetery this time, Tony said as he launched his reconnaissance drones to scan the area. There are people nearby. Let's head that way, Tony said, leading the way. Everyone followed him calmly while looking around. This place feels familiar, Harry said as he looked at the houses around. And as if he had realized something, he started running in a certain direction. The others quickly followed him until they reached a vacant lot and looked at Harry, confused. What happened to you? Wanda asked quickly, confused. It's my parents' house. Mine and my parents', he said while pointing at the empty lot with mixed emotions. I don't see anything, Tony said quickly. What are you talking about? It's right there, Harry said, pointing. Stephen looked at the place suspiciously and then at Harry. Then, he approached Harry and plucked a hair from his head. Ouch, why did you do that? Harry said quickly. But Stephen didn't respond and used Harry's hair for a spell while moving his hands. After a while, golden points flew toward each of them, and after that, the supposedly empty place began to take shape. And everyone saw a familiar 2-story house. Seems like it had a pretty powerful concealment spell, Stephen said as he looked toward the house. Chapter 127, Another Journey, a Special PT2. Another Journey, a Special. Everyone looked at the place with interest. So, this is where you lived before ending up with your aunt. Looks small, Tony said while looking at the house. Hey, look at this. Wanda shouted as she peeked over the wooden fence. SHH, idiot. If the house was hidden, it's for a reason, Stephen quickly said. Even so, along with the others, he peeked over the fence to look. Though Tony and Loki had to use transfiguration to transform a small ladder so they could reach. I hate being so small, Tony said in annoyance. Don't worry, you'll grow up eventually, Natasha said with a quick smile. Is that, baby Harry? Stephen said, looking at the house's yard. In the yard, there was a large blanket on the ground, with a baby around 1 year old playing with some toys next to a little companion of the same age. So, we're in a different world in the past. Loki said quickly and then looked around, expecting something. But he quickly calmed down when he saw nothing. Looks like he's going to do that every time he realizes he's in another time. Maybe it's some kind of trauma. Stephen thought as he saw that. But he kept looking at baby Harry with the others. Who's the other baby? Wanda asked, looking at Harry, but he just shook his head, not knowing. How are my 2 princes? It's time to go back inside, it's getting late, said a beautiful woman as she walked out of the house and approached the children with a big, loving smile. Aunt Petunia, Harry said in surprise, and that sound caught the woman's attention, making her look in their direction. Luckily, the others acted quickly and covered Harry's mouth while hiding behind the fence. SHHH, idiot, do you want us to get caught? Stephen whispered angrily. Petunia, not seeing anyone, simply looked back at the 2 babies and picked them up in her arms. Looks like Dudley and Harry will have to wash their hands before eating, she said while walking with the 2 babies easily, as if she was used to it and didn't mind at all. That's your aunt, Harry? Then your uncle must eat well, Tony said, earning a hard stare from everyone present. I mean, she looks like she can cook well, right? He quickly corrected himself. The others simply ignored him. She looks like my Aunt Petunia, but much younger and prettier. The only reason I recognized her is because of an old photo I found at my uncle's house. But even so, here she's much more beautiful, Harry explained quickly, surprised. PSHH. They all heard it and looked in the direction where Wanda was peeking through the house's window, having jumped over the fence. First spying and now breaking and entering. Well, we've already committed a crime, so what's 2 or 3 more, right? Tony said while following the others. They were all looking through the window at Petunia, who was in the kitchen, which connected to the dining room, so they could see her washing the hands of both children. Baby Harry, seeing the water, quickly started playing with it, splashing everywhere. Harry, you like water, don't you? How about I give you a nice warm bath before bed? Petunia said while gently stroking Harry's head with a smile. Meanwhile, their Harry looked at this with confusion. Why is she so different? He said while looking at his aunt from another world. Well, the answer seems simpler than you think, Stephen said while pointing at Petunia, who pulled out a wand and used it to clean up the water mess the baby had made. She's a witch, Harry said in surprise as he processed what he had just seen. All right, you there. Raise your hands carefully and step away from the window, a voice sounded from behind them, startling them. They all quickly turned to see Sirius looking at them suspiciously while pointing his wand at them. Hey, Miss Spy, aren't you supposed to have good senses? Why didn't you feel him coming? Tony asked Natasha while raising his hands. It's good. Not even Stephen and Wanda noticed, Natasha said, nodding toward the 2. They both had their mouths open with exaggerated surprise. As for Loki, he wore an annoyed expression, ready to attack at any moment. Don't even think about it, kid. You'll be paralyzed before you can move a finger, Sirius said, looking at him confidently. I don't like this Sirius. He's better when Natasha's harassing him, Wanda said in annoyance. In any case, he deserves it, she quickly added in defense. You have to admit, this Sirius has a more experienced aura than our Sirius, who just ends up joking around with the twins, Tony said. Meanwhile, Harry didn't know what to say about Sirius at that moment. Enough with the chatter and raise your hands. And tell me who sent you and how you managed to get through the defenses, Sirius said with some anger. Let's just finish this, Stephen said as he moved his hand, making Sirius's wand fly out of his grasp. Seeing that, Sirius tried to use wandless magic, but glowing chains appeared out of nowhere and trapped him easily. Sirius was in shock as he looked at Stephen with surprise, realizing he was captured so easily without being able to do anything. Sorry about that, but you need to calm down. We're not bad people, Wanda said as she approached Sirius with a gentle smile. Saying that after tying him up doesn't really work, Tony said sarcastically. Then yes, we're bad. Now give us all your galleons, Wanda said after hearing Tony. Ouch. Wanda yelped when Stephen walked over and smacked her. Sorry about that, Sirius. I'll release you, but you need to stay calm, okay? Stephen said, looking at Sirius. Sirius put on a serious face as he looked at everyone present, and when his eyes landed on Harry, he paused for a few seconds in surprise before nodding. Then Stephen released the chains, freeing him. So, will you tell me how you got past the barriers and why you're spying on my wife, son, and nephew? Sirius said as he stood up from the ground. Every now and then, he glanced at Harry. Your wife, everyone asked in surprise. That's right. Any problem with that? Sirius asked. No, of course not, we were just surprised, Wanda replied for everyone. But you look like a friend of mine. Just in case, are you related to the Potter name? Sirius asked, looking directly at Harry. Yes. My name is Harry Potter Flamel, Harry said softly. Harry Potter Flamel? You have the same name as my nephew, though your last name is a bit different, Sirius said in surprise. Yes, he's the same one over there with the diapers. Although from the future. Well, not from this future, but from another future. But technically, it's the same person, more or less, Wanda said, jumping into the conversation. Meanwhile, all her siblings just face-palmed, realizing she had just given them away. Future Harry? Sirius asked, confused, looking at them with suspicion. How can I believe you're him? He asked again while staring intently at Harry. You shared a secret with me in case you were ever captured, Harry said, remembering something Sirius had told him a long time ago. A secret? I'm all ears, Sirius said. Then Harry approached Sirius and whispered something in his ear. Immediately, Sirius looked at him in shock, completely surprised. Only James and I know that, he said while thinking. All right, follow me, he added, trusting them a bit more. He then walked toward the house much more calmly. What did you tell him? Tony asked quickly. It's better not to know, Harry said with a bit of embarrassment while rushing after Sirius. I think I heard something about spying on the neighbor and James's mother turning them into pigs for a week, Stephen muttered quietly so only his siblings could hear. Petunia, I'm back, Sirius said cheerfully as he entered the house. Petunia quickly approached the entrance with joy to greet Sirius. Honey, I thought you had guard duty tonight, she said with a bit of happy surprise as she gave him a loving hug. Yeah, but we have some guests, Sirius said, pointing behind him at Harry and the others, who were still watching the couple with interest. Well, welcome. You arrived just in time to eat. Luckily, I always cook extra in case Sirius's friends come over, Petunia said with a smile as she led everyone to the dining room. How different is she? Tony asked Harry. Completely, Harry said while still looking at his aunt in shock. Come on, sit down. We can talk while we eat, Sirius said with a smile. Chapter 128, Another Journey Special PT3. Another Journey Special. So, how did you come to the past? Sirius asked directly. They all exchanged glances, but Stephen had the perfect excuse. Around this time, I think the ministry should be experimenting with a special time turner that sent a witch to the past. But when she returned, she aged rapidly, right, he said, recalling some research that was blocked a while ago. Well, let's say we discovered a similar way, Stephen said. I see. When you go back, you won't age the same way, right? Sirius asked just in case. Of course not. We're professionals, Tony said, a bit annoyed. The past? Petunia asked, not understanding. Then Sirius calmly explained about Harry and how he knew a secret only he and James knew. He also mentioned how much Harry resembled James when they were young. Now that you mention it, his eyes and some features do look like Lily's, Petunia said as she looked at Harry fondly. Don't you think you're trusting them too quickly? Tony asked his siblings in a low voice. I think it's thanks to Harry. We should bring him along more often and throw him in front first. Maybe we'll avoid a lot of fights, Stephen quickly replied. And if they're Harry's enemies anyway? Wanda asked. We'll use him as a shield. Harry simply ignored his siblings since he was used to it. So, why did you come to the past? And right in the worst possible moment, Sirius asked with interest. Well, we practically can't control where we end up, Stephen said casually. As they talked, Sirius noticed that Harry wanted to ask him something but seemed hesitant. It's all right, older Harry, go ahead and ask, Sirius said with a smile, noticing his hesitation. Here too. Did my parents die because of you-know-who? Harry asked nervously. And since you're my godfather, did you adopt me? What are you talking about? Sirius said, confused and a little annoyed. James and Lily aren't dead. They should be arriving at any moment from the ministry and St. Mungo's, he said quickly, realizing something. Wait, are they going to die? He asked, quickly standing up in fright. Just then, several footsteps sounded at the entrance, and the door swung open as a couple hurried in. Petunia, we're back? Where's my little Harry? Lily said as she entered with an excited smile, having missed her beautiful baby during work. When she entered the dining room, she saw it was full of people and came to a halt, looking at everyone in surprise, until her gaze landed on Harry. He also looked at her with surprise, his emotions changing by the second, nostalgia, affection, sadness, excitement. Sirius, did you make Harry take that growth potion? Lily said angrily, glaring at Sirius, as she had treated people as a healer who had accidentally taken expired growth potions and ended up with years added to their age. Wow, she recognized you so easily, Wanda said, surprised. And that's considering our Harry technically changed his appearance when he evolved, Tony added. Evolved? He's not an electric rat, Stephen said, rolling his eyes. I didn't give him anything. When I got to the house, that Harry was already like that, Sirius said defensively with a comical smile. Then why is he older now? You know how complicated it is to cure growth potion poisoning, Lily said angrily while James entered behind her. What's going on? James asked as he walked in, holding baby Harry and Dudley in his arms, sounding confused. It seemed the little ones had escaped while everyone was talking and were crawling around the house. Harry, Lily said, surprised, looking at her son in her husband's arms, then turning back confusedly to look at the older Harry. Then who are you? James also saw Harry and stared at him intently. James and Lily, I present to you Harry Potter Flamel from the future, Sirius said with a mischievous smile. Harry James Potter? Did you use the ministry's illegal time turner? James shouted furiously at Harry since, as an Auror working at the ministry, he was aware of the old experiments, which were now illegal. Don't you know that when you return to the present, you'll age hundreds of years in a second, he said, both angry and worried. Hearing that, Lily quickly approached Harry angrily and grabbed him by the ear while scolding him for doing something so dangerous. Are you crazy? How could you do something so dangerous? Where is my future self? Meanwhile, the Flamel siblings just watched with mocking smiles, not interfering. Who wants to mess with a worried mother? Then, Petunia realized something and stopped Lily. Wait, did you say Harry Potter Flamel? Like that legendary alchemist? She asked quickly. Lily and James suddenly realized this, and they looked at Harry in confusion. Meanwhile, the Flamel siblings, who were standing in the back, started talking quietly among themselves. Should we tell them? Wanda asked. But that would create another universe, right? Tony said. I don't think another universe matters, honestly. It's not ours anyway, and technically, thousands are created per second, Stephen said. As long as there's no entity trying to erase us for creating other timelines, I don't think it matters, Loki added. They all looked at Natasha, who had been rather quiet this whole time. Why are you so silent? Tony asked with interest. I just don't have much to say, Natasha said calmly. The others looked at her for a second, then decided to leave it for another time. Well, Harry technically told Sirius his parents were dead, so he already created another line. So, I don't think it matters, Stephen said. That's true. Let's just tell them. We already changed another line before anyway, Tony said, and the others nodded. You mean we died, and you were sent to a Petunia who wasn't a witch and had married a man who hated magic and wizards? And because of the mistreatment, the Flamel family ended up adopting you, Lily said as she listened to what Harry had just told her, while the Flamel siblings held their secret meeting. Basically, Harry had told them everything while the others hesitated about whether to say it or not. Yes. Actually, when I joined the Flamel family, we performed an ancient ritual, so my appearance changed quite a bit. Before, I looked more like him, but then I started to resemble you more, Harry said as he pointed at James and Lily. I even have to use an aura suppressor, so this isn't my complete appearance. I guess Harry would be a terrible spy, Tony quickly said. He just spilled all our secrets in less than a minute. Wow, Wanda said. Sometimes the worst enemy isn't the opponent, but a pig-headed companion, Loki added. What's the point of learning a Acclumancy if he's just going to tell everything to the captors? Stephen said. Sigh. Leave him alone. They're his parents. Of course, he'd want to tell them everything after so many years, Natasha said, defending Harry. Meanwhile, Petunia looked confused as she listened to the story. I treated Harry badly? Just for not being a witch? Well, Auntie wasn't as bad as Vernon, but she was indifferent. Although you raised me, so I don't blame you, Harry said. I'm sorry. If you'll allow me, I'll explain it better. And not as summarized as Harry, Stephen said as he stepped forward. He's my older brother. His name is Stephen Flamel, and he knows all kinds of mystical arts and incredible magic. Thanks to him, I met the grandparents and... Harry was talking, but Stephen stopped him by covering his mouth. All right, stop spilling all our secrets for a second, okay, Stephen said, looking at his younger brother. Harry nodded, realizing he had just blurted everything out, feeling embarrassed as he sensed his siblings' tired looks behind him. Lily and James, seeing their interaction, just smiled. Then Stephen explained everything in detail, obviously summarizing useless parts and what they didn't need to know about the future. I see. So, in your time, Petunia raised Harry in the Muggle world. After the Dark Lord killed us and was defeated by Harry, Sirius ended up imprisoned on false charges thanks to a traitor. Then, when Harry joined Hogwarts, he met Stephen, and his life changed for the better, Lily said as she summarized the story she had just heard, naming the parts that interested her the most. Well, yes, Stephen replied easily. Meanwhile, Petunia was crying in Sirius's arms, feeling guilty about how she had behaved in another time just because she didn't have magic, while also mourning the Sirius who had been imprisoned for 12 years. Sirius, on the other hand, didn't seem too affected. After all, he wasn't the same, and now that he knew, he would do everything he could to change things. So, a spy will reveal our location. It's better if we move, James said quickly with concern. I said, why don't we let Petunia be the secret keeper if she prefers to stay and take care of the kids anyway? That way, we would never be caught. Dumbledore choosing Wormtail was ridiculous, Lily said angrily. Well, Dumbledore said they would suspect him less since we would be the first ones to be caught, James said, conflicted. Wait, Dumbledore said Wormtail should be the secret keeper? Stephen asked with interest. Yes. Originally, it was supposed to be Sirius, but he works with me as an Auror, so if we were both caught, we could be tortured to find out Harry and Dudley's whereabouts, James explained. So, Dumbledore said it was better to choose someone else. In this case, Wormtail. Although I wanted it to be Petunia since she doesn't want to be away from the children. But Dumbledore said Petunia would be the first one searched because she's my sister and a Muggle-born like me, Lily said with annoyance. There was also Lupin, but because of his condition as a werewolf, Dumbledore said he could be a spy for them, Sirius added with a bit of anger at them doubting his friend. By the way, when you arrived, you said you were supposed to be on guard duty all night, but you had to come because we arrived, Tony quickly said, realizing something. Yes. Besides being an Auror, we're also part of the Order of the Phoenix, so Dumbledore sent me to guard the Longbottoms' house. But when the intruder alarm went off, I switched with Moody and came running, Sirius explained. What's today's date? Harry asked quickly. October 31 St, James replied, confused. Of 1981. Harry asked again. Yes, why? It's today, Harry said quickly. Then Stephen and the others realized what he meant. Chapter 129, Another Journey a Special PT4. 129 Another Journey a Special PT4. I'm thrilled to have more members joining. Welcome to Level 3 OMGX WAF 3LZ and James 31292. I'm so glad you enjoy my stories enough to consider joining. Every time, you all amaze me more and bring so much happiness to my life. I'm writing from the Ent Doctor's waiting room while I wait to be seen. Ha ha ha. Quick story, I almost got into a fight with an idiot waiting for the bus. When I was about to get into a fighting stance, I thought, I need to finish writing the chapter, it's better to get back quickly. So, I just turned my back and walked away as calmly as possible. If the guy came after me to attack, I'd respond. But he just stayed there throwing some pretty lame insults when I was already half a block away. Typical day in LATAM. What day is it today? Asked Sirius, looking at Harry's frightened face. Just then, they heard the sound of someone arriving at the house's door. All right, I'll go see who it is, said James calmly. No, Harry shouted in fear, making everyone freeze. What's wrong, Harry? Lily asked, confused, looking at the older Harry. Relax, maybe it's Lupin or some of the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore said he was going to send someone to help keep watch while Sirius was away. He probably doesn't know Sirius is back yet, said James. Seriously, these people? Stephen said, sighing at how foolishly trusting they were. You're supposed to be hiding because a completely insane dark wizard is after you. And you don't even have traps aside from the Fidelius charm. It's Voldemort. Wormtail is the traitor, he told him where you lived. Harry said quickly, making everyone turn serious. Are you sure, Harry? Wormtail is our friend, said James quickly, not knowing what to believe. After all, Stephen had told them they would be betrayed, but he hadn't specified who. Obediently, Stephen hadn't suddenly told them their childhood friend was the traitor when they'd only just met him. After all, a normal person would likely kick them out of their house. Just in case, how about everyone gets ready? If Harry is wrong, he can apologize later, Natasha said, intervening as the person continued to linger outside. Following Natasha's advice, everyone pulled out their wands and prepared themselves while Lily and Petunia hid the babies in a wardrobe. Of course, they gave them plenty of toys and cast a light charm. Then, James quickly cast a protective charm on the wardrobe in case any spells flew in that direction. Sirius and James quickly took their positions on either side of the door, wands in hand, and glanced at each other before nodding. With his wand, James slowly turned the door handle. But the person on the other side seemed unwilling to wait any longer, and the door was blown off its hinges. Sirius and James immediately started firing spells at the intruder, but the figure, moving like black mist, dodged every attack with ease. Harry also joined the attack, launching several rapid spells from a distance. At that moment, the intruder realized there were more people than he had been told about, but he was still confident in his power. Avada Kedavra, he shouted, pointing at James, who was closest, with a malicious grin full of madness. Sigh. Stephen grew tired of watching and created a portal with his hands right in front of the fatal spell, and another appeared in front of the intruder. Then everyone watched as the green light entered the first portal and emerged from the second, hitting the intruder's chest. The intruder obviously didn't have time to dodge since it all happened in less than a second. What? He screamed before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Everyone was stunned by what had happened and approached the corpse with their wands drawn. It's Voldemort, Sirius said in surprise, staring at the body lying on the floor. James, equally shocked, turned to look at Stephen and the others, who were all watching calmly. This is the second time a Voldemort dies because of our interference, said Tony. Should we go to other universes to hunt down more Voldies? Wanda asked. Maybe if we run into them, Stephen said as he walked over to Sirius and James. Looks like Dumbledore was right, a guest was coming, Stephen said sarcastically. Seems like our headmaster is a bit suspicious. Just like the last one we had to catch, Loki said with disdain. After all, he still didn't like Dumbledore. Maybe it was just a coincidence, James said quickly. Then, test him. Tell him someone arrived, and you don't know if it's an enemy, Stephen said quickly. He gave you something to send a quick message, right? He asked, looking at him with interest. Yes, I have a phoenix feather, James replied, hesitantly. Do it, James. We need to know if he's truly on our side. I've been doubting him for a while now, ever since he prevented Petunia from being the secret keeper, Lily said, stepping out from behind the others. Hearing his wife, James complied and quickly wrote a note that read, "We have a possible enemy who found a way to get in. Send help." Then, he placed it with the phoenix feather and, with his wand, sent it away. They all waited for a few seconds, and soon a flame appeared, leaving a piece of paper on the table in front of James. James looked at the others and slowly picked up the note, reading it out loud. "Don't worry, I already told Sirius to go quickly. Try to hold on for a few seconds," James said, looking at the note in confusion. Then everyone looked in Sirius's direction, waiting for the note to appear in front of him. But after more than 5 minutes, nothing happened. Maybe he sent someone to inform him where he was supposed to be, James said quickly. Really, James? Open your eyes. If it were something this serious, he would send a note like now. Don't you get it? He's obsessed with that professor, Lily said angrily. He doesn't even want to tell us how she really is. But it's Dumbledore. He's been fighting against Voldemort for years, James said as he sat down, trying to process what he was hearing. Well, to be honest, Petunia said, and everyone turned to look at her. I noticed that Dumbledore never actually interfered in the war. Yes, he created the Order of the Phoenix, but he always arrived when the battles were already over, she said quickly, making the others think and try to remember. No, it can't be, James said as he realized the truth, feeling as if he had been struck by a shocking revelation. After a while, with everyone remaining silent, they saw a flame appear in front of Sirius, from which a note fell. Nearly half an hour later, the note finally arrived. Sirius, somewhat angry, grabbed the note quickly and read it. The Potter family might be in danger. Upon reading those words, Sirius angrily destroyed the note. After all this time, the note finally arrives. By now, everyone would probably be dead, he said, rage evident in his voice. Now everyone had confirmed that Dumbledore didn't even know where Sirius was. They also heard noises outside the house from someone running toward them, and the ground shook a bit, indicating the person was quite heavy. James, Lily, Petunia, are you all right? Hagrid burst in quickly, his concern evident as he saw the house's door was missing. When he entered the house, he saw everyone pointing their wands at him, so he stopped in his tracks. What happened? He asked quickly. Seeing that it was Hagrid, everyone lowered their wands with a sigh. We were attacked, Sirius said, pointing at Voldemort's corpse. By Merlin? Is that Voldemort? Hagrid said, shocked. What are you doing here, Hagrid? Did Dumbledore send you? James asked, his voice hiding a hint of bitterness. No, I just wanted to check if the children were all right, Hagrid said without realizing anything unusual. They're fine, said Petunia, who was looking through the wardrobe door where baby Harry and baby Dudley were sleeping peacefully, hugging their stuffed animals. That's good. So, is the war over? Hagrid asked, feeling a little happy about Voldemort's defeat. Obviously not. His followers are still out there. But we have to wait for the order to arrive to get this thing out of my house, Lily said with disdain toward Voldemort's dead body. In the meantime, we'd better move him away, Hagrid said, taking the corpse and leaving it outside the house. After that, he went to retrieve the door that had been blown off and put it back where it belonged. Meanwhile, the Potter family and the others were preparing some tea to calm themselves while they waited for the Order of the Phoenix to arrive. Hagrid also joined them, and after they began to relax, they started hearing the sound of people operating outside the house, one after another. The door to the house opened quickly, and Lupin, followed by some of the professors and members of the Order of the Phoenix, entered the house with concern. To their surprise, they saw everyone calmly drinking tea and eating snacks alongside people they didn't know but who seemed to be getting along well with the Potter family. You arrived quite late, Sirius said, a bit of disdain in his voice. Chapter 130, Another Journey. A special PT5. We came as soon as we heard, said Lupin, confused by his friend's disdain. Is everyone all right? Where's the enemy? Asked Lupin, looking at everyone present. Meanwhile, behind him, Mad-Eye Moody quickly entered, prepared to fight, and looked distrustfully at those he didn't know inside the house. Who are they? He asked quickly. It doesn't matter who they are, they helped us defeat Voldemort, said Lily, glaring at Moody. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Voldemort? Where is he? Asked Moody quickly. I left him covered on the side, replied Hagrid as he stood up and showed them the spot where he left the covered corpse. Moody, upon seeing it, quickly crouched down to check while using all kinds of analysis spells. It's true, he said, surprised. Then everyone heard one last apparition sound, so they quickly drew their wands, but realized it was Dumbledore. Sorry, I arrived as quickly as possible, said Dumbledore as he looked at everyone present. Then he saw James and Lily standing not far away, and his eyes showed surprise, but it was fleeting. He quickly approached them with a worried expression. It's great that you're safe, he said, showing a happiness that the Potter family perceived as fake. Sirius was about to say something biting, but Petunia stopped him. Dumbledore noticed the couple's movements, so he quickly looked at Sirius. It seems my warning was quite timely. Were you able to drive away the enemy? He said confidently. No, the enemy was killed. And quite easily, it seems, said Moody, interrupting. Dumbledore turned to look at him and then saw Voldemort's corpse at Moody's feet. That is Tom, he said, now unable to hide his surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. I would have preferred to capture him alive so he could serve his sentence in Azkaban. But you did the best you could, he said, shaking his head with a bit of regret. It's all right if you explain how you did it, he said while staring directly into James's eyes. Wow, legilimency even in front of everyone here? How shameless, said Wanda, looking at Dumbledore with mockery. Everyone heard that and was surprised, looking at Dumbledore with confusion. Sorry, I don't know what you mean, young lady, Dumbledore replied quickly, in a calm tone, though his eyes betrayed a slight flash of alertness. Oh, sure, must be her imagination. Although I'd say she's not the only one who noticed, said Tony sarcastically while his siblings looked at Dumbledore with mockery and interest. It seems imagination has been working overtime today. But I assure you, there's nothing out of the ordinary, Dumbledore said quickly, while the Potter family moved closer to the young people Dumbledore had never seen before. Who do you think you are to speak to Dumbledore like that? I've never seen you before, and as far as I know, you have no right whatsoever to question him without presenting your credentials first, Moody growled, his magical eye spinning rapidly as it scanned the newcomers. This is no place for provocateurs or loudmouths without foundation, he said with contempt. Then everyone saw how, suddenly, Moody was hit by a spell square in the chest, sending him flying several meters before crashing down and writhing in pain as he tried to get up. Quickly, all those who arrived late drew their wands and pointed them at Natasha, who had launched that spell so fast that even Dumbledore hadn't seen it coming. Hey, I wanted to do that. He still owes me for dealing with the Aurors, said Stephen while snapping his fingers, making everyone's wands fly away effortlessly. Dumbledore quickly went on high alert and was about to draw his wand with caution, looking at the young people with great wariness. When he reached into his cloak, he realized his wand was not where it was supposed to be. Looking for this, said Loki, waving the wand mockingly in his hands. It seems we've started off on the wrong foot, said Dumbledore with a serene but firm tone. We must remember that force and intimidation will never be the path to a true solution. Now, he continued, observing calmly the one holding his wand, I would appreciate it if you returned it, as a gesture of goodwill. There's no need to turn this into something more serious than it already is. Are you talking to one of Grindelwald's children? Do you think he's afraid of your threats? Said Wanda as she looked at Dumbledore as if he were an idiot. Upon hearing that last name, Dumbledore was quickly taken aback as he stared intently at Loki. I can see you've fought hard to get here. Your actions don't stem from hatred, but from a desire to change something you consider unjust. But this is not the way, Dumbledore said quickly. Fought to get here? We simply appeared in the neighborhood and broke some Muggle laws, and before we knew it, we were sitting with his family, Wanda said, pointing at Sirius, who was glaring angrily at Dumbledore. What matters is how we choose to act from this moment on. Sit down and talk with us, because even in chaos, there can be understanding, Dumbledore continued, trying to de-escalate the emotions. How can you speak of empathy and doing what's right, Albus? Explain to me why the warning note for Sirius arrived when it was already too late. Why did you tell James to expect important visitors, and that visitor turned out to be Voldemort? What did you expect us to do against him? Because so far, the Order of the Phoenix arrived almost an hour later. What would have happened if my son and nephew had died? That's why, Lily said furiously, staring at Dumbledore while the other members of the Order listened to that with surprise. Since they had just received the news, they had traveled quickly in concern and arrived as fast as possible. But now Lily was saying everything had happened an hour ago. Lily, I understand your anger, and I will not deny that the circumstances turned out terribly unfortunate. However, my decision to send the warning when I did was not out of negligence, but because there were external factors beyond my control at the time. As for the visit, I could never have predicted that Voldemort would act so swiftly, using tactics that even exceeded our most pessimistic predictions. James knew the danger was near, and I trusted he understood the precautions he needed to take. The Order's delayed arrival was not ideal, I acknowledge that, but it was a maneuver to protect multiple fronts. Difficult decisions are not always fair, but they are made with the hope of minimizing harm on a broader scale, Dumbledore said, explaining his point of view, causing some members of the Order to believe him and begin preparing to fight against Dumbledore's enemies. He's better than you, Tony whispered to Loki, referring to how manipulative that old man was in front of them. So, since you claim to be so committed to protecting the wizarding world, I will take on the responsibility you clearly haven't fully embraced. I will destroy Voldemort's Horcruxes. Let someone with determination take care of this matter once and for all, Stephen said as he used his portals to make the Horcruxes scattered across the world appear. Something his siblings had seen him do before. This greatly surprised Dumbledore, as it was the first time he had seen such magic. Then he saw how a sword of light appeared in the young man's hand, and he began destroying each of the 5 Horcruxes there were. There was even one that was taking the form of Voldemort's soul after his death, that's where it ended. When he reached this last one, Dumbledore, who had been watching the whole time maintaining his facade of calmness, finally spoke. Consider what you're doing. The prophecy will not be fulfilled if we eradicate every fragment of his soul without purpose. Voldemort must be defeated by the one the prophecy points to, or we risk altering destiny in unpredictable ways. Destroying the Horcrux might seem like the right act, but, is it truly the path that ensures the end of his threat? He said with a hint of urgency in his voice, giving a warning. Which prophecy are you talking about exactly? The one that says Harry has to die in the end? If that's your brilliant plan, it seems your version of protecting the wizarding world is crueler than any of ours, Stephen said while keeping the glowing sword in his hand and, without a second thought, stabbed right into the heart of whatever was forming. With that, the last Horcrux began to shriek in pain as black smoke emerged from it and then started turning to ashes. Then it will be you. If destiny no longer has a Voldemort, the balance requires a new focus. Accept your role, because the wizarding world demands it, Dumbledore said quickly, looking at Stephen with anger. Then he began using magic without his wand. Chapter 131, Another Journey, a Special PT6. Great, another crazy Dumbledore. Just what we needed, Wanda said calmly, looking at Dumbledore, who had started moving his hands as the ground trembled. The other members of the Order of the Phoenix had no idea what the hell was going on. Don't you think our little brother is taking this quite personally? Tony said, looking seriously at Stephen, who normally even during dangerous fights took things rather lightly. Although it was true that Dumbledore was quite strong and required Stephen to get serious, the truth was that with all of them present, Dumbledore would be fairly easy to defeat with their help. Wanda looked at Stephen a little worried since she more or less knew why Stephen was taking this personally. You know, old man. Having someone control every aspect of your life sucks. No matter how important it is to keep the world in balance, it just means you're not even living. You're just the result of choices made for you, Stephen said as his mana began to flow powerfully. Dumbledore, feeling this, realized that this wouldn't be an easy battle, but he had to do it. For the greater good. The Elder Wand, which was in Loki's hands, flew automatically into Dumbledore's hands, and as soon as he held it, he quickly launched a barrage of spells against Stephen and the others. No, more precisely, he was aiming at the Potter family behind them. It seemed he was determined to ensure Harry became an orphan, then blame Stephen as the killer. Sirius and James quickly grew furious and created a shield in front of their two wives. You're bloody insane, Sirius shouted angrily. Then the Order of the Phoenix began to understand everything. Especially Lupin, who rushed to grab his wand and joined the effort to defend his friends. The Flamel siblings, for their part, split up so each could take a position. Wanda flew above the others while grabbing a piece of earth from the ground and launching it at Dumbledore, who apparently no longer wanted to say a word and simply let his magic speak. He created a shield that turned the large piece of earth into dust upon contact. He then used a fire spell while shaking his wand, making the flames grow larger and larger. Dumbledore, you must stop. You're putting everyone in danger, McGonagall shouted as she used all the magic she knew to protect the nearby members of the Order of the Phoenix. While one of them wasn't so lucky and was consumed by the flames, Stephen quickly created a portal above them from which abundant water poured out, seemingly straight from the ocean. Meanwhile, Natasha created a wall to protect the others and prevent the water from crushing them. Since there was much more water than fire, the flames were quickly extinguished, but not before leaving steam all over the street, obscuring everyone's vision like a thick fog. Loki quickly drew his wand and began to gather the mist into a single point to be able to see Dumbledore. Then, when the mist coalesced into a ball in front of Loki, they saw that Dumbledore was standing before him. I'm sorry, boy. You can blame your roots, Dumbledore said with some regret, but his eyes only showed contempt. Avada Kedavra. A green spell struck Loki's chest, and he collapsed to the ground, much to the surprise of everyone present. The members of the Order of the Phoenix no longer saw Dumbledore as their savior. Now they saw his true face. Meanwhile, the Flamel siblings didn't seem to care that their younger brother had just died. This confused the others, but a voice made them understand why. You failed, Loki said behind Dumbledore, looking at him with mockery, and quickly threw a dagger that embedded itself in Dumbledore's back. Urgh! He screamed in pain and quickly used magic to push himself away. He then looked at everyone and realized he was now at a disadvantage. The young ones were stronger than he had expected, especially since they had managed to injure him after so many years. He quickly used a spell to pull the dagger out of his back, which fell to the ground covered in blood. Dumbledore looked at everyone present, including the Order, and quickly waved his wand. Then he looked with surprise, as he had tried to apparate, but it didn't work. Obviously, Stephen knew what he was trying to do. Ah, right. Let me introduce myself. My name is Stephen Flamel, grandson of Nicolas and Perenelle Flamel. My grandfather taught me some alchemy, and as a habit, when I start a battle, I usually activate an anti-apparition tool, Stephen said with a mocking smile. Don't you know? A cornered rat is infinitely more dangerous, and I am no ordinary rat, Dumbledore said. At this point, it seemed he no longer cared about showing his true face and didn't fear resorting to extreme tactics. What a coincidence. We are not ordinary felines, we are lions, Wanda said, appearing above Dumbledore. Using her magic, she attempted to strike him, but he raised his wand while creating a shield that began to crack. Well, technically, I'm an eagle, Tony said as he finished assembling a large cannon, aiming it at Dumbledore and pulling the trigger. Then, a powerful beam of light shot out. When it hit Dumbledore's shield, it shattered into pieces, and Dumbledore was sent flying several meters. But even as he was thrown backward, he lifted his wand, pointing at Lily Potter. Avada. But at that moment, a beam of light aimed at his hand, causing the Elder Wand to fly away, leaving him stunned. He then looked in the direction of the one who had cast the Expelliarmus and saw the living image of James and Lily standing beside them. When he looked into his eyes, his legilimency unintentionally activated. Although he only caught a few of his thoughts, they said, "Don't mess with my mother," as if they were shouting at the top of their lungs. Harry. So, my struggle all this time was destined to fail, Dumbledore said, thinking of the prophecy and that perhaps, from the beginning, the enemy was himself. But in reality, that was something no one could truly know, since, as he said before, a prophecy is just a probability. Then, hundreds of chains appeared around him, trapping every part of his body, not allowing him to move even a finger. This was Stephen's spell. Wanda appeared in front of Dumbledore and delivered a magic-filled punch, knocking him unconscious. Finally, the battle was over. Although some destruction had occurred, fortunately, where the Potter couple lived was a place full of witches and wizards, so they wouldn't be in too much trouble. The Potter family's shield had been destroyed during the fight, and after a while, Aurors began to appear along with several witches and wizards from the area. What happened here? Said a lady just arriving with several Aurors around her. That lady was Millicent Bagnold, the current Minister of Magic. Sirius and James quickly gestured to the others, indicating that they would handle it. Meanwhile, the other members of the Order of the Phoenix were still in shock as they processed that the man they followed didn't seem to be as righteous as they believed. What did you say? Millicent said as she listened to what Sirius was saying. Obviously, being from a noble family, he had a good understanding of politics, so he continued speaking to her. The others, truthfully, weren't interested in what was being said, so they paid no attention. But after a while of talking, they heard the minister ordering the Aurors to check the last spells Dumbledore had cast. Everyone looked in shock when a green spell came out of the wand. I can't believe it, Millicent said with concern. But she quickly composed herself and gave the order. For now, arrest Dumbledore and take the witnesses to give their statements. If what they say is true, Dumbledore will be imprisoned along with the Death Eaters. Now, take me to where you know whose corpse is. After that, everyone present, including the Flamels, was taken to testify about what had happened. Of course, Stephen and the others pretended to be French visitors. They had documents to prove it, but the English Ministry of Magic didn't even bother to verify them. If they had, they would have realized those documents didn't even exist. After spending the entire night at the Ministry answering questions and a quick trial, during which other Death Eaters were also captured following Voldemort's death, all the witches and wizards began celebrating. To the point where they received reports that the statute of secrecy was almost broken, but Millicent didn't care. As they left the ministry with the Potter family, the Flamel siblings knew it was time to say goodbye. Do you think it'll become a habit to say goodbye from the ministry? Wanda asked Natasha with a smile. Maybe, Natasha replied indifferently. Meanwhile, Harry didn't know what to say to his parents from another world, so he felt rather restless. It's okay, Harry. It's time for you to go home, James said with a smile, looking at his now older son. Meanwhile, Lily gave him a big, loving hug. I'm sorry for not being there to take care of you. I'm so sorry. Even though I'd love for you to stay, you now have your family, and surely your grandparents will miss you, Lily said as she cried. I always wanted to meet you. You're better than I ever dreamed, Harry said, trying to hold back his tears. Of course, James said proudly. If you ever figure out how to travel without getting lost, you can come visit, he quickly added. We're proud of you. And thank you all for keeping him safe, Lily said while stroking Harry's face and then turning to look at the Flamel siblings, who were feeling quite uncomfortable with the farewell. And that's no easy task, Wanda said, shaking her head with mock exhaustion. After all, he's my son, James said with pride. It's time, guys, Tony said, no longer able to endure so much sentimentality. All right, Harry, take care of yourself. And don't you dare follow your godfather's footsteps from your time, Lily said quickly. Hey, Sirius protested, who was standing nearby with Petunia. Goodbye, Harry said as he looked at them fondly. Then, a blue portal appeared, and all the Flamels were pulled through. As they left, they saw Lily break down in tears over the farewell while James hugged her. When they reappeared in front of the machine in the room of requirement, everyone approached Harry. Are you okay, kid? Tony asked. Harry lifted his downcast gaze and saw all his siblings looking at him with concern. Even Loki, though he pretended not to care. Haha, I'm fine. I want to go see the grandparents, Harry said with a smile as he walked out of the room of requirement. Then, when he opened the door, his grandparents were right outside. You all are up to crazy things again, Perenelle said, sighing tiredly. Harry quickly hugged her, taking her by surprise. Then, all the Flamel siblings exchanged smiles and joined the family hug, including their grandfather, of course. So, does that mean every time you come back, you'll be this affectionate? Perenelle said, smiling with joy as she looked at her grandchildren with affection. Chapter 132, Truths of the World. Truths of the World. After being caught by their grandparents, the entire Flamel family was having tea with snacks in Nicholas's office while chatting. Do you think our headmaster is just as crazy as the ones we encountered? Wanda said as she stuffed her mouth with cookies. Nicholas and Perenelle had heard the whole story of this adventure, so they were well informed. Maybe he was at the beginning, but now that Harry joined our family, the old man left all the problems to me, Stephen said with annoyance. Though he didn't seem so obsessed with the prophecy, did he? Stephen added, thinking lightly. There's actually a pretty simple answer to that, Nicholas interrupted, catching everyone's attention. As you said, in the other worlds you visited, there were slight changes, but they ended up completely changing the story, Nicholas said as he looked at them seriously. So, our world also has one of those changes. What do you mean? Stephen asked quickly. It seems that in that world, when you arrived, no one appeared to check what you were planning. If someone had appeared out of nowhere in our world, I'm sure one of the elders would have shown up quickly, Nicholas said, drawing everyone's attention. Especially because he used the word elders to refer to someone else, a word he never used. After all the wizards he knew, he saw them as children because of his age. Who are you talking about, Grandpa? And why do you say elders? Tony asked quickly. I think it's time for you to know, Nicholas said as he stroked his chin, looking at his grandchildren intently. As you know, there are powerful wizards and witches in the International Confederation of Wizards. They are the ones who watch over powerful wizards all over the world. After all, any of us could cause great destruction if we lost control. But, initially, those who had that job before the Confederation was created were 7 ancient families. They were also the ones who created the Confederation, Nicholas explained seriously. It's said that these families are descendants of the first wizards who ever existed, although obviously, no one knows if that's true. But these families are much older than any current family. It's said that the heads of these families have a way to live hundreds of years easily. Although, in reality, it's not quite like that, Nicolas said calmly. The heads of these families can live peacefully for 400 or 500 years, but they can also connect with their ancestors to gain wisdom, he explained. Why have I never heard of these families? Stephen asked quickly. A couple of years ago, during the witch hunts, it was said that it was a targeted attack on these 7 families. Even though they had the power to eradicate any humanoid who went against them, they simply chose to hide. But they are still protecting parts of the world in secret: Asia, Africa, North America, South America, Antarctica, Europe, and Oceania. Well, it's also said that they're maintaining the seal of something, but that's really just speculation, Nicolas said calmly. Great, that's all we needed, possibly powerful hidden families, Tony said. I wouldn't worry too much about them. The only times they've appeared in history were to protect magical interests and maintain balance with muggles, Perenelle said quickly to avoid scaring her grandchildren. And you all are quite strong for your age, you can easily defeat Dumbledore, she added quickly to encourage them. But what does that have to do with Dumbledore not worrying about the prophecy? Natasha asked quickly. It's because Dumbledore knows about the existence of these families. After all, he is the Supreme Wizard of the Confederation. He knows many secrets that wizards normally don't. Many prophecies existed in the past, but some were easily destroyed by these families from the root once they appeared, Nicolas explained. I see. It makes sense that he's not so obsessed if he knows there's someone who can handle the cleanup, Stephen said. Tell us the truth, Grandma. When you were at your peak, how long would it take you to defeat Dumbledore? Wanda asked quickly. 1 second, Perenelle responded with a smile. Arg? Grandma is a monster, Wanda said, surprised. Well, let's leave that conversation for now. It's time for you all to return to your rooms. It's quite late, Perenelle said quickly. Then, all the Flamel siblings said goodbye to their grandparents and left, leaving the couple alone in Nicolas's office. Do you think everyone is being watched by those elders now? Perenelle asked with a bit of concern. It's certain. They must have noticed not only their power but also their technology. Especially now that they can travel to other worlds. But if they haven't appeared until now, it means they don't see them as a threat. Don't worry, we've been under their surveillance since we were teenagers, Nicolas said, reassuring his wife. Even if they see my grandchildren as enemies that must be purged, even if my bones turn to dust, I will fight them to the death, Perenelle said seriously. Ha ha ha, I don't think they want to have you as an enemy again. After you defeated the matriarch of that family 500 years ago, they had to send a representative to apologize. Even though we're old now, thanks to Stephen's tools, we're young again. Even with our mana sealed at 90%, it won't be easy to defeat us, Nicolas said, turning serious. Well, you've always had it easier. You always fought using your alchemical tools, Perenelle said, complaining a bit to lighten the mood. The next day, Stephen was walking down the hallways heading to the dining room. I found the runaway boyfriend who left his beautiful girlfriend the day after having a great date to have fun with his siblings, Fleur said as she appeared in Stephen's view. Sorry about that. To be honest, I was feeling a bit embarrassed, Stephen said as he approached Fleur and wrapped his arms around her waist, giving her a hug. So running away was your first idea, Fleur said, slightly annoyed. Hey, you're making me feel bad, Stephen said with a guilty look. Just kidding, Fleur said with a smile as she gave Stephen a big hug. How about we go on another date right now to make up for my disappearance? Stephen quickly suggested. That might be a bit complicated because I have a little stalker, Fleur said with a smile, glancing behind her at a column where a small head was peeking out, watching them both. Prince, Gabrielle said, realizing she'd been discovered as she ran toward Stephen with joy. Hello, Gabby. Long time no see, Stephen said with a smile as he gave the girl a light hug. Why are you following your sister? He asked with interest. Well, Dad told me to watch her so the fly wouldn't get close. But I didn't see any fly around, Gabby said, confused. Stephen didn't know how to respond to that, while Fleur chuckled softly. Well, Gabby, it's because the giant fly is right here, Fleur said, pointing at Stephen. Gabby didn't understand and just looked at Stephen, trying to figure out what her sister meant. Since you're here, how about I show you around the school? Stephen said quickly, changing the subject. Sure. Gabby said cheerfully, grabbing one of Stephen's hands and one of Fleur's. The three of them walked around the school, showing the little girl the sights. Students from all 3 schools passing by looked at them with interest, as if they were watching a family strolling around. As they walked, they encountered Wanda, who froze in place as she looked at Stephen, Fleur, and then Gabby. You beat me. Daphne. Wanda shouted and, for some reason, ran off while yelling her girlfriend's name. What was that? Gabby quickly asked. A crazy girl. Just ignore her, Stephen said with a sigh. Wow, what a cute family, said a voice behind them, and the one who appeared was Natasha, looking at them with a smile full of interest. Wow, she's so pretty, Gabby said, looking at Natasha with surprise. What a well-mannered little girl, Natasha said as she crouched down to pat Gabby's head. She had met her during the Quidditch match, but they hadn't talked much since the girl spent most of her time playing with the Flamel twins and Artoria. This is Gabrielle, Fleur's younger sister, Stephen said, though Natasha probably remembered her. As they were chatting, the twins came running. Boss Natasha, we found Sirius, Fred said while giving a military salute. He's hiding in the kitchen, George added. Well done. You're free to go, Natasha said as she stood up and quickly walked away. Boss, Stephen asked. Sorry, boss. She's stronger than us, the twins said, apologizing to Stephen for changing bosses. But they said nothing else and ran off again. Stephen didn't pay it much mind. After a few more steps, they ran into Tony and Loki, who were arguing while walking together. Idiot, what does it matter if your so-called Asgardian technology is better than human technology? I achieved better results in a couple of years than your species has in thousands of years, Tony said. Don't talk nonsense, human. The verbal fight was about to escalate, but luckily, Gabby saw them. Tony? Loki? I found you, she shouted cheerfully as she let go of Fleur and Stephen's hands. Hey, kid. What are you doing here? Tony asked quickly, stopping his argument with Loki. I'm exploring Hogwarts with the prince and my sister. Huh, she said as she turned around to point at Stephen and Fleur, but they had disappeared. Ding. Tony pulled out his phone, which had just beeped with a message, and quickly read it. Take care of Gabby for a while. Good luck. Sigh. That guy, Tony said in annoyance, looking at the message. But then he looked at the girl in front of him and remembered his own daughter, so he simply sighed and took her along to continue exploring the school. Chapter 133, Cleaning. Harry, finally. Move aside, Wormtail, so I can greet our guest. Harry woke up sweating as he recovered. Good morning, Harry. A nightmare, said Stephen, sitting not far from Harry's bed, looking at him seriously. In his hand, he held his wand, which was unusual for him to use. Stephen, what's going on? Harry said as he got up and looked around the room. He noticed Wanda and Loki were also watching him seriously from different points in the room. Both of them remained silent, just observing him. Natasha went to get the grandparents, said Tony as he entered the room. Meanwhile, Ron woke up from the voices, and seeing everyone in the room, he got quite a scare. Why is everyone here? He said quickly, but Stephen simply used his wand and sent him flying to the living room while Ron screamed in fear. What's going on, guys? Harry asked quickly, noticing everyone was so serious. You are Harry, right? Wanda asked, staring directly into his eyes. Obviously, it's me. Who else could I be? Are you playing a joke? Harry said quickly. Voldemort, for example, said Stephen. What? Harry didn't understand what was happening. The dark aura returned to his scar. Obviously, it's the boy, Loki said quickly. Sigh. Harry, it seems that removing that thing can't wait any longer, said Stephen as he put away his wand. Everyone had been sleeping when Stephen, Wanda, and Loki started to feel the dark aura, the cursed magic, and the curse on Harry's body, so they quickly ran to his room and alerted the others while they kept watch. The dark soul fragment in Harry's forehead seemed to be trying to control him or steal his body, so everyone was on guard just in case the one who woke up wasn't Harry. A few minutes later, Perenelle, Nicolas, and Natasha entered Harry's room with concern and began talking to Stephen. Are you sure, Stephen? Perenelle asked worriedly. Yes. It seems that guy knows he can't defeat us head-on, so he's probably trying to control Harry. It's better to remove that thing from his forehead, Stephen said seriously. But some time ago, you said it would be difficult to remove it, Nicolas said quickly. Well, it would only be difficult for me. But now Loki and Wanda are here. They can give me a hand, Stephen said confidently. Doesn't it make you feel a bit left out? Tony said to Natasha, to which she just shook her head. After all, the two of them were excellent wizards in this world, but before, they knew nothing about magic. Stephen, I know their magic is special and they are very powerful, but what Harry has is very dangerous. It could put his life at risk, Perenelle said quickly. But if we leave it like this, one day he could wake up as Voldemort, and we would lose Harry forever, Stephen said quickly. Can't we search for the other fragments and destroy them all at once? Wanda asked. No, that guy would escape directly to Harry's head. Stephen rejected the idea immediately. While everyone was arguing about what to do, Harry, who was sitting and listening, quickly stood up and spoke. I want to do it. Everyone turned to look at him. If this will get Voldemort out of my head, I want to do it. I trust Stephen and the others, Harry said with determination. Sigh. All right, if that's the only option, let's go to Nicholas's office. We can create a safe zone there, Perenelle said, still worried. Dash. Everyone was in Nicholas's office, where the walls, doors, and windows were covered with alchemical tools of all kinds for protection. It was like a completely different space in the world. Harry was sitting on a sofa while Wanda, Loki, and Stephen stood around him. The others watched from the edge. Harry, this may hurt a bit, but it's better if you're conscious. Sorry, we don't want Voldemort to take advantage and steal your body if we do it while you're sedated, Stephen said quickly. That's fine, Harry replied. Sigh. Stephen lightly touched Harry's scar, and it quickly opened. Something dark came out along with part of Harry's soul. You two need to keep Harry's soul whole. If I touch his soul, even slightly, you have to use all your magic to protect that part, okay? Stephen said to Loki and Wanda, who stood seriously to the side. They nodded without saying a word. Then, Stephen created a dagger of light so small it looked like a scalpel. Who would have thought I'd still be performing surgeries even here, he said as he brought the dagger closer to Harry's forehead. Then, he slowly began to cut. Ah! Harry screamed in pain as he felt his soul being torn apart slowly. I'm sorry, Harry. It's too attached to your soul. I'll try to be as quick as possible, Stephen said while looking at his brother. Do it? I can take it. Harry shouted as he endured the inhuman pain. Meanwhile, Perenelle watched from not too far away as tears fell down her face. That damned bastard. If he ever appears before me, I'll burn him to ashes, she said with anger. After almost an hour, Stephen stopped and used magic to analyze Harry completely. Sigh. It's done. How are you? He said as he made Harry's partially exposed soul return. Harry, drenched in sweat and barely conscious, spoke. Is it okay if I take a break from classes? I don't think I can think clearly for a while. Don't worry. Our grandmother might give Dumbledore a beating if he tries to stop it, Stephen said with a smile. Then Harry passed out as the others approached to check on him. Is he completely clean? Wanda asked, exhausted since she and Loki had to defend Harry's soul from Stephen's magic, which drained most of their mana. Yes. It seems that guy was trying to merge his soul a long time ago, slowly. That's why it was so difficult to cleanse, Stephen said, annoyed. If I had done it before, even if it was a bit risky, it would have been much easier, he said, blaming himself a little. It's fine. Now Harry is free from that damned dark magic, Nicolas said while patting his back. Let's take Harry to his room, Natasha said. Damn it. Those meddling fools, growled a malformed creature sprawled over a sofa. What's wrong, sir? Wormtail asked as he approached fearfully. Nothing. Did you get it? Asked the creature Voldemort. We captured an Auror, sir. But, it seems his memories are erased every time we try to access them, said Wormtail, trembling. Useless. If you can't find a way to counter that magic, you'll never do anything against those brats, the creature snarled furiously. The books scattered everywhere don't work. Wormtail asked, shaking with fear. Of course not, you fool. We want to counter that magic, not use it. Those who haven't been tainted by dark magic can touch those spells, the creature sneered with disdain. Otherwise, they will simply die. If we can't counter it, then we'll seek out more powerful dark magic. Yes, sir, Wormtail said, bowing submissively. Search the noble pure-blood houses. And do it discreetly, Wormtail, the creature commanded. How's Harry? Sirius asked as he rushed over with concern. He's fine, he just needs to rest, Stephen said, reassuring the man. It was that day, wasn't it? When that bastard killed James and Lily, he said angrily. Yes. When he died, part of his soul attached itself to Harry, Stephen replied. Are there more? Sirius asked. Yes. Several more, Stephen said calmly. Then we have to find them and destroy them, Sirius declared firmly. Oh, don't worry about that. I can grab them at any time. But it's better to destroy them right in front of that idiot before ending his life, Stephen said with ease. I see. Sirius then left, as he had classes to teach. Chapter 134, No Title. Harry and Hermione were walking across the bridge leading to the castle while chatting. How are you? Does it still hurt? Hermione asked with some concern, looking at Harry's forehead, which now had a smaller scar than before. It seemed that scar was slowly fading over time. I'm better. Just a slight headache, it's nothing, Harry said quickly. I know I shouldn't ask this right now, but, you haven't researched anything about the egg, have you? Hermione said. Well, I was unconscious for 2 days, so it might have been a bit hard to research anything, Harry replied. Sorry about that. I had to ask. I'm worried about you, Harry. You faced a dragon. If it weren't because you're special, just like Wanda, you would have been in great danger. And we don't know what could happen next time, Hermione said quickly. I know, Harry said seriously as he looked toward the distant lake. Harry. Wanda was walking cheerfully alongside Daphne as they saw him and approached. How are you? Wanda told me you had a horrible curse and that they had to remove it, and it was really painful, Daphne asked. I'm better, Harry said calmly. That's good, Daphne said quickly. By the way, Harry, I figured out the secret of the egg, Wanda said happily. If you're here to rub it in my face, it's not the time, Wanda, Harry said quickly. No, silly. The water. While I was taking a bath with Dap. Ahem, Daphne interrupted. When I was taking a bath completely alone, without Daphne or anyone else beside me. You're an idiot, Daphne said as she facepalmed, her ears red with embarrassment. Well, the egg in the water seems to talk. You have to try it. You can take Hermione to help you figure it out, Wanda said with a mischievous smile on her face, while Daphne grabbed her arm and dragged her away to scold her. The last comment made Harry and Hermione feel embarrassed, so they looked at each other and quickly walked off in opposite directions without looking back. Meanwhile, at the lake, Stephen was standing, looking toward the bridge. What are you looking at? Fleur asked. I think I saw Harry over there. Never mind. Are you sure you want to swim in the lake? We're in the middle of winter, Stephen said quickly. That's why I brought you with me, darling. You can heat the water for me, Fleur said with a smile. So, I'm being used. That breaks my heart into pieces, Stephen said as he touched his chest with fake pain. Seriously, I thought you'd want to see me in a bikini. Then I'll have to ask Natasha for help, Fleur said with a teasing look. No need, you can use me as much as you want. Think of me as a tool with a human face, Stephen said quickly as he began to use magic to heat the water without a second thought. Pervert, Fleur said while shaking her head. What are you doing? Stephen said as he walked by the library and saw the golden trio buried in books. Not far away, Wanda was talking to Madame Pants, or rather, getting scolded for being too loud. Daphne stood beside her, patiently waiting for the lecture to end. We figured out the clue, so we're doing some research, Harry said without looking up. Where our voices sound, come seek us. The Black Lake, it's obvious, Hermione said quickly. And to find it you have an hour. Also obvious and very problematic, Hermione said again. Very problematic. When was the last time you held your breath underwater for an hour? Harry said quickly, with a bit of sarcasm. You drown in a glass of water. Get it? Stephen said with a smile while the others stared at him. Ugh, I'm losing my touch, he said while grabbing a book and placing it open in front of Harry. A little help from your older brother. Oh, but I'm on Team Fleur, so hopefully you lose, Stephen said as he walked away calmly. As he passed by where Wanda was still being scolded, he gave her a mocking look, causing her to lose her mind, and the next moment, they were both kicked out of the library. By the way, where are Loki and Tony? Hermione asked as they waited in the stands. They were kidnapped by an evil old man and sunk to the bottom of the lake with their legs chained, Stephen said calmly. What? Ron asked in surprise. So that was what they had to find. Hermione quickly said. Seems like the old man still thinks family is always the most important thing. But maybe this time he chose poorly, Stephen said with a smile. What do you mean? Hermione asked quickly. Stephen, you made sure the magical shackles on those two idiots were active, right? Natasha asked as she approached seriously. Not at all. No one was supposed to know, Stephen said with an intrigued smile. Welcome to the second task. Last night, our 4 champions had something invaluable taken from them. Now, those treasures lie at the bottom of the Black Lake. To win, our champions must retrieve their treasures and return to the surface. They only have 1 hour. And only 1 hour. After that, they will be on their own, and no magic will save them. The task will begin at the sound of the boom. Well, it started, Ludo said, looking in the direction of the idiot who fired the cannon early. The champions quickly began casting their spells, but before they could even activate them, the water not far away began to shake violently. The champions paused with some fear, wondering what might emerge from there. Then they saw Tony burst out of the water with magical thrusters, holding Gabrielle in his arms while she kept screaming in delight. Tony hovered over the water and looked down as he shouted, I beat you? Technology is superior, he said proudly. Meanwhile, the water below him suddenly froze, and from the center of the ice, a staircase formed where Loki walked out with a very annoyed expression, followed by another girl wearing the Durmstrang uniform. It's the human's fault, she's too slow, Loki complained as the girl behind him hugged her arms, shivering from the cold. Sorry, it's too cold. And remember, I'm wet, the girl defended herself. Meanwhile, everyone in the stands was silent. Well, it was obvious, Stephen said, holding back his laughter. It seems the ones who were supposed to be rescued came out by themselves. What do we do now? Ludo said, looking towards the headmasters. Looks like we'll have to delay the competition for another hour. Don't worry, we'll prepare quickly so the champions can compete. Boo, everyone in the stands shouted. But many others were laughing in amusement. Mr. Flamel, could you give us a hand? You too, Miss Granger. And you, Mr. Weasley. Fine, stay here, McGonagall said, appearing swiftly. Sure, Stephen said calmly. They were then joined by 2 other familiar people. One was Daphne, and the other was a boy who always followed Victor Crumb around like an assistant. So, now we're the kidnapped ones, Stephen said with a grin. Yes, but we'll have to use bubbles so you'll be underwater. Is that all right for you? McGonagall said. I don't mind, Stephen said calmly. I'm fine with it, Daphne said as well. Me too. Sure, the assistant said. But will it be cold? Hermione asked. Don't worry, Miss Granger. Professor Nicholas has prepared body warmers for you, McGonagall said as she handed them a necklace each. This necklace also cancels your magic just in case, McGonagall added quickly. After that, they were taken near the lake where some hideous mermaids emerged, shrieking horribly about Dumbledore from above the water. Then the mermaids carried the 4 of them to the bottom of the lake, where they would sit and wait, not too far from each other. Well, sorry for the delay. We had to find new treasures for the contestants, which were taken to the bottom of the lake. So, now we can officially start the second task of this fabulous competition, Ludo said as he looked towards the floating sphere. Many were still laughing. Now, when the sound of the boom, can we get someone else to handle that? Ludo said in annoyance. Meanwhile, the champions now knew what they had to look for, so they quickly dove into the water since they had to do it with speed. Here we have our participants, which we can now see thanks to this wonderful invention called the magic drone. Amazing, isn't it? If they didn't exist, we'd have to stare at the lake for an hour without knowing what's happening, Ludo said as 5 giant screens appeared above the lake, showing the 4 competitors and a 5th one showing him. It looks like the beautiful Fleur Delacour chose a rather beautiful transformation, to be honest. It's like the legendary mermaids, Ludo said as the first screen showed Fleur with a mermaid-like form, although she was wearing an air bubble on her head. Thanks to her large fish tail, she moved quickly. On the other hand, Victor Crumb chose the ugliest option, he said as everyone saw Crumb with a shark's head, swimming slower than Fleur since he had to use his arms and legs to move in the water, although he could breathe underwater. Then there's Wanda Flamel. Is it really legal for this girl to compete? Ludo said as everyone watched Wanda riding a large hippocampus that seemed to happily carry her. Where did she even get a hippocampus? Aren't they supposed to be very rare? Ludo said, looking at all the judges. And finally, we have Harry. Fortunately, the most normal of his siblings, who appears to have used gillyweed, but this comment made Natasha not far away glare at him, so Ludo tried not to look her way with some fear. Chapter 135. What is this? It looks like Fleur Delacour is having trouble, said Ludo as everyone watched Fleur's screen, where seaweed that seemed to have a life of its own was trying to capture her. Fleur quickly pulled out her wand and cast a magical slash, destroying all the seaweed around her at once. It seems that concern was unnecessary, said Ludo as everyone sighed in relief at seeing her safe. In Wanda's place, it looks like she got lost with her hippocampus and is asking a giant squid for directions. You know what? Let's just consider everything she does as normal, said Ludo quickly. What's this? It looks like Harry is the first to reach the hostage area, said Ludo excitedly. Hello, Harry, you got here first, said Stephen as he sat calmly. Stephen? Hermione and Daphne, you're the hostages, said Harry quickly. Yes, but if you think for a second that I'm your most precious treasure, I'll kick your ass, said Stephen quickly. Did the princess come to rescue her? Princess, said Wanda as she approached at full speed riding a horse with a fish tail. Here you go, milady, she said chivalrously as she offered her hand to Daphne. Daphne, with a smile, took it and climbed onto the hippocampus's back, which then shot toward the surface. Hurry, Harry, you have to take my hand so I can lift myself up, said Hermione quickly, urging him on. But what about Stephen, said Harry as a mermaid approached him with a trident. Only one. Then suddenly, Fleur appeared in her mermaid form and grabbed Stephen quickly. See you above, said Stephen with a smile. Harry, you're such a fool. Hurry, said Hermione, urging Harry, who quickly took her hand and started swimming toward the surface. Wait, Fleur, stop for a second, said Stephen while looking behind him. What's wrong? It seems someone wants to interfere with the competition, said Stephen as he looked in the direction where Harry should be. Harry, meanwhile, as he swam to the surface, started seeing little Grindylows beginning to surround him. He sped up, but it seemed the gillyweed was starting to lose its effect. Then, the Grindylows began grabbing Hermione and Harry. Harry, use your wand, said Hermione while kicking at the Grindylow trying to bite her leg. Harry quickly pulled out his wand and started casting spells while still trying to swim upward. But the effect of the gillyweed ended, and he was starting to run out of oxygen. Harry, Hermione said worriedly, realizing he might lose consciousness. She quickly brought her face close to Harry's so he could breathe with the bubble she had. Harry quickly took a breath and then moved his wand forcefully. Ascendio. And with that spell, he shot toward the surface. Meanwhile, Stephen sighed and gestured for Fleur to also head to the surface. Harry emerged literally a second after Fleur, while holding Hermione with him. Then Victor surfaced, looking annoyed for having to rescue a boy as his most precious treasure. Meanwhile, everyone in the stands kept shouting with excitement. Then, the champions and the hostages emerged from the water while the nurse quickly checked them, complaining that these games were madness. Harry, are you okay? Said Hermione with concern, noticing that he had swallowed quite a bit of water. I'm fine, said Harry quickly. Although I thought magical creatures wouldn't attack me, he said as he looked at his arms and legs covered in bites. Someone threw a fury potion into the water. Luckily, only those things absorbed it. If it had been the squid, said Stephen, appearing behind him while drying his hair with magic. What? Someone tried to kill us, said Harry quickly. You, obviously, said Stephen. Attention, shouted Dumbledore to make everyone fall silent, as the excitement in the stands was so loud that Ludo couldn't be heard. Then, everyone quickly fell silent as they waited for the results. So, the winner is Wanda Flamel, who used a mount completely taken from fantasy and rescued the hostage in a masterful way, earning the highest score, said Ludo as all the Hogwarts students applauded. The second place was a bit of a close call since only by a mere second difference both emerged from the water, so it was decided they tied, with only 5 points less than the first place. These are Fleur Delacour and Harry Potter Flamel. Once again, everyone started cheering with excitement, this time both the Hogwarts and Beauxbatons students. And the last place goes to Victor Crumb, said Ludo as the Durmstrang students applauded without much enthusiasm. Even Grindelwald shook his head in disappointment. Then, everyone left and walked away from the lake while still celebrating. Harry walked with a big smile alongside the others, but suddenly he stopped and looked in a direction, staring intently at one of the competition administrators. What's wrong, Harry? Asked Ron, looking at him with confusion. That man. Can you see him? Said Harry quickly. Yes, he's one of Ludo's assistants. What about him? Asked Hermione. That fog surrounding him, what is it? He asked quickly. Fog? What are you talking about? There's no fog anywhere, said Ron with concern. You can't see it. It's a black mist completely surrounding him. It's just like when that hippogriff died, said Harry quickly. What hippogriff? Maybe the Grindylow bites were poisonous. It's better if we go to the infirmary, said Ron, sounding worried. Stephen, who was behind them, heard the conversation and looked at the guy Harry was pointing at intently, but he couldn't see anything either. Then, he shifted his gaze to Harry while thinking about something. Give me your glasses, Harry, said Stephen out of nowhere. My glasses? What for? Said Harry as he took them off and handed them over. Here, said Stephen after doing something to them and handing them back to Harry. Then he started walking calmly alongside Fleur. Harry put his glasses back on, still confused, but when he looked again at the guy from before, now he looked completely normal. It was probably Stephen's doing. But it was better to ask him later. Right now, he needed to rest and heal the bite wounds all over his body. What was that? Asked Wanda, approaching Stephen. Harry's power is awakening. Or maybe our blood is awakening a power that should be his, said Stephen seriously. Will it be dangerous? Asked Wanda. All our powers are dangerous. And we still don't even know why we have them, said Stephen calmly. It's time to head back. I don't want to catch a cold. Fools don't catch colds, said Wanda mockingly. As Hagrid walked with the Golden Trio through the forest, they chatted cheerfully. Harry saw someone lying on the ground not far away. It was the same guy he had seen earlier, Ludo's assistant. They quickly alerted the teachers, and Harry was called to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore and the professors were arguing heatedly with the Minister of Magic. A man died, said Sirius angrily. And he won't be the last. We must do something, said Dumbledore quickly. Nothing will be done. In times like these, the wizarding world needs its leaders to be strong, shouted Fudge quickly. My grandson was the one who saw his corpse. Are you an idiot with a head full of power who can't see clearly? Shouted Perenelle angrily. The Tri-Wizard tournament cannot be cancelled. Otherwise, I will look like a coward, said Fudge, trying not to look in the direction of Perenelle and Nicolas, two people with great economic and political power. A true leader does what is right, no matter what others say, said Dumbledore quickly. What did you mean by that? Said Fudge defensively while glaring at Dumbledore angrily. All right, stop it. Harry is here, said Nicolas, stopping the argument. Then Sirius went to open the door. Harry slowly entered, looking at all the professors present and the Minister of Magic, who quickly approached him with a friendly smile. Harry, good to see you, greeted the minister. If you want, I can come back later, said Harry. Don't worry, Harry. The minister and I have to leave now. You can talk to the professors. And you can try the snacks, said Dumbledore as he escorted Fudge out along with the other professors, leaving only the Flamel couple and Sirius. Perenelle quickly approached Harry with a worried look. Sigh. Is it still too late to send everyone to study at Beauxbatons? She said as she looked at her husband. A little, but I don't think the kids want to change schools when they have so many friends who could be in danger, said Nicolas quickly. Especially Hogwarts, which is the alma mater of Harry's parents, said Sirius quickly. Come on, Harry. Let's steal some snacks from that brat Albus and look for your siblings, said Nicolas with a smile. Chapter 136, Gender Complications. Gender Complications. Someone asked me how Wanda and Daphne are going to have children, so this chapter and the next one came out. Blame him, ha ha ha. Winky, when Stephen's food is ready, you need to put this seasoning on it. Don't let Misty catch you, said Wanda suspiciously as she handed a salt shaker to Winky. But Winky can't do anything that would harm Master Stephen, Winky said quickly, looking at the object in her hand. Don't worry, Winky. The protections they have won't allow anything harmful to work, so this won't hurt him, Wanda quickly said with a smile. Are you sure, Mistress Wanda? Winky asked hurriedly. Of course. Grandpa left those openings for his pranks, but Grandma punished him, so he never used them, Wanda said quickly. You can use your magic to analyze it. Winky did exactly that. If it won't harm him, then it's okay. Winky will help Mistress Wanda with her prank, Winky said with a nod. Then Wanda looked around and left, hiding in the shadows. Winky entered the Hogwarts kitchen with the salt shaker in her hand, feeling a little nervous about being caught by the other house elves, or worse, by Misty. But this made her look very suspicious. Winky doesn't want to help with pranks in the future, she said while nervously walking towards Stephen's food. Just as she was about to sprinkle the seasoning Wanda had given her, a voice came from behind her. What are you doing, Winky? Misty said, staring at her intently. And nothing. Winky was just putting some salt on Master Harry's food, Winky said quickly, knowing that Misty was very overprotective of Stephen's food and didn't let any other elf near it. What? Dobby is Master Harry's elf. Dobby should be the one adding salt to his food, said Dobby, who was passing by with plates to arrange. He quickly dropped them and rushed over to Winky and Misty. Winky can do it. It's just a little salt, Winky said quickly while keeping the salt shaker away from Dobby. But he quickly tried to grab it, so they started pulling at the salt shaker with force. Dobby must do it. No, Winky can. While both of them tugged at each end, the salt shaker's lid broke off and flew away, scattering salt everywhere. Misty looked seriously at Winky with suspicion and quickly used magic to analyze what the salt was. Noticing it wasn't anything dangerous or harmful, she simply let it go. It wasn't that she suspected her companions or anything like that. It's just that she had always been in charge of Stephen's food since he was a baby, and she wouldn't let anyone take that right away from her. You two are always causing trouble. Misty is punishing you. Neither of you will serve the masters for a week, Misty said as she scolded them. It was Winky's fault. Dobby should take care of Master Harry's food, Dobby said quickly, feeling a bit depressed. Misty has spoken. Now clean up your mess, Misty said firmly. Meanwhile, the elves in the kitchen watched the interaction between the three with interest and jealousy. After all, those three served masters all of them dreamed of serving. How strange. I haven't seen Loki or Tony these days, Harry said as he sat down at the table for lunch. I think Wanda has kidnapped them for something they've been working on since the beginning of classes, Stephen said indifferently while sitting and waiting for his food. Aren't Durmstrang and Beauxbatons eating with us? Ron asked while looking around. Beauxbatons is having a fancy dinner as a party for Fleur, while Durmstrang is probably having an unfriendly meal with Victor for coming in last place again, Stephen said with a smile. Victor is the best seeker in the world, better than anyone else. He can't be good at everything, Ron said while acting like a complete fan. Realizing he might have insulted his friend, he quickly added, obviously, professionally. At a school level, it's Harry. Thanks for the compliment, Harry said sarcastically. Too bad you're not a woman, otherwise you could throw yourself at him to show your weird and crazy love, Ginny said as she walked by with Luna, having overheard Ron's speech. It's not weird and crazy love, I'm just his fan, Ron said quickly, annoyed, but Ginny simply ignored him and continued on her way with Luna. By the way, why are you under the table, Sirius? Harry said, looking down and seeing his godfather hiding. I'm looking for something, Sirius said quickly. A while ago, Sirius prepared a prank so Snape would grow a beard like Dumbledore's, but Professor Natasha ended up getting it by mistake. That's why he's been hiding from her for more than a week, Hermione said, looking at Sirius with some anger. After all, she was Natasha's biggest fan. And how do you know that? Sirius asked, somewhat surprised. All the girls know. That's why they look at you with disdain, Hermione said quickly. Wow, messing with Natasha's appearance really gets you in trouble. I imagine her anger increased 100-fold after feeling like she fell into a silly trap she would never have fallen for, Stephen said while holding back his laughter. Meanwhile, everyone's food appeared on the table, so they started eating peacefully. By the way, Natasha is staring at us, so she's definitely seen you, Harry said while looking at the teacher's table, where Natasha was watching with a rather dangerous look. Well, he deserves it, Hermione said as she started eating. Sirius, why don't you come eat with the teachers? Dumbledore said after spotting Sirius, causing him to come out from under the table. All right, Headmaster. I'm helping Harry understand something from the homework. I'll eat with the students and reminisce about my Gryffindor days, Sirius said quickly as he made space between Ron and Harry and served himself a plate. As you wish, Dumbledore said calmly. Sorry for being late. I had something to do, Wanda said as she ran in and sat at the table to eat. For some reason, she kept looking at Stephen and his plate of food every now and then with a smile. What? Stephen asked, feeling some irritation from her gaze. Nothing, said Wanda with a smile as she started eating and tried to contain her laughter. As they ate, hurried footsteps echoed outside the dining hall, and quickly, someone burst through the doors in a rush. Hey, sorcerer, don't eat that? The crazy girl did something to it, said a very beautiful girl with black hair and blue eyes, dressed in Slytherin robes, surprising everyone since they had never seen her before. Behind her was another girl covering her head, but her equally blue eyes were visible. Stephen was stunned and stared intently at these two new visitors. Don't tell me those idiots from the future are back again, he thought mentally, but the more he stared at the two girls, the more familiar they seemed. Wait. You said she did something to my food, Stephen said as he dropped his spoon and quickly analyzed the plate. What? What's happening to me? Lee Jordan said as he looked at his hands. Before he could do anything, he saw everyone starting to lose control as their bodies began to change. What the hell did you do? Stephen said as he looked at Wanda, feeling his own body starting to change, quickly transforming into a girl. That's right, a woman. Meanwhile, the other students were also changing. The boys were turning into girls, and the girls into boys, causing everyone to get up in panic. Everyone, remain calm, Dumbledore quickly said as he stood up. Sigh. It seems another prankster put a potion in the food. Don't worry, knowing these pranksters, it will only last a few minutes, Dumbledore said, casting a quick glance at Wanda and the others. Meanwhile, Perenelle was covering her face with her hand, shaking her head in exhaustion. Ugh, me too, Sirius said as he looked down and saw something he shouldn't have, causing his body to feel off balance. Now Sirius looked quite similar to his cousin Andromeda, and consequently, to his other cousin Bellatrix. After some chaos, thanks to the help of the professors, everyone managed to remain calm, as they would have to wait for the potion's effects to wear off. Obviously, Natasha caught Wanda, and thanks to her interrogation, they discovered it would only last for a day, so everyone would have to wait no matter what. And why are you two like that? Asked Stephen. No, sorry, Stephanie, to her two younger sisters. She forced us to create the potion as a competition, and when we finished, she trapped us and ran away, said Anthonia, annoyed. You two are so gullible, said Stephanie, looking at them as if they were idiots. Shut up, you can't control her either, and you're supposed to be the Sorcerer Supreme, Locana said irritably. Now we have to walk around the castle like this, Harriet said, looking at herself. I feel like I'm missing something, Ronnie said, feeling depressed. It'll only be for a chapter, said Stephanie as the others looked at her, confused. Sorry, I meant it'll only be for a day. Just bear with it, she said and then walked away, irritated. Chapter 137, Title Without Idea. What are you supposed to be doing? Stephanie said while looking at her now brother. Sunbathing, said the now Wando. What an ugly name. Could you not do that at school? Especially when you look so much like me, said Stephanie, looking at her twin brother who, upon becoming male, had an appearance almost identical to hers when she was normal. Fan service, said Wando while looking at the people passing by, who stared at him while blushing. Obviously, it wouldn't be anything special, except that those people were now men acting like love-struck girls. Stephanie took out her phone and quickly sent a message to someone, waiting patiently. Wanda Flamel, you better put a shirt on right now, said Daphne as she walked briskly towards Wanda with a rather angry look. Snitch, said Wanda as she quickly dressed and shot her sister an angry glare. Hey, why didn't you change, said Stephen quickly, looking at Daphne, who was completely normal. I'm from the Greengrass family. Since we rejected all the other pure-blood families for marriage, we've been under attack, Daphne said calmly. Why didn't you tell me? I would have destroyed those families from the roots, said Wanda quickly with anger. That's exactly why I didn't tell you. I don't want you to cause a disaster. Now come on, it's better if I keep an eye on you, said Daphne while dragging Wanda away. Sigh. Stephanie took out her phone and made a call. Investigate which families are attacking the Greengrass family and let the Greengrass family join the commercial alliance, she said quickly. Who are you? Said the person on the other side. It's me, you idiot. No one else can use my phone. It's my sister's fault, said Stephanie angrily. Password, said the other person quickly. Your salary will be reduced by 10% this month, said Stephanie emotionlessly. Oh, boss, it's you. I didn't recognize you. Don't worry, I'll make sure everything gets done. We should probably change the password to avoid mistakes. See you, said the other person before hanging up quickly. Harry, are you sure Sirius is in trouble? Ronnie asked, looking at her now friend with concern. That's right. He sent a distress message. We have to go help him, said Harriet as she ran with her two friends down the hallways. At Hogwarts, do you think a professor would be in danger? Said Henry as he walked ahead of the other two. Are you really saying that? Ronnie quickly replied. Hurry up, said Harriet as she quickened her pace. They soon arrived in front of Sirius's office and quickly pulled out their wands, looking at each other seriously to confirm they were ready. Then Harry opened the door as the three of them entered on guard. Meanwhile, inside Sirius's office, he was now tied to a chair while Natasha stood in front of him, looking at him with interest, holding something in her hands that looked quite dangerous. Sirius, feeling the arrival of someone, quickly moved his gaze and tried to shout for help, but since he was gagged, he couldn't say much. Sorry for interrupting, said Hermie as she grabbed the other two and dragged them out of the room, quickly closing the door and ignoring Sirius's pleading gaze. Are we going to ignore the fact that she had those electric sticks in her hands? Ronnie quickly said. Yes, said Harriet and Henry quickly. Oh, just asking, Ronnie said. Then the three of them quickly walked away from Sirius's office. Meanwhile, inside the office, Natasha ignored the fact that the three young people had completely misunderstood the situation. Did you really sneak into my office to steal this? She said while putting her electric sticks back into her expanded bag. Do you even know what they're for? She said with annoyance. And why are you tied to your own chair? She said while removing the gag. Ahem. The trap I was creating just activated, Sirius said with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Natasha stopped while looking at him with interest. Now that I remember, I still need my revenge for your silly prank, right? She said as she approached him with a smile. Hearing that, Sirius began to sweat nervously. Hey, wait. Snivellis started it. Every time he crosses paths with Harry, he deducts points for no reason and bothers all the Gryffindor students, Sirius said quickly. So, you think playing pranks on him will make him stop or worsen his disgusting personality? Natasha asked quickly. Ugh. Sirius didn't know how to respond. It's interesting how much you resemble a woman who's imprisoned in Azkaban, Natasha said as she got even closer to Sirius, making him feel nervous and embarrassed. Ahem. Yes, that crazy maniac is, unfortunately, my cousin, Sirius said quickly. Aren't you a little too close? Sirius said hastily. No. Why? We're both women, Natasha said with a smile. You know, dear, or darling, you look a lot like Wanda this way, although it's hard to mistake you two since your personalities are different, Fleur said while sitting across from Stephanie, looking at her with interest. It's only a couple of hours left, don't get too excited, Stephanie said with a mischievous smile as she leaned toward Fleur. But Fleur quickly stopped her. Sorry, miss, but I have a boyfriend. And until he's back to normal, I'll have to keep my distance before being tempted down the wrong path, she said while giving her a kiss on the cheek and then calmly standing up. When my boyfriend returns, please tell him I'll be waiting for him, she said as she waved goodbye. Now I really hate Wanda, Stephanie said sadly. Look on the bright side, Ron. Now you can do what Ginny said and throw yourself at Victor Crumb with all your heart, Harriet said while laughing along with the others in the common room. Shut up, Ron said angrily as the others kept laughing. Right at that moment, the depressed Stephanie walked in. What happened? She asked, seeing everyone gathered around Ronnie and teasing her. Victor Crumb saw Ron as a woman and fell completely in love, said one of the girls who seemed to be Fred. Now, Ron, you have more chances to chase after him, said another similar-looking girl who was obviously George. Wow, now you're popular. Lucky you, Stephanie said as she joined the others in teasing him. A noise was heard coming from the girls' section, and they saw a girl tumbling down the stairs, which had turned into a slide. What are you doing? Everyone asked as they looked at the female version of Seamus. I just wanted to see if this way I could get up, Seamus said with embarrassment. So now everyone started trying to do the same until one of the girls, now boys, arrived while looking at Ron, who had just tried to climb like the others and was thrown out, appearing like a pervert trying to sneak into the girls' rooms. Everyone kept laughing until the effect started wearing off one by one, allowing everyone to return to normal. Stephen was watching his hands turn masculine again and quickly stood up. I have to go. Bye, losers, he said as he almost ran out the door. What a shame, Ron, you missed your chance, said Fred, now back to normal, while putting his arm around his brother's shoulders. If you want, we can ask Wanda not to share the recipe, said George, doing the same from the other side. Leave me alone, Ron said angrily while pushing them away. Dash. What a shame it didn't last longer, Wanda said as she looked at herself in a mirror, now back to normal. It's better this way. It's weird how much you resemble your brother, Daphne said with a smile, happy to see her girlfriend as she should be. So, can I finally get that kiss you've been avoiding all this time? Wanda said while hugging her girlfriend flirtatiously. Unfortunately, the duty of a good girlfriend is to punish the one who misbehaves. So you'll have to settle for a kiss on the cheek and think about what you did, Daphne said, giving her a kiss on the cheek and then walking away with a smile. No, Wanda cried out sadly. Dash. What do you think? Your handsome boyfriend is back to normal. Unfortunately, now you can't escape, Stephen said while hugging Fleur lovingly. You're wrong, my love. You fell into my trap a long time ago, and now you can't escape, Fleur said with a loving smile as she gave Stephen a small kiss. That's what you think, Stephen said while hugging Fleur tightly. Chapter 138, Unknown POV. Unknown POV. What am I doing? Risking my life trying to get some scoop. As a reporter, I could become completely famous, but if I were to be caught, I would at least be sent to Azkaban. Damn it. All because of the existence of magical television and phones. The number of people still buying newspapers decreases every month. Even when I sent the news about the half-giant working for Hogwarts, it didn't seem to increase readership at all, it even decreased. The only option is to describe something about the richest and most powerful family in Europe. Surely, I can get something juicy from the kids, at the very least. While I was in my beetle form, waiting, I quickly found my first target, one of the youngest, who belongs to Ravenclaw House. I quickly opened my wings and started flying not far from the young boy, who walked with quite a bit of arrogance through the corridors until he reached a room that didn't seem to be used for anything else. Maybe I've discovered something interesting. Then, I quickly flew down to pass under the door as I usually do during my investigative missions. As soon as I passed the door, I quickly sensed danger, so I turned around and flew back out. Then I saw that the place where I had stepped before had a burn mark, as if a silent lightning bolt had suddenly struck. Did the defense system activate? Is there an intruder? Said the boy while staring intently at the door. I quickly opened my wings and flew at full speed since it seemed like he had discovered me. Although that boy was clearly hiding dangerous things that would serve as a scoop, it was better not to end up as a fried beetle. After getting away, I took a breath while trying to calm my worried heart. I quickly crossed that boy off my list and prepared for the next one, so I headed toward the Slytherin dungeons to wait for him to come out. Obviously, I was lucky because after half an hour, he came out with a walk even more arrogant than the previous one, as if everything was nothing more than dust to him. I quickly opened my wings to follow him, obviously keeping my distance. Something seemed to alert him, so he stopped and started looking in all directions until he stopped at me. Shit, looks like he saw me. I just have to act like an ordinary insect. So, I started flying randomly along the ceiling to throw him off. But, just like before, I felt danger, so I flew with all my might toward the nearest window. Then I saw a dark dagger flying in my direction, almost cutting me in half. I quickly escaped and flew away at full speed, reaching one of the trees in the backyard. What the hell is wrong with these kids? They are kids, right? I screamed angrily, but since I was in my animagus form, obviously no words came out. It's fine. It's better to go for the next one, though I'm starting to think each and every one of them is dangerous. Just when I was thinking about who could be next, I saw a beautiful and stunning redhead walking elegantly down the hallway. Next to her was the former prisoner of Azkaban and now free fugitive, Sirius Black. I no longer had the confidence to approach them, so I simply stayed in the tree, watching and trying to listen to anything they might say. Do you think I should bring a vampire to teach the senior students their weaknesses? Sirius asked while pulling out a list he had in his hands, which seemed to contain names of various dangerous creatures. The parents of the students are very likely to show up and beat you up, said Natasha while shaking her head, but suddenly she stopped and looked in the direction of the tree. What the hell? I didn't even move. She can't sense me, I screamed internally in fear while trying to play dead so she wouldn't notice me. What's wrong? Asked Sirius, looking toward the tree and seeing nothing. It seems like someone is watching us, said Natasha while trying to find out who the spy was, but they seemed well hidden. After a moment, she couldn't sense anything anymore, so she continued on her way with Sirius, occasionally turning around to look elsewhere with vigilance. The reason she stopped sensing me was that I had to hit my head against the tree trunk until I was semi-unconscious. Looks like it worked. Ouch. I'll rest a few minutes before looking for the next one. After more than just a few minutes and already feeling better, I opened my wings and started flying while thinking that every moment of this was a bad idea. But my need for a scoop outweighed everything. Then I found the girl named Wanda. She looks pretty stupid, so maybe she's the Achilles heel. She was with another girl. It was that girl from the Greengrass family. They seemed to be having a picnic while smiling. At last, I have something to report, I said as I crawled through the grass to listen to their conversation. After all, same-sex love was quite novel, especially among families of such high status. You should start thinking about the third task, Daphne said while smiling at Wanda's silly remarks. It's fine. I only entered to annoy the others. I'm already bored, and I might give up on the last task. It's better to let Fleur or Harry win, Wanda said with disinterest. Are you sure? Daphne asked. Yes. Actually, from the beginning, none of the three of us have used our full strength to give. Wait, Wanda said suddenly, stopping as she looked in the direction of the beetle not far away. I'm dead, I thought as I saw Wanda approaching me with a gaze full of interest. A beetle. Gross. I would have preferred a cuter animal, she said while picking up the beetle with one hand and then, without thinking, threw it with all her might somewhere else. After spinning at full speed, I fell among the grass, which cushioned my fall. That was dangerous. It seems she discovered I was an animagus. I have to stay away from her in case she tells the professors. I'm tired. Now I realize this was a damn bad idea. Then I saw the boy who lived, and my hopes returned. After all, the boy never noticed I was nearby, so he must be the weakest of his siblings. So, I approached him with confidence. He seemed to be with the Granger girl, the girl playing two romances. Poor boy. I quickly hid among the leaves of a bush while listening to everything they were discussing. Are you ready for the final task, Harry? Hermione asked, looking at Harry with concern. Don't worry, Hermione. You've asked me the same thing 5 times today, Harry said with a smile. Sorry. You know, during the second task, someone seemed to have intervened. And then there's the thing with Ludo's assistant. I'm more worried than usual, Hermione said quickly. It's fine. My brothers said not to worry and to play with all my excitement, that they've got my back, Harry said, reassuring Hermione. I think Tony is creating a machine to protect me, although the others said it's more likely to rebel and attack me, Harry said with a smile. That's not funny, Hermione said quickly. It's fine. The others are pretty alert. I don't think even an insect could go unnoticed, Harry said, fully trusting his siblings. Meanwhile, the insect that couldn't go unnoticed was listening to all of that with great annoyance. Harry, just the person I was looking for, said Stephen as he appeared and approached the others. Damn it, that's the eldest son. From what I know, he was raised from the beginning by the Flamel couple, while the siblings were raised by their friends since they were too old to take care of them all. I was quickly considering banging my head against a tree branch to knock myself out so he wouldn't find me, since it was certain he was quite a powerful wizard. Why are you talking while someone is blatantly spying on you? Stephen said, looking in the direction where the beetle was. Before I could even hit my head against the tree branch, I felt something invisible grabbing me and bringing me toward the others. I think I remember all the registered animagi on the ministry's list, but there wasn't one that was a beetle, Stephen said, looking at the beetle floating in front of him with disdain. Animagus. Hermione said with surprise and fear that it might be one of Harry's enemies. Don't worry, it looks like it's a reporter who's watching her career about to be crushed by technological advancements, Stephen said as he released the beetle, letting it fall to the ground as it began to transform. Well, Miss Rita Skeeter, I'm afraid to inform you that you are under arrest, Stephen said with a smile. It looks like my career is over, for the stupid attempt of looking for a scoop with the wrong family, I thought as I looked at that beautiful smile that seemed to lead me straight to hell. Rita Skeeter, here, reporting to all the readers. Chapter 139, The New Generation Mini-Special. Stephen entered the Gryffindor common room and saw Harry with an annoyed expression. And now, what's wrong with him? Stephen asked Hermione, who was reading a book not far away. He's upset because now the Quidditch pitch is a giant maze, Hermione said quickly. So, he didn't like the maze, or did he want to build it himself? Stephen asked, not understanding. I think it's more about the Quidditch pitch than the maze, Hermione replied quickly. Hearing that, Stephen understood and approached his younger brother while looking at him like an idiot. You know we have magic, right? The Quidditch pitch will be back to normal in a day, Stephen said while looking at his silly brother. I know that. It's not because of that, Harry said quickly. I wanted to challenge Victor Krum to a game, but now it won't be possible before the final task. And why is that? You had so much time to challenge him that I think it's a bit late now, Stephen said with interest. I just wanted to test my skill, nothing more, Harry said as he suddenly stood up and almost ran off. Stephen then looked at Ron, who was supposed to be Harry's best friend and should know something, but when Ron received Stephen's gaze, he simply shrugged, showing he had no idea. So, do you need me to be your practice dummy? Stephen asked as he looked at his beautiful girlfriend, dressed in comfortable fighting clothes, with her hair tied in a ponytail so it wouldn't bother her during physical exercise. Don't say that. I want you to help me practice. We only know some of the creatures inside, and I want to use regular magic unless it's necessary, Fleur said with a smile. Just throw shining swords everywhere and be done with it, Stephen replied. No, Harry, Wanda, and I made a deal to use normal magic during the competition, Fleur said quickly. What nonsense. If it were me, I'd just make a direct hole through the maze and be done with it. That's why I said you're a cheater, dear. So, will you help me? Fleur asked with a smile. You know, I'm the heir to a very rich and powerful family. Hiring me won't be cheap, Stephen replied with a grin. What a coincidence. I'm also the heir of a rich and powerful family. Money is not a problem, Fleur said while smiling. Money? That thing is useless to me. Stephen approached Fleur with a grin. Then what are you thinking about? Fleur asked, feeling a little embarrassed. How about a dinner? You'll have to cook for me for a week. Just that. Fleur asked, confused. What were you thinking about? Pervert, Stephen said as he crossed his arms over his chest, looking at Fleur with a teasing smile. Tisk fine, I'll cook for you. Just help me, Fleur quickly said, her face slightly flushed. Stephen then drew his wand and, using transmutation, created several rock beasts. For quite some time that day, Stephen kept sending rock animals to attack Fleur, while she, with her wand, had to destroy them or dodge them. When they finished, Fleur was completely exhausted and covered in sweat, so Stephen tossed her a damp towel. Thanks, Fleur said with a smile as she wiped her face. I never asked you, but why the need to enter the competition? Stephen asked as he sat down next to her. Well, Fleur seemed reluctant to say it, which only made Stephen more interested. Seeing his expression, Fleur realized he wouldn't stop bothering her until she told him. It's because of you, she said quickly. Me? What did I do now? Stephen said, confused. You didn't do anything, but you're so amazing and powerful that sometimes I feel a little inferior, Fleur said while looking at the lake not far from them. Even when we were in the dueling tournaments, I never actually got to compete with you. You were always holding back against everyone, she said as she remembered. I feel that if I keep falling behind, everyone might think I'm not good enough to be your girlfriend, she said a little depressed. Ha ha ha, you're such a fool, Stephen said mercilessly. Hey, Fleur said, slightly annoyed. You don't need to prove anything, Floppy. You were the one who was there from the beginning by my side as my friend. You were always training to become stronger and follow in my footsteps. You will be one of the most powerful witches in history in the future. Even if you were the worst witch in the world, you couldn't escape from my grasp. After all, you are the love of my life, Stephen said with a smile. Don't use that nickname, I'm not a little girl anymore, Fleur said with a smile as she covered herself with the towel as if she was wiping herself. Then you can relax a bit and have some fun with your boyfriend, who spent the whole day helping you train, right? Stephen said with a smile. I would like to, but I'm a bit exhausted, Fleur said, a little sad. Don't worry. I'll ask Misty to prepare a candlelight dinner. Just the two of us, Stephen quickly said. All right, Fleur said with a cheerful smile. Spoiler of a couple of years in the future. Stephen, I'm pregnant, Fleur said as she ran towards Stephen, who was talking to his grandparents. What? Perenelle quickly said. Wait, Floppy, don't run. You have to be careful, she said quickly, standing up and stopping Fleur with concern. Congratulations, Nicolas said cheerfully. Meanwhile, Stephen was completely frozen, so Perenelle elbowed him to snap him out of it, while Fleur hugged him excitedly. Aren't you happy? Fleur asked quickly, seeing Stephen's lack of reaction. I'm more than happy, dear. I couldn't be more excited to meet our daughter, Stephen said quickly, recovering from the shock. Or maybe it's a boy. We don't know yet, Fleur said quickly with a smile. Oh, I do know, Stephen thought mentally with concern. We have to call your brothers and sisters and give them the news, Perenelle quickly said as she pulled out her phone. I need to tell my parents and my sister, Fleur said with the same excitement. Grandma, Grandpa, we have great news, Wanda said as she entered the house with excitement, nearly knocking the door down. Daphne is pregnant, she shouted for everyone to hear. Looks like we're going to have a big party, Perenelle said, full of excitement and joy, smiling from ear to ear as she ran around giving orders to Misty and the other elves to start preparing a party. While she was busy calling the other grandchildren, with the phone in hand, she froze. What's wrong, dear? Nicolas asked quickly. Natasha's husband took her to the hospital, and it turns out she's also pregnant, Perenelle said quickly, her smile seeming to grow bigger than it possibly could, while the others looked at her in surprise and then also smiled with excitement. Looks like we'll have the new generation, Nicolas said with a smile as cheerful as his wife's. Ring. It's Harry, Wanda said, picking up her phone. Hello little brother, I have great news. What? Wow, really? Us too? Yes. That's great. Not only that, it seems Stephen and Natasha too. No, you idiot, Stephen. Fleur. All right, come home, Grandma is about to explode with excitement, Wanda said as she spoke on the phone. Grandma, take a deep breath before hearing this news, Wanda said, stopping her grandmother. It looks like Harry is also going to have a child, Wanda quickly said with a smile. Ha ha ha, that's amazing. Amazing? Let's throw a party. Invite all the wizards of England. No, of the entire world? Ha ha ha. My grandchildren and great-grandchildren are on their way, Perenelle said, laughing with excitement. Nicolas watched his wife so happy while Misty and Winky ran behind her, receiving orders. He then looked toward his grandson, who was sitting with a look full of worry and seriousness. What's wrong? Nicolas asked quickly. Shit, they're coming one after another, Stephen said quickly with fear. What do I do, Grandpa? He asked, surprised. I think you should calm down first, Nicolas quickly said. You're right. First, I need to take a deep breath, Stephen said quickly. All right. I'll resign as the headmaster of Hogwarts, he said with determination. Well, that's going to be difficult because being headmaster is not just about having control over the school, and you know it, Nicolas quickly said. I'll just find Dumbledore wherever he is and make him headmaster again, Stephen said quickly. That's going to be hard since even we don't know where he's gone, Nicolas said. Damn it. Damn old man, Stephen said angrily. What's wrong, dear? Fleur asked as she approached Stephen after her call home. Nothing, dear. I was just thinking about which school to send our daughter and nephews to, Stephen said quickly. Ha ha ha, silly. Obviously, they'll go to Hogwarts, Wanda said with a smile, butting in. No, Stephen quickly said. You know, the other magical schools from other countries aren't so bad, and they can learn other languages. It's fine, dear. It's better to have everyone close, right? Especially since you and your siblings will be around to watch over them, Fleur quickly said. Damn it, Stephen said, having no more excuses. I don't want to be the headmaster anymore, Stephen said as imaginary tears of blood fell down his face. Chapter 140, Duck. Time to start this fabulous day? And what better way than with a friendly competition between 3 schools, said Ludo as people began to laugh. We have 4 champions, but only one will emerge victorious. I hope you've all picked your favorites. Yes, Harry, Fleur, Wanda, Victor. Everyone shouted, cheering for their champion with excitement, while the contestants stood waiting for the moment to enter the maze. Meanwhile, Headmaster Dumbledore was telling them to be careful and that if they felt in danger, they should use their wands. Nervous, Harry? Asked Sirius as he stood beside his godson to encourage him. A little, but we're near the end of the school year, so I expected a bit of danger as usual, said Harry with a conflicted smile. Well, the school wasn't this dangerous when I attended it with your parents, Sirius said, unable to find other words to say. Meanwhile, Natasha was the one with Wanda. You didn't even prepare, did you? Not at all. Sigh. Fleur was accompanied by Stephen not far away. If you run into Harry or Wanda, knock them out and keep going, Stephen said quickly. Haha, obviously I can't do that to my siblings-in-law, Fleur replied quickly. After practicing with Stephen and telling him about her little complex, she was more relaxed. She didn't feel it was imperative to win, so she would take it quite calmly. Tisk. I would have put laxatives in their drinks before starting. Anything for victory, Stephen said with an evil smile. You didn't, did you? Fleur asked quickly. No. After Wanda's prank, Grandma doesn't let us near the kitchen when the elves are preparing dinner or lunch, Stephen admitted quickly. Sigh. In Victor's section, he stood next to Grindelwald, who was quite calm, honestly. Despite being the last school in points, he had only come to enjoy a trip and meet an old friend. These competition things didn't matter to him at all. Victor, just don't die, said the Durmstrang headmaster calmly. Yes, headmaster, Victor replied. Dash. With all the champions ready, we will now begin this final test. On this occasion, the contestants must seek the cup located in the middle of the maze. But be careful, the maze is filled with trials and magical creatures that will do their best to get in your way. Don't worry, the professors are on alert at strategic points to save students who need help. Now, let the final task begin, Ludo said as everyone started shouting with excitement. The first to enter was Wanda, and after several minutes, the next would follow, according to the positions they had based on their points. Therefore, Fleur would be second and Harry third. Obviously, Crumb would be the last. So, Wanda entered the maze while the plant-made wall closed behind her. Luckily, a giant screen appeared so everyone could see what Wanda was doing inside the maze, where not even all the noise from outside could reach. Then, let's see how Wanda takes advantage of the few minutes she has to take the lead. Did she just give up? Ludo said as he saw Wanda casting a red light into the sky. Wait, did she just quit? Just like that? Ludo asked, confused. Then, everyone saw the wall where Wanda had disappeared open up again, and she walked out calmly under everyone's surprised gazes. I'm bored already. I want to see how Harry performs, Wanda said as she walked toward the section where her family and friends were. Well, since Wanda has withdrawn from the competition, it would be pointless to wait any longer for the second champion to enter, Ludo said. So, let Fleur Delacour enter the maze, Ludo announced, quickly acting professionally. Fleur was a little surprised, but she quickly entered the maze under Stephen's gaze. The wall behind her closed, blocking the direct path to where the others were. Why did you give up? Stephen asked as he approached where Wanda was sitting calmly. Wanda looked at him intently. I didn't put my name in the goblet, Wanda said calmly. What? Everyone around her said. Why didn't you say that before? Stephen asked quickly. I just wanted to see what those guys were planning, but in the end, they didn't do anything, so I got bored, Wanda said calmly as she shrugged. Wait, but that day you threw everyone's names into the goblet, Hermione said quickly. Yes, but I never wrote my name by hand. Dumbledore said each person had to write their name. I did it with magic, not with a quill, so it should be the same as the rest, Wanda explained. So this is a trap for both you and Harry. Isn't he in trouble too? Ron said quickly, realizing something. Harry will be fine. They don't want to kill him, they need him alive. But Wanda could be different, Stephen said as he recalled what they managed to extract from Barty Crouch Jr., who, under several truth potions, revealed more or less Voldy's plan, which of course was destined to fail. I don't think it's the same person who set the trap for Harry, Wanda said quickly. Why? Stephen asked. We all knew the fake Moody put Harry's name, but we never saw who put mine, Wanda said seriously. If they haven't done anything until now, what could they want? Hermione asked. Maybe they were taking advantage of Harry's trap, but that would mean they also know those idiots' plan, Stephen said quickly. It's better to stay alert with Harry then, Natasha said quickly as everyone watched the screen since Harry had entered the maze. Harry was running through the darkness of the maze, looking around cautiously because he felt that at any moment, some creature would jump out to attack him. Tony had taught him how to navigate a maze, so he was using that technique while running. Meanwhile, everyone else was watching on the screen as all the competitors advanced quickly. Oh, it looks like Victor has to run faster, or the walls will catch him, Ludo said as everyone watched Victor run, and behind him, the walls were closing in rapidly. It looks like he made it. Victor is safe, but now he has to face. What the hell is that? Ludo asked someone next to him. Blast-ended scruts. Where did those things come from? He asked quickly upon hearing the name of the creatures that looked like headless crabs, with tails on both ends like scorpions. On Fleur Delacour's side, she seems quite relaxed as she walks through the maze. Still, she appears to be slowly approaching where the cup is, Ludo said, watching Fleur look around as she walked. Oh, it looks like her calm stroll is interrupted by a giant spider, Ludo said as Fleur, upon seeing the spider, started running to get away from it. It looks like Harry also found something that stopped his path. It seems to be a sphinx. Now let's see if Harry decides to take the risk and answer or take another path, Ludo said with interest as he watched Harry's screen. First, think of the person who lives disguised. Who deals in secrets and speaks nothing but lies. Next, tell me what's always the last thing you'll fix. The middle of the middle and the end of the end? And finally, give me the sound often heard during the search for a word hard to find. Now link them all and answer me this. What creature wouldn't you be willing to kiss? The Sphinx, a magical creature with a lion's body and a woman's head, stared intently at Harry. Spider. Harry said, hesitating and ready to fight just in case. The Sphinx looked at Harry for a few seconds and then moved aside, letting him continue. Harry quickly followed the path but heard the sound of something approaching from another corridor. When he looked in that direction, he saw Fleur while a giant spider lay on the ground with its legs tied. Fleur looked at it with disgust and a bit of fear. I hate spiders, Fleur said as she turned around and found herself face to face with Harry. Hello, Harry, she said calmly as she greeted her brother-in-law and then continued walking as if nothing had happened. Harry nodded back at her and continued his own path. Meanwhile, Ludo commented outside the maze. To be honest, I expected at least a slight confrontation. Then Harry would have to live in the maze for the rest of his life for attacking his sister-in-law, Fred said, laughing next to Stephen. If Harry could even beat Fleur. Remember, she's been training with the boss since she was a child, George said quickly. As Harry continued his path at a fast pace, he saw the glow of the cup and quickly approached. Sigh. Looks like I'm the only one, Harry said as he looked around, searching for the others. Then, he touched the cup. Chapter 141, Ready. What's happening? Ludo asked as he looked around, seeking answers from the school heads while everyone began to speak with concern. Maybe the portkaya has a malfunction, Amelia said quickly. Meanwhile, Perenelle approached Stephen with some concern. But before she could speak, Stephen was urging Tony to make use of a backup camera Harry had. Then the image returned to the screen. And everyone saw that Harry had been moved to a different place. But now he was in a graveyard surrounded by people pointing their wands at him. You have to go help him right now, Perenelle said quickly to the Flamel brothers. Yes. It looks like the bad guys need all the help they can get, Tony said as he looked at the screen with a smile. Harry was fighting epically against about 10 people while dodging spells. Then, a spear of light formed in his hand, and he threw it at one of them. Without stopping, he used his wand to cast the Oxio spell to pull the cup toward him, but one of the dark wizards quickly halted its progress. So Harry pulled out a light sword and cut through several spells directed at him. Then he raised his wand, pointing at where 3 dark wizards were, and cast an arrow spell, quickly followed by a duplication spell, causing a rain of arrows to fall upon them. Only one managed to protect himself in time, while the others ended up looking like human pincushions, screaming in pain. Wow, awesome, Harry, defeat them. That's the way, Harry. Meanwhile, everyone in the Hogwarts stands was watching with excitement as Harry demonstrated skillful mastery, combining Hogwarts magic with Eldritch magic. Not only that, but he also showed great skill in body movement and accuracy. At that point, the dark wizards started trying new tactics, attempting to trap Harry with earth or chains. But Harry dodged them by rolling on the ground, and while on his knees, he created several daggers which he threw with both hands, stabbing the legs of several dark wizards. Seeing that only about 3 of them could still fight, Harry quickly cast a stupefy spell that split into 3 and hit the remaining ones, knocking them out at once. Sigh. Harry, slightly exhausted, raised his wand, pointing it at the cup not far away to return. Then he felt something cut his leg. Ouch. What? Harry said as he looked down and saw a very familiar rat running with a dagger in its mouth. Harry quickly raised his wand to attack that rat, but 5 Death Eaters appeared right in his path, making him stop to look at them. I already defeated 10 of you. 5 more doesn't make much of a difference, Harry said bravely. But these wizards were not there to fight Harry, they were there to create a shield to protect what was behind them. And they did so quickly. Drawing Harry's attention, he saw that they were protecting a large cauldron while the rat transformed into Peter Pettigrew, who frantically threw a bunch of ingredients into the pot, terrified that Harry would interrupt him. Tisk. I don't know what you're planning, but I'll stop you right now, Harry said as he pulled out a golden sword made of magic and quickly stabbed it into the ground. This caused the earth to move, throwing the Death Eaters off balance. Then Harry launched his sword, seeing that there was a gap between their shields, aiming right at Peter Pettigrew's arm, cutting it off, and it fell directly into the cauldron. Tisk, this fool, Stephen said as he raised his hands to create a portal. What's that? Fred shouted as he looked at Harry's screen, where Bellatrix Lestrange appeared holding something in her arms. A pretty deformed baby, Wanda said with interest. Let's go, Stephen said as he opened a portal near where Harry was, and everyone quickly entered, including the Weasley twins, who were quite interested in the fight. Just as Perenelle and Nicholas were about to enter, someone behind them spoke. Sorry, but you cannot interfere with the current situation, said an elderly voice behind them. Nicholas and Perenelle turned to see an old man who seemed almost the same age as Dumbledore, who had appeared suddenly without anyone noticing. Even now, standing in front of them with a high level of mana radiating from his body, it seemed that no one noticed him. They both saw the familiar crest on his chest and looked at him seriously. Lunavestra, those are my grandchildren. You don't decide whether I can interfere or not, Perenelle said quickly while drawing her wand. I'm not here to fight you. They have a mission to fulfill, and today is the day that mission begins, the man said as he started to fade away like mist. Meanwhile, people were watching Harry's screen in fear, recognizing the person who emerged from the cauldron and screaming in terror. What's happening? Tony asked Stephen, who was looking where his portal had been before. Nothing, Stephen replied while thinking for a second and then directing his gaze toward Harry. Should we intervene? Natasha quickly asked, preparing to fight. No, this is Harry's task. Only if he's in real danger, Stephen said. Harry is going to have all the fun, Fred said quickly. Hey, this bald guy looks familiar, George said, looking at the man emerging from the cauldron. Wormtail, my wand, Voldemort said while looking at Harry with interest. Wormtail quickly handed him a wand while clutching his missing arm in pain. Raise your arm, Voldemort said quickly. Master. Thank you, Master, Wormtail said with joy as he raised his bloodied arm. The other arm, you fool, Voldemort snapped. Wormtail paused for a moment but quickly raised his other arm, the one with the snake mark. Just as Voldemort was about to touch the mark with his wand, a dagger came flying toward him, forcing him to dodge. Harry, didn't they teach you to respect when someone is busy? Voldemort said quickly, looking at Harry, who stood on guard, filled with rage as he glared at Voldemort. Master, I'll take care of him, Bellatrix said angrily, glaring at Harry. No, call the others, Voldemort said as he eyed the glowing sword in Harry's hands. So, you're skilled with that magic too. You know, ever since we first saw it, we knew it would be a big problem. As Voldemort spoke, he felt something strange in his body. He raised his hands and was surprised to see them wrinkling rapidly, as if he were aging at an exaggerated speed. Wormtail, what did you do? Voldemort shouted quickly, turning to look at Peter, who was trembling with fear. And nothing, my lord. I just followed the steps you told me, Wormtail replied hastily. Voldemort, furious, turned to look at Harry or more precisely, at his leg, which still had traces of glowing red blood filled with magic. Your blood. What the hell is in your blood? Voldemort said, realizing something was very wrong. It looks like my blood is similar to that of unicorns. Once taken by force, it brings a great curse, Harry said mockingly as he watched Voldemort age faster with every passing second. Ironic for someone who wanted to live forever, he added sarcastically, watching him wither away. Where are the others? Voldemort asked quickly, realizing they were not responding to the call, and feeling his body grow weaker and weaker. I don't know, my lord. The call is in the sky, Bellatrix replied, her voice trembling with fear. Did they betray me? Puff Voldemort was roaring in fury when a completely black hand emerged from his chest, holding his still beating heart. What? Voldemort said, looking at his own heart in shock. Master. Bellatrix screamed, but a multitude of black spikes shot up from the ground, impaling her from all directions. Master. As she stared at her master, she died. Peter acted quickly, transforming into a rat to try to escape, but a black panther appeared in an instant and swallowed him whole. What? Harry said, startled by everything that was happening. Meanwhile, the other brothers quickly emerged from where they were, staring at Harry. They observed the new arrival, who seemed even more dangerous than Voldemort, especially since everything around him was dying rapidly. Even the mana seemed to be crying for help, and the light appeared to flee or be devoured by his mere presence. Oh, what a rarity. Splitting his soul into so many parts and still retaining some sanity. As the creator of that magic, I don't know how to feel about it, said the figure wrapped in darkness as he withdrew his hand from Voldemort's chest and looked at the heart with interest. Then, he took a bite as if it were an apple. Not a bad meal after so many years of imprisonment, he said calmly. Meanwhile, in different parts of England, objects containing pieces of Voldemort's soul exploded, destroying everything around them. Excuse me, but you interrupted the final battle against my brother's villain, Tony said quickly as he stared at the new guy. Then, the man turned to look at the others. From all the darkness surrounding him, one thing was immediately noticeable, the bright blue eyes that were very familiar to the Flamel siblings. Chapter 142. Is that so? Where are my manners? Interfering in the battle of two gentlemen is a sacrilege. Let me fix that, said the man quickly, apologizing nobly. What language is that? Fred asked quickly, realizing the man wasn't speaking a language they knew. The more important question is why we can understand it, George said with equal surprise. It's a language similar to Parseltongue, but with humans, Stephen said as he stared intently at the man, who had eyes as blue as the Flamels. The man approached Voldemort, lying on the ground without a heart. Then, the darkness from the man's hand began to gather, forming a black heart that looked like it was made of tar. He crouched down and placed it where his heart was supposed to be. Everyone watched as Voldemort slowly began to move. Ah, he screamed, suddenly rising in pain and surprise as he began to look around, his eyes landing on the man covered in darkness. Yu-Yu, he shouted with rage, wanting to lift his wand and curse him, but for some reason, he couldn't move his arm to attack. What's wrong? I gave you the eternal life you sought, said the shadowed man, looking at Voldemort with a mocking smile. What did you do to me? Voldemort shouted, feeling that he couldn't control his body. Or rather, he felt a submission toward the man standing before him. I don't like repeating things twice. That boy over there wants to defeat you properly, so fight him and die with honor, said the man as a great dark throne made of bones rose from the ground. Then, the man sat down calmly as he watched the spectacle with interest. Voldemort felt his body rising, unable to deny the orders he had been given, no matter how much he fought internally. What do we do? Fred asked quickly. Let Harry fight him once and for all while we stay on guard against that other guy, Stephen said quickly as he created many runes in his hands with speed, just in case. The others did the same and prepared themselves. Meanwhile, Harry's battle instincts were at their peak. At last, he was facing the man who had killed his parents. I don't know what's happening, Potter. But first, I'll kill you, and then I'll find out, said Voldemort, looking at Harry with his red eyes, while his appearance, even after being revived, continued to age rapidly. They taught you dueling at Hogwarts, didn't they? Voldemort said quickly while pointing his wand at Harry. First, the greeting. Ha ha ha, he said as a spell flew toward Harry, who quickly dodged it. Hey, he doesn't seem more unbalanced than usual, Tony said quickly. Not only that, with every passing second, his mind is being corrupted, Loki said quickly. Come on, Potter, let's begin, said Voldemort, looking at Harry with madness and contempt. Then the battle began. Harry didn't say a word. For him, this was the fight he had been preparing for with his brothers for a long time. Harry quickly cast spells like Expelliarmus, Bombarda, and Glacis. Ha ha ha, good, good. Not bad, said Voldemort as he used his wand to deflect each spell. Then he began to cast his own spells, most of them being Avada Kedavra. When the green light shot toward Harry, he quickly lifted a piece of ground with his wand to shield himself from the killing curse. Then, a chain of light shot out from his hand aimed at Voldemort. But Voldemort created a dark barrier. He watched as the chain easily destroyed the barrier, so he switched to another spell. Fiend Fire. A serpent of fire emerged from his wand, growing larger as it advanced. Hey, 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 can Harry defend against that? Tony said in surprise. Maybe not before he became our blood brother, but now it's different, Wanda said with a smile, while Stephen said nothing but nodded. Harry, seeing the giant serpent approaching, raised both hands, one holding his wand and the other empty as he created seals with his free hand. Runes emerged from his wand. Then, the ground beneath him began to move, and a giant arm made of earth quickly emerged and slapped the serpent, sending it flying several meters away while destroying tombstones as it was dragged. The serpent quickly rose and tried to attack Harry again, but another arm emerged. Then, two giant hands of earth grabbed the fire serpent and dragged it down with them, leaving only a scorched patch of ground. Ha ha, disgusting, filthy half-blood. I will purge the rotten blood from the magical world. Ha ha ha, said Voldemort, now even older. He could barely breathe after casting that spell. The curse of your blood is still as powerful as I remember, said the shadowy man as he looked at Voldemort with interest, who could barely move. Avada. Expelliarmus. Harry shouted quickly, disarming Voldemort as he struggled to move his arm. Filthy mudblood. Damn you. I'll kill you just as I killed your parents. I am the Dark Lord, he said as he fell to his knees, his bones seemingly breaking under the weight of his own body. It seems it's over, said the shadowy man as he snapped his fingers. Snap. Then Voldemort's body began to turn to dust as his eyes glared at Harry with hatred until the very last second. Good. Now, let's get to the matter at hand, said the man as he rose from his throne. Everyone quickly went on guard. They saw how suddenly the man transformed into a black mist that moved at high speed toward Harry. Harry, watch out. Fred shouted quickly. Stephen launched the runes spinning in his hands, but it seemed the man was moving even faster. That worried Stephen, who feared he wouldn't make it in time. Then, several buttons and accessories on Harry's clothing suddenly glowed, creating several barriers in front of him, stopping the man's hand just inches away from his chest. Seeing that, Stephen acted swiftly. The runes he had released attacked the man while a spell dragged Harry towards the others. Then, Stephen cast another spell just in case, in an instant. By the eternal Vishanti, he shouted as a blinding white light covered the entire cemetery. The runes he had sent at the man also exploded, leaving a large crater where Harry had been moments before. Hey, that was overkill, Tony said as he looked at the destruction Stephen had caused with the explosions. Wanda had created a red barrier, so only the ground where they stood and the area behind them remained intact. Interesting spell, a voice sounded right in front of them, as Wanda's barrier began to crack, and a completely dark spear flew toward her. Stephen moved quickly and positioned himself in front of her, creating a barrier to defend against the attack. His defensive tools activated, forming several shields before them, causing the spear to float in the air as it tried to continue its path. They all watched as the barriers began to turn black and were quickly corroded and destroyed one by one. Stephen pushed Wanda aside, and another dark spear shot straight to where she had been. The spear shattered the barriers, causing both spears to head towards Stephen. He raised his hand to create a Tau mandala, but it only protected him from one of the spears while the other struck his wrist and continued its path, embedding itself in the ground. Tisk! Stephen felt pain in his wrist and quickly cast a spell to stop the bleeding. However, he soon noticed his arm turning black, so he quickly used magic to seal it with multiple runes and chains of light. Stephen! Wanda shouted as she launched a red fire attack at the man, who, moving like mist, retreated once again. Stephen began to sweat, using all his concentration to contain whatever was crawling up his arm. Interesting and quite powerful magic, said the man, who, after taking Stephen's attack, the black mist that always surrounded him obscuring everything but his eyes began to slowly regenerate. They all saw the man's true appearance. What stood before them was a man with rotting skin, even part of his jaw was just bone. Worms seemed to wriggle through his flesh, but the only thing that remained completely intact were his eyes, which looked at Stephen with interest. What is that? Harry asked, pointing at the sky. The already dark sky was filling with black clouds moving in their direction. Dementors, Fred said in surprise. Aren't the boss and Wanda supposed to have nearly wiped them out? Where did so many come from? George asked. They're not just Dementors, Natasha said as she stared intently at the clouds drawing ever closer. Within them, various types of dark creatures could be distinguished. There even seemed to be several obscurials, those parasites thought to be extinct in the wizarding world. Bats, which were surely vampires. There were many creatures long believed to be extinct. Natasha was looking around, feeling several other creatures approaching through the forest. She acted quickly and, with her wand transformed into a whip, wrapped everyone and pulled the goblet into her hand, disappearing with all of them. Chapter 143, Martial Law. The man watched as everyone escaped calmly, as he did nothing to interfere with their departure. Then, he noticed something on the ground, not far from him. It was the dagger Peter had used to steal Harry's blood, so he picked it up and passed the bloodied blade over his mouth. Suddenly, his body began to change, taking on a completely regenerated appearance, elegant blonde hair and a beauty anyone would envy. Not only that, but if Wanda and Stephen were still there, they would have noticed that the man resembled both of them, although with a more androgynous appearance. But it was only for an instant, as his body quickly returned to its rotten state. Ha ha ha, it looks like they still need to grow a bit more, the man said with a grin full of joy. My descendants of this generation, he added as the dark beasts gathered around him and quickly knelt before him. Then, an elderly wizard came flying at full speed and knelt in front of all those beasts. Ancestor, the Aquilily's family has been waiting for you for a long time, the old man said, bowing his head. Oh, so my descendants still exist. That's great, the man replied, looking at the old wizard with interest. Our greatest pride is seeing you again, ancestor, the old man said with happiness. The man approached him and lifted his face with a smile. Too bad you're just a wizard. Otherwise, you would make a great servant, the man said while holding the old man's face and staring directly into his eyes. No, we helped free your seal, ancestor, the old man said quickly with fear, gazing into the blue eyes that observed him closely. But then, he began to feel his magic being devoured rapidly, and his face started to turn black. Ancestor, I am your direct descendant, please. He begged, but in just a few seconds, his body started to dry up quickly, leaving only a completely blackened mummy on the ground. Then, it's time to start a new witch hunt, the man said with a grin filled with excitement and madness. Dash. Why did you do that? Tony asked quickly, already prepared to fight. Natasha didn't respond but instead pointed at Stephen with concern. Stephen, Fleur shouted as she ran toward them. No. Don't come any closer, Stephen said quickly, kneeling on the ground, raising his healthy hand to stop Fleur. Stephen, what's happening? Perenelle asked with worry. Then everyone saw Stephen's completely blackened hand, which seemed to be struggling against seals, runes, and chains that were being destroyed every second while others kept reappearing. This thing is trying to devour all my magic. You have to cut off my arm, Stephen said quickly, with sweat running down his forehead as the pain continued to grow. What? Are you crazy? Wanda shouted immediately. My magic won't hold much longer. Cut it off. Stephen yelled as he summoned a sword of light and stabbed it into the ground. Natasha took the lead, raised the sword quickly, and without hesitation, cut off Stephen's arm, which fell to the ground. As soon as it touched the grass, it started to dry up while the earth turned black and expanded rapidly. Nicholas quickly threw several objects to the ground, creating a barrier to contain the spread of darkness, but it was beginning to darken, showing that it wouldn't last long. Many wizards and witches nearby moved away quickly, screaming in fear and causing some chaos. Stephen cast a spell to stop the bleeding from his missing arm, while Fleur cried and embraced him with concern. It's okay. It will grow back, Stephen said, sighing calmly. An arm can grow back? Fleur asked, upset, while still crying heavily. I can do it, in a week or two. Don't worry, Stephen said, trying to reassure her. Seeing the chaos, Dumbledore acted quickly. Silence, he shouted, amplifying his voice with his wand. Please, everyone, move inside the school. Professor Nicolas Flamel will handle whatever that is. It must not leave the barriers, Dumbledore said swiftly. Then everyone obeyed and moved away from the field. Mr. Stephen, it's best if you go to the infirmary to have your wound closed, Dumbledore said quickly, looking at Stephen's severed arm, which wasn't bleeding but clearly showed his flesh and bones. Yes, Stephen replied, while Fleur didn't want to leave his side. Professor Nicholas, can you handle it? Dumbledore asked quickly. Don't worry. I'll just lift the section of the ground and take it to a safe place, Nicholas said as he continued throwing one magical tool after another. Meanwhile, the others followed Stephen with concern and intrigue. In the infirmary, Stephen's wound was closed. I'm sorry, boy. I can only repair missing bones, but I can't regenerate an arm, Madame Pomfrey said as she observed Stephen's amputated arm. Don't worry, Poppy. I can regenerate it myself, Stephen said calmly. The nurse looked at him strangely but said nothing to discourage him, even if she didn't believe him. In a private room within the building of the International Confederation of Magic, 6 people or rather, 6 projections were having a meeting. 3 were women and the other 3 were men. Aquilalice is dead, said one of the projections seriously, whose appearance was impossible to recognize. That damn traitor. Better if he's dead. If I caught him with my own hands, I'd tear him apart and feed his remains to the hippogriffs, one of the women present said angrily. I can't believe he betrayed us. Did he think that thing would welcome him with open arms? What an idiot, one of the men said with disdain. Sigh. That thing only seeks the destruction of our magical world. Even if they were its descendants, they won't be spared, especially because they helped maintain the seals for years, added another member. What do we do, Lunivestra? One of them asked, while everyone directed their gaze toward one of the projections. What our family has done for thousands of years, protect our own. It's time to cut all communication with the Muggle world before what we all fear happens, Lunivestra responded with concern. You don't believe that man will start a witch hunt again, do you? Asked another of the women. That man feeds off the suffering and pain of wizards. The Muggle world of these times is much more powerful than in the past. If they start hunting us, it will be the beginning of a war, said another member with irritation. Especially in that time, he only influenced the minds of Muggles while still under Merlin's seal. Now it's different, now he's free, said another of those present with worry. We'll have to rely on the new generation the world chose. In the meantime, we must do our part, Lunivestra said quickly. All right, let's do that. We'll have to alert all the magical ministries around the world and cut all connections with the Muggle world, said one of the women as her projection disappeared. If I recall correctly, the newcomers are still just children, commented one of them before vanishing. Let's hope they can do something and don't end up strengthening that monster, said another, leaving those words before disappearing as well. Leaving some people to solve our problems, said a woman before vanishing quickly. I hope they end this once and for all, said another as his image faded, leaving only Lunivestra. Sigh. I hope the world made the right choice by bringing people from another place. Many have already died at his hands. Only Merlin managed to seal him, but even so, that man continued to interfere with the world while amusing himself, Lunivestra said with a complicated look before fading away and leaving the private meeting room completely empty. Black letters flew all over the world, heading to magical schools, ministries, and places connecting the magical world with the Muggle world. The orders were simple. Within a week, all connections with the Muggle world would cease to protect the wizards. Wizards and witches living in the Muggle world should move to the magical world promptly. Their relatives would be allowed entry, but they would no longer be able to return to the Muggle world until further notice. If any of their relatives remained in the Muggle world, they could not be contacted again until further notice. The places connecting to the Muggle world were to close their doors to prevent access from and to that side. The ministries of magic would have to help relocate those wizards who had nowhere to stay in the magical world to safe places. At that moment, an international martial law would be established. There was nothing else explaining what was happening, which left everyone scared and nervous. Chapter 144, 144. Stephen was looking at the golden hand he had to create for the time being with interest, though his eyes showed deep exhaustion. Next to him, Fleur had fallen asleep, tears still marking her face. All right, we'll leave you alone, said Perenelle, watching her eldest grandson with concern before quickly leading the others out of the room. Harry followed the rest, but suddenly he felt something strange in his pocket. Reaching in, he pulled out a peculiar stone covered in runes. It was cracked but seemed to be slowly repairing itself while in contact with his hand. He turned around, ready to ask Stephen if he knew what that stone was or where it had come from. However, he saw Stephen looking at his arm with frustration before carefully embracing Fleur, as if he feared letting her go. The girl, even while asleep, seemed unwilling to release him. Later, Harry murmured with a sigh before leaving the infirmary. The next day, it was time for the students of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang to leave, as they had to return to their schools to follow the orders of the Magical Confederation. The 3 schools shared one last solemn dinner. As you all have seen, Voldemort has returned, announced Dumbledore, his grave voice resonating throughout the Great Hall. Once again, he seeks to cover our land in terror with his extreme and violent ideas. But he was stopped. Not by a hero of the light or something like that, but by something darker and more terrifying than Voldemort himself. We don't even know if it's a person or something entirely different. The Confederation of Wizards has deemed this threat dangerous enough to declare a state of martial law. We do not fully understand the reason for the alert or how long it will last. Nor do we comprehend the necessity of separating our world from the Muggle world. But as long as we stand united, we will find the answer. Even if we speak different languages, our hearts beat as one. The bonds of friendship we have formed this year will be more important than ever. Remember that Hogwarts will always be a place you can return to for help. While Dumbledore continued speaking in the hall, Stephen was outside, leaning against a wall while listening silently. Loki, Tony, and Natasha were nearby, staring at the ground with frustrated expressions. "Aren't you going in?" asked Wanda, who had sneaked out to join them. "No need. The old man talks too much," Stephen replied with a fake smile. "What's wrong with you guys?" Wanda asked, noticing their disheartened faces. "We ran away," Loki admitted bitterly, "with our tails between our legs. Like cowards. And what did you expect? Stay and be surrounded by dark creatures until we died? We're not a suicide squad. That lunatic only cast 2 or 3 spells, and Stephen ended up cutting his own arm off," Tony said angrily, his eyes reflecting helplessness. "We don't even know what the hell he did. He revived a corpse, summoned creatures that were supposed to be extinct. The most skilled magician among us couldn't defend himself against one of his attacks," Natasha added, equally frustrated. "We got overconfident," Stephen admitted quietly, clenching his golden fist. "We came to this world thinking it was weaker than the one we knew. When I completed Eldritch magic, I relaxed. I thought it was enough." "You guys are a bunch of idiots," Wanda interrupted sharply, her determined gaze surprising everyone. "This is our new life. Of course, we wanted to enjoy it, to lower our guard because we thought we would be safe. We have the right to live our lives in peace. So, what do you suggest then?" Tony snapped, crossing his arms. "Simple. If another maniac shows up wanting to destroy our new world, then we fight to protect it. There's no point in lamenting what we once were. This world is full of possibilities, and now we have an enemy. So, instead of complaining, let's do what we do best." Wanda smiled confidently. Stephen let out a sigh and shook his head. "It annoys me that she's the one making sense. Doesn't it bother you guys?" "Quite a bit," Loki muttered resignedly. "All right. Let's stop sulking. The first thing is to investigate who or what the hell that guy is. But first, I need Loki and Tony to help me make a new arm," Stephen said with determination. "Weren't you supposed to be able to regenerate it in a week or 2? Loki asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, but that means we have a lot of work and little time. Come on, this golden arm feels weird." Stephen raised his improvised arm, showing his fist covered by a black glove. "You guys are incredibly bipolar," Tony groaned in exhaustion. "All right, tell me what you need to do. Are you sure, Stephen? It's a big step. I'm really happy. You have no idea how happy I am. But I don't want to force myself into your life just like that," Fleur said worriedly as she sat across from Stephen, her hands entwined with his. "All right. We've been dating for over a year. I think it's time we live together. Nothing would make me happier. Especially because we have no idea what's lurking out there, and I can't be at peace if you're not near me," Stephen replied seriously, his gaze full of determination. "Then, let's live together," Fleur agreed with a warm and tender hug that lit up her face. "Although, you'll have to convince my father," she quickly added with a playful smile. "You know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe we don't need to live together. Being neighbors will be enough. When we get married, we can live together," Stephen said that so quickly he almost choked on his own words, starting to break into a cold sweat. "You know that to marry me, you'll also need to ask for his permission, right?" Fleur smiled mockingly, enjoying Stephen's reaction. Stephen let out a calm laugh. "All right, it was a joke. I already planned to talk to your parents and my grandparents this weekend." His smile was confident, but his eyes showed slight nervousness. "Then I'll see you this weekend, dear," Fleur said as she stood up. Her school was already preparing to return to France. "Remember to pack your bags," Stephen added with a smile. Stephen headed to Natasha's office, where all his siblings were already gathered. "Did you ask her already?" Wanda asked with curiosity and a sparkle in her eyes. "Yeah, you too," Stephen replied with interest. "Of course. We've been talking about it for months," Wanda said with a victorious smile. "There's still something the Elder Confederation isn't telling us. It's better to have our friends and family close. Flamel Island is perfect for that. With all the protection and magic it has, we could even build a village there," Stephen commented, his expression turning serious as he analyzed the situation. Separating wizards and witches from regular humans the moment that maniac shows up? They obviously know something. "But, of course, they won't have everything stored in a computer we can hack," Tony said sarcastically, crossing his arms. "We don't know what we're facing. So far, we only know he can revive someone who retains their power, that his magic can break through Wanda and Stephen's barriers, and that dark creatures from the magical world, believed extinct, appeared where he was," Natasha said gravely, her eyes cold and calculating. "And that his eyes are just like ours," Wanda quickly added, her voice tinged with worry. "Great, a crazy sibling. As if the ones we already had weren't enough," Tony scoffed, looking at Loki, Wanda, and Stephen with sarcasm. "Hey," Wanda complained as Tony let out a mocking laugh. Harry's agitated voice interrupted the conversation. "Stephen," Harry said as he quickly entered, his face filled with concern. What's wrong? Stephen asked, turning to his younger brother. Do you have any idea what this is? Harry showed him a strange stone covered in runes that seemed to slowly mend its cracks while he held it. His voice grew more urgent. No matter where I leave it, it keeps appearing in my pocket. It showed up after Voldemort's death. Natasha frowned as she looked at the stone. Something about it seemed familiar. This feels like an infinity stone, but also, not, Stephen commented as he examined it carefully. Hey, don't tell me those things exist here too, Tony complained with evident annoyance. No, it seems to be something else. Stephen gave a slight smile as he continued examining the stone. I think it's the resurrection stone. Resurrection? Like bringing the dead back to life? Harry quickly asked, his eyes glimmering with desperate hope. Everyone's reaction was to look at him as if he had said the most absurd thing in the world. I mean, can that stone bring people back? Like, my parents? Harry insisted, barely managing to hide his desperation. Harry, even the soul stone can't do that. And even if this stone had that power, I don't think it works the way you imagine, Stephen replied gently but firmly. Then why does this stone keep appearing in my pocket no matter where I leave it? Harry asked, his tone growing increasingly frantic. Stephen stared at him intently, as if something had just clicked in his mind. Where's your cloak, Harry? He asked quickly. My cloak? It should be in my trunk. Harry fell silent as something strange happened. A cloak he hadn't seen before appeared over him as if it had always been there. It was unmistakable. My cloak? Harry exclaimed in surprise. Well, things keep happening that we don't understand, Tony said tiredly, massaging his temples. Chapter 145, 145. Author's Note 2.0. I've started a new story set in the world of Harry Potter, but with a twist. What would happen if a battle-hardened Nord from Skyrim arrived at Hogwarts? Not only that, imagine that this warrior is the Dragonborn, a hero who has completed all his quests and reached an almost unstoppable level of power. Intrigued? Then you can't miss my new novel, Harry Potter, Dragonborn Comes. In this tale, we'll explore how a warrior forged in the cold and epic battles of Skyrim interacts with the magical world of Harry Potter. From magical confrontations and cultural clashes to the impact his incredible strength and skills will have on this universe, I promise you it'll be a story full of surprises, action, and thrilling moments. Don't wait any longer to dive into this unique adventure that combines two fascinating worlds. The Flamel family returned home after everything ended at Hogwarts. Obviously, they didn't feel like taking the express, they simply went back with a portal from Stephen, regardless of whether anyone would have a complaint. What do we do now? That guy just vanished, like he never even existed, Tony said as he sat on the large sofa in the mansion's living room. Well, he said he was sealed. I suppose he's recovering his power, Stephen said while thinking slightly. Wait, are you saying he's possibly stronger than what we saw? Tony said quickly, staring intently at Stephen. I said I suppose. Maybe he's just visiting acquaintances, Stephen replied quickly while shrugging his shoulders. I hope that's the case, Tony said with annoyance. Where did the idiot go? Loki asked, looking around in all directions, not seeing Wanda nearby. I heard something about kidnapping a Gringotts goblin, Harry said softly. Great. Now we're going to have a war with the goblins, Tony said sarcastically, thinking about what his sister might do. She's excited about building the house where she'll live with Daphne, most likely, Natasha said with a smile. About that? Is it okay if I bring Hermione and her family to the island? Harry asked a bit nervously, as suddenly all his siblings' eyes were on him, filled with interest and teasing. In a few days, the Muggle world and the magical world will be separated. So, Hermione and her parents will have to come to this side. But you know how wizards are, they could be scorned for being muggles, and that way here. It's okay, Harry, calm down. You can let Hermione and her parents come, Perenelle said, appearing with a smile as she saw her grandson talking quickly, filled with nerves, while his other siblings teased him with their looks. We should also invite the Weasley family. After all, the two little devils are Nico's students and friends of Stephen. Especially the youngest boy who's Harry's friend, she added quickly. Sure, I'll let Mr. Weasley know. I think he'll be quite happy to be near Grandpa, Stephen said as he walked outside. I'm not sure if this is okay, Stephen. Moving away from our home, you know, Molly said as Stephen talked to her about creating a new house on Flamel Island. Especially since that's your grandparents' island. Moving there doesn't feel right. Relax, Mrs. Weasley. The island is huge, it could easily fit an entire village. Besides, it was Grandma's idea. She wants friendly and familiar families to have a safe place to take refuge, Stephen said while sitting in the Beau's living room. Hearing that, Molly was hesitant, as was Arthur. After all, they built this house with their own hands, on land the Weasley family had owned since their first child was born. What about this? I can create a secret portal that's connected to a house on Flamel Island. That way, you won't leave your home behind, it'll just feel like you've added another room, with a big garden, Stephen said, thinking aloud. Is that possible? Arthur quickly asked, sounding interested. Yes, but you'll have to keep it a secret. The ministry is already bothering me a lot about basic portals, Stephen replied quickly. That could solve the problem of leaving our home. What do you think, Molly? Arthur said, trying to convince his wife. All right. It's for having a safe place. I can't say no if it's for the good of our family, Molly said, reluctantly giving in. Great. Now we can go and bother the boss and the others more often, the twins said, having been listening to everything while hiding behind the couch. You two stop eavesdropping on conversations that don't concern you, Molly said angrily. Obviously, it concerns us, Mother. It's our new home, they said, both starting to argue with their mother. Well, I'll be off then. I need to give the same invitation to a few more people, Stephen said as he stood up. Sure, Stephen. Let us know if you need help, Arthur said, smiling as he bid him farewell. After that, Stephen had the same conversation with the families of his friends and acquaintances. Among them were Lee Jordan, Angelina Johnson, and other students. Also included were Amelia Bones, the Tonks family, and Sirius. Most of them hesitated a bit, but Stephen made them the same offer as the Weasley family. They could connect their homes to the houses on Flamel Island and treat the island as a safe place. Obviously, with so many portals to the island, it could pose an open danger, so Stephen planned to design a way that only people with permission could pass through the portal. I think we're creating some sort of private magical village, Stephen mused aloud. Good morning and welcome to this week's magical news. Under the new martial law proposed by the Confederation of Magic, the magical and muggle worlds have been forced to separate even more than they already were. This decision has sparked unrest in various magical ministries around the world, where muggle families have been protesting vehemently against being forced to leave their homes. Those who do not comply with this regulation will lose access to the magical world. In many of our magical towns, all sorts of barriers have been erected to prevent anyone who isn't a witch or wizard from entering. Currently, the FLU network is the only authorized form of transportation, causing numerous issues due to severe congestion. Fortunately, the displaced families have received a glimmer of hope thanks to Magic Tack, the company that owns the largest amusement park in the world and various magical facilities. They have offered free accommodation in their hotels and spas, a gesture that has greatly eased the housing crisis faced by the English Ministry of Magic, though some suspect this altruism has other intentions. The future of this division remains uncertain. The Confederation of Magic has remained silent in response to press inquiries, claiming that all of this is being done to ensure the population's safety, though it is unclear what threats justify such measures. Minister Fudge, on the other hand, has issued several public statements urging the Confederation to lift martial law, calling their actions excessive. Fudge has particularly condemned the separation of the magical and muggle worlds, emphasizing that the English Ministry of Magic has worked together with the muggle government on numerous occasions. He has even hinted that if this situation persists, England might consider breaking away from the Confederation of Magic. In response, the Confederation has stressed the importance of allocating resources to relocate and feed the displaced wizards rather than engaging in pointless political power struggles. This statement did not sit well with Minister Fudge, who has launched a campaign to convince other ministers to join his cause and demand a vote. On another note, the Tri-Wizard tournament, which hadn't been held for centuries, ended with a shocking operation led by Aurors under the orders of Amelia Bones. During the event, an ambush allowed them to capture 13 Death Eaters who had responded to the call of the Dark Lord. However, some managed to escape, and now wanted posters are everywhere. Bones also announced the arrest of several leaders of the so-called Snatchers thanks to collaborative efforts with bounty hunters. Despite these successes, at least 5 fugitives managed to escape, taking advantage of the intervention of werewolves and vampires. During a press conference, Amelia Bones stated, "We have captured 13 Death Eaters, and their families are being investigated to determine if they were accomplices. We also arrested several Snatcher leaders with the help of bounty hunters. Unfortunately, 5 managed to escape due to the appearance of dark creatures." When a reporter asked her about the Confederation and Minister Fudge's handling of the situation, Bones replied, "Without having access to all the information, I will reserve my comments. However, I can say that I was there when dark creatures emerged from everywhere. If the Confederation believes we are facing a real danger, I will act with caution. That's all." Finally, the presenter concluded this has been this week's magical news. Thank you for joining us. See you in our next broadcast. Chapter 146, Melancholia. Melancholia. POV, Stephen. Is this what they call growing up? Before, everything was so simple. I loved making everyone laugh with my ridiculous jokes, and eventually, I even ended up forming a cool terror squad with the twins to terrorize the school. Everything seemed like a game, a constant laugh. But now I'm about to take a huge leap. No, it's not a step. It's like diving headfirst into an abyss without knowing if I'll land on something soft or crash head-on. I don't like growing up. Who would want to? We all want to be kids forever, laughing, playing, carefree. Because when you grow up, you have responsibilities. Not school assignments, obligations that, if you fail, can ruin your life. You work, you pay bills, and if you mess up, everything crumbles. Your lifestyle becomes a disaster. Where's all this depressing monologue going? Basically, it's my mind screaming at me that I'm about to take that leap by deciding to live with Fleur. And I'm scared. A fear so deep that I'd rather face Dormammu again than face the possibility of screwing this up, of screwing her up. Because I want to have her by my side. But at the same time, I'm afraid of hurting her. It's such a frustrating contradiction it could drive anyone insane. Do all guys who decide to live with their partners feel this way? I hope so, because if not, I'm going to feel like an idiot. Sigh. It's time, I murmured, trying to calm my breathing before entering the Flamel mansion, where Fleur and her parents were already waiting for me. I can still feel Fleur's father's murderous gaze every time he sees me, and this coming from someone who was the Sorcerer Supreme, someone who shattered galaxies to protect others, yet still trembles under his scrutiny. Great, Stephen. The great savior of the universe, scared of an overprotective father-in-law. Why do I keep talking to myself like someone could actually hear me? I'm starting to sound like my crazy sister. I keep up my stupid internal monologue as I approach the living room, where my grandparents and my in-laws are chatting with total ease. Their laughter fills the place, but the weight of what I'm about to say makes everything feel surreal. When Fleur sees me arrive, her face lights up immediately. She stands up with that natural elegance of hers and throws herself into my arms, hugging me tightly. We were waiting for you, Stephen, she says with that smile that manages to calm me more than any spell. I feel her hand grabbing my arm and her gentle tapping giving me the peace I so desperately need. Ahem. Hello, sir and madam, I greet awkwardly, trying to sound formal, though my voice shakes a bit. Ha, Stephen. It's been so long. You're getting more handsome each time, laughs Madame Delacour warmly. No need to be so formal. You can keep calling us uncle and aunt, like when you were a child. Her laughter is welcoming, warm. But Mr. Delacour. He just stares at me, those eyes seeming to scan my very soul. Fleur said you had something to ask us, he says directly, without breaking eye contact. Dear, you're too impatient. You could have let Stephen get to the point on his own. Madame Delacour gives him a warning glance. No, It's better if I get straight to the point, I think. I stammer as I feel fear starting to choke me. I clear my throat and take a deep breath. I'll just say it. I started dating Fleur over a year ago, as you already know. But from the beginning, I've always had a real future in mind, one with her. And although it may be too soon, I want to ask your permission for Fleur to live with me, in a house. Oh, great, Stephen. As if it was logical to live anywhere other than a house. A drawer? A cave? God, I'm such an idiot. I see, says Mr. Delacour, in that neutral tone that makes me break out in cold sweat. With each passing second, I feel like I'm sinking more and more. Darling, stop that. You're scaring Stephen, Madame Delacour scolds him. Stephen. His voice is firm, but less intimidating. Barely. Yes, sir, I respond quickly, almost like a reflex. I've known you since you were a child. I've seen you grow up alongside my daughter, and I know who you are and what you're capable of. I may have been hard on you at times, but it's because I know your potential and what you can become. And I also know my daughter will have a great life with you. He pauses, as if measuring his words. I'll let Fleur live with you because I know you two complement each other. But, Stephen, you must never make my daughter cry. Because no matter how many duel tournaments you win or if your grandparents are the Flamels, our friends from years ago, if you hurt my daughter, I won't hesitate to curse you even in places where the sun doesn't shine. Understood? Yes, sir. I promise, I reply with more sincerity than ever. Welcome to the family, Stephen, says Madame Delacour, getting up to embrace Fleur and me with that genuine affection that makes me feel at home. Mom, we're just moving in together. We're not getting married, yet, Fleur says with joy, unable to hide the excitement in her voice. Don't worry. If Stephen ever makes a woman cry, even if it's not Fleur, I'll kick his ass myself. My grandmother Perenelle's laughter lightens the mood, and I can't help but smile. For the first time in what feels like forever, I feel like everything is going to be okay. Wow, that was terrifying. But I did it, I said as I let myself fall onto the grass, my gaze lost in the blue sky. Fleur had been kidnapped by my grandmother, caught up in the endless discussion about house decorations. Since they thought I'd just be a nuisance with those topics, they banished me to the garden. Like an annoying dog. Hey, Stephen, what are you doing? Wanda asked, poking her head into my field of vision with that shameless curiosity she always had. Just existing, I replied wearily. My mind had been drained a while ago, and honestly, I didn't have the energy to engage in one of our wit battles right now. So, you had your meeting with Fleur's parents, right? At least you weren't castrated, which is good for your future descendants, she said as she sat beside me, her mocking smile firmly planted on her face. And what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to have the same meeting with Daphne? I asked, glancing at her from the corner of my eye. Oh, yeah, but it was easy. You know, Daphne's dad adores me, she replied with a victorious smile that managed to irritate me a bit, though I let it slide. When we arrived, she was also kidnapped by Grandma and Fleur to discuss decorations. They kicked me out to the garden for being annoying. Welcome to the club, I sighed. Wanda lay down on the grass beside me, her gaze also fixed on the sky. There was a touch of nostalgia in her voice when she murmured. We're growing up, aren't we? Growing up sucks. You're not growing up. You're still just as unbearable, I replied quickly. I'm not talking about myself, I'm talking about you, she retorted, and her tone turned a bit more serious. Stephen, you have everything you never had in that other world. Even an incredibly beautiful sister like me. So, if an unknown variant of one of us ever appears, please, don't explode while shouting idiotic things, she added with a smile trying to suppress her laughter. You damn bastard. I growled in frustration, jumping up and lunging at her to start a fist fight like when we were kids. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Perenelle, Fleur, and Daphne were drawn by the commotion coming from the garden. They looked out the window to find Stephen and Wanda rolling on the grass, locked in a ridiculous but familiar fight. Obviously, they weren't using magic, they knew Perenelle would punish them if they did. Sigh. Those fools never grow up, Perenelle said, shaking her head with a resigned air but with a fond smile on her lips. I think they're cute. It's good that they get along so well, Fleur said with a warm smile. I don't mind if Wanda stays like this forever. It's so much fun being around her, Daphne quickly commented. You all. Well, they say love is blind, Perenelle muttered with a playful touch. All right, go to them before they wreck my garden. Fleur and Daphne didn't hesitate to run outside toward their partners, laughing as they prepared to join the chaos in the garden. Perenelle, however, continued watching from the window with nostalgia and affection. What's wrong, Penny? Nicholas asked as he entered the room, finding his wife so dreamy. Do you remember when we first found Stephen, Nico? Perenelle asked suddenly, with a melancholic sparkle in her eyes. Yes. How could I forget? Nicholas replied with a gentle smile. Look at him now. He's grown so much. And he's about to move in with his partner. Wanda too. Perenelle said, the sadness in her voice palpable, as if part of her resisted letting them go. Ha ha ha, that's what happens when our kids grow up, Penny, Nicholas said as he gently hugged her, providing her with warm and sincere comfort. But I'm not that worried. They're moving close by, and knowing them, we'll see them all the time. Nico, we made the right choice keeping the Philosopher's Stone. Being able to watch them grow. I'd love to meet my great-great-grandchildren someday, Perenelle said with a hopeful smile. Ha ha ha, from what we already know about them, they'll be even more unruly than their parents, Nicholas laughed, while the two of them remained embraced, enjoying the present and dreaming of the future. Chapter 147, 147. Ron, Hermione, and Harry walked through the forest of Flamel Island, eagerly exploring. Stephen's idea was to create a genuine magical village. Of course, he had to expand the island many times over, making sure no one would feel cramped. Maybe, in the end, the island would become a place of rest and relaxation, something like a summer retreat for many. This place is amazing. We've got a beach, a small park, and even a training area, Ron said excitedly, looking around with eyes gleaming with excitement. His family was building a house on the island, and now he'd be Harry's neighbor, which made him incredibly happy. Well, Stephen took this whole island building thing very seriously, Harry commented with a smile, just as happy to know his friends would be living nearby. Literally, if he wanted to see them, he'd only have to walk a few minutes. Well, a few minutes because the other residents didn't want to disturb the Flamel family, so they chose plots further away from the mansion. Since the island was so big, everyone ended up settling in the outskirts, quite far from each other. Hermione carefully observed the landscape, admiring the contrast between the wild nature and the areas under construction. Suddenly, something caught her attention. By the way, Harry, what are those towers? She asked, pointing at the 6 structures rising in different directions around the island. The tall, imposing, and elegant constructions seemed to hold some kind of ancient power. I didn't fully understand how they work, but Stephen said there's some sort of protective barrier for the island. Kind of like the island existing in another reality, or a different plane, but still connected to ours. Oh, and let me tell you a secret. Harry lowered his voice as if afraid someone else might hear. Each of those towers cost over 10,000 galleons. 10,000 galleons for each one. Ron exclaimed, absolutely stunned by the amount of money spent. Actually, there are 12 smaller towers, but those are buried, Harry added, leaving his friends speechless. What's the point of having buried towers? Ron asked, scratching his head as he looked around as if hoping to find some logical explanation in the air. I think it's part of the protection system, Hermione responded, her usual academic curiosity surfacing. If the island is separated from the normal world, it makes sense to secure it from all angles, even underground. Harry nodded, although he clearly didn't fully understand the technical details. That's what Stephen said. And he also mentioned those towers can move the island if an emergency occurs. Basically, the island can teleport to a safe place. That's incredible, Ron exclaimed, amazed by everything that system implied. Hermione, however, looked thoughtful. Yeah, although I wonder why Stephen feels the need to go through so much effort for security, she murmured, gazing worriedly at the towers rising in the distance. Do you really think all this is just a precaution? Harry asked, picking up on his friend's concern. Hermione shook her head. I don't know, but Stephen has always been very protective of those he cares about. Especially after everything that happened. The 3 friends shared an uncomfortable silence, remembering the recent harsh battle and the danger that still loomed over the magical world. Harry took a deep breath, determined to change the subject. Well, at least the island is turning out incredible. Want me to show you the training area? Stephen mentioned it would be ready today. Of course, Ron said excitedly, momentarily forgetting his worries. When they arrived, they found a massive open area filled with all kinds of training tools, from weights and resistance equipment to a sophisticated-looking shooting range. Beside it, a broad magical testing zone seemed designed to withstand powerful spells. Wow, this is awesome, Ron muttered, observing a series of targets moving on their own. Before, the training area was in an expanded room inside the mansion, Harry explained. But thanks to Tony, Loki, and Wanda testing their stuff there, they made so much noise that they sometimes broke the walls. In the end, Perenelle kicked them out of the mansion, and they built this area outside. Hermione let out a light laugh, imagining the chaos those 3 must have caused. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Is that Natasha? Hermione asked, recognizing an agile and precise figure moving across the shooting range. The dummies appeared and disappeared at great speed as Natasha fired, never missing a single shot. Hey, those bullets aren't going to fly out and hit someone outside, right? Ron asked, a bit uneasy. Don't worry. There's an invisible barrier preventing that. We can get closer, Harry replied with a reassuring smile. Natasha, after finishing off the last dummy, put away her weapon and grabbed a towel to wipe off her sweat. Natasha! Hermione exclaimed with excitement, approaching the woman with a beaming smile. Oh, you're here? Are you looking to use the shooting range? Natasha asked, raising an eyebrow curiously. No, we were just exploring. I was showing them around, Harry quickly replied. Suddenly, a letter fell from the sky and landed at Natasha's feet. Everyone looked at it in surprise. That's a howler, Ron said, feeling a chill as he remembered some traumatic school memories. Before anyone could react, the string of the letter ignited and it opened with a sudden burst, releasing a deafening scream that pierced their ears. Without hesitation, Natasha shot it, destroying the letter before the scream could continue. What was that? Ron groaned, covering his ears, which were still ringing. It was like a mandrake. Hermione murmured, her expression worried. But its scream is deadly. How can a howler transmit something like that? It doesn't transmit the ability, just the sound. It's a threat, Natasha said, her gaze hardening. I have to go. Without giving further explanations, she left hastily, leaving the others confused. Who would use a mandrake's scream as a threat? Harry asked, trying to process what had just happened. I think I read in some ancient book that, in the past, noble families used that method to declare war, Hermione explained, clearly troubled. That was abandoned centuries ago, Ron murmured. Then, the massive towers began to glow intensely, activating a magical shield around the island that made it disappear from sight, both magical and non-magical. Looks like they finished building the barrier, Harry commented, feeling slightly more at ease. Though a bit late. That I'll still manage to get through, Ron murmured, rubbing his aching ears. Don't worry, Hermione said. Natasha is strong, and she has Stephen and his brothers to support her. Harry nodded, trying to relax. The three of them continued exploring the island, passing by construction sites where houses were taking shape thanks to the help of goblins and elves. Guys, you're just in time, said Arthur Weasley, waving at them. We could use a hand if we want to finish this in 2 days. Of course, Mr. Weasley. How can we help? Asked Harry enthusiastically, approaching the construction site. Arthur smiled gratefully as he dusted off his hands. Around him, several wooden beams were levitating in the air as Fred and George guided them with their wands toward the structure being built. Bill and Charlie were securing the foundations with reinforcement spells. Ginny, meanwhile, was making sure everything was properly leveled. You could help us place these walls in position. We've got them ready, but we need someone to keep them steady while we secure them. That sounds easy, said Ron, raising his wand with confidence. Harry and Hermione did the same, and soon, the 3 walls were carefully lifted into the air. The coordination among the young wizards was admirable, moving the structures with precision while Arthur cast the necessary spells to fix them in place. Great job, kids, Arthur praised them with genuine enthusiasm. This is going to turn out amazing. Molly will be delighted to know we made so much progress today. This place is really looking incredible, commented Hermione, admiring the blend of magic and physical effort displayed before her eyes. The bustling sounds of construction mingled with laughter and friendly orders. Yeah, it's impressive to see everyone working together to build something so authentic, added Harry with a nostalgic smile. I guess this is what Stephen wanted, a place where we could all live peacefully. And we're making it happen, affirmed Ron proudly, watching his family work with enthusiasm. Laughter and camaraderie filled the air. For a moment, the worries about the letter and its implications seemed like a distant bad dream. Attention! A villain emerges and puts Natasha in danger. What do you think? How will the story continue? Do you have any exciting ideas to contribute? I'm determined to make these solo chapters unforgettable, so I can adjust and improve based on what you suggest. For now, I'm considering it to be an enemy from her past, someone carrying an emotional burden and, why not, a secret Natasha would rather bury. And of course, a chapter like this wouldn't be complete without a loyal companion by her side, right? That emotional connection always adds a special touch. I hope you enjoyed this chapter, and I look forward to reading your ideas and suggestions. Let's make this story epic. Chapter 148, The Shadow Claw. The Shadow Claw, France. In a desolate area where everything seemed to have been consumed by flames, only blackened ruins and ashes remained. Even though it was clear that several years had passed since the disaster, the smell of burnt wood still lingered in the air, mixed with a cold emptiness that seemed to freeze the soul. Natasha appeared with a faint crack, materializing right where the main entrance of the mansion once stood. Her eyes scanned the place cautiously but also with a suppressed annoyance as old memories emerged without permission. Where once a proud mansion stood, now only scattered and broken remains lay, like the charred bones of a long-dead animal. Natasha walked among the debris, her steps leaving marks on the fine layer of ash. She was searching for any clue about who might have sent her that letter, a warning so outdated that only a family like hers would have considered using. Stupid nobles. She murmured with disdain. Those who thought themselves superior by right of blood, who had tried to impose their rules on her and her mother. Those who perished by her hands when she was still a child, desperate to protect her mother and herself. After several minutes of searching, something caught her attention, a small improvised altar in the center of what once was the mansion. Melted candles rose like wax stalactites, and although nearly consumed, they still emitted some warmth. Seems like someone was here recently, Natasha whispered. A sudden noise interrupted her thoughts. Hasty footsteps approaching from all directions. Natasha had sensed them before, but she decided to wait to assess the situation. She let them surround her. Well, aren't you a beauty? The boss was right. A wizard with an American accent grinned with disgusting enthusiasm upon seeing her. American, Natasha replied, noticing his English pronunciation. Sorry, sweetheart, but you'll have to come with us. The leader of the group raised his wand, and the others mimicked him without saying a word, their eyes gleaming with greed. I was supposed to be done dealing with idiots like you. Natasha sighed with annoyance and, without hesitation, activated her magical weapon. The artifact, a creation of Tony, allowed her wand to cast spells much faster and without the need to verbalize them. She only needed to speak the incantation when she wanted to change the type of spell she was firing. Blue flashes from her weapon filled the place as she fired with lethal precision. 3 enemies fell before the rest could react. Idiots! Get her! Shouted the leader, seeing Natasha's efficiency. Imperio, another man roared in desperation. Natasha moved with feline grace, dodging green rays and control spells with elegance. She shot, struck, and brutally knocked down those who dared to approach her. For those foolish enough to try hand-to-hand combat, a simple punch to the chin was enough to knock them out. Avada Kedavra, screamed one of the men, his voice trembling with fear. You idiot! The boss wants her alive, roared the leader, only to find himself completely alone. His men lay dead or unconscious around him, and Natasha stood before him with a cold smile. With a swift movement, she twisted his arm, forcing him to fall face first into the ashes. The man's wand slipped from his hand, and Natasha kicked it away. Well, now that we're alone, could you tell me who your leader or boss is? Natasha asked while twisting his arm with force, her tone calm but deadly. All right, I'll tell you. Please, don't hurt me, the man pleaded, his voice cowardly. But before he could say anything useful, he began to cough up blood. Natasha stepped back, surprised, as she watched him die in front of her, his eyes losing their shine within seconds. What the hell? Natasha muttered, seeing the same thing happening to the other wizards she had left unconscious. All of them were dead. She let out an annoyed huff and quickly searched the bodies. On their necks, they bore a strange tattoo, a majestic eagle being attacked by a cunning fox. A chill ran down her spine. Her danger instincts kicked in, and she looked around carefully. There was nothing visible, but something was very wrong. She tried to apparate to escape, but an anti-apparition barrier had been raised. She had no choice but to run towards the exit with all her might. Just as she reached the door, a massive explosion consumed the ruins. Natasha raised her weapon wand to conjure a protective shield, blocking the fire and debris that flew toward her. When the explosion finally subsided, Natasha looked at the place with evident irritation. They were supposed to want me alive. So, why do something so absurd? She asked aloud while pulling out her magical phone. She sent a message and waited a few seconds. The sound of a ting alerted her. Place Kashi, Rue Richer/Rue Girardin, Pâtisserie Madagot. She read the message and quickly vanished from the place before the French police, alerted by the explosion, arrived with their sirens echoing in the distance. Natasha arrived at a pâtisserie in Place Cache, the equivalent of Diagon Alley in France. As soon as she entered, a cute receptionist greeted her with a smile. Bonjour, que puis-je vous servir aujourd'hui? Hello, what can I serve you today? Je cherche de informations. I'm looking for information. Natasha took out one of her buttons and placed it in front of the receptionist, who stared at it intently before looking at her again. Without saying a word, she gestured for Natasha to follow her to the back. Natasha followed her down a dark corridor with determined steps. Then she saw it. Something she would recognize at first glance, one of Stephen's portals. Without hesitation, she stepped through the portal along with the receptionist, appearing in a cluttered office where a man with tired eyes was sifting through documents non-stop. The receptionist placed the button bearing the Flamel family crest on the desk and left silently. Hello, I'm Mark. The man said quickly, with a hint of caution in his eyes. Nobody's foolish enough to forge the Flamel family crest, but I'd like confirmation, just in case. Natasha looked at him for a moment before her eyes, previously concealed by a spell, regained their natural, magic-filled blue. So, you're one of his sisters. Tell me, what do you need? Mark asked as he respectfully returned the button. Natasha used her wand to draw the tattoo she had seen on the men before, letting its outline float in the air. It was an eagle being attacked by a fox. Seeing it, Mark's expression turned serious and cautious. The Shadow Claw, give me all the information you have. Natasha ordered firmly. It's an underground group of dark wizards in the United States, known for their unsettling symbol, a majestic eagle being attacked by a cunning fox. That emblem represents their philosophy, even the most powerful can be defeated through cunning and strategy. They operate in the shadows, based in the Appalachians, and are dedicated to collecting forbidden magical artifacts and destabilizing the balance between wizards and non-magical people. Mark explained quickly, as if every word was a relief to get off his chest. America. So, why did I see them here in France? Natasha asked coldly. They changed leaders a few years ago. He's not particularly strong, but his tactics to take down rival gangs earned him the respect of most of his men. It seems they've begun expanding into several European countries. France and England are their main targets. Sorry, but I don't know what exactly they're after. Mark paused, recalling something important. However, I do know they have some contacts with pureblood families. A couple of months ago, the leader's right-hand man was seen having a meeting with the now-imprisoned Lucius Malfoy. I've also heard that some of their men frequent Nocturne Alley. Fine. How much do I owe you? Natasha asked impatiently. Don't worry. The Flamel family sponsors our group. Just tell your brother to stop sending me so much work, please. Mark said with a pleading smile as he glanced at the pile of papers surrounding him. Sure. Natasha replied before turning around and leaving the shop. In a matter of seconds, she apparat to England, specifically to the Leaky Cauldron. The place was crowded with people pouring into Diagon Alley or asking for rooms to stay. It seemed everyone was following the orders dictated by martial law. Natasha paid little attention and quickly headed towards Nocturne Alley. As she walked, her appearance began to change until she resembled an old woman, and with a wave of her wand, her clothes transformed into the typical attire of a dark wizard. Entering Nocturne Alley, she went unnoticed. Although some people eyed her with suspicion for being a stranger, they quickly lost interest. Frowning, she walked toward a bar known to be a gathering point for dark wizards. But as she moved forward, she felt a hand dangerously close to her shoulder. In one fluid motion, she grabbed it, threw the person to the ground, and aimed her weapon at the stranger's neck. Natasha, the hooded man asked in surprise, feeling the cold steel against his throat. Natasha quickly removed his hood, revealing Sirius's face, who looked at her with confusion. You? How did you figure it out? Natasha asked, not lowering her guard. Well, that move is pretty characteristic. And also your weapon. Could you? Sirius said with an awkward smile, glancing at the gun still aimed at his neck. Chapter 149, Unexpected Meeting and Dark Clues. Unexpected Meeting and Dark Clues. Natasha quickly put away her weapon as she helped Sirius to his feet. So, what are you doing here? Sirius asked quickly as he dusted off his dirty clothes. The same question could be asked of you, Natasha replied bluntly. A friend of mine is undercover around here. I came to check on him, Sirius said in a murmur as he looked around to see if anyone was listening. I see. Natasha pondered for a moment before adding. Let's go, I'll go with you. Maybe your friend can give me some information. Her quick response surprised Sirius, but he didn't complain. Sure, Sirius said, glancing curiously at the unfamiliar face Natasha now wore. But he quickly shrugged and took the lead while Natasha followed. They moved deeper into Nocturne Alley, where dark wizards began to thin out, and vagrants filled the street with vacant stares and filthy rags. They arrived at a half-ruined house, and Sirius knocked on the door in a special way. After a few seconds, the door opened, and Remus Lupin appeared with a smile upon seeing his old friend. Padfoot, Lupin said as he gave Sirius a strong hug. Then he looked suspiciously at the woman behind him. Who's the lady following you? Some new fetish of yours for old ladies? He teased with a mischievous grin. Sirius growled as he dropped into a chair. Ha, ha, very funny, Moony. This woman could kick your ass easily. I'd watch what you say. Wow, that is unusual. I thought you'd rather die than admit you were beaten by an old lady, Padfoot Lupin replied with obvious amusement. But his tone grew more serious as he studied Natasha. Although, something tells me that appearance is just a facade. You have a good eye. Natasha gave an enigmatic smile before slowly raising her hands and undoing her disguise, revealing her true face. Lupin blinked a few times before his eyes widened in shock. By Merlin, he exclaimed in surprise. That, I did not expect. Natasha Flamel, right? I've heard your name before, but... Lupin let out a disbelieving laugh. I didn't expect you to be here, much less with Padfoot. Now you realize how impressive it was that she didn't kick my ass. Sirius huffed, crossing his arms with obvious annoyance. I'll admit it, you have my respect, Padfoot. Lupin smirked mockingly before focusing on Natasha. What are you doing here? This is hardly a tourist spot. I'm looking for information about a group called the Shadow Claw. Natasha's voice was cold and precise, clearly indicating she wasn't in the mood for jokes. Lupin let out a heavy sigh as he ran a hand through his messy hair. They've been moving around here. They're looking for someone, though I have no idea who. They've been making deals with pseudo-nobles to obtain resources or information. And what are you doing caught up in that mess, Moony? Sirius interrupted, frowning with genuine concern. Work, Padfoot. Someone has to do more than just live like a carefree noble. Lupin smiled, though his tone was more reproachful than mocking. Besides, if it wasn't for me, maybe no one would know those people are lurking around here. Anything else we should know? Natasha asked, ignoring the little argument between the two friends. Nothing concrete, for now, but they're preparing for something big. That's for sure. Lupin leaned forward, his gaze intense and serious. And if you're investigating these people, it means your problems are bigger than I thought. For some reason, they came looking for me. And they might be involved in something else. I need to figure out how and why, Natasha said as she tried to organize her thoughts. Why not ask your siblings for help? With them around, I think it would be easy to destroy a dark wizard organization, Sirius suggested as he looked for something to drink as if he were at home. Lupin didn't seem to mind. Well, it's sort of a tradition we have. If we can solve it ourselves, we simply will. We'll only ask for help if we really need it, Natasha replied calmly. The quick meeting to gather information ended, and Natasha was preparing to leave. However, Lupin observed Sirius with interest before grinning teasingly. Since the little noble black is here, why not use him as your helper? I don't need him hanging around while I work. And even if he seems a bit silly, he's quite strong. He'll be good help. Lupin's smile widened as he shot a knowing look at Natasha. And who knows, maybe he's trying to impress you with his heroic skills. Shut up, Moony. Sirius protested, clearly irritated. Natasha let out a slight laugh at Lupin's provocation, though her eyes still showed seriousness. Well, I suppose having someone to watch my back doesn't sound so bad. At least you'll serve as a human shield. Shield? That's more than I could hope for. Although, Lupin leaned slightly forward with a mischievous smile. Now that I think about it, how did the great Padfoot end up working for you? I'm not working for anyone. Sirius quickly refuted, crossing his arms with evident annoyance. I'm here because I wanted to make sure you were okay, Moony. And I can see you're perfectly fine, even enough to be teasing your old friends. Ah, but it's so easy to mess with you, Padfoot. Although I must admit, you've surprised me this time. Lupin glanced back at Natasha, his eyes assessing every detail of her face. And I must say, I understand why you're so willing to help her, he murmured toward Sirius, though Natasha obviously heard him. What do you mean by that? Sirius asked, frowning. Come on, Padfoot. Even you can't deny you're willing to throw yourself into the fire for a girl as beautiful as her. It's almost like you're trying to impress her, Lupin replied with feigned innocence, though his smile betrayed he was enjoying every second of his friend's discomfort. Sirius gritted his teeth and replied, You're talking about my godson's sister. I don't think of her that way, he said quickly, annoyed by his friend's comment. Lupin let out a sigh as he looked at Sirius, realizing that perhaps even he hadn't noticed his own feelings. Whatever you say, Lupin said as he raised his hands in surrender. Then, he turned his gaze to Natasha. Like I said before, I know those people are looking for someone, but what worries me is that they're acting very cautiously. It seems they're trying to avoid drawing the attention of certain groups, and, by the way they're moving, they're probably trying to avoid your brothers, Natasha. Or more precisely, your two loudest brothers, he added quickly, referring to Stephen and Wanda, who had demonstrated high levels of power in various places. Especially Stephen, who had been known since his youth for his dueling tournaments. That makes sense. They must know that if they confront any of the Flamels directly, their days are numbered, Natasha mused, her fingers tapping impatiently on the table. Exactly. That's why they're using intermediaries and manipulating pseudo-nobles desperate for a little power. If I can get more information, I'll let you know. But, Lupin glanced at Sirius with a weary expression. You know my work here is dangerous. And the less I see you around, the better. I'm leaving. You don't have to insist so much, Sirius grumbled before getting up from the chair. Then, he looked at Natasha. Shall we go? Yes, let's go. Thanks for the information, Natasha said as she looked at Lupin. I should be the one thanking you for taking care of Harry, Lupin replied with a friendly smile. That lunatic needs to learn to care more about himself than others. Sirius muttered under his breath as they left the house. In that sense, he's a lot like you, Natasha commented, causing Sirius to fall silent for a moment before a small smile formed on his face. Maybe you're right. But for now, what are you planning to do? Sirius asked as they walked through the dark alley. Follow the trail of those pseudo-nobles and see what kind of deal they made with the Shadow Claw. But first, I better cover myself again, Natasha said as she adopted her elderly disguise once more, her face now a blank mask. Don't you like showing your true face? Sirius joked with a mischievous grin. Because, frankly, I don't think it helps much if you're trying to keep a low profile. I prefer not to draw too much attention. That way, I can move more freely. Natasha continued down the alley, her gaze always alert. Now, show me those contacts of yours. Maybe we can get something useful out of them. Chapter 150, Magic, Love, and Chaos. Magic, Love, and Chaos. With magic, everything was easier, even construction. That's why Stephen and Fleur's house was finished before sunset on the same day. Excited, they stepped inside to explore their new home. What do you think? I picked this decor with your grandmother, Fleur said with a bright smile, gesturing toward the living room. Large sofas adorned the space, a cozy fireplace cast a warm glow, and in one corner, an elegant grand piano stood out with its refined shine. Seeing it, Stephen raised an intrigued eyebrow. A piano? Yes, Fleur responded enthusiastically. Remember that time at the ministry? You practically played while fighting the Aurors, with a magical violin, no less. She laughed softly. I thought, since you can conjure a violin, having a piano might be interesting. I might have to take lessons to learn how to play it, Fleur admitted playfully, but her words trailed off as Stephen let his fingers graze the keys. Ting! A soft note echoed in the room, and suddenly, as if a dormant melody had awakened within him, Stephen's fingers began to move naturally across the keys. A beautiful symphony filled the space, wrapping Fleur in a spell of sound. She watched him, captivated by how effortlessly he played, as if music had always been a part of him. When the melody came to an end, Stephen turned to her with a surprised expression. Well, looks like I know how to play. Fleur crossed her arms and gave him a delighted smile. Is there anything you can't do? Stephen approached with a mischievous grin and, without warning, pressed a kiss to her cheek. You'll have to find out, my love. Fleur felt a pleasant shiver run down her spine, but before she could reply, Stephen gently took her hand. Come on, let's keep exploring. They wandered through their spacious home, passing through the kitchen, dining room, library, their offices, and finally, the bedrooms. Fleur paused for a moment, taking in the vast space. I have to admit, with so many rooms and just the two of us, it feels a little empty. Stephen shot her an amused look before slowly stepping closer. Then how about we start repopulating some of these rooms, he suggested with a sly smile. Fleur arched an eyebrow, feigning indignation. Oh, so you're showing your true colors from day one. Stephen wrapped an arm around her waist and lifted her effortlessly. My love, I've always shown you my true colors. Fleur was about to respond when, Prince, Fleur, we came to see your house. Gabrielle's voice rang out from outside. Fleur burst into laughter while Stephen let out a long-suffering sigh. Looks like you'll have to keep those colors hidden a little longer, Fleur teased before slipping from his arms and heading for the door to greet her family. Stephen, with a frustrated look, muttered to himself. I should study anti-family barriers while researching the combination of magic from both worlds. Reluctantly, he followed his girlfriend. When Fleur opened the door, Madame Delacour gave her a knowing smile. Are we interrupting something? Of course not. Fleur answered quickly, inviting her mother and sister inside. Meanwhile, in another of the newly finished houses, Wanda and Daphne were comfortably seated on the couch in their living room after touring their home with excitement. Our home is amazing, isn't it? Wanda said with a big smile. Yes, Daphne nodded sweetly. I can already picture our life here. Wanda glanced at her out of the corner of her eye before smirking playfully. What if we test our room? We need to make sure our bed is comfortable enough, don't we? Daphne narrowed her eyes with a knowing smile before sliding onto Wanda's lap, ending up face to face with her. Oh, is that what you want? She whispered, a teasing glint in her eyes. I wouldn't mind, but do you think you can handle it? Wanda's face instantly flushed, but her pride wouldn't allow her to back down. I'll have to find out, she declared with determination, flashing a challenging smile. Leaving the older Flamel twins aside who seemed to be struggling with their hormones, Tony was staring seriously at the screen of his magical computer. Then, suddenly, his expression shifted. A grin of pure excitement and joy spread across his face. I did it! I've created the first magical artificial intelligence. Tony exclaimed, his smile radiating satisfaction as he pressed a button. Immediately, a feminine voice resonated from his computer. Hello, sir. I am Matisse. How may I assist you? Tony crossed his arms, lifted his chin, and took a moment to admire his own brilliance. Ha ha ha, I'm a genius no matter what world I'm in. Just as he was about to indulge in a bit more self-praise, Loki walked into the room with his usual smirk. Hey, idiot. We need to help the sorcerer with his new arm, he said, mercilessly interrupting Tony's self-glorification. I know, Princess of Intrigue. I was just creating a little extra help, Tony replied with a confident grin. Now we'll get it done much faster. Not giving Loki time for more questions, Tony grabbed his magical computer and started walking. Loki, not fully understanding but used to Tony's eccentricities well, he was pretty eccentric too, simply followed him. The shared laboratory was filled with strange machines, a fusion of high-tech and magic. The Flamel twins had their private labs, but this particular space was for joint projects. Many of the devices here had been created thanks to Tony's technological expertise and the combined magical knowledge of Stephen and Loki both in Eldritch and Asgardian magic. Even Nicolas Flamel had contributed. They had even developed a special material that prevented spells from destroying their devices, a blessing, considering how many explosions had occurred during the early tests. In this world, this lab alone could probably start a war in the magical community just for the knowledge it held. The two approached a table where an arm floated above a platform covered in a greenish substance made from various potions. What version are we on? Tony asked, hands on his hips as he studied the arm. 12, Loki replied flatly. There have been worse success rates in scientific experiments, Tony muttered, pulling up his computer. All right, Matisse, your first task, analyze this arm and tell me what's wrong with it. Understood. Immediately, holographic scanners activated, and a list of errors began populating the screen. See, now we'll be more efficient, Tony said proudly, glancing at Loki, who simply rolled his eyes. Or we could just rip off someone else's arm and call it a day, Loki commented, exasperated. First of all, that's disgusting, Tony said, grimacing. And second, with this method, we could win a Nobel Prize. Sorry, I mean a Merlin's medal for our contribution to biology and medicine. Yeah, whatever you say, Loki replied dismissively as he pressed a button, instantly incinerating the defective arm. Then, he began writing runes in the air, calculating at high speed. Tony watched him for a few seconds before clicking his tongue. I told you we could do this faster if you let Matisse handle the calculations. Are you sure she won't end up trying to take over the magical world or something? Loki asked, raising an eyebrow. Hey, let's not start those jokes. The one thing I can always trust is my ace. Ultron, Loki said without hesitation. Tony blinked. I don't know how you know about that, but that intelligence was Banner's creation, he replied shamelessly. Sure. Besides, Jarvis became Vision, which proves my point, Tony quickly added. If you say so. Loki left the calculations to Matisse and returned to his rune studies. Tony, still annoyed by the previous conversation, walked over to see what he was working on and frowned. Are you still on that? Copying a hammer. Don't you think a sword or daggers would be better? I'm using it as a reference, Loki explained without looking up. It was forged from a material that doesn't exist here called URU, a special metal from the heart of a dying star. Odin's dwarves forged Mjolnir in Nidavellir, and during the process, the star exploded and almost destroyed Midgard. Tony was silent for a second. Wait. I cannot just pretend I didn't hear that. You're telling me they almost blew up the earth for a damn hammer. Loki shrugged. Your world is more fragile than you think. Asgardians have been saving it since the dawn of time, he said mockingly. Even that idiot Thor could never use his full power there because, well, he would have reduced it to dust. Remember, we are gods. Tony crossed his arms. Correction, you're just aliens with a longer lifespan. Not gods, just creatures that don't know how to age gracefully. Oh, really? And what does that make me? A brat with obvious psychological issues. Loki stopped writing runes and slowly turned to Tony with a murderous glare. What did you just say, you foolish mortal? Tony smirked smugly. Exactly that. I love how you keep calling everyone mortals when you are one now too. It's endearing. Before Loki could respond, he lunged at Tony, starting an impromptu scuffle on the lab floor. As they rolled around, knocking over tools and accidentally triggering a few protection spells, Métis continued analyzing the runes and optimizing the creation of a biological arm from scratch. As always, chaos and genius went hand in hand. Chapter 151, A Magical Summer, Introduction to the New Arc. A Magical Summer, Introduction to the New Arc. This chapter will be brief, as it serves as an introduction to the upcoming small arc before our anticipated return to Hogwarts. I ask that you give it a read, as it lays the foundation for what's to come. Don't worry, in a few hours I'll be posting a new chapter for you to continue enjoying the story. Thank you for your patience and ongoing support. The week of the Wizards' move was behind them, and with it, Isla Flamel had finally completed all the ongoing constructions. The families that decided to accept the invitation to move, including friends and acquaintances, numbered between 10 and 15, a number that could have been much higher if more families hadn't preferred to stay in their own homes. Once the orders to close the entrances to the Muggle world were implemented, strict surveillance measures began to be established at every entrance and exit to the magical towns. As a result, many wizards chose to stay in their homes or remain within their own villages. Going out had become an exhausting process, with endless paperwork and constant checks. It was as if the entire magical world was under some sort of quarantine, which was starting to take a toll on the mood of its inhabitants. The hotels and spas opened by Magic Tech were overcrowded, offering all the possible comforts. However, despite their luxury, there was a major shortcoming. There weren't enough outdoor spaces for people to enjoy a simple walk. That's when Stephen had a brilliant idea. Since the virtual magic booths had successfully passed all technical and safety evaluations, he decided to deploy them throughout the magical world. Using their purpose of maintaining the psychological health of the confined wizards as an excuse, he quickly obtained official permission to set up gaming centers equipped with these booths. Some wealthy wizards even purchased individual booths to install in their own homes. Thus, what seemed like a collective misfortune turned into an opportunity for entrepreneurs like Stephen. Though he decided to offer the gaming centers for free initially, he knew he would recoup his investments once the crisis ended. Thanks to Métis, the AI created by Tony, servers capable of supporting almost the entire magical population simultaneously were established. This technological development marked the beginning of the first online multiplayer games within the magical world. Soon, wizards were not only exploring virtual landscapes but also interacting with each other through magical avatars in worlds designed to stimulate creativity and offer an escape from confinement. The situation within the magical world was far from ideal. The virtual booths, though useful for alleviating the feeling of confinement, were not well received by everyone. Some families expressed concerns, pointing out that they encouraged isolation and disconnection from reality. However, Stephen found himself caught in a dilemma. Amid the crisis, the needs of the wizards were too great to ignore, but he was also aware of the limits of his influence as a businessman. For those who had lost their jobs due to the lockdown, Magic Tech introduced an ingenious initiative, magical suitcases containing portable farms. These suitcases were designed to meet various needs. For example, plant cultivation, from essential potion ingredients to magical foods thriving in controlled conditions. This solution not only offered employment but also provided a way to keep the magical economy active. Wizards could harvest products directly from their suitcases and sell them in the market, maintaining their financial independence even in the toughest times. About this chapter and the upcoming arc. This chapter serves as an introduction and premise for the next arc of the story. Additionally, it is designed to answer some of the questions you're probably already asking. How do wizards make a living during the lockdown? What do they eat in these circumstances? How are the magic booths now available to everyone when previously only schools had access to them? This new arc will cover the summer holidays, just before returning to Hogwarts, and will explore a magical world with a strong video game-inspired style, something I've worked on in previous arcs and has been well received by you all. I hope you enjoy this new stage as much as I enjoy developing it. Of course, if you have ideas, suggestions, or feedback, don't hesitate to share them. Your input is essential for continuing to improve and bringing this universe to life. I hope this new arc is to your liking and gives you an even more exciting experience. Stephen was running across a field, dodging bullets that whizzed past his head like a rain of fire and iron. Boss, an RPG on your left. Fred shouted quickly as he ran behind Stephen and dove into a ditch along the path. Stephen immediately followed and jumped into the same ditch just as the missile exploded where he had been running. Where are Jordan and George? Stephen asked quickly while swapping out the magazine of the rifle slung on his back. They were right behind us, Fred responded hastily, prompting them both to peek out and check if their teammates were okay. That's when they saw Jordan with a minigun, firing like a complete madman in every direction with a grin full of excitement. Ha 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 ha, die, you bastards. You'll be the strainers I use for my noodles, he shouted, unloading a barrage of bullets toward the section where the missile had come from. Meanwhile, a military vehicle approached at full speed, with George at the wheel, grinning with excitement. Hey, I found something cool, he said as he screeched to a halt near his teammates. Why do you guys always find a vehicle? Fred complained as they all jumped in immediately, seeing more teams closing in after hearing the gunfight. Step on it before they surround us, Stephen ordered seriously. George floored the gas, speeding away from the battlefield. Suddenly, a combat helicopter flew past where they had just been and began firing missiles and machine guns in their direction. Dodge, Fred, dodge, Jordan yelled while firing his minigun at the chopper. I'm George, his brother corrected as he swerved in zigzags to avoid the attacks. However, Jordan couldn't keep up with the helicopter's speed since the minigun was too heavy. Leave it to me, Stephen said as he took aim with his rifle and peered through the scope. Then, he pulled the trigger. Everyone watched as the helicopter started spiraling before crashing down and exploding, taking out everyone inside. Boss, that was awesome, Jordan cheered, exhilarated by the adrenaline. Boys, we've got company, Fred warned quickly as he glanced to the side and saw a military vehicle speeding toward them. Ha 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 ha, we found you, Wanda declared with a mischievous grin as she leaned out of the window. Shit, it's the girls, Jordan exclaimed upon recognizing Fleur, Daphne, Wanda, and Angelina inside the vehicle. Boss, shoot them, quick, he urged. Are you crazy? My girlfriend's in there, Stephen shot back. You do it. Hell no, they terrify me, Jordan said, shaking his head frantically before looking at Fred. Don't even look at me, I'm terrified of them too, Fred added without hesitation. Cowards? Guess I'll have to do it myself, George said, gripping the wheel and veering to crash into the girls' vehicle. Bam? Hey, that was rude, Wanda complained in irritation. Sorry, all's fair in love and war, George responded as he kept ramming into Wanda's car, forcing her to retaliate in kind. Daphne, shoot them, Wanda ordered swiftly. Got it, Daphne replied, standing up in her seat and leaning out with an RPG, preparing to fire. Shit, you guys were the ones with the RPG, Jordan exclaimed, suddenly terrified. George, strategic retreat, Fred yelled. His brother obeyed immediately, slamming the brakes, but Daphne quickly took aim and fired. The four barely managed to leap out of the car just before it exploded. Shit, run, Stephen shouted as the girls' vehicle turned to chase them. The four of them sprinted together in one direction. This is useless. They're faster because of the car, Fred said, worried. Well, then we only have one option left, George said with determination. You sure about this, George? Fred asked quickly. Of course. We learned this from the boss and Wanda. When you're about to lose, it's better to go out in style, Fred finished his brother's sentence with a smug grin. Then, both removed their vests while Stephen and Jordan watched in curiosity. But when they saw what was underneath, their eyes widened in horror. Are you guys insane? Stephen shouted, alarmed. Of course, the twins responded in unison with devilish grins. Wanda's car was already dangerously close. The ruthless driver seemed fully intent on running them over without remorse. But just as Fred and George turned around, the girls' eyes widened at what they saw. Wanda didn't finish her sentence because, at that moment, she slammed into the twins. And then, an explosion. A massive fireball engulfed everything in its path, taking not only Fred and George but also the car carrying Wanda, Daphne, Fleur, and Angelina. To make things worse, Jordan and Stephen, who were too close, didn't escape the blast either. Yep. The twins had explosives strapped all over their bodies. Meanwhile, in a nearby building. What the hell are they doing? Hermione stared in disbelief as she watched the scene unfold. Aren't we supposed to be on the same team? She asked, turning to Harry. Harry just shrugged. How could he possibly explain the minds of his brothers? Especially when they got together with their friends. In the game room of Flamel Island. The room had been built so that everyone could play in groups peacefully without a giant bat watching over them. The doors of two booths opened at the same time, letting 4 people step out of each. Stephen and his team on one side, Wanda and hers on the other. They had all just died in the game. Damn cheaters! That's not fair, Wanda exclaimed furiously as she stepped out, followed by Daphne, who looked much calmer, and then Fleur and Angelina. Ha ha ha, in war, anything goes, the twins said in unison with triumphant smiles. Excuse me, but, weren't we on the same team? Angelina asked, crossing her arms. Everyone fell silent for a moment. I forgot, Wanda admitted with a silly grin. Stephen, however, was focused elsewhere. Smiling, he approached Fleur. Did you have fun? He asked softly. Of course, Fleur replied without hesitation. Then, with a teasing smile, she added, it was good that you didn't try to shoot us, otherwise, you'd be sleeping on the couch. Haha, good joke, Stephen said, but when Fleur didn't say anything else, his smile faltered slightly. Wait, that was a joke, right? I don't know, you'll have to find out, Fleur responded mischievously before leaving the room. Oh, so I have to research everything about my beautiful girlfriend to understand her thoughts, Stephen declared, quickly following after her. Jordan watched him walk away and sighed. Well, we lost our leader. And we're out of distractions, Wanda said, sighing dramatically. Daphne gave her a light smack on the head for her bad attitude. Just then, another booth opened, and everyone turned to see Hermione stepping out with a sour expression. Behind her, Harry followed with a resigned look, while Ron trailed after them, looking clearly guilty. Are you guys done with your match? Wanda asked. No, that idiot Ron stepped on a fragmentation mine, and all three of us died, Hermione said, clearly irritated. Hey, how was I supposed to know there was a mine there? Ron defended himself. I don't know, maybe because Harry said, Ron, be careful, there's a mine there, you can see the trigger, Hermione replied sarcastically. All right, my own, don't be mad. Ron just tripped, Harry intervened, trying to calm her down. Bah, I want to play something else anyway. I'm going to a food game, Ron said indifferently. Without wasting time, he stepped into another booth and selected a game where he could eat as much as he wanted without gaining weight. Those are the only games he plays, Fred commented with a smirk. Well, since you two lost your team and so did we, how about we play together? Wanda suggested enthusiastically. Hermione with us, and Harry with the guys. It'll be girls versus boys. The boys exchanged glances before grinning. Sure, that's exactly what we wanted, the twins exclaimed. Harry sighed. He didn't have many options, so he simply joined them. This time, remember to pick enemy camps, Angelina warned. We'll remember, maybe, the twins said in unison. With renewed enthusiasm, they all entered their respective booths for the next round of chaos. Stephen entered the lab after strolling around with Fleur, his eyes scanning the data on the screens covering the walls with interest. Oh, you're here, Tony said casually, biting into a candy wand. Want one? He added, offering the pack. Stephen grabbed one without much thought. Do you know anything about Natasha? Tony made a nonchalant gesture and, after taking another bite of his candy, opened a file on one of the screens. Looks like she and the Godfather of the Year found something interesting. Stephen frowned as he read the contents. The Shadow Claw, pseudo-nobles, war against muggles, he repeated aloud, looking incredulous. Who the hell is Alec Valois? Seems to be someone from Natasha's past, or rather, her family. That's all she said. Also looks like he's the leader of that bunch of lunatics, Tony replied seriously. Stephen let out a frustrated sigh. Seriously? Right when we're all stuck here. Couldn't they pick a better time for their secret war? You know how this works, crime doesn't take vacations, Tony said with a shrug. Maybe we should give her a hand. You know, solve the problem quickly so we can play in peace, Stephen suggested with a grin. Tony let out a short laugh. I don't think she'll accept. You know how we used to do things, everyone on their own until the Earth was in danger, then we'd gather like nothing happened. Stephen clicked his tongue. Yeah, but now we're family. We don't have to do things the same way. Tony thought about it for a moment before smirking. All right. If I know her well, when she needs help, she'll ask for it, more or less, after trying to handle it alone and almost getting herself killed in the process. Basically, Stephen agreed with a grimace. Tony pulled out another candy wand and popped it into his mouth, looking thoughtful. So, wanna bet on how long it'll take her to ask for reinforcements? 3 days, Stephen said without hesitation. 5, Tony countered confidently. They shook hands with knowing smiles. Chapter 153, Wanda and Company's Adventure P1. I realized that I never wrote the special about Wanda and the Nifflers, so I'll take the opportunity to write it now. Wanda was in the living room, comfortably sunk into the couch, watching magical television while devouring snacks as if the end of the world were near. The show she was watching was one of the most popular at the moment, largely because Magic Tech had invested a fortune in its production. It focused on magical creatures, exploring their habitats and showcasing the daily lives of some kept in captivity for their protection. That day's episode was dedicated to Nifflers, those adorable and chaotic creatures with long snouts, black fluffy fur, and native to Great Britain. They lived in burrows up to 6 meters underground, and females could have up to 8 offspring per litter. They were obsessed with shiny objects and had a pouch in their bellies with an expansion charm, making them experts at stealing anything that glittered before you could blink. At that moment, the host was interviewing a kind-looking old man holding a Niffler in his hands. The creature stared at the host's brooch with an emotion that could only be described as I want that, and I want it now. That man was none other than the legendary zoologist Newt Scamander. Mr. Scamander, thank you for all the information about Nifflers. Would you like to say a few words to close the show? Asked the host with a professional smile. Of course, Newt said, nodding seriously. Nifflers are friendly and very fun creatures. Many people keep them as pets, which is fine as long as they are given proper care. But some acquire them hoping to become millionaires, thinking they'll find an endless treasure, and they are very mistaken. Thanks to Magic Tech, we discovered that some wizards were enslaving Nifflers and using them to steal. Unfortunately, many of them escaped. My message is clear, magical creatures do not exist for personal gain. They are companions, friends, and they deserve respect. Thank you very much, Mr. Scamander, the host said, closing the show with a smile. Wanda suddenly jumped up from the couch with determination. Perfect. At that moment, Stephen passed by behind her and eyed her suspiciously. And what's up with you? I'm going to save the Nifflers, Wanda declared firmly before running off to her room. Stephen watched her go for a few seconds before shrugging and continuing on his way. Crazy. Meanwhile, Wanda grabbed her magic phone and quickly dialed a number. Hello, Wanda, what do you want? Came an annoyed voice from the other end. Rolf, you idiot? Where are the Nifflers? Wanda asked without wasting time. Huh? What Nifflers? The ones my uncle mentioned? He said the wizards enslaving them escaped. Where are they? And how the hell would I know? Ask my grandfather. Rolf snapped, growing more irritated. Then put him on, idiot. I'm wasting time with you? You're the one who called me? Ugh, forget it. I'll get him because I don't feel like arguing with a lunatic. Hurried footsteps were heard, followed by Rolf shouting. Grandpa? The Flamel family idiot wants to talk to you. Wanda clenched her teeth in fury but forced herself to wait patiently. Little Wanda? What's the matter? Newt asked calmly. Uncle, where are the Nifflers? Newt remained silent for a few seconds, trying to process the question. On the other end, Rolf seemed to have explained something because the old man quickly understood the situation. You want to go after them, little one? I won't stop you, but it would be wise to take Stephen with you. Yeah, whatever. Just tell me where they are. Newt sighed in resignation. I know you're going to go alone, so I'll tell Rolf to accompany you. He hasn't done anything productive all day anyway. A loud, indignant shout from Rolf was heard in the background, but Newt completely ignored it. I'll give him the directions, so you'll have to wait for him. Before Wanda could protest, Newt hung up. Later, in a dark and eerie forest, Rolf walked alongside Wanda with an annoyed expression. I don't understand why you can't be a normal teenager and just stay home watching TV. I was doing that, Wanda replied calmly. Then she looked around. Is this the place? All around them were torn and abandoned tents. Yeah, this was the last place my father found the culprits. They managed to capture 5 of them, but the other 5 escaped. The Nifflers we rescued were in terrible condition from the mistreatment. Many of them have traumas that will prevent them from returning to their natural habitat, so they'll have to stay in captivity with specialized caretakers. Rolf clenched his fists in anger. As a true Scamander, he loved magical creatures as much as his grandfather, and seeing them suffer filled him with fury. Leave it to me, Wanda said with determination, crouching down to inspect the ground. Inside one of the tents, she found dirty sleeping bags and a foul-smelling pillow. But what really mattered was there, a strand of hair. I got one. Help me find more. Rolf looked at her with a "what the hell are you doing" expression. Come on, idiot. We need them to find the ones who escaped. Grumbling, Rolf obeyed. After searching the area, they managed to gather several more strands of hair. Good, now we need to find that fool Stephen to give us a hand. Whatever, as long as we can save the Nifflers, I'll go along with your crazy plan, Rolf muttered. Stephen. Wanda shouted as soon as she entered his house. Stephen, surrounded by folders and papers on the couch, turned around with visible annoyance. What do you want? I'm busy, he said quickly. Then he noticed Rolf behind her and raised an eyebrow. Weird seeing you with her. I thought you didn't want to get caught up in her nonsense. Grandpa sent me to give her a hand, Rolf replied, shrugging in resignation. Less talking, more working, Wanda ordered as she tossed a bag full of hair at Stephen. He looked at it with disgust, then at Wanda, then back at the bag, completely baffled. But he knew that if he tried to get a coherent answer from Wanda, he'd probably lose brain cells. So, he fixed his gaze on Rolf. We're looking for some wizards who enslave Nifflers to search for gold, Rolf explained quickly. Wanda said you have a way to track them, that's why we collected their hair. Stephen made the bag levitate without touching it, activating a series of spells filled with lights as he separated each strand of hair. Finally, he snapped his fingers, and the hairs transformed into papers with addresses. Done. If you need help. He sighed. I'm busy. Call only if you're in danger. With that, he sank back into his mountain of papers. Sometimes you're useful, little brother, Wanda commented with a smile. Stephen ignored her completely while Wanda and Rolf compared the notes with the addresses. Tisk looks like most of them belong to the same guys, and they're already in prison, Rolf said, frowning. No, there's one here that isn't, Wanda pointed out excitedly, pulling out a paper. Great, let's go. Before Rolf could say anything, Wanda was already running off without looking back, forcing him to follow. See you later, Stephen, Rolf said, raising a hand. Stephen, without looking up from his papers, simply lifted a hand in response. This place stinks, Wanda complained as she trudged through a swamp. Are you sure this is the right way? We've been walking for hours, Rolf said, panting. Come on, weakling, stop complaining. We must be close, Wanda responded energetically. I don't know how you have so much stamina. You're a monster, Rolf muttered, watching in disbelief as Wanda didn't even have a drop of sweat. SHHH, someone's nearby, Wanda whispered, pushing Rolf behind a tree. In the distance, a hooded figure was cautiously advancing. Taking advantage of her invisibility spell, Wanda moved closer and, without warning, pounced on the person, pinning them down with her magic. Gotcha, villain, she exclaimed excitedly, sitting on top of the person. Ack, who are you? I'm not a villain, protested a female voice beneath her. Silence, scoundrel. Tell us where the Nifflers are, Wanda demanded, pointing her hand at the person's face. Nifflers? What are you talking about? I'm an Auror. Aurors are the enemies of Nifflers. Wanda asked, horrified. What? What kind of logic is that? Rolf, seeing that this was going nowhere, stepped out of hiding and approached. Idiot, why don't we listen to her before you continue with your nonsense, he grumbled, pulling back the person's hood. Underneath the hood was a young woman with bubblegum pink hair, though its color seemed to change, probably out of nervousness. So, you're after a pickpocket and followed them here, Rolf summarized after listening to the girl's story. Her hands were now tied, and her wand confiscated. Meanwhile, Wanda kept eyeing her with suspicion. That's right, I work for the Auror office, the young woman said, shooting quick glances at Wanda, as if afraid she might pull out a rope at any moment. And how do we know you're not lying? Wanda asked, narrowing her eyes. Well, I have my Auror badge. The girl searched her pockets even with her arms tied. She could reach inside, but after checking them all, she suddenly froze. Right. The pickpocket stole it. Obviously a lie. I say we hang her upside down from a tree until she confesses, Wanda declared seriously. The girl paled but then studied Wanda closely before frowning in confusion. Wait a minute. Do you happen to know someone named Stephen? You look a lot like him. You know Stephen? I see. That bastard is your boss, isn't he? I knew that bald guy wasn't up to anything good with his company. Wanda exclaimed, outraged. Rolf rolled his eyes and stepped forward to cut the ropes and return the girl's wand. What are you doing? Betraying me. Wanda protested. I know you realized it already. Acting dumb won't erase your embarrassment, Rolf replied, looking at her with annoyance. Wanda, knowing she had been caught, averted her gaze with feigned indifference. She had only done it for fun. She's Stephen's sister, Rolf explained. Sister? I see. I heard about her from the instructor, the young woman commented, rubbing her sore arms. By the way, my name is Nymphadora Tonks, but just call me Tonks. I don't like being called by my full name. After quickly exchanging some information, they understood why all three of them were in the same place. It became clear that their enemies were likely the same, so they swiftly formed a team. Tonks smiled confidently as she dusted off her clothes. Well, I guess we're a team now. Rolf sighed and crossed his arms. Great. A team consisting of a hyperactive troublemaker, a guy who just wants peace, and an Auror who loses her own badge. Yeah, that sounds very promising. Wanda elbowed him with a grin. Come on, dumb Rolf, admit it. We're the coolest and most chaotic team in history. Tonks nodded enthusiastically. Well, chaotic for sure. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Stephen shuddered and had the strange feeling that his life was about to get even more complicated. Chapter 154, Wanda and Company's Adventure P2. So, what's the plan? Tonks asked, hiding in the bushes alongside Wanda and Rolf. It's pretty simple, Wanda answered confidently, before standing up and sprinting straight toward the small house in front of them. The other two stared at her, dumbfounded, before snapping out of it and rushing after her. Just in time to see Wanda deliver a powerful kick to the door, sending it crashing down with a loud bang. This is the police. You're under arrest. Wanda shouted with an excited grin. What? The man inside the house exclaimed, completely baffled. The moment he saw the intruders charging at him, he grabbed his wand and jumped out the window in a desperate escape attempt. He didn't get far. Wanda caught him midair with her magic, making him float like a rotisserie chicken on a spit. Damn it, let me go, you crazy witch, the man snarled, struggling in vain. PFF, what a disappointment. That was too easy, Tonks said as she stepped inside, only to trip clumsily over the fallen door and faceplant onto the floor. There was a brief silence. Hey, you okay? Rolf asked, barely holding back laughter. Yes, perfectly fine. Tonks responded, standing up as if nothing had happened, completely ignoring the amused looks from her companions. All right, criminal, where are the Nifflers? Wanda asked, stepping closer with a fierce expression. I don't know what you're talking about. You've got the wrong guy, the man protested, sweating as he struggled. Really? Again with this? Wanda huffed, ready to drop him out of sheer annoyance. Obviously, he's lying, Rolf said, pointing to a corner of the room. There, next to a pile of stolen wallets, was a cage with a small Niffler staring at them with bright, innocent eyes. You bastard. Wanda shot the thief a murderous glare before landing a solid punch to his face, knocking him out cold. Well, that makes it harder to get information out of him, Tonks commented, looking at the unconscious man before rummaging through the stolen goods. Suddenly, she pulled something out with a wide grin. Here it is, she exclaimed, hugging her wallet like it was the greatest treasure. Don't tell Instructor Stephen I lost it again, she added in a nervous whisper. Again? Rolf asked, but quickly lost interest as he checked the cage. He looks fine. He's young, so the guy probably caught him recently, he said while examining the Niffler. He's adorable. Wanda gushed, pulling the creature from the cage and hugging him tightly. Instantly, the little Niffler snuggled against her, completely content. Great. We have a new team member, Wanda announced, smiling as she played with the Niffler. Whatever. But what do we do with him? Rolf asked, nodding toward the unconscious thief on the floor. Oh, I have something to wake him up, Tonks said excitedly, pulling a suspicious-looking ball from her pocket. Wanda and Rolf immediately took a step back. What the hell is that? It stinks. Wanda grimaced in disgust. A stink bomb, Tonks replied as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Before anyone could stop her, she shoved the ball into the man's mouth. Within seconds, strange smoke began to seep from his lips, and an unbearable stench filled the room. The thief jolted awake, thrashing as if he'd been dunked in dragon dung, only to pass out again, this time even deeper. A long silence followed. I don't think that worked, Wanda said, deadpan. By Merlin. Rolf rubbed his temples. Do we still have time to call Stephen? We never have time to call the instructor. Tonks exclaimed in a panic. Are you an idiot? Wanda snapped, exasperated. Ugh, you two are exhausting, Rolf groaned, giving up. Bah, let's just check his memories. If no one finds out, it's not illegal, Wanda suggested, stepping toward the thief while pinching her nose shut. I have to remind you that it is illegal, and I am an Auror, Tonks pointed out indignantly. Wanda looked at her for a second, then, without a word, used her magic to snatch Tonks' wallet and toss it out the window. Hey, Tonks protested, immediately running to retrieve it. Meanwhile, Wanda placed a hand on the man's head, closed her eyes, and smirked mischievously. By the time Tonks returned, Wanda was already finished. All right, let's go to Nocturne Alley, Wanda said nonchalantly. And so, with the Niffler in her arms and an unconscious thief left behind, the three of them walked away as if nothing had happened. After dropping off the criminal at an Auror station, Wanda, Tonks, and Rolf quickly walked away before anyone could ask too many questions. Although it would have made sense for Tonks to return to her job, she had other plans. Don't look at me like that, Rolf. I'd rather help catch Niffler smugglers than fill out paperwork, she said with a carefree smile as she kept walking with the others. That was how the three of them arrived at Nocturne Alley, a place where darkness seemed to seep through even in broad daylight. Before entering, Tonks made them cover themselves with long black cloaks. It's not that I doubt your ability to defend yourselves, but you two stand out too much, she said, crossing her arms. Especially you, Wanda. You're like a flame surrounded by moths here, and I don't want those moths to end up burned. I make no promises if they try to touch me, Wanda replied with a dangerous smile. After walking for several minutes through twisted streets and gloomy passageways, they reached an even more desolate area. Ruined houses, some burned down, and an air of decay floated in the atmosphere. Vagrants and shadowy figures watched them hungrily from the darkness. It's incredible that we're so close to Diagon Alley, Rolf murmured, observing the stark contrast between the two places. Suddenly, Wanda stopped in front of a rundown house. She frowned, looking at it with a mix of curiosity and distrust. What's wrong? Tonks asked quickly. This is the place, but the magic I sense inside feels familiar. I don't remember whose it is, but I know it, Wanda replied with a slight hint of unease. Why complicate things? We go in first and ask questions later, Tonks suggested in her usual practical manner. There are some magical defenses. Give me a second, Wanda said, extending both hands as a red aura emanated from her body. Tonks and Rolf watched as an invisible shield around the house began to crack until it shattered in seconds, as if made of glass. Done, Wanda said before stepping toward the door. As was her habit, she kicked it with the full intention of knocking it down. The wood groaned, and the door crashed to the floor. At that very moment, a spell shot out from inside. Wanda moved just a few inches to dodge it elegantly, while Tonks rolled on the ground and drew her wand. Bloody hell? Give a warning before kicking down doors, Rolf complained, running for cover with his hands over his head. From inside the house, several magical projectiles came flying toward them. Wanda deflected them with a simple wave of her hand, as if they were paper balls thrown by a child. Stoop, the attacker tried to cast a spell. But before he could finish, Wanda aimed at the room's furniture with both hands and sent them flying toward him. A wardrobe and a table struck the man from both sides, knocking him out instantly. I'm starting to feel like we're unnecessary in these missions, Tonks said, looking at her unused wand with resignation. Well, she is the instructor's sister. Makes sense. She muttered to herself, trying to convince herself. Meanwhile, Jeeve the Niffler, who had been hiding inside Wanda's cloak, poked his head out and stared at the unconscious man. Then, he jumped to the floor and ran toward him at full speed. Looks like we got the right guy. Jeeve has found something, Wanda said with a satisfied smile. Rolf leaned in to observe with interest. No, he's just stealing the coins from his pocket, he clarified. Ha ha ha, Tonks burst into laughter, unable to hold it in. Tisk. He's just claiming his victory trophy, Wanda said, shrugging as she approached the unconscious man. As she leaned in to get a look at his face, she frowned. Hey, he looks familiar. Yeah, but I don't know from where, Tonks said, staring at him. Rolf pulled out his magic phone, took a picture, and sent it immediately. Who are you asking? Wanda asked curiously. Stephen, Rolf replied calmly. What? You idiot, I told you not to contact him, Tonks exclaimed in panic. We don't need that idiot. We can just read his mind and... Ding! The sound of Rolf's phone interrupted them. He already replied. And, by the way, he says to stop doing illegal things. PFF, so dramatic, Wanda muttered with a pout. Rolf read aloud. Idiots. That's former Professor Lupin. Friend of Harry's parents and Sirius. If I'm not mistaken, he's monitoring Nocturne Alley under Dumbledore's orders. Silence fell over them. Shit, we caught an innocent person again, Wanda sighed. Can we pretend we just found him passed out on the floor? Tonks asked quickly. I don't think that'll work, Rolf replied, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Jeeve kept raiding Lupin's pockets at full speed, stuffing anything shiny into his pouch. What if we just leave and let him think it was a robbery? Wanda suggested innocently. Stop doing illegal things. Rolf scolded. Ugh, we'd better wait for him to wake up and apologize. He seems to know something about wizards and nifflers, so maybe he'll even help us, Tonks said, reluctantly accepting her role as the voice of reason. The three of them sighed in resignation as Jeeves continued his work on Lupin's pockets. Chapter 155, Wanda and Company's Adventure P3. Wanda and Company's Adventure P3. Lupin woke up with a sharp headache. As he sat up, he remembered what had happened before he lost consciousness, so he immediately went on alert and looked around. However, his confusion grew as he saw three people calmly drinking tea not far away, chatting and laughing as if they were in their own home. Sorry, but who are you, and why are you in my house? Lupin asked quickly, drawing the attention of the group. Hello, Professor. Don't you remember me? It's me, Wanda, the young woman said with a big smile, delighted to see him wake up. Lupin observed her carefully before nodding. I remember, one of the Flamel twins, he murmured while rising from the cold floor. But that doesn't explain why you're in my house, after hitting me. Sorry about the little assault on your home, Tonks interjected, quickly pulling out her badge. I'm an Auror, and we're following a lead on a criminal. Criminal? Lead? Lupin repeated, becoming more confused. Tonks hesitated for a moment about whether to share the information and cast a glance of help at her companions. Well, Stephen said you were trustworthy, Rolf said calmly, as if that settled the matter. Then, Tonks sighed and proceeded to explain everything to Lupin, while Wanda ignored the conversation and continued playing with Jeeves. After hearing the story, Lupin nodded in understanding and took a glass of water. I see. You're actually not far from those guys. I heard quite a bit of noise next door, but they moved in recently. Next door? Wanda asked aloud. Tonks and Rolf exchanged quick glances before turning towards her. So, you got the address wrong, they asked in unison. Oops, Wanda replied with an innocent smile. Any other information you can share? Tonks asked, trying to ignore her companion's mistake. Well, if I'm not mistaken, there was a goblin with them. He'd appear from time to time. Aside from that, nothing else, Lupin said, hoping they would leave his house soon. I see. Wanda murmured, pulling something from her pocket and placing it in Lupin's hand. The other's eyes widened in surprise at what it was. Hey, that's a gold ingot, Rolf exclaimed, astonished. Yes. In the movies, they always pay informants with hard-to-track money, Wanda replied, confused by his reaction. No, I mean, yes, but, why the hell do you have a bloody gold ingot on you? Tonks asked, incredulously. Because carrying so many coins is annoying, Wanda replied as if it was the most logical thing in the world. Also, that's only 1% of my allowance. How do you buy anything? I don't think you can pay with an ingot, Rolf said, feeling a migraine coming on. Duh. Most of the shops I buy from are owned by my family. Why would I pay? Rolf stared at her in silence before sighing in resignation. Knowing you exist makes me feel more stupid. Forget it. Meanwhile, Jeeves looked at the ingot in Lupin's hands with bright eyes, trying to free himself to grab it. Noticing this, Wanda pulled out another ingot and handed it to him without hesitation. With great joy, the little niffler stuffed it into his pocket. The others, after a brief pause, simply chose to ignore it. Sorry, but this is too much money. I can't accept it, Lupin said, finally trying to return the ingot. I don't care, I already gave it to you, Wanda replied indifferently before walking out of the house, pulling Rolf and Tonks by the arms. Lupin stared at the ingot, unsure of what to do with it. Later, at the house next door, Tonks inspected the place, now empty. If they've already left, it'll be hard to find them, she said with a sigh. No problem, we just need to find some hair, Wanda said confidently. Rolf, immediately understanding what she meant, headed to the rooms to search. Hair? Tonks asked, not understanding. Rolf briefly explained the idea, after which she also began searching. After several minutes, they managed to find some hair that could work. All right, time to find Stephen, Wanda said with enthusiasm. Wait, Tonks exclaimed. What's wrong? Is it okay if I wait from afar? I don't want the instructor to notice I'm not at work, she said nervously. Wanda looked at her seriously. Do you seriously think that bald monster won't notice you snuck off to follow us? Tonks paled. Ugh, she realized she was right. Stephen had many ways of discovering her absence, so she ended up following them with her head down. Stephen looked at them with a frown and sighed, massaging his temples. So now you're a team made up of the troublesome idiot, the clumsy one who escaped from work, a niffler trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone while we're talking, and, well, Rolf is relatively normal. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and Jeeves floated in the air before he could grab anything. By the way, Tonks, I didn't know you skipped work. When you're done playing with them, you'll have plenty of paperwork to catch up on, he added with a cynical smile, taking the bag of hair from Rolf's hands. What? Tonks exclaimed, turning to look at Wanda, who immediately pretended to be very interested in the ceiling. Being normal is good, right? Rolf whispered quietly. Stephen tossed them some notes. Here are the addresses. And don't get into trouble. Then, he grabbed his coat and headed for the door. Don't you want to come with us? You'd be a big help, especially to me, Rolf asked. Wanda and Tonks frantically shook their heads behind him. No, I have a date with my beautiful girlfriend, Stephen said with a big smile as he walked toward the door. Beautiful girlfriend. We've heard you, Wanda muttered with annoyance. Ignoring them, everyone checked the papers with the addresses and names. Looks like we've got them, Wanda said with a smile, seeing that all the targets were in the same place. Without wasting any time, they set off. After arriving at the marked address, the group found themselves in front of an old, dilapidated farm. From their hiding spot not far away, they watched as several wizards entered and exited, carrying cages filled with nifflers. Chief, seeing his companions trapped, began struggling with all his might to go rescue them, but Wanda quickly grabbed him before he could ruin their stealth. Calm down, Chief. We'll save them, she whispered, trying to soothe the little niffler, who stared at the cages with tearful, dramatic eyes, as if he were starring in a Shakespearean tragedy. There are quite a few this time. We can't do the same as before, Tonks said with concern, casting a glance at Wanda, clearly remembering her history of improvised and explosive plans. Especially because we could hurt the nifflers in the fight. Wanda added with unusual seriousness. The group fell silent, thinking of a strategy. Chief, for his part, kept staring at the other nifflers with the determination of an action hero, ready for battle. Looking at Chief, Wanda had an idea. She quickly set him down on the ground and began removing several buttons, hairpins, and even a small necklace, placing them on Chief. What are you doing? Tonks asked quickly. Putting my protective tools on Chief, Wanda replied hurriedly. Then she pulled out a ball that looked very magical, glowing with all kinds of colors, giving it a dangerously ostentatious appearance. Hey, you're not going to make me put a grenade in there or something, are you? Rolf asked with concern. Yes, it's like a grenade, but it will disarm everyone within a 10-meter radius. At that moment, we can strike in the chaos. I stole it from my grandfather, Wanda explained quickly. Listen, Chief. You don't have to let them see you. Put this in the middle of the room and then leave quickly, okay? Wanda said seriously as Chief stared at her. Do you think he'll understand? Tonks asked skeptically. Well, Wanda and Stephen are a bit special, and for some reason, animals love them, so there might be a chance, Rolf commented seriously. The three of them watched as Chief ran toward the hideout, avoiding the spots where the guards were and entering through a hole. I hope he pulls it off and doesn't get caught, Tonks said worriedly. Don't worry. With the protective tools I gave him, if they attack him, he could end up destroying everything within a 50-meter radius, Wanda quickly responded. Wait, the real bomb was all that stuff you put on him, Tonks exclaimed, scared. It looks like they've figured it out, Rolf said seriously as he saw the guards quickly entering. Prepare to rescue him, Tonks said, more concerned about the accidental activation of the protective tools. They all prepared to take action, but suddenly they saw Chief running out, with several wizards chasing him, casting spells at him. However, the protective tools activated several magical shields to defend him. Great! Not only did he manage to leave the disarming bomb, but he gathered them all at the entrance, Wanda quickly said, pulling out another tool and activating the bomb. Immediately, a kind of dome formed for an instant, and in the blink of an eye, all the wizards chasing Chief watched as their wands flew out of their hands. Now, Wanda said as she used her magic to fly toward the confused wizards, while Tonks and Rolf quickly started casting spells as they ran toward them. The attack began immediately. Wanda dove down, launching waves of energy that knocked down the wizards without causing permanent damage. Tonks and Rolf, for their part, attacked with stunning spells, making sure to incapacitate the enemies before they could react. Chief, still surrounded by his protective shield, zigzagged through the lost spells with impressive agility, letting out small victory shouts every time one of his pursuers tripped over their own robes or was hit by a spell. Let's go, we have to free the nifflers before reinforcements arrive, Rolf shouted, casting an immobilization spell on a wizard who was trying to retrieve his wand. Wanda nodded and ran toward the main structure. With a quick movement of her hand, she broke the door. Upon entering, she saw dozens of stacked cages, each one with nifflers staring at her with big, bright eyes, some more dramatic than others. Calm down, guys. Your savior is here, she said with a confident smile as she waved her hands, using magic to unlock the cages. The nifflers didn't waste any time. As soon as the doors opened, they shot out like a whirlwind of furry chaos. Some ran toward the exit, others began to loot the wizard's storage, and a few stayed looking at Wanda with a sort of devotion, as if waiting for orders. Hey, Chief, tell your friends to run, Wanda said while helping a particularly chubby niffler, who seemed stuck in its cage. Chief struck a heroic pose and let out an energetic ki, which somehow seemed to be enough for the rest of the nifflers to understand the mission. Meanwhile, outside, Tonks and Rolf continued the battle. Although the disarming bomb had left most of the wizards without wands, some were still trying to fight using more rudimentary methods. Don't let them get their wands back, Rolf shouted, punching one with a well-placed blow. You don't need to tell me twice, Tonks replied, then dealt a blow using blue magic arms she had learned from Stephen, hitting two wizards at once. At that moment, Wanda ran out of the building with Chief and the nifflers behind her. Mission accomplished, she announced. The remaining wizards tried to react, but amidst the chaos of the nifflers running everywhere, the lack of wands, and the onslaught of Tonks and Rolf, they soon realized that the battle was lost. We're out of here, Wanda shouted as she used her magic to raise a barrier behind them, preventing the wizards from following. The group ran toward the nearby forest, the nifflers following them in a crowd, until they were finally far enough to stop and catch their breath. Well, that went better than expected, Rolf said, panting. Yeah, and without any unnecessary explosions, Tonks commented, giving Wanda a suspicious glance. Hey, I don't always blow things up. Rolf and Tonks looked at her skeptically. Well, almost always. Chief jumped excitedly onto Wanda, rubbing against her in gratitude. Yeah, you're welcome, Chief, Wanda said, laughing as she scratched his head. Then she looked at the rest of the group. Now, what do we do with this invasion of Nifflers following us? The rest of the team remained silent, watching the Nifflers eye them with curiosity, some still carrying boots from their escape. Well, I have a place for them, a voice said, making them nervous. They all turned to find Stephen with a smile, a goblin tied up behind him, squirming like a worm on the ground. In the end, the greedy goblin who had been fired from the Gringotts Bank was using the Nifflers to amass a fortune. And although his plan worked for a while, we quickly discovered his evil intentions. Now, all those wizards, including the goblin, are working in one of our family's mines, Wanda said dramatically, surrounded by a group of children listening with wide, excited, and interested eyes. On her lap, a small version of Fleur, still in diapers, played with a strand of her hair, completely oblivious to the story. One question, Auntie, suddenly interrupted one of the older girls. Go ahead, Rose, Wanda replied with a smile. If Grandpa is the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, why do we have a mine? The girl asked curiously, pointing to the large chimney where, like a trophy, a glowing red stone floated. Wanda smiled mischievously and, with a gleam of malice in her eyes, answered. That's an easy answer. To send our enemies to work there. The silence lasted a second before the children burst into laughter, delighted by the story and Wanda's response. Chapter 156, Shadows of the Past. Shadows of the Past. That night, the whole family gathered for dinner, including Fleur and Daphne. However, Natasha was not present, as she was on a secret mission. Everyone was talking and enjoying the evening in a warm and relaxed atmosphere. Have you heard anything from your older sister? Perenelle asked with some concern. She's on a secret mission with Sirius, Stephen replied calmly. Or maybe she ran off with him, Wanda commented with a playful smile before turning to Harry, who was eating in silence. What do you think of your sister and your godfather ending up together? She asked with a teasing expression. As long as they're happy, why should it bother me? Harry responded with maturity and serenity. Tisk, how boring, Wanda quickly complained, but Daphne just smiled and brought a bite of food to her mouth with a fork, causing Wanda to fall silent for a moment. How many days has it been? Tony asked, looking at Stephen with curiosity. 4. Looks like you lost the bet, Stephen replied with a triumphant smile. What are you talking about? Fleur intervened with curiosity. Tony and Stephen bet on how long it would take Natasha to ask for help, Loki explained while calmly cutting his steak. However, a second later, a crumpled paper ball hit him in the face. What the hell are you doing? Damn mortal, he exclaimed angrily, glaring at Tony. Before the argument escalated, an alarm began to sound from one of the alchemical tools on the chimney. These tools had been created by Nicolas and were designed to alert in case of danger. Immediately, everyone became serious and stood up from their seats. Well, looks like it's a tie, Tony commented calmly. We won't take long. I think, Stephen said before opening a portal. Without wasting time, he stepped through first, followed by Tony and Wanda. Aren't you going? Harry asked Loki. Those three could destroy a country or two. I don't see the need to intervene, Loki responded indifferently. Then you better go make sure they don't, Perenelle said firmly. Harry didn't wait any longer and, without giving Loki a chance, grabbed him and dragged him through the portal. As if waiting for them, it quickly closed after their passage. Will they be okay? Fleur asked, showing some concern. Don't worry, they've been taking everything seriously lately, and Stephen has increased everyone's training level, Perenelle responded confidently, although her eyes also showed a certain level of concern. Upon arriving on the other side of the portal, what they saw was devastating. Everything around them was destroyed. The area was completely scorched, and in the center, there was a huge crater. Hey, don't tell me a missile fell here, Tony murmured, analyzing the remains with an expert look. Look for Natasha, Stephen ordered seriously. Without wasting time, everyone dispersed to inspect the surroundings. Here, Wanda shouted, drawing the group's attention. She was next to a large pile of dirt on one side of the crater. She extended her hand and, with a swift movement, quickly removed the dirt. Under the rubble, Natasha lay with her wand in hand, surrounded by protective shields that enveloped her and Sirius, who was gravely injured and covered in blood. Sigh. You arrived just in time, Natasha murmured, letting the shield dissipate and return to one of the buttons on her outfit. What the hell happened here? Tony asked, frowning and observing her closely. That, Natasha replied, pointing behind her. A few meters away, several men dressed like soldiers lay motionless on the ground. Muggles? Harry asked in surprise, looking at Sirius with concern, who was already being treated with magic by Stephen and potions from Loki. These are the ones who were left. The others, well, you've probably figured it out, Natasha said tiredly, letting herself fall to the ground. Let's go back. You can tell us the details when we're safe, Stephen instructed, levitating the unconscious Sirius before opening a portal back to the mansion. Before crossing, Stephen suddenly turned in one direction and launched several attacks at high speed toward a distant point, too far to be visible with the naked eye. Tisk. He escaped, he muttered in annoyance, sensing how the presence in the distance used apparition to flee. Without wasting more time, he entered the portal, which closed quickly after him. At the mansion, concern intensified when they saw Sirius injured, but after a thorough check, Stephen and Loki confirmed that he was out of danger. He just needed rest. Now, explain yourself, said Stephen, directing his gaze to Natasha, who was being bandaged by Perenelle, making sure she didn't have any hidden injuries. Natasha was silent for a moment before looking up seriously. Natasha Valois. That was supposed to be my name, the one my mother would have given me if she hadn't been expelled from her family for protecting me, she began, her voice firm. When I was a child, the patriarch of the Valois family, Theo Valois, became interested in my appearance, and in my blood. Without my mother or me knowing, he began conducting hidden studies. Her expression hardened. It was time to tell them the truth. How did he get your blood? Loki asked quickly. The Valois family had a curse in their bloodline that forced members to receive constant transfusions after the age of 50. My mother also needed them before all this happened. That man was very clever. He destroyed my mother's transfusions and prevented her from receiving help. That's when I decided to donate my blood, despite knowing it was special. With my blood, my mother's curse was cured, Natasha said angrily. But that man seemed to know something, and that's what he wanted to confirm. I guess he managed to get a sample of my blood at that time. After that disgusting man tried to raise us to make us his lovers, Natasha added with disdain. That infuriated my mother, so she rejected him immediately. Then, Theo tried to use his power in the family to force her to give in, not knowing that my mother would escape with me and disappear. He was conducting experiments in the basements of the mansion, using muggles, witches, and wizards from all over the world, all with my blood. I don't know what he intended to achieve, while we hid. But he didn't stop there. He sent assassins after my mother and to capture me. When I gained enough strength, I returned to destroy the family from its foundations, including Theo's death. Before he died, he told me that he knew what I was, and that I had to do everything for the good of wizards and witches in the world. Although I didn't understand what he meant at the time, I just killed him and then burned down the mansion. I thought it was over, but it seems that one of his sons, rejected for being a squib and living in another country, returned. And for some reason, now he's a wizard, Natasha said angrily. His name is Alec Valois. With Sirius, we managed to track him down and practically had him in our hands, but then the military arrived and started shooting at us without warning. They aimed directly at us, and they seemed to know about magic. When their weapons didn't do anything to us, a missile fell on us, Natasha continued seriously. Everyone was shocked to hear that. That guy, Alec, works with the military or something. Tony asked quickly. I don't think so. What we discovered with Sirius is the opposite. It seems like he's encouraging some sort of war with the military, who apparently already know about the existence of wizards and the magical world, Natasha replied, looking seriously at her brothers. Great, just what we needed, Tony commented sarcastically. Well, that was to be expected. I'm not surprised at all, Stephen said calmly. What worries me most about that guy is how he can now use magic. And he seems to be mentally unstable, Natasha added with a tense expression. Meanwhile, in a dark place, illuminated only by the dim light of a candle, a man appeared, falling to the ground in pain. He held his arm and leg, which were bleeding. Ha ha ha. He survived and escaped again, he laughed, ignoring the intense pain he felt. I have to find a way to make those stupid siblings of hers disappear. Then she'll be mine. And if she's not mine, she'll be no one's, the man said, his emotions rapidly shifting from rage to despair. Ugh. Remembering the pain caused by Stephen's attack, he quickly pulled out several potions and drank them without hesitation. I have to follow the instructions of my ancestor. I want to see the world burn too, he said as a manic laugh began to escape from his mouth. Chapter 157, The Virtual Gladiators P1. The Virtual Gladiators P1. After Natasha's return, it seemed like everything had returned to normal for a couple of weeks. However, the calmness felt strange, as if something latent was about to explode. During this time, the games began to feel like a routine for the magical public, though there were always a few noisy individuals who caused disturbances. However, everything changed when the games started showcasing the power of Muggle weapons, sparking an intense debate between different groups. On one side, voices emerged concerned about the possibility of facing Muggles in the future, fearing the challenge that might pose. On the other hand, the more skeptical considered such concerns exaggerated, believing that Muggle weapons could never compete against magic. Amid this controversy, some argued for the banning of war games, suggesting that it would be better to avoid letting the youth contaminate themselves with Muggle teachings. However, there were others who defended that studying this military technology could be beneficial to better understand its functionality. For Stephen, all of this was just noise. He saw the simulation cabins as an invaluable tool for training his friends, a multifunctional machine offering endless possibilities. At that very moment, Harry was playing the role of a guinea pig, experiencing the simulation firsthand. In a grand coliseum, where the crowd roared with excitement and support chants echoed, Harry stood at the center of the arena, facing his enemy. With his wand in one hand and a lightsaber in the other, he faced a werewolf, a creature nearly twice his size. Harry's eyes gleamed with determination as he stared down the monster. The werewolf wasted no time. With a terrifying roar, it lunged at Harry, opening its mouth with the intent to tear a chunk of flesh from him. In one agile move, Harry rolled on the ground and raised his wand at the beast. Bombarda Maxima, he shouted, and a blinding explosion hit the werewolf's face, destabilizing it and causing it intense pain. The monster clawed at its face while Harry seized the opportunity to close the gap, wielding his sword with precision. In a single strike, he decapitated the werewolf, which collapsed to the ground, bloodless, as it was all happening in a simulation. Harry, the crowd erupted, their excitement overwhelming. Well, looks like Harry won again. Doesn't seem like he has any opponents that can last more than a couple of minutes, commented Jordan, the commentator, with a playful tone. To understand what was happening, we have to go back a few days. Stephen had created a virtual world where everyone could enter to experience something as real as life itself. In this world, people could shop, eat, and have fun with friends, something that helped psychologically many wizards who couldn't leave their homes. While Harry was enjoying a secret date with Hermione, though it wasn't so secret in a virtual world created by his brothers Tony, Loki, and Stephen were in the lab, watching the simulation on the screens. They decided to intervene, applying the suspension bridge method. In the middle of their date, several furious beasts, in the form of rabid wolves, appeared out of nowhere and charged at Harry with speed. Since no spells were allowed in the simulation, Harry, as quick as ever, improvised by using the utensils on the table, throwing them with precision into the wolves' eyes. Then, with remarkable agility, he stabbed them in the neck, defeating them in seconds. The people around were in shock at the surprise, but soon erupted in cheers and excitement. "Hey, did you teach him that?" Tony quickly asked Loki. "No, I think it was Natasha," Loki replied swiftly. "Well, we were just supposed to scare him so he would act gallantly in front of Hermione, but that was much better. I think," Stephen remarked with a smile, watching the screen. The problem was that the scare caught the attention of the women nearby, who quickly interrupted the date, approaching Harry with the intention of getting his number. The date ended abruptly, and Harry, annoyed, walked into the lab where Stephen, Tony, and Loki were pretending to be absorbed in a tomato from their lunch, as if describing its texture. "Stop acting like idiots. Obviously, it was you guys," Harry said, visibly angry. "Haha, sorry. We wanted to do one thing, but something better came out, right? Now you're almost as popular as me," Tony replied, grinning widely. "Hey, Métis, did you adjust the weight of the virtual utensils?" Stephen asked thoughtfully. Métis, in her neutral tone, responded, "There was no reprogramming to favor Mr. Harry. Only the wolves were controlled." Stephen paused for a moment, staring at Harry with curiosity. "You know," he said finally, a spark of excitement in his eyes, "I think we could use this in another way. I can't believe I forgot that. It's like what the X-Men used to do," said Stephen, watching the screen where Harry was facing several beasts with his magic. "X-Men?" Tony asked, confused. After all, they didn't exist in his world. "A group of mutants who worked for a guy named Charles, hence the name X-Men," Stephen explained, not going into too much detail. "So, you want to use the cabins to train?" Tony asked calmly. "Well, training all the time could be functional, but it's not the same as facing enemies that could kill you with a single mistake," Stephen replied quickly. "Hey, you were the champion in duels. Why don't we recreate something like that? And bring people to watch it? It'll be like ancient Rome," Tony suggested, with an intrigued smile. "Sounds interesting. All right, you handle it. I have a date," Stephen said with a sly smile as he quickly escaped. "Hey," Tony exclaimed, upset as he saw him leave. "Tisk me and my big mouth. Métis, we have work to do," he said angrily, looking at the air as if waiting for a response. "Welcome to the first virtual fighting championship. I hope you're all excited to see these fabulous death matches in this fantastic virtual world created by the best company in the world, Magic Tech," announced Lee Jordan, the commentator, as he settled in among the stands. "Now, after that fabulous display from one of the best competitors, let's begin with the first match. This one also features two of the best fighters in this Coliseum. Let's welcome Fred and George Weasley, better known as the troublemaking twins. But this time, they won't be seen as partners in pranks, but as enemies to the death," Jordan continued, clearly more excited about this battle than any of the others in the stands. Fred and George entered the Coliseum, greeting everyone calmly as the crowd erupted into cheers and banners with hearts. After all, the twins had become incredibly popular. Or rather, all the fighters in the Coliseum were very well known. Many of them were Stephen's close friends, who had reached an impressive level in magical combat and martial arts. But there were also wizards who weren't as close to Stephen but had good skills. Even some wizards from other magical schools joined in, showing their worth after the Tri-Wizard tournament. The Coliseum had become a place where the best gathered to fight and prove who was the strongest. Here, there were no absurd rules like in duel tournaments. In this place, the only thing that mattered was who was still standing at the end. And of course, since no one would die, the mental barriers everyone had to avoid hurting their enemies too much disappeared. This caused the high-level duelists, those who were champions in dueling competitions, to not even make it to the top 10 among the new fighters in the Coliseum. It seemed that the level of fighters kept increasing with every battle. The best part was that this wasn't just reflected in the simulation, but also in real life. It was psychological training, as well as a way to gain experience in real battles. Stephen sat quietly watching the battle, while Wanda, beside him, devoured all kinds of snacks without even looking at what she was putting in her mouth. "Can you stop chewing for a moment?" Stephen said, annoyed. "Of course not," Wanda replied, with a mocking smile while continuing to eat. Métis, get rid of this fool's food, Stephen said into the air, without looking at her. Hey, Métis, don't do that, or I'll throw a banana smoothie wherever your server is, Wanda quickly said, afraid her snacks would disappear. Then, in front of them appeared a green-haired girl, with an entirely indifferent expression. It was Métis's virtual form. I'd prefer not to be used for your childish fights, she said quickly, before disappearing without another word. You made her mad, Wanda commented, looking at Stephen with an amused smile. Tisk, Stephen grumbled and started ignoring Wanda, staring intently at the center of the Colosseum where the battle between the twins was about to begin. The tension in the air was palpable. The Colosseum awaited, and the battle between Fred and George Weasley was about to unfold in a spectacle that none of those present would ever forget. Chapter 158, The Virtual Gladiators P2. The Virtual Gladiators P2. While everyone was watching in anticipation, a countdown appeared above them. Fred and George drew their dual swords and prepared for battle. 3, 2, 1. Jordan shouted excitedly. The battle begins. The spectators barely had time to react before Fred and George propelled themselves forward, almost disappearing from human sight. Their speed was beyond any ordinary wizard, leaving behind an explosion of magical energy. In an instant, both clashed their swords with a force that resonated throughout the arena. What was that? Jordan exclaimed. They used Bombarda on their own feet and backs to propel themselves at that speed. Meanwhile, the twins exchanged blows at an astonishing speed. Each slash was dodged with pinpoint precision, immediately countered by the other. It seemed like a perfect tie, until Fred suddenly swapped one of his swords for his wand and pointed it directly at George's face. Bombarda. George reacted at the last second, dropping one of his swords and deflecting Fred's wrist with the back of his hand. The spell shot toward the stands, but an invisible wall stopped the explosion just in time. Without wasting a moment, George lifted his remaining sword and hurled it with deadly speed toward Fred's chest. In a swift maneuver, Fred reversed his grip on his sword, holding it upside down to deflect the attack. Then, using the momentum, he kicked George in the chest and gained some distance, flipping backward. George, staggering from the kick, threw his sword in a final attempt to reach him. Fred, still midair, touched the ground with his wand. Protego. A barrier rose just in time, stopping the sword instantly. Silence took over the arena. Everything had happened within seconds, and even the spectators couldn't react fast enough to process the twins' movements. That was a fantastic first clash, Jordan shouted, shaking the crowd out of their shock. Whoa, that was amazing. The stands erupted into cheers, with people waving their banners in excitement. In the arena, Fred and George looked at each other with the same sly smile. Looks like you've been training, little brother, Fred commented, making another sword appear in his hand while storing his wand. Obviously. When I found out I'd be fighting you, I prepared myself, George replied, holding both his sword and wand at the same time. That detail caught Fred's attention. His brother had changed his fighting style just to face him. However, instead of worrying, he smiled confidently. Then I hope we have a fabulous fight, he said before propelling himself forward with all the strength in his legs. George raised his wand and cast a barrage of spells without hesitation. Glacis? Bombarda? Stupefy? Glacis? Bombarda. Fred didn't even try to dodge them. Instead, he cut through the spells with his sword while advancing, until he noticed his brother's grin. It was the same smile they had whenever one of their pranks went perfectly. When he reached striking range, George lifted his sword single-handedly and brought it down with a brutal slash. Fred reacted instantly, crossing both swords to block the attack while mentally preparing a counterattack with his wand. Then, he saw it. The blades of his swords were cracking. George's sword was about to slice him in two. His mind entered a state of hyperfocus. Everything seemed to slow down as he let go of one sword and pulled out his wand. Bombarda Maxima. The explosion blasted him into the air, throwing him out of danger at the cost of taking the impact himself. When he landed, his chest was covered in burning red marks, the representation of damage in the virtual world. He was breathing heavily, but he could still fight. George wasn't unscathed either. He was visibly injured, and his expression was pure frustration. Hey, that's cheating, he snapped. Of course not, Fred retorted, rubbing his chest with a grimace of pain. Although the game reduced the damage, it still hurt enough to make the fight challenging. Judge, they both shouted at the same time. The stands were completely stunned by the spectacle. Jordan quickly looked over at Stephen, who simply shrugged. Métis. Jordan called for help. The little green-haired girl appeared immediately. The arena has no rules. As long as a fighter is still standing, they can continue fighting unless they surrender, she replied quickly before disappearing. Everyone listened carefully to her words and immediately turned back to the twins. You heard her, Fred said, raising his wand now that his swords were destroyed. Tisk, whatever. I just have to beat you, George grumbled. Wait, Fred suddenly said. What? George asked, frowning. How did you destroy my swords? George smirked. I'll tell you only because you don't have them anymore, he said smugly. It happened when you cut through my Glacis and Bombarda spells. Fred understood instantly. In the stands, most people didn't get what they were talking about. Jordan, noticing the general confusion, glanced at Stephen again. The former sorcerer sighed and moved closer to sit beside him. Meanwhile, the twins had kindly paused their fight, though in reality, they seemed to be using the time to catch their breath. Everything was coldly calculated. First, I use magical heat to rapidly and intensely raise the temperature of the sword. This causes the metal to expand, weakening its internal structure by generating stress. Then, I apply magical ice to cool it abruptly. This thermal shock can cause fractures in the metal, as the extreme temperature change generates additional internal stress. It's like forcing the metal to stress itself so much that it loses cohesion. Finally, once it's weakened by internal stress and the cracks formed, I deliver a well-calculated strike to the most vulnerable point, ensuring the sword breaks. Stephen explained with an impassive look, as if he were giving a master class. Jordan had to hold back his laughter at his companion's expression. You all heard him, Jordan exclaimed, though he hadn't understood much himself. The only clear thing was that heating and cooling the metal had broken both swords. It'd be great if you stuck around to explain some things because we clearly don't get anything. Stephen smiled calmly. All right. But his expression shifted slightly as he observed the twins. By the way, they both used that time to rest while I was explaining. That was probably their plan from the start. Everyone turned their heads toward Fred and George, who, wasting no time, got into their fighting stances, ready to continue the battle. Here I go, Fred shouted, raising his wand. Fiend fire. From the tip of his wand, a whirlwind of living flames emerged, taking the shape of a massive fire dragon within seconds. Oh yeah, George wasn't about to be left behind. Fiend fire. Another fire dragon formed before him, roaring intensely before charging at his brothers. The heat from their clash could be felt even through the invisible shields protecting the arena. Hey, are they allowed to use dark magic here? Jordan asked, alarmed. Stephen nodded calmly. Yes. Except for dark magic that affects a person's mind, the rest is only considered dark because of its destructive and uncontrollable nature. In the case of Fiend Fire, it's an extremely powerful spell but easy to lose control of. However, in this case, that problem might not exist. Why? Because it's a game. Stephen shook his head. No, even though this is a game, the realism is the same as in real life. Fiend Fire has a will of its own and responds to the fear of its caster. If someone has even a shred of fear, they will lose control of the spell, even if they don't consciously realize it. But here, where there's no real risk of dying, that fear disappears instinctively. As the two fire dragons clashed fiercely in the center of the arena, Stephen noticed something curious. Every now and then, Fred would loosen his control over his dragon to throw mud on himself. Moments that George took advantage of to gain the upper hand. Stephen smirked. Sometimes, losing the fear of death becomes a lethal weapon. What? Jordan asked. Before he could get an answer, George's dragon overpowered Fred's and launched it toward its summoner. George smirked, believing the fight was decided. Then, to everyone's surprise, Fred emerged from the fire, his body covered in charred mud and virtual burn marks. Although his wand was warped from the heat, he cast a spell on his wrist, transforming an iron bracelet into a dagger, which he hurled straight at George's chest. George tried to block it, but Fred, with the last scorched splinter of his wand, cast a spell that struck the dagger midair. The dagger split into several, and as they advanced, they multiplied. A rain of daggers fell upon George, who barely managed to deflect a dozen before the rest hit him. Looks like we'll have to go back to those games where, if you get distracted, I hit you, Stephen said as Jordan trembled slightly. Then, George fell to the ground. And so did Fred. Both collapsed almost at the same time. The crowd went silent. All eyes turned expectantly to Jordan and Stephen. Jordan searched for help with his gaze. Stephen sighed. Métis. The small green-haired girl appeared immediately. Several screens unfolded, displaying slow-motion comparisons. The answer was revealed. George touched the ground. A microsecond before Fred. The winner is Fred. Jordan shouted. The stands erupted in cheers and applause. George and Fred reappeared in the arena, fully restored. That's not fair, George complained. Fred smiled smugly. Well, little brother, as Métis said, there are no rules. And Stephen always told you never to let your guard down. Then, let's allow our two amazing competitors to rest while we welcome the next fighters, Jordan announced. Step into the Colosseum, our next competitors? And, to everyone's surprise, they're also twins? Give it up for the mini Flamel twins. Immediately, Tony and Loki entered with annoyed expressions. Hey, you didn't have to add the mini, Tony complained. Sorry, but we already have older Flamel twins, Jordan replied with a grin. Tisk whatever, Loki scoffed, locking eyes with Tony. It's time to prove who's truly superior, with our original abilities, not the ones from this world. They had always argued about what was superior, magic or technology. So Wanda, as always, had manipulated them into finally settling it. Asgardian magic versus Stark technology. The Colosseum roared with anticipation. Chapter 159, Virtual Gladiators Part 3. Virtual Gladiators Part 3. All right, everyone, calm your excitement. Jordan grinned widely as he addressed the audience. While it's true that we haven't seen the abilities of the mini Flamel twins yet, just hearing their last name is enough to know this battle will be legendary. He then turned to Stephen, who stood beside him. Anything to add, big brother? Stephen smiled as he watched his younger siblings prepare. Well, just that they're fighting to prove something. They might use techniques many won't understand, but essentially, this will be a duel between a technological genius, something like a modern alchemist, and a master illusionist. The crowd murmured in anticipation as the two combatants got ready. Tony stretched out his arms, and a liquid-like material expanded from his chest, swiftly covering his entire body in seconds, forming a sleek, high-tech suit. Meanwhile, Loki's clothing transformed dramatically, morphing into a green robe with golden details, and a helmet with imposing horns appeared on his head. Wow, those battle suits are incredible, aren't they? Jordan exclaimed, caught up in the spectators' excitement. All right, let's start the countdown. Floating numbers appeared above everyone. 3, 2, 1, let the battle begin. As soon as the countdown ended, Tony activated his thrusters, soaring at full speed while raising his hands and firing energy blasts toward Loki. However, Loki simply spun his staff, and immediately, multiple illusions of himself appeared around him. These copies began casting spells at Tony, ethereal attacks that warped reality and threatened to confuse his sensors. Wow, what an explosive start with a barrage of spells, Jordan commented. Stephen smirked. Well, technically, what Tony is firing are energy blasts, but if you want to see it that way. Tony quickly realized that blindly shooting wouldn't work against Loki. Several floating orbs emerged from his back, reconfiguring into autonomous cannons that locked onto Loki and his clones. Let's see how well you handle this, brother. The turrets fired in perfect synchronization, merging their energy beams into one devastating blast. Loki remained unfazed, raising his staff. Both he and his illusions extended their hands simultaneously, and an imposing wall of ice erupted before them, blocking the attack. But he didn't stop at defense. A massive ice spear shot out from the wall, aiming straight for Tony. Tony cut off his beam to dodge the spear, but the battlefield's height limit prevented him from ascending too much. Alright, if long-range attacks won't do the trick. His hands reconfigured into heavy war hammers, and he rocketed down toward Loki at full speed. Oh, looks like Tony is switching to close combat, Jordan observed. Stephen nodded. Both are excellent long-range fighters, so it makes sense to close the gap. But Loki isn't exactly weak in melee combat either. Loki's clones vanished in an instant. 2 ethereal green daggers appeared in his hands, which he hurled straight at Tony. However, Tony's energy shield deflected them. The moment Loki extended his hand to summon his daggers back, Tony was already in front of him, throwing a punch straight at his face. The impact echoed across the arena. Got you, Tony said confidently. But a sharp pain suddenly stabbed into his back. His emergency systems activated instantly, blasting him forward with his thrusters. Looking back, he saw the Loki he had struck fade into thin air. The real Loki stood a few meters away, dagger in hand and a smug grin on his face. Almost. That was impressive. Loki used a tactical feint to stab Tony. Even though it wasn't a fatal hit, he just proved that overconfidence is dangerous in battle, Jordan analyzed. Stephen chuckled. The problem with both of them is exactly that overconfidence. Loki glanced down and noticed a small blinking device at his feet. His reaction was immediate. He covered it in frost just before it exploded. Even so, the shockwave sent him flying backward. Tony laughed. Hey, aren't you supposed to be using only magic? Loki shrugged indifferently. It is my original magic. Like it or not, I was a frost giant once. Jordan grinned. The Flamel twins are proving they're not just powerful, but strategic as well. The audience began chanting their names. Go, Loki. Tony. Stephen sighed. Looks like they're gaining some fans. Tony raised an eyebrow, listening to the cheers. Well then, let's bring out the heavy artillery. Métis, if you please. From the sky, a metallic cube plummeted, expanding and shifting midair until it fused with Tony, forming a towering combat mech. Loki arched an eyebrow. Hey, that's cheating. Tony laughed. We said we'd use our best weapons. I built this myself. As long as I can explain how it works and it makes logical sense, Métis can bring it. Loki smirked and turned to the air. Métis, bring my armor. He had something planned too. Tony frowned. Wait, what? A deafening boom echoed through the Colosseum as another massive suit of armor descended from the sky. It was golden, imposing, and Loki leaped into it. Jordan, stunned, turned to Stephen. What the hell is that? Stephen sighed. Well, I think they overdid it a little. Technically, those things don't exist in this world. But if you want names, Tony has the Hulkbuster, and Loki, the Destroyer. Suddenly, Loki's chest glowed, and a beam of light shot toward Tony. Without hesitation, Tony raised both hands, merging them into a massive cannon. A beam of equal power fired from it, colliding with Loki's attack. The clash between the two beams caused the temperature in the arena to skyrocket, forcing everyone to squint and shield their eyes from the blinding light. Loki, with greater mobility, began advancing slowly toward Tony without ceasing his energy beam attack. As he moved, he materialized a massive ice sword in his other hand, intending to slice his opponent in two. Tony noticed the movement and knew he had to act immediately. He activated his side thrusters, propelling himself sharply to one side. With no fixed point to stabilize them, both beams veered off course, striking the invisible barriers that protected the audience. Though they didn't break through, the thunderous impact and vibrations shook the arena, startling more than a few spectators. The cube from which Tony's armor had emerged remained at the center of the battlefield. With a simple gesture, some mechanical components detached from it, flying toward his arm and assembling in midair to form a massive robotic sword just in time to block Loki's downward strike. The clash of blades echoed like a deafening explosion, kicking up a cloud of dust and leaving a deep crack in the ground. Loki stared at Tony's sword, his eyes betraying a flicker of interest. Tony, noticing this, smirked inside his helmet. I saw everyone wielding cool swords and weapons, so I designed one for myself. What do you think? Loki pressed his ice sword harder against Tony's and replied with a wry smile. The color isn't really my style. As the pressure increased, a glow began to build in the chest of Loki's armor. Tony caught sight of it and activated a mechanism in his sword. The blade vibrated intensely, generating a high-frequency wave that slowly started to fracture Loki's ice sword. Just as the ice sword shattered, the energy in Loki's chest was released. The impact sent Tony flying through the air, slamming him into the ground with force. Loki exhaled, his gaze landing on Tony's now lifeless sword on the floor. With an air of superiority, he picked it up, examining it with a smirk. Wow, that was incredible. Jordan exclaimed from the stands, filled with excitement. Yeah, but it's never a good idea to let your guard down too soon, Stephen responded, keeping his eyes locked on the battlefield. Loki raised the sword, stepping toward Tony, whose chest armor was scorched and smoldering. Looks like I've proven that magic is still superior, little brother, Loki mocked. Tony coughed and, in a casual tone, murmured. Yeah, I don't think so. With a simple flick of his hand, he activated a hidden command. The sword in Loki's grip began to vibrate. Before he could release it, hundreds of tiny mechanical components deployed from within, moving like a living creature. Within seconds, the technology wrapped around his arm and part of his torso, latching onto his armor. Loki's eyes widened. Oh, you son of a... He didn't have time to finish the sentence. A sharp beeping sound rang in his ears, followed by a massive explosion that engulfed them both in a blinding flash of light. The entire Colosseum trembled from the blast. Thanks to the magical barriers, the shockwave didn't reach the spectators, but when the smoke cleared, only fragments of metal were scattered across the battlefield. Tony and Loki emerged moments later, both completely stripped of their armor, which had been utterly destroyed. Tony dusted off invisible debris and grinned smugly. Well, if I can't win, I'll at least settle for a draw. Loki glared at him, frustration evident on his face. Is it a tie? Jordan asked, turning to Stephen. Stephen studied the battlefield and nodded with a smile. Seems like it. We can't use the same criteria as with Fred and George since both of them technically died before hitting the ground. Then, ladies and gentlemen, we have a tie, Jordan announced enthusiastically. The crowd erupted into cheers, some celebrating, others cursing for betting on the wrong winner. That was a spectacular fight, but lately, all our battles seem to end in giant showdowns, or is it just me? Jordan laughed. Stephen crossed his arms and nodded. Well, as a man, I have to admit they're pretty awesome. Several men in the audience chuckled and nodded in agreement. Jordan raised his voice again. All right, to switch things up, it's time for a battle between women. What do you all think? As Tony and Loki left the battlefield, Jordan continued with the introduction. Our next matches are part of the official tournament, so those two don't count. But now, let's welcome two powerful warriors. Representing Castle Bruxo and Ilvermorny, we have Maria Lopez and Rachel Smith. Two young women stepped into the Colosseum, each wearing the uniform of their respective schools. Maria wore a vibrant green robe, while Rachel's attire was a deep blue, similar to Ravenclaw's but with cranberry-colored accents. Maria smiled politely and greeted in Spanish. Mucho gusto. Thanks to the virtual reality system's instant translation, Rachel understood her words effortlessly. Yeah, she responded arrogantly, not even bothering to return the courtesy. The audience fell silent for a moment, anticipating the next great battle. Chapter 160, Virtual Gladiators Part 4 plus Crossover a Special. Virtual Gladiators Part 4 plus Crossover a Special. Without further ado, let the countdown begin. Jordan shouted as the stands shook with the crowd's excitement. Meanwhile, Maria and Rachel prepared for battle. Maria took on a rather strange stance, both hands hidden inside her robe. 3, 2, 1, begin. As soon as the signal was given, Rachel quickly cast a stunning spell at Maria. However, Maria simply rolled on the ground while pulling something out of her robe and tossing it in front of her. Rachel hesitated for a second, confused. Suddenly, the objects Maria had thrown exploded softly, releasing small creatures that charged toward Rachel with ferocity. What are those things? Jordan immediately asked. They're Chinese chomping cabbages, Stephen replied with interest, observing the plants. They're quite aggressive and tend to bite their enemies. Rachel tried to defend herself, casting spells to burn the relentless cabbages attacking her. Meanwhile, Maria placed something on the ground and poured several potions over it. Within seconds, a strange plant sprouted in front of her. Wow, we've got quite the peculiar plant here, Jordan commented, once again looking to Stephen for an explanation. If I'm not mistaken, that's a venomous tentacula, Stephen said with a smile. It can attack from a distance by shooting, well, venom. Rachel kept destroying the cabbages one by one, but Maria had already surrounded the battlefield with several venomous tentaculas and continued scattering more chomping cabbage seeds, buying herself time. Damn it! Rachel exclaimed in frustration. Without wasting a second, she raised her wand and shouted. Fiend fire. Furious flames burst from her wand, consuming everything in their path. Well, a plant's natural enemy is fire, Stephen remarked, watching the scene with interest. He turned his gaze to Maria, curious about her reaction. Then, he saw her pulling out a very familiar plant. His eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately covered his ears. What's wrong? Jordan asked. Before he could get an answer, a horrible scream echoed throughout the Colosseum, forcing everyone to cover their ears. Maria was holding a small mandrake in her hand, and its deafening wail caused Rachel to stagger, losing her concentration. At that moment, the fiend fire flames spiraled out of control, ravaging everything as Rachel failed to contain them. The venomous tentaculas seized the opportunity, shooting their venom at Rachel and weakening her rapidly. Unable to react in time, she was soon overwhelmed by her own flames and fell, defeated within seconds. Well, this also serves as a lesson, Stephen said as he watched the fire slowly die down. Even if someone can summon fiend fire, if they don't have good control over their magic, they'll lose control anyway. So, no one should try using it recklessly. After all, it's a spell that drains a lot of magical energy, and some will end up exhausted before they can even defeat their opponent. Wait, is it over already? Jordan asked, surprised. Yes, Stephen replied with a smile. Well, that was pretty fast, Jordan said, slightly disappointed. That happens when there's a big skill gap between duelists. Don't worry, just announce the winner, Stephen instructed. Right. Then, the winner, in just a few seconds after the battle began, is Maria Lopez. The announcement made the entire Colosseum erupt into applause. Well, that was the last match of the day, Jordan continued. Remember, we'll be here all week with 2 duels per day, plus a demonstration match. And tomorrow, we've got an amazing exhibition, so don't miss it. He paused dramatically before adding, who will be the winner of this tournament and take home the beautiful trophy along with 10,000 galleons? You'll only find out if you tune in on time. This event has been sponsored by Magic Tack. With those words, he cut off the mic as if he were making a commercial. Little by little, the crowd began disconnecting or leaving the Colosseum, eager to explore the virtual world. Amid laughter and excited chatter, they talked about the insane prizes and how the tournament champion would walk away with more galleons than the actual Triwizard tournament. Meanwhile, in the broadcast booth, well, I have to say it, that last match was disappointing, Jordan said as he walked out with Stephen. I mean, the plants were cool, but it ended faster than my motivation to work out. You can't expect all duels to be like the Weasley twins match or those 2 reckless idiots, Stephen replied with a smirk. I know, but they could at least last longer than 3 snacks. Jordan protested, crossing his arms. Relax, I'm sure there will be more interesting wizards in future duels, Stephen commented. I hope so, Jordan sighed. Then, he snapped his fingers. Hey, changing the subject, did you hear about the Norwegian Ministry of Magic? They threatened to leave the International Confederation if they keep forcing them to stay locked in. And Fudge is backing them, Stephen asked with a snort. Yeah. The usual, they send someone else to make a fool of themselves before they get involved. Pfft, what a surprise. But hey, we've been stuck here for weeks, and nothing weird has happened. Maybe the Confederation freaked out over nothing, Jordan said with a shrug. Stephen frowned. It's never for nothing, Jordan. When something vanishes without a trace, it's usually not because it decided to go on vacation. Jordan raised his hands in surrender. All right, I was just trying to be optimistic. Meanwhile, Wanda walked in silence beside them, which was concerning. What's wrong with you? You're too quiet. It's freaking me out, Stephen said, eyeing her. Hey, Stephen, what if, next time we travel to other universes, we do it separately? Wanda suddenly asked. Stephen blinked. Huh, that way, we could search faster, Wanda explained with a big smile, as if she had just discovered fire. Stephen sighed, and said nothing. Upon arriving at the laboratory, they found Tony Stark working on the interdimensional portal. But there was a small detail. Are you splitting it in 2? Wanda asked incredulously. Tony gave them a satisfied look. Exactly. I was just about to call the others. Now we can send 2 teams at once. That was my idea. Wanda protested, crossing her arms. Sure, and you also invented the internet, right? Tony mocked. A few minutes later, Natasha and Harry arrived, ready to depart. So, how do we decide the teams? Tony asked. Old school? Rock, paper, scissors, Wanda replied with complete seriousness. Seriously? Natasha asked, raising an eyebrow. Makes sense, Stephen nodded. After an intense battle of rock, paper, scissors, the teams were set. Team 1, Wanda, Stephen, and Harry. Team 2, Loki, Tony, and Natasha. Great, we didn't get stuck with the crazy ones, Tony said in relief, until he looked at Loki. Well, at least only one. Loki narrowed his eyes. Hey, calling Wanda crazy is normal, but poor Harry? Really? Stephen asked, feigning innocence. They meant you, Harry quickly responded. Before anyone could protest, Tony took charge. Listen up, this will be a quick test. You go, check out the place for a few minutes, and come back. No staying an entire day, no looking for another Harry from another universe, and most importantly, no setting Dumbledore on fire. Wanda puffed out her cheeks. Boo, I wanted to do that. So did I, Stephen raised his hand enthusiastically. Tony stared at them. No, tisk. Harry, you're in charge of these 2. Harry looked at Stephen and Wanda, sighed, and nodded. See you in a second, Tony said before activating his watch. In the blink of an eye, he, Loki, and Natasha were absorbed by the portal. All right, let's go. If we can defeat Dumbledore and Voldemort in 5 minutes, we can be back in no time, Stephen said with a mischievous smile. That's the spirit. Wanda cheered. Harry covered his face with one hand. I knew it. And with a flash of light, the three disappeared into the portal. Tony, Loki, and Natasha emerged in a burst of energy, appearing in a new location. Their senses sharpened instantly as they scanned their surroundings, ready for any threat. It didn't take long for them to recognize the imposing silhouette of a castle that felt eerily familiar. Great, we're in Hogwarts, Tony muttered in annoyance, crossing his arms as he looked at the castle with a mix of resignation and curiosity. That means we're in another universe similar to ours. What a drag. Well, there's something new, Loki pointed out, arching an eyebrow and directing his gaze toward an unusual building near Hagrid's hut. That rustic gym made of logs wasn't there before. Tony squinted and smirked in amusement. Maybe in this universe, Hagrid is ripped. A muscular giant, kind of like Hulk's cousin, he said enthusiastically. We've got a few minutes, want to check it out? No, Natasha replied sharply, her gaze fixed on their surroundings. Loki immediately noticed the shift in her tone and frowned. What is it? We need to leave, now, Natasha warned, her voice firm but tense. A sense of danger surrounded her like an invisible shadow. Tony sighed and pulled out his pocket watch, noting Natasha's serious expression. All right, relax. Before they could react, a portal opened in front of them, engulfing them in a whirlwind of light before dragging them out of that world. As soon as they vanished, a thick black mist slithered to the spot where they had stood, probing the air as if analyzing the traces of their presence. After a moment of uncertainty, the mist rose and swiftly moved toward Hogwarts. From a window in the defense against the dark arts classroom, a lone figure watched the scene intently. A young man with silver hair, his face concealed by a wooden mask, held his bow high. On the taut string, an arrow crackled with lightning, its energy sizzling with the power of an unleashed storm. A single shot, and that projectile could unleash the force of a thunderbolt upon its target. A whisper resonated in his ear through a magical channel. Sir, they weren't the Dra. They seemed something different. Something close to the Dra, but incomplete. The young man didn't respond immediately, his gaze still fixed in the distance, as if he could see beyond what normal eyes perceived. Professor Einar, what's wrong? Hermione asked with concern. Around her, the other students watched their teacher with a hint of unease, especially the still glowing arrow in his hand. Einar relaxed his muscles and slowly lowered the bow, dispersing the arrow's energy before putting it away. Nothing, he replied calmly. Let's continue with the lesson. Meanwhile, in Stephen's team, Wanda, Harry, and Stephen suddenly appeared on the deck of a large ship docked near the shore of a paradise-like island. The sun shone brightly, the sea stretched out like a blue mirror, and the air was filled with the salty ocean breeze. However, the ship was completely empty. A suspicious silence loomed over the deck. Where are we? Harry asked, scanning the area with his eyes. Hey, I found something, Wanda announced in her usual grave tone. Stephen and Harry immediately turned only to find Wanda comfortably seated at a table filled with exotic snacks. With a wide grin, she was already happily indulging. You idiot! Don't eat everything you find. Stephen groaned, rubbing his face in frustration. Relax, they're not poisonous, probably, Wanda replied with absolute calm, breaking a chocolate bar in half and offering it to Harry. Want some? No, thanks, Harry replied, instinctively stepping back. Meanwhile, Stephen turned his attention to the ship's sails. The word marine waved in the wind, and something in his mind clicked. Are we in another alternate world? Harry asked, looking out at the vast ocean and the nearby island. I don't know, but I don't like this. Guys, Wanda interrupted again. Yeah, you can keep eating, Stephen replied without looking back, still focused on his analysis. Well, the ocean is huge, so without reference points, it's hard to say if this is our world, Harry added calmly. Brothers, Wanda called out once more. I already told you, do whatever you wa. Stephen huffed, finally turning around. I don't think the owner of those snacks will mind if you take a fay, but what he saw made him freeze in place. Wanda was being held like a sack of potatoes by a tall woman, nearly 2 meters in height, with an impressive physique and a playful smile on her beautiful face. They got me, Wanda said with an absolutely relaxed expression, as if everything was part of a plan. Wanda. Harry reacted instantly, casting a spell at lightning speed. His reflexes, honed through countless trials in virtual cabins, were now far sharper. The woman looked at the spell with curiosity, held Wanda in one hand, and calmly raised the other. To Harry and Stephen's horror, the magic shattered into tiny cubes before vanishing into thin air. Hey, it's rude to attack someone after sneaking onto their warship and stealing their sweets, the woman remarked playfully before narrowing her eyes at Harry, scrutinizing him closely. Then, without warning, she vanished in a blink and reappeared right in front of him, still holding Wanda under her arm like a doll, her gaze intrigued. How strange. You seem familiar. Where have I seen you before? Stephen tensed. The speed at which she moved, it was completely unnatural, even for him. Whatever. I'm not interested in men, the woman said with complete indifference before vanishing again and reappearing back in her seat now with Wanda sitting on her lap like they were lifelong friends. Without hesitation, she started offering Wanda more sweets. Thanks, Wanda said without a second thought, continuing her feast. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed across the deck. Sister Kara, you ran off again, a young woman exclaimed as she climbed onto the ship, clearly annoyed. We always end up doing all the work, a small furry creature grumbled, followed by a man with green hair and 3 swords at his waist. Jun wanted to stop for supplies. Not my fault, Kara replied lazily, still holding on to Wanda. The newcomers examined the situation, and upon seeing Wanda sitting on Kara's lap, they fell into brief silence before the young woman spoke again. Sister Kara, did you kidnap someone again? Hey, I didn't kidnap anyone. Wait. Kara placed a hand on her chin, thinking. No, I think I did. Sister Kara, that's wrong, the young woman scolded, frowning. They came on their own, Kara defended herself. Well, if you give our sister back, we'll leave, Harry said quickly, wanting to avoid further trouble. Kara stared at him, then looked at Wanda. No, I'm officially kidnapping her now, she declared proudly. We can't do that. We're the Marines, the small furry creature protested. Fine, slave number 1, change the flag. We're pirates now, Kara ordered without hesitation. The man with 3 swords didn't even react. He simply lay down in a corner of the deck and ignored the command. Sister Kara, if you keep messing around, Sister Jun will come and get mad at you again, the young woman warned. At that, Kara paused for a moment. Tisk, fine, she grumbled reluctantly before finally letting go of Wanda, though not without giving her more sweets first. Stephen watched the entire exchange in surprise. Special magic, he muttered to himself. All right, you can go, but it'd be better if you return to your world. I don't want to keep an eye on you to make sure you don't cause chaos here, Kara said, locking eyes with him. Stephen frowned and sharpened his magical perception, and what he sensed left him astonished. Kara's energy was different from the magic he knew, yet its intensity was on par with his own. Thanks, Wanda said with a smile as she hugged her treasure trove of sweets. Then she looked at her brothers. Let's go. Stephen sighed and activated his pocket watch, opening a portal. The 3 disappeared in a flash of light. Meanwhile, Chopper, Zoro, and Yuta watched them curiously. What was that? Yuta asked. Travelers, Kara answered casually as she began eating the rest of the sweets. Chapter 161, Plans, Proposals, and Secrets. Stephen was calmly having tea with his grandmother and Fleur while they discussed their future plans. Fleur, what do you plan to do now that your studies are over? Perenelle asked with a smile. Grandma, Fleur is a rich girl. She'll probably take over her father's business, Stephen teased, only for Fleur to quickly pinch him for interrupting. Hey, that's marital violence, Stephen said with a grin. Fleur ignored him and answered Perenelle. Actually, I was planning to work part-time at Magic Tack to gain experience, Fleur said quickly, throwing a mocking glance at Stephen. So my company is just a testing ground for you? Stephen asked. You can't call it your company when your younger brother is listed as the president, Fleur teased. By the way, he already agreed to hire me, she added quickly. Just as she said that, Tony happened to be walking by, chatting casually with Harry. Hey, you, stop right there, Stephen quickly called out to him. What is it? Your hand didn't turn out right, Tony asked, approaching with interest. No, the arm is perfect. After all, I helped design it too. We might even win a Nobel Prize for it, Stephen said proudly before abruptly changing the subject. Did you hire my girlfriend without telling me? Of course. She's my sister-in-law, and, more importantly, she's good at her job. Better than you, who haven't shown up at the company in weeks, Tony replied casually. Harry, do you want to work at Magic Tack after you finish your studies? Tony asked. No, I'd like to become an Auror, Harry said, rejecting the idea outright. Then you'll have to improve your potions grades, Stephen teased. It's embarrassing that the grandson of the famous Nicolas Flamel has bad grades in potions. I mean, it's not alchemy, but potions and alchemy go hand in hand, he added, mocking Harry. Tisk. It's not my fault. Snape nitpicks every tiny mistake in my potions, Harry grumbled. Or is it because you can't go a second without being sarcastic to him? Stephen countered. Sorry to interrupt, is Harry here? Sirius asked as he entered the room. Padfoot, what do you need? Harry asked quickly. The old man wants to see you for some reason, Sirius said with annoyance, referring to his grandfather, Arcturus Black. Sirius had wanted to move to Flamel Island, but the old man hadn't allowed it. Instead, he permitted a portal to be created to Black Castle, making Sirius live there as the heir. Not that it changed much, since he could simply cross the portal and walk a few minutes to Harry's house. Grandfather Arcturus? Did he say why? Harry asked, wondering what he could possibly want. Not really. That old grouch found an ancient book, but he wouldn't tell me what it was about, Sirius replied. Just then, Natasha arrived, seemingly looking for Stephen. I need you to send me to my mother, Natasha said abruptly. Wow. Hey, little brother, how are you? Isn't the first thing out of your mouth, huh? Stephen teased. Hello, brother, how are you? I need you to send me to my mother, Natasha said flatly. She didn't seem in the mood for jokes. What's wrong, Nat? Perenelle asked with concern. Natasha looked at her grandmother and the others, realizing she was among trusted people. She sighed before speaking. My mother might know something about what the Valois family knew. I need to find out what and why the previous patriarch said those words before dying, Natasha explained. Then I'm coming with you, Sirius said quickly. Why would I take you to see my mother? Natasha asked, staring at Sirius. Hey, I got hurt helping you catch that Valois guy. I should have the right to snoop, Sirius said with a grin. It's unnecessary. Whatever I learn, I'll tell you all later, Natasha stated, sending a look at Stephen, signaling him to send her to her mother. She was currently in the mountains, in a place difficult to access due to anti-apparition protections, and she didn't have a jet to use. And how do we know you're telling us the whole story? Need I remind you that when we were tracking that guy, you didn't say a word until he showed up in front of us with hundreds of traps, and then the Muggle military started shooting at us. Sirius retorted. All right, just go together. I don't have time to listen to your lovers quarrel, Stephen said as he quickly opened a portal, shoving them both in before closing it under everyone's watchful eyes. Hey, that was getting interesting, Tony said with a grin. Then I'll go see what Grandfather Arcturus wants. Coming? Harry asked Tony, who, having nothing better to do, decided to tag along. Now that everyone had left, only Stephen, Fleur, and Perenelle remained to continue their conversation. Where were we? Stephen asked casually. When are you getting married? Perenelle asked with a smile. When I finish my studies at Hogwarts, Stephen answered automatically. He muttered, realizing he had just blurted out his plans before even asking Fleur. Meanwhile, Fleur, who had been sipping her tea, suddenly choked. Stephen reacted immediately, handing her a napkin and gently patting her back. Why have I never heard about this? She asked as she recovered. Well, now you have, Stephen said with a grin. Though I had a grand plan for the proposal. He added with a hint of disappointment. Good, then this doesn't count. You have to propose properly, Fleur declared quickly before standing up, trying to hide her happiness and embarrassment. I'm going to visit my mother, she added before practically running off with joy, probably to share the news. It looks like you'll have to make a high-level proposal, said Perenelle, smiling and full of happiness. Obviously, I already had that planned, Stephen replied calmly. His gaze then shifted to a corner where there seemed to be some kind of corpse, though it was breathing, so not entirely. And what happened to her? Stephen asked, pointing at what was actually Wanda, lying on the floor, depressed. I don't know. She seemed to be reading the laws of England and France, and then she just stayed there, not wanting to talk to anyone, said Perenelle, a little concerned. Marriage? Wanda whispered, barely audible. What? Stephen asked as he approached to poke her with a spoon. Same-sex marriage is still not legal in France or England. Wanda shouted furiously before sinking back into depression. Stephen and Perenelle immediately understood. Well, that. I don't know what to say, said Stephen, unable to find the right words to help. But in the magical world, there is no such rule, Perenelle said quickly. What? Wanda shot up, looking at her grandmother as if she were her savior. You read the Muggle laws of France and England, but in the magical world, there is no such rule neither for nor against, Perenelle explained swiftly. Great! Wanda exclaimed, instantly recovering her energy. Then I have things to plan, she said, dashing off like a hurricane. Haha, it seems your sister had the same plan as you, Perenelle commented quickly. After all, you two are alike. Tisk. We are not alike, Stephen huffed immediately. Perenelle gave him a long, knowing look with a smile. Really? She asked quickly. Well, maybe in appearance. I'm off to make my plans, Stephen said hastily. Just then, he crossed paths with Loki, who was coming down from the second floor, calmly reading a book just in time to hear a voice from outside the mansion calling for him. Loki, let's play. It was Astoria's voice. Meanwhile, Perenelle sat watching the scene with interest. I don't know why you followed me, but you'd better keep your mouth shut in front of my mother, Natasha said quickly as she walked through a small village, with Sirius following behind her. Of course, don't worry, Sirius replied with a smile. They arrived at a house, and Natasha knocked on the door in a specific pattern. Though her mother had eased up a bit on her excessive vigilance, it wasn't something she could shake off easily after living that way for so long. After a few moments, noises were heard behind the door before it opened quickly. A woman with a big smile appeared, looking at Natasha with affection. Hello, mother. It's been a while, Natasha greeted happily, seeing her mother after so long. Of course, it's been a while. You seem quite busy if you can't even visit your own mother, she said with mock annoyance before pulling her into a tight hug. Then, she noticed Sirius's presence. And he is, she asked, staring at him as if scanning him. He's a friend, Natasha answered calmly. Hello, ma'am. A pleasure. I'm Sirius Black 3, and I have the honor of being your beautiful daughter's friend. Sirius introduced himself with elegance and nobility, which made Natasha give him a strange look. He didn't usually act like that. Black? Do you know Arcturus? She asked quickly, surprised. He's my grandfather, Sirius replied. I see, so you're the one he was talking about. That's certainly a coincidence. Come in, Natasha's mother said, inviting them inside. Chapter 162, Virtual Gladiators Part 5. Virtual Gladiators Part 5. Hello, and welcome back everyone to this fabulous and fantastic day, said Jordan excitedly, the microphone held up to his mouth. I think fabulous and fantastic mean the same thing, said Wanda quickly with a mocking smile, sitting beside him. Today, she had taken Stephen's place simply because she felt like it, while Stephen was sitting a few meters away with Fleur, calmly watching the show. Of course not. Fabulous is fabulous, and fantastic is fantastic, Jordan replied quickly. While he wasn't entirely wrong, what he said didn't really make sense. Just get started, Stephen said from afar. Ahem, sorry. Today our dear Professor Stephen is on a date, so we have the beautiful and brilliant Wanda Flamel with us. Although I'm not sure if she'll be able to explain things we don't understand, Jordan said while introducing Wanda. Of course I can. Stephen's just a show-off, Wanda said proudly, flashing a teasing smile at her brother. Well then, we're counting on that, said Jordan with a grin. Now let's stop beating around the bush and bring out our first competitors, shall we? Sure. I hope their fight is interesting, replied Wanda. Everyone, please give a round of applause for the first combatants of the day. And one of them is someone you all know, the very reason we have these fabulous tournaments, all because his brother sent him to train. Give it up for Harry Potter Flamel, Jordan announced as the crowd in the stands went wild, screaming Harry's name. Harry had gained quite a fan base. At first, Stephen created the Colosseum and had him fight all kinds of creatures. Little by little, people started getting interested, until they asked him to create a tournament. Stephen, without hesitation, got to work, or rather, Tony did, and thus this place was born. Harry calmly entered the Colosseum while the crowd shouted his name. He gave a nod and a smile, causing many women to scream with excitement. After all, Harry had become much more attractive ever since his blood changed to match that of his brothers. His best features stood out even more. He had well-defined muscles, not overly large, visible beneath his thin shirt. His once messy hair now looked as soft as silk, swaying delicately with the slightest breeze. He still wore glasses, but they were more to help him control the strange ability that had awakened within him technically. He didn't need them. Hey, ever since Harry joined your family, he's gotten cooler, or is it just my imagination? Jordan asked quickly. Well, it's because at our house he eats properly, Wanda replied with a smile. But he's still the same idiot as always, she added quickly. Haha, that's good. I guess, said Jordan. Alright, let's bring out the next one. This young man, along with Harry, Fleur, and Wanda, was part of the Tri-Wizard tournament, and he's also Bulgaria's best seeker. Obviously, you all know who I'm talking about. Give a big round of applause for Victor Crumb. Once again, the stands erupted in cheers as Victor entered with a serious expression, conserving his energy and heading straight to his position, eyes locked on Harry. Looks like we're about to witness a revenge duel, huh? Jordan commented quickly. Revenge? Why? Asked Wanda, puzzled. Well, Victor ended up in last place in the Tri-Wizard tournament. Hey, you were there, Jordan replied. Oh right, and who won? Asked Wanda calmly. Just start the countdown, please, Jordan said, exasperated. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the duel began, Victor raised his wand with precision and conjured a protective shield. Just a second later, a golden dagger spun through the air and struck the magical barrier, disintegrating it in an explosion of golden sparks. However, Victor reacted swiftly, summoning another shield just before a second dagger fell from above, repeating the process. Again, exclaimed Jordan in awe as the third dagger shattered the new shield. But Victor didn't stay still. As soon as his barrier broke, he moved his wand in a sharp arc and cast his first attack. Conf Ringo. The air vibrated as the explosive curse shot toward Harry. In response, the young wizard raised his wand and conjured a protective shield at the last second. The resulting blast shook the Colosseum and raised a dense cloud of dust, hiding him from his opponent's view. However, Victor didn't waste the opportunity. He moved his wand without saying a word, and a chill swept across the arena as the ground beneath Harry turned slick with treacherous ice. Harry, watch out, shouted Jordan as Harry leaped to the side just before being trapped. He's not predicting his moves. It looks like he studied all of Harry's patterns, said Wanda with interest. Seems like Victor came well prepared. Harry gritted his teeth. He had let his guard down, expecting to end the fight quickly, but Victor was proving to be a cunning rival. He made a decision. It was time to switch to close combat. With a fluid motion, he materialized a sword in his hand and prepared to charge. Obscuro. A black ray hit Harry's face, blinding him instantly. The Gryffindor kept his composure and sharpened his hearing. He heard the sound of a spell slicing through the air and instinctively rolled on the ground, dodging a burst of ropes by mere inches. Quickly, he cast a counterspell and regained his vision just in time to see Victor raising his wand and launching another precisely aimed attack. Harry's in trouble, Jordan exclaimed in surprise. That's what he gets for being overconfident, Wanda said with a mocking smile. Harry jumped back, assessing the situation. Victor still wore that focused expression, analyzing his every move, waiting for a mistake. If I keep fighting predictably, he'll completely control the battle, Harry thought. His eyes scanned the arena for a solution. Victor didn't give him the chance. Fulmin Ignis. A bolt of lightning shot from his wand, heading straight for Harry. He rolled to dodge it, but a chill ran down his leg. What? He looked around and realized, Victor had prepared the field meticulously. The water from the melted ice had pooled into strategic puddles around him, forming a natural conductor for the electricity. The shock coursed through his body, paralyzing him for a few seconds. Victor wasn't about to waste the opportunity. Fiend fire? The cursed flames roared as they erupted from the Bulgarian's wand, taking the shape of infernal beasts that surged forward like a tsunami of destruction toward Harry. Victor's going to end this fast, shouted Jordan, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Well, it looks like Harry will have to stop holding back or he's going to lose, Wanda said with a confident smile. Wait, holding back? Jordan turned to her in shock. Meanwhile, Harry watched the firestorm approach and sighed. He calmed his mind and slid his wand along the ground while murmuring a longer, more complex incantation, a fusion of eldritch magic and traditional arcanism. The ground trembled. Suddenly, massive stone arms erupted from the arena floor, followed by a colossal head with blinking eyes that looked almost alive. The creature finished rising, revealing a hulking torso before charging at Victor with the force of a moving mountain. The Bulgarian tried to counterattack, but as he saw the massive rock barreling toward him, he lost control of his spell. The cursed flames dissipated just as the giant caught him and slammed him into the ground with a thunderous crash that shook the entire arena. Silence fell over the Colosseum. What the hell was that? Jordan shouted, watching as the stone giant began sinking back into the ground. Ha ha ha, Harry loves that spell, Wanda said with a mischievous grin. That was a spell? It looked more like a summoning? Well, kind of. Loki and Stephen created it by combining ancient rune magic. They call it the Terragolem, though it consumes a ton of power. That was incredible. Jordan was still wide-eyed. Oh, right, the winner is Harry Potter Flamel. The stadium erupted into deafening cheers as Harry Potter, still panting, waved at the crowd with a grateful smile. His magic still crackled faintly in the air, a lingering echo of the masterful spell he had just cast, even though it had clearly drained him. With one last bow, he left the stage, his cloak billowing behind him. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boomed Lee Jordan's enthusiastic voice, amplified by the stadium's magical sound system, I think it's time to take this night to a whole new level. How about an exhibition duel, huh? The crowd roared in response, their excitement shaking the stands. Jordan grinned from ear to ear at the electrifying atmosphere. Our first guest is a living legend. A wizard who, in his youth, conquered one dueling tournament after another. Some say he could have challenged Albus Dumbledore himself at his peak. But don't let his size fool you, because when he enters duel mode, he turns into an absolute beast, thirsty for blood. Give a thunderous round of applause to the one and only Professor Phileas Flitwick. Laughter and applause filled the air as Flitwick stepped into the arena, slightly embarrassed by Jordan's over-the-top introduction. He bowed respectfully to the crowd and gave his wand a playful flick as if warming up. And now, Jordan continued, lowering his voice for dramatic effect, it's time for our second duelist. Who could possibly match such talent, you ask? Well, get ready to meet an immortal legend. A wizard who could control the very coins in your pocket? The man who has unleashed his grandchildren upon the world, grandchildren who, if left unchecked, might just destroy us all. Please welcome, Nicolas Flamel. The cheers grew even louder as Flamel entered with majestic calm, smiling serenely at the audience. He looked astonishingly youthful for someone who had lived over 700 years. He returned Flitwick's bow with one of his own. Hi, Grandpa, Wanda called out, waving at him with childlike enthusiasm. Flamel answered with a warm nod, his lips curling into a fond smile. Jordan, of course, added more drama. Don't be fooled by how he looks. He might seem like a man in his 40s, but this is someone who's fought and won legendary battles for centuries. The tales of his youth still echo through magical history like myths. Flamel shook his head with a modest smile. The atmosphere was electric with anticipation. The two wizards stood at opposite ends of the arena. A tense silence fell over the crowd. The duel was about to begin. Chapter 163, Virtual Gladiators Part 6. Virtual Gladiators Part 6. We don't want to wait any longer to see this incredible battle. So, let the countdown begin, Jordan said quickly, while the crowd in the stands shouted with excitement and interest. 3, 2, 1, begin. Professor Flitwick raised his wand with impressive speed, aiming directly at his opponent. However, he paused for a moment, confused to see that Nicolas Flamel had not drawn his wand. Instead, Nicolas threw several rune-carved stones to the ground in front of him. Flitwick, a renowned duelist and expert in charms, recognized the pattern. Without missing a beat, he cast a petrificus spell at Nicolas. But before the beam could hit him, the stones lit up and formed a circle around him. A magical shield rose swiftly, blocking the spell. Auto defense using runes, Flitwick murmured with interest. Now protected, Nicolas calmly drew his wand. With precise movements, he began drawing runes in the air, each complex, spinning and floating before sinking into the ground as if absorbed by the earth. He then pulled out more stones, quickly carving them with rune enchantments and throwing them into the enchanted area. The ground began to tremble. Rock warriors emerged, some armed with swords, others with bows, and even a few in robes, mimicking wizards. Meanwhile, Flitwick was quickly analyzing the runes on the shield, searching for a weak point. But upon seeing the stone army rising, he acted instantly. Levioso, he shouted, lifting one of the golems to use it as a mace against the others emerging from the ground. With impressive coordination, he struck them one after another, demonstrating his mastery of magical control. However, he soon noticed that the broken pieces of the golems were reassembling, regenerating at high speed. A small runestone fell beside his foot. Flitwick barely had time to react before it exploded in a wave of energy that disarmed him. Oxio, he exclaimed, summoning his wand back as he vanished with a pop to avoid more stones falling around him. He reappeared several meters back, just in time to see the stones transforming into chains that trapped the air where he had been seconds earlier. From the other side of the field, Nicolas smiled as he carved new stones at an enviable speed. He threw them like he was weaving an unbreakable magical net. After all, they are professors, Stephen commented with a smile from the stands, sitting next to Fleur. What do you mean? Fleur asked with interest. They're teaching while fighting. Grandpa is showing the importance of preparation, how every rune spell can be applied tactically. And Professor Flitwick is demonstrating the value of observation and quick response under pressure. Meanwhile, Wanda was jumping with excitement. Go, Grandpa, you can do it. Professor Flitwick, you too. Aren't you supposed to cheer for only one of them? Jordan asked, slightly confused. Yes, but Professor Flitwick is our charms teacher. I don't want him to fail me, she answered with a big grin. Go Professor Flamel, you too, Professor Flitwick, added Jordan, completely forgetting he was the commentator. Now more focused, Flitwick began systematically taking down the golems with powerful, precise spells. He observed the rune cores inside each one and destroyed them with pinpoint strikes. Glacis, he shouted, freezing a group of enemies. The cold spread in a chain, crystallizing several golems. Seeing them regenerate, he identified a small stone at the center of their torsos. With quick thinking and precise movement, he appeared to the side and yelled, Reducto. One of the golems exploded, but its remains began to pull together. Flitwick pointed directly at the rune core before it finished reassembling. Bombarda Maxima. The carved stone exploded, and the golem collapsed. Nicholas nodded with an approving smile. He's analyzing and responding in real time, excellent. Then Nicholas pulled out several black spheres with even more complex inscriptions. He threw them onto the field, where they began to absorb the remains of the destroyed golems. Is that? Jordan whispered from the booth. 2 giant golems began to take shape. Flitwick, recognizing the threat, tried to strike them before they completed their transformation. But 2 spheres rolled toward him, absorbing stones along the way, forming masses the size of a human. Reducto, he tried to destroy them, but a magical shield blocked the attack. He had to vanish again. He reappeared just in time to see one of the masses split open, transforming into a massive stone bear. The other became a lion. And the 2 giant golems finally took full form, one wielding a colossal mace and the other holding a rune-carved staff. Flitwick, no longer smiling, shifted to an expression of pure excitement. His wand shone brightly. Excellent, now this is a challenge. As Wanda watched the battle intently, she noticed something else. Hey, did you notice that Professor Flitwick is using the basic spells he teaches in class? She asked quickly, barely taking her eyes off the duel. Now that you mention it, Jordan replied, thoughtful. He started with the spells we learned in first year, and has been leveling up little by little. Grandpa's also using basic runes. They're the same ones he taught when he gave that class at Hogwarts, Wanda added excitedly. Both turned simultaneously toward Stephen, who, sensing their stares, sighed softly. Immediately, a microphone appeared floating in front of him. They're both professors, he said in a calm but firm tone. So even in the middle of a spectacle like this, they're still teaching. They want everyone to learn something. And since this is just a friendly duel, they're not using their full power. Stephen returned the mic to the air as Jordan nodded. I see, he murmured, impressed. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick closed his eyes, focusing deeply. The golems were approaching, ready to attack. Suddenly, Flitwick opened his eyes and raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. A majestic white eagle emerged from his wand, accompanied by a radiant shield that unleashed a wave of magical energy. The golems and stone creatures were pushed back with force, unable to withstand the purity of the spell. Taking advantage of the opening, Flitwick vanished with a soft pop and reappeared right behind Nicolas Flamel. With quick movements, he drew a rune on the ground, right at the edge of the magical shield protecting his opponent. He had intentionally left a small area uncovered. As he raised his wand to cast an offensive spell, a seemingly harmless stone next to his foot suddenly glowed. From it, ropes burst out and quickly wrapped around him, preventing him from moving. Even so, Flitwick did not release his wand. He kept his aim steady, smiling confidently. Looks like it's a tie, commented Nicholas with a cheerful laugh. Although it's obvious you held back. Flitwick replied with an equally wide grin. Still, to tie with a legend like you, it's, as the students would say, pretty awesome. In the stands, Jordan was already on his feet, waving his arms in excitement. That was a battle between 2 of the most powerful wizards Hogwarts has ever seen. Did you hear that? Our professors are absolute beasts. Ha ha ha, but I wanted to see more of Grandpa's fighting style, Wanda said, puffing out her cheeks. Let's give thanks to both our professors, who agreed to this exhibition duel and still used it to teach us all something new, Jordan added quickly, ignoring Wanda as the 2 wizards left the Colosseum chatting calmly. The stands rumbled with excitement. The applause didn't stop as Jordan took back control of the microphone. Alright, now we move on to the final battle of the day. We hope it's just as awesome as the previous ones, right? The crowd responded with a roar of enthusiasm. Don't worry, I can assure you it'll be a spectacular fight. And do you know why? Because our next fighter is one of Stephen's favorite students. The only one who learned a completely different type of magic from everyone else. Jordan grinned mischievously. She might seem a little odd, but she's charming in her own way. Let's give a warm welcome to Luna Lovegood. Luna walked in calmly, a small black dragon perched on her shoulder. She smiled softly and moved her head to the rhythm of music only she seemed to hear. And now, the next participant. His brothers are definitely going to tease him, win or lose. Which is honestly kind of sad. The audience laughed. The youngest of 6 brothers, member of the most troublesome trio in Hogwarts. Give it up for Ronald Weasley. Ron entered the Colosseum looking a bit nervous. He wasn't just up against Luna, everyone knew that no matter how peculiar she was terrifyingly talented. As Jordan had said, whether he won or lost, his brothers were definitely going to tease him. He's doomed already. You can tell he's regretting this, said Wanda, amused. And he hasn't even raised his wand yet, Jordan added, as the crowd laughed along with them. Just start already, Ron shouted angrily, hearing them. And where the hell is Harry? He should be here supporting me, he added quickly, scanning the crowd for his friend. Chapter 164, Virtual Gladiators, Part 7. Virtual Gladiators, Part 7. Ron stood still, staring at Luna. He knew that, although Luna appeared friendly and harmless, it was just an illusion. A trap. A bloody lie. After all, the combination of unpredictable Luna and the magic Stephen had taught her was pure destruction. The reason was right in front of him. That skinny blonde girl was surrounded by an army of magical creatures so bizarre they looked like something out of a fever dream, a niffler with hummingbird wings, a translucent fox that shimmered like crystal, and a kind of hippogriff covered in bioluminescent moss and fungi. Yep, Red's more lost than Snape at a costume party, Wanda commented with a mocking grin, crossing her legs on her floating seat. Behind Luna, a multicolored portal hovered in the air like a window to another world. From it, creatures of every kind emerged as if it were a parade of fantastic zoology. We've seen an army of rock and earth, and now one of magical beasts? This tournament just keeps outdoing itself, Jordan said, visibly thrilled. His eyes sparkled like a kid in front of a shelf of exploding candy. This is what keeps me glued to my seat? Action, risk, and a dash of love-good madness. Meanwhile, Ron drew a sword and raised his wand at the same time, imitating the style he'd seen Harry use. But unlike his friend who'd trained with his magical brothers, Ron had trained on his own and with the twins. His style was less refined, but just as dangerous. A strange, three-eyed rhino, covered in black scales and with horns like carved obsidian, began charging at him with brutal speed, shaking the ground beneath it. Ron reacted instantly. He jumped and, with a swift wand movement, caused an explosion under his feet that boosted his leap even higher. In midair, he aimed at Luna. Bombarda Maxima? Conf Ringo, he shouted, firing both spells almost simultaneously. One massive blast sent a huge bat-winged polar bear flying out of the way. The second spell landed right in front of Luna, but before it could reach her, a golden feathered leopard grabbed her from behind and whisked her away gracefully. Other creatures like smoke dogs and wolves with spiral-shaped eyes shielded her from the sharp rocks flying in all directions. Stephen had made sure these creatures didn't feel pain when hurt. When their endurance reached its limit, they simply vanished like soap bubbles, bursting in gentle flashes of light. Several dogs and wolves burst that way, prompting Luna's expression to shift from her usual dreamy distraction to something focused and serious. Blackie, she said, pointing to the small black dragon perched on her shoulder. The dragon leapt to the ground and, in seconds, grew into a mid-sized beast with gleaming scales and eyes filled with fire. Ron landed, conjuring a small layer of sand beneath him to soften the fall. At the sight of the dragon, fear flickered across his face for a moment. But he quickly regained composure. I've faced a basilisk, okay, with help. A dragon doesn't scare me that much, he muttered to himself, taking a deep breath. He used another magical blast behind his back to launch himself straight toward the dragon. The beast opened its huge mouth to swallow him whole, but Ron jumped at the last second. He conjured magical chains and hurled them at the dragon's jaws. With surprising skill, he spun around its head twice, tying its mouth shut like a giant muzzle. In the end, he landed on its neck, gripping the chains tightly. The dragon thrashed violently, trying to shake off the unexpected rider. Ron clung on for dear life, like a performer in a wild beast taming show. This is insane. Looks like so much fun. Wanda squealed, clapping her hands as her feet bounced excitedly. Haha, yeah. If he didn't put up a fight, it'd be a disgrace to the Weasley name, added Jordan, leaning toward the mic with excitement. But this kid's got guts? This is getting legendary. Ron smiled confidently, striking a proud pose, like a dragon warrior out of an ancient legend. Look at him, all dashing and heroic, Jordan shouted. He's really feeling like the main character now, but his heroic moment didn't last long. A white, translucent bat with wings as thin as glass slammed into him at full speed, knocking him backward. Well, there goes his gallantry, Wanda teased through laughter. Such an elegant landing. Ron held onto Blackie's neck chain, sliding along it with agility, trying to get closer to Luna. But several winged creatures were waiting, giant butterflies with multiple eyes, a pair of sparrows with feathers made of light, and a strange bat with spiral-shaped tails. Petrificus totalis, Ron shouted, aiming his wand. The creatures froze midair, suspended like floating statues. But Blackie, clearly annoyed at being used as transportation, shook his head violently. Ron lost his balance and was flung backward. The dragon didn't stop there, it raised a claw and struck him head-on. Ron blocked with his sword, but the impact sent him flying. While in the air, he flicked his wand. Malacorpus. The spot he was about to land on transformed into a bed of soft enchanted pillows. He landed with some dignity, quickly got up, and returned to a guard stance. He looked at Luna, still surrounded by her magical army, and began thinking about how to approach again. It was then that he noticed her gaze. Luna was angry, and although her frown made her look more adorable than terrifying, the intensity in her eyes was new, different, dangerous. But she wasn't looking at him. She was looking at Blackie. Ron followed her gaze. The black dragon had one paw lifted, showing a reddish mark, a cut from Ron's sword during the block. A wound. Magical creatures weren't supposed to feel pain. Stephen had made sure of that. But Blackie was different. He was special. He was the first. Her companion from the very beginning. Luna pressed her lips together tightly. Blackie's mom, she shouted in a high-pitched voice. The air in the Coliseum froze as if someone had hit a pause button. An electric tension swept across the entire stadium. Oh no, 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 no. I don't like this at all, murmured Jordan, leaning forward with wide eyes. A violet portal behind Luna began to expand, swirling like a magical storm. This is gonna hurt, Wanda sang gleefully. From the dimension emerged a massive dragon head black as night, with eyes like full moons glowing in the darkness of the portal. The head alone was the size of a full-grown dragon. That's no ordinary mom, Jordan exclaimed in disbelief. That's the mother of all mothers, sweet Merlin. Ron stood frozen, feeling his body being pushed back by the air the dragon inhaled. Mom, he whispered, eyes wide. A violet light lit up the beast's throat. A second later, a hellish blast of magical fire swept across half the Colosseum. The sand turned to glass, the stone into solidified lava. The stadium's magic shield activated just in time to protect the audience, but the devastation inside was absolute. There was nothing left of Ron. Not even ashes. Just dust. The enormous dragoness withdrew through the portal as if nothing had happened, returning to her realm like a spirit that had fulfilled its duty. Silence fell. Jordan swallowed hard, speechless. Stephen, from the control zone, covered his mouth with both hands, shaking inside. He couldn't laugh. Not yet. Ha 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 ha. Wanda, on the other hand, didn't hold back. She doubled over with laughter like a child at a playground. What a drama? It was beautiful. He disappeared? Poof. Not even a hair left. Jordan blinked several times, then cleared his throat and resumed his role. Ahem. It looks like Ron has lost. Our winner is Luna Lovegood and her incredible, destructive, and emotionally motivated black dragon. Blackie's muum, added Wanda between laughs, wiping away a tear of joy. That was the best thing I've seen in weeks. A few seconds later, Ron's body reappeared on a magical restoration platform. His face was filled with resignation, and his robes were still smoking. He let out a long sigh as he dusted himself off a bit. At least he had put on a show. The crowd was still chanting his name enthusiastically, and that brought a half-smile to his face. Still, he couldn't help but feel a sting of annoyance. His two best friends weren't there to cheer him on. Meanwhile, deep within Black Castle, Harry was slowly flipping through a book that looked more like an archaeological artifact than a regular tome. Hermione and Tony watched closely. The pages weren't paper, but thin carved stone slabs covered in symbols and drawings. Well, when they said old, I didn't expect this old, muttered Tony, raising an eyebrow as he carefully turned a page. How ancient is it? Asked Hermione, who had come looking for them to watch Ron's fight, but completely forgot about the match the moment she saw the book. Cave engravings. We're talking the dawn of humanity, maybe even earlier, Tony replied seriously. It wasn't often he looked this focused. The three of them leaned over a particular page. There, carved with simple but elegant lines, were 7 golden figures. Each held a glowing orb in their hands, offering it to what appeared to be ordinary humans. Harry frowned. Is that us? Hermione tilted her head. Or maybe the first ones, like you? Tony nodded slowly, eyes fixed on the drawing. Maybe we should call the others. This isn't just ancient history. Chapter 165, The 7 Gods of Magic. The 7 Gods of Magic. When that day's tournament ended, Stephen and Fleur decided to go for a quiet walk. However, their date was interrupted by an urgent call from Stephen's siblings, forcing him to postpone it. Clearly annoyed. Both returned together to Flamel Manor, where in the living room, Wanda and Daphne, Tony and Loki, as well as Harry and Hermione, were waiting for them. What ancient and ridiculous thing did you find this time just to annoy me? Stephen asked as soon as he walked in, throwing a quick glance at his siblings and their respective partners. Except, of course, for Tony and Loki. He didn't count them as part of that category. Just some ugly drawings, Wanda replied with disinterest. Those ugly drawings have existed long before you were born, so show a little respect, Tony interjected with a mocking tone. Old drawings? You interrupted my date over old drawings, Stephen said, clearly irritated, as he approached the large book with stone pages resting on the table, looking at it with contempt. Just look at what's drawn in it, Loki said impatiently. Stephen began flipping through the pages with little interest. However, as he went on, his expression gradually changed. His face became more serious when he reached an illustration showing 7 golden figures giving something to humanity. Well, they don't look like just old drawings anymore, do they? Tony commented sarcastically, looking at Stephen with a smug grin. Tisk. Stephen shot him an annoyed look but decided to let it slide, for now. At that moment, Natasha and Sirius entered the manor. She looked visibly irritated, while he wore a smug and triumphant smile. What happened to you two? Wanda asked, curious. Nothing, Natasha replied quickly. Apparently, Natasha's mom likes me, Sirius said teasingly. She asked me to look after her daughter. And, if she doesn't find a proper boyfriend, I'd have permission to approach her with marriage intentions. That's not what she said, Natasha retorted, clearly annoyed. Oh right, what she actually said was, my daughter will scare off any potential partner. Please don't let her push you away too. In fact, just marry her as soon as possible so she doesn't have time to escape. Sirius mimicked her mother's voice with a cheeky grin. Natasha raised her hand, visibly irritated, and Sirius wisely stopped just in time, though the smile never left his face. What information did you find? Natasha asked, trying to change the subject. Something interesting. You. Stephen replied, still focused on the book's pages. I found something that might be important as well, Natasha answered. All right then. Who wants to go first? Tony asked, folding his arms. I'll go. It's a short story, Natasha said before beginning her tale. A couple of hours earlier, Sirius and Natasha had arrived at the old house where her mother lived. So, why are you here, my daughter? I know it's not just because you missed me, the woman said bluntly. I'll get straight to the point, mother. What did the family patriarch know? And why did we have to run from him? Natasha asked, not holding back. Sirius remained silent, allowing mother and daughter to speak. The woman observed her for a few seconds before sighing. Sit down, she said, grabbing a bottle of liquor from the nearby table. 20 SI. Ahem. Natasha interrupted, sensing the story was starting to drift. Her mother gave a small smile at Sirius and continued. When I found you as just a baby, I knew you were special. Your eyes, full of magic, that red hair, like fire or blood. I could feel an ancient energy protecting you. You were unique, she said with nostalgia. I tried to hide it with runes and by dressing you plainly, but I wasn't the only one who noticed your power. The patriarch always had his eyes on you, she added, with restrained anger. The previous patriarch was my grandfather, Catlan Valois, but he stepped down just a week after taking the position, after discovering something in our family's history. He never told me what it was. I eventually discovered something too. She grew more serious. The Valois family is ancient, but before adopting that name, they were connected to one of the 7 most powerful families of ancient times. I never discovered their real surname, but it was said they were descendants of one of the 7 gods of magic. Gods of magic? Sirius asked, surprised. Yes. It's a legend meant to explain the origin of wizards. According to it, 7 humans were born with special powers, chosen by the world itself. They were known as the gods of magic. Many believe that modern-day wizards descend from them. It was said the eyes of these gods were blue but not ordinary blue eyes. They were imbued with magic itself, like mana-filled gemstones. The patriarch knew this. He believed you were a direct descendant, with pure blood, and that your lineage could grant him eternal youth. But that blood had to be given willingly, without rejection. And if he couldn't obtain it willingly? Natasha asked, frowning. Then he would ensure his descendants could claim it. By making you his wife, her mother answered tensely. Of course, I refused immediately. I took you and ran. But the Valois family has a curse, they need blood transfusions to survive, and if they take human blood without consent, they're consumed by madness. But you cured me, Natasha. Just with your blood. Maybe others in the family knew it too. I'm convinced they were all aware of the patriarch's plans. I see. Natasha nodded slowly. Do you know why Alec Valois stopped being a squib? Alec? He's still alive, her mother asked, surprised. Yes. We faced him. He's a wizard now, Natasha replied, her brow furrowing. That's impossible. He took his own life the very day we fled the Valois, her mother said in astonishment. What? Sirius exclaimed. Then who are we fighting? Natasha said thoughtfully. Or did he come back from the dead? Well, that's all I know, Natasha's mother concluded. Then, with a curious smile, she added. Now tell me what's going on between the two of you? Why has my beautiful daughter brought a man to meet her mother? He's just a friend, mother, Natasha replied quickly, visibly uncomfortable. Really? A man that handsome and rich is just a friend, her mother said with a playful laugh, then began bombarding Sirius with questions about Natasha's work. Mother, we have to go, interrupted Natasha with frustration, trying to put an end to the conversation. And that was how the scene happened, the one Sirius later recounted to Natasha's brothers, with a triumphant smile on his lips. Everyone listened attentively. The revelation about the 7 magical families and the 7 gods of magic had left the atmosphere in thoughtful silence. 7 gods of magic? Are we something like that? Harry asked, still processing the information. Well, we have bright blue eyes, Wanda commented, smiling as she looked at herself in the mirror. And our father is, possibly, the planet we're standing on, added Loki casually. Wait, you're children of the Earth? Hermione asked, completely baffled. Fleur and Daphne looked at their respective partners with identical confusion. Oh, right, didn't I tell you, said Stephen, glancing at Fleur with a slight smile. No, you definitely did not tell me, Fleur replied quickly, not hiding her annoyance. Well, now you know, said Stephen, as if it were nothing. Fleur brought a hand to her forehead, looking exhausted. Could you drop the joking tone for a moment and actually explain it? She asked seriously. Stephen shot an irritated look at Loki, who just responded with a mocking grin. He sighed. All right. All of us, Wanda, Loki, Tony, and I, we don't have a mother or father. We simply appeared one day, in front of our respective grandparents, adoptive parents, or guardians. Harry is something like a homunculus from a ritual Wanda performed. We're a creation of the world and magic itself. Grandpa Nicholas always said that makes us children of the world, and that we're special because of it. So yes, it's possible we're something like demigods among humans, Stephen said, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Demigods. Hermione repeated, surprised. Technically, we're gods, Loki cut in. Incomplete, of course, lacking real divinity. But if we had believers, we could complete that over time. In fact, we've got centuries ahead, maybe even millennia. No one knows how long we'll live. Thanks, Loki, Stephen said sarcastically with a bitter grimace. Wait, you don't know how long you'll live? Thousands of years? Fleur asked, a lump forming in her throat. Stephen looked at her seriously. The truth is, we don't know. We only know that our magic keeps growing, and our cells haven't shown any signs of aging. Maybe we're like the Asgardians, who can live for over 1500 years. Asgardians are real? Asked Hermione, earning everyone's stares. That's a valid question at this point. We're literally talking about gods, she added quickly. Fleur's expression darkened. Then, I'll grow old, become wrinkled while you stay just as young, and then I'll die, she murmured, tears forming in her eyes. Daphne and Hermione also fell silent, sharing the same fear. Tony cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, Stephen, was worried that his saliva might have some effect on Fleur. After all, we're basically living potions, so we ran a secret DNA test. Sorry, but it was necessary to know if you were in danger. Fleur and Daphne looked at him, confused. And, well, turns out you both have slowed cells too, Tony added. Are you saying? Daphne began, not finishing the sentence. Yes, but it doesn't seem to be related to fluids. Don't be perverts, Tony answered with a mocking grin. It's more like an energetic connection, or maybe just from being around each other so much. Though, if you want to test the fluid theory, I think Grandma Perenelle is still waiting on some cute grandkids. Stop being disgusting, Loki said quickly, frowning in disdain. So, as long as we stay together, we'll also stay young for as long as they do, Daphne asked, eyes wide. It's possible, Tony admitted with a shrug. Anyway, we also have a brilliant immortal stone on the fireplace that can extend someone's life. I don't get why everyone's so dramatic about aging. Everyone turned their heads at once, looking at the philosopher's stone that had long been forgotten, since it had been used as nothing more than a decorative ornament for years. Can we leave the couple dilemmas for later and focus on the book? Loki interjected with annoyance. Fine, but later I want a serious conversation about everything you're hiding from me, said Fleur, looking firmly at Stephen. And about why I apparently became semi-immortal just for being your girlfriend. That's fair, Stephen nodded quickly as he took the book in his hands. We better look at it properly. What are you talking about? Tony asked, frowning. He had already analyzed the book before, and it was nothing more than a set of stone pages enchanted not to be destroyed. The reason the 7 gods are golden is a spell called a per vestigium. Though it seems like a very primitive variant, cave-like even. Still, whoever wrote this book was clearly a wizard, Stephen said, as he observed the fine golden dust outlining human figures on the pages. Then he shut the book abruptly and blew hard between the pages. A cloud of golden dust rose, and instantly recreated the drawings in the air before everyone, floating like a living projection. Chapter 166, The Curse of the Seventh. The Curse of the Seventh. N/8. This chapter marks an important milestone in the development of the lore behind the 6 Flamel. The story was originally longer and more detailed, but I chose to summarize it in order to maintain a steady pace and prevent it from feeling overwhelming. I truly hope it works and that the essence of this fragment is conveyed with strength. I want to remind you that this lore serves a specific purpose, to give meaning to the existence of the 6 Flamel and, crucially, to the main antagonist of this arc. It's an original concept, conceived as a framework to enrich the events of the story. However, I'm not asking you to take it too seriously. It's an addition meant to beautify and deepen the world, not to overload the narrative. If you prefer to ignore it, that's valid too. It doesn't impact the main plot too heavily, except perhaps for the subtle tones offered in the final lines of the chapter. But those last words, maybe, just maybe, they deserve a second reading. Thank you for being a part of this creative process. See you in the next chapter. Sparkles. The cave paintings, now floating in the air like fragments of shimmering light, began to move on their own, revealing a story forgotten by time. It all began when humans first appeared in a world ruled by colossal beasts and legendary magical creatures, dragons soaring through the skies, stone titans walking among mountains, and elemental spirits that could level continents with a single breath. Despite their fragility, humans used their wits to survive. With traps, strategies, and rudimentary weapons, they managed to bring down even mammoths. But against magical beasts, their intellect was not enough. Villages were annihilated by the mere presence of such creatures. Humanity was pushed to the brink of extinction. In the darkness of the caves, where the last humans hid, the inexplicable occurred. In several nearby shelters, 7 babies appeared. No one knew where they came from, but they were taken in and raised as their own. Even as children, they proved different. When they helped with the crops, the plants grew faster. When they asked for rain, it fell. As they grew older and joined the young men in hunts, something even more astonishing happened. Magical beasts, usually hostile, were docile in their presence. Though some creatures, made purely of destruction, remained threats, the 7 youths possessed a special energy, a connection to the world that allowed them to defeat even those entities. Over time, they became leaders of the village they helped found. The magical creatures, now allies, helped build a prosperous kingdom. The 7 formed families, and their children were born with special gifts as well. The gods themselves no longer aged, leading humanity to worship them as living deities. Thus, the 7 gods of magic were born into legend. But one of them was different. The youngest quiet, distant, and full of contempt for humans. He remained only close to his siblings. It was believed he had changed when he formed a family. For a time, peace seemed real. Thousands of years passed. Humanity flourished. The kingdom grew. But the 7, weary of stillness, decided to explore the world. Though some descendants tried to stop them, the gods departed, and time passed. Much more time than expected. The first to return was the youngest brother, the one who had once hated humans. When he came back, he found ruins. The kingdom was reduced to ashes. He ran to his home, and found her. His wife, now an old woman recently deceased, had waited all that time. He fell to his knees, trying to use magic to revive her, to reverse time, but it was in vain. Death was final. In desperation, he traced what had happened. Non-magical humans, driven by greed, had attacked the families of the gods. They had devoured their flesh and blood seeking to obtain their gifts. And they succeeded. Some developed powers, others exploded or became deformed, but none stopped. The hunger to be like the gods who once saved them turned them into monsters. Consumed by rage, the youngest brother cursed humanity, and also his siblings, who had convinced him to leave. He waited. He cared for the remains of his wife. And when the first brother returned, he embraced him, then stabbed him in the back and devoured him. He wanted his power. His hope was to turn back time and undo everything. Or, at least, bring his wife back. Upon consuming him, the power overwhelmed him, and the world responded. Magic, a conscious entity in its most primal form, grew angry. One of its children had killed another. So it cursed the youngest. Each time he devoured someone, he would also lose a piece of himself. But the fallen god did not stop. He rebuilt his body again and again with ash, blood, and power. He waited, and one by one, devoured his siblings. The last to return did not find a man, but a beast mindless, made of darkness and despair. That last brother did not fight. He gave his life in an attempt to restore the younger one's consciousness. And he succeeded. But it was a fatal mistake. Because now, lucid again, the youngest no longer sought to revive his wife. He only wanted to consume all magic in the world, convinced that, somehow, there was still hope to return to the past. But centuries passed. His wife's bones turned to dust. He forgot his purpose. He lost all reason. Only madness remained. The devourer of gods, who was once the youngest of the 7, wandered the world, consuming the descendants of his siblings, and his own. Thus, magic, the world, and the forces of fate forged a new pact. Never again would 7 be born. From that moment on, only 6 gods would be born in each cycle to ensure the story would never repeat itself. And these ones seemed to have been born solely to stop him. But once again, they failed. Their efforts, though brave, did nothing more than strengthen the youngest. With every attempt to stop him, his power grew, and with it, the curse consuming him expanded. When the world gave birth to a new generation, everything seemed to have calmed. The new 6 gods emerged in a time of peace, where magic was refined, spells evolved, and magical technologies began to flourish. But then, he returned. The magic devourer appeared once more, consuming everything in his path. This time, however, the gods were wiser. The past generations had not died in vain. They discovered a method to stop him. Not to destroy him, but to seal him. And so they did. The last 6 gods willingly gave their lives, creating a seal to trap him, for a time. Meanwhile, the descendants of the first gods who had survived took it upon themselves to protect these seals. The world breathed in silence. But everyone knew it wasn't the end. The magic devourer would return. The Flamel siblings stared at the story they had just witnessed, projected like animated drawings floating in the air. But it wasn't a happy tale. It was a tragedy. So we're just a sacrifice to seal that thing? Tony asked bitterly, breaking the silence. Stephen didn't reply. His expression was filled with rare seriousness. He was processing every image, every word he had seen. The others had somber faces as well. I don't think that's it, Wanda said quickly, as if she needed to say it out loud to convince herself. But it's the only thing that stopped him, Tony replied firmly. And if he's still sealed now, it's because another generation did the same. Yes, but that was the solution that generation found, Wanda insisted. That doesn't mean it's the only one. She's right, Stephen finally said, raising his voice. According to those strange drawings, the idea to seal him came from the 6 gods of that era. It wasn't a law of the universe. Just a decision. He paused, then added. We are different from all of them. We have something they didn't, knowledge from another world. I see. Tony muttered, realizing something important. That's why we're here. What do you mean? Harry asked, frowning. I'm sorry, Harry. It's not time yet. But when it is, I'll tell you everything. Can you wait a little longer? Stephen said quickly, looking at his younger brother. Harry hesitated for a second, but then nodded without resistance. So, our plan is to figure out how to destroy it without dying in the process, Tony summed up with a decisive tone. Actually, there's something that still bothers me, Loki said quickly, drawing everyone's attention. That guy, he's supposed to have devoured magic since the dawn of humanity. But why was he so weak when he fought us? He questioned. He was better than us, sure, but mostly because he caught us by surprise. He's right, Natasha added. And something else that wasn't shown in those drawings was why the dark creatures appeared alongside him. Damn. And here we thought we knew his whole story. Looks like we're still missing a piece, Wanda said in frustration. Though I have to admit, there's something noble in wanting to revive his wife. But he lost his way far too quickly, Tony commented as he stood up. What intrigues me the most is why he hated humans so much from the beginning. If they were the ones who raised him, what an ungrateful bastard, Wanda said, crossing her arms. That comment immediately caught Stephen's attention. You're right. The drawings never explained that. He already seemed to despise everyone as a child. Stephen narrowed his eyes, as if something was about to click, but one crucial piece was still missing. Well, in any case, now we know what kind of thing we're up against. He's basically like our big brother, in hyper-mega-apocalyptic version, Wanda joked with a smile. Well, I'm not calling him big brother. I don't even call you guys that, Tony replied with a mocking grin. And so, the gravity of the matter faded, if only for a moment. Though Stephen and Wanda knew they still had some conversations pending with their respective partners. Chapter 167, Virtual Gladiators Part 8. Virtual Gladiators Part 8. The next day, Stephen and Wanda were sitting next to Lee Jordan. Both had been invited by him as special commentators, since for some mysterious reason, the audience loved hearing them talk, even when they said nothing useful. Before the tournament began, while Jordan was going through some magical papers he clearly didn't understand, Stephen sat quietly next to Wanda. So, how did it go? Wanda asked bluntly, as if they were talking about lunch and not something serious involving his love life. Better than expected. Though now I have a worried girlfriend who thinks I might explode at any moment. Stephen replied with a forced smile. Thanks to our lovely habit of if we're going down, we're taking everyone with us. Ha ha ha. Well, Daphne was crying like it was a tragic movie when she heard my story. She said she's going to do everything she can to make me happy in this new life. Wanda said with a smile so sweet the air practically turned romantic. We've got good girlfriends. Stephen nodded. We should make them our wives before they realize they can escape. We're already adults. We don't need to wait to graduate. Technically, we could just walk out of here with our diplomas if we wanted. Even the mini-twins took their O.W.L.S early on the professor's recommendation. Wanda replied quickly. Right. Stephen muttered, though before he could fall into an existential spiral, Jordan casually walked into the commentator's box. What are you guys talking about? Jordan asked, eyes full of curiosity. That we're going to propose to our girlfriends, Wanda said with a radiant smile. Ugh, I wish I hadn't asked. Now I feel like a lonely mutt, Jordan said dramatically, throwing himself into his chair as if he'd been stabbed in the heart. Oh, and Katie? I thought things were moving forward with her. Stephen raised an eyebrow. Wait, what are you talking about? Jordan shot up straight in surprise. You haven't noticed? Stephen replied with a face that screamed, you adorable idiot. She's always looking for an excuse to train with you, moron. How haven't you realized it yet? I don't think you're the best person to talk, Wanda chimed in with a teasing grin. Took you like 10 years to start dating your childhood crush. Hey, I was being considerate. We were so young. Stephen protested, clearly offended. Yeah, sure. Wanda rolled her eyes. Hold on, back to Katie. Are you sure she's into me? I don't care if you're my best friend or stronger than me. I'll challenge you to a magical duel if you're lying. Jordan shouted dramatically, leaning dangerously close to Stephen. You're way too close. I have zero interest in lying, or smelling your breath, Stephen said, pushing him back with a disgusted look. Not to interrupt the romantic moment, but, it's time to begin. Métis suddenly appeared out of nowhere, wearing a serious expression. Thanks, Métis, Wanda said as the woman vanished just as quickly as she came. All right, let's continue this conversation later, Jordan said, grabbing the mic. There's nothing left to talk about. Just go talk to her. Stephen pointed at Katie in the stands. Don't be like Stephen, Wanda added. Before Stephen could reply, Jordan turned on the mic. Welcome everyone to this wonderful, majestic, and magically explosive dueling tournament, he shouted with excitement, earning a roar of cheers from the crowd. Today we have 2 exciting duels, and a special exhibition match that we're all dying to see, especially the ones fighting. But I won't say who just yet. Suspense, he added, as the crowd booed him between laughs. Ha ha ha, let's start with our first combatant. In the left corner, we have a witch who broke prank records before the twins were even a thing. She should be working right now, but she escaped to join the fight. Give it up for the incomparable Nymphadora Tonks. Tonks stepped onto the field with firm steps, and a very grumpy face. I told you not to call me Nymphadora, she shouted directly at Jordan, but immediately froze when she noticed Stephen watching her closely. Shit, what's the instructor doing here? She muttered, suddenly uneasy. Once you're done playing around, get ready for a week of non-stop training, Stephen said with a smile. Tonks instantly interpreted as a direct threat from hell. Oh, looks like Nymphadora's in trouble with her boss for skipping work. Let's hope she puts on a good show to calm the wrath of the demon, instructor Jordan joked. I told you not to call me Nymphadora. Tonks yelled again, raising her wand. All right. Jordan raised his hands in surrender. And now, in the right corner, someone we all know and love. One who's sure to make a certain commentator smile. Welcome the lovely Fleur Delacour. Fleur stepped in with a playful smile and blew Stephen a kiss from afar. He simply nodded like it was nothing, but was clearly dying of pride inside. Tonks, on the other hand, stared at her wide-eyed. Wait, I have to fight the instructor's wife? Are you all insane? Fleur, who occasionally helped train the girls and was something of an unofficial instructor, gave her a calm smile. That's what you get for skipping work, Stephen said, clearly enjoying the moment a bit too much. Come on, Tonks. Don't worry. We're just going to have some fun, Fleur said sweetly. Boo, we don't want friendship. We want blood. Wanda shouted from her seat, raising a makeshift sign. Stephen facepalmed. All right, enough stalling. Let the countdown begin, Jordan shouted. Tonks and Fleur took their positions, each with her wand ready and eyes sharp. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Fleur moved first. With a subtle flick of her wrist, her wand with an elegant handle engraved with ancient runes emitted a golden flash. The runes lit up as her lips pronounced a spell in French. In reality, the magic she used was a blend of eldritch magic and common spells. Technically, she didn't need incantations, not anymore, but for many, they still helped. They're like gestures in eldritch magic. Eventually, you don't need them, but people keep using them anyway because they help channel the energy. Lames du ciel. Dozens of golden swords emerged around her, as if the very air had solidified into shining metal. They floated with lethal elegance, and with a single gesture, they all launched toward Tonks. Tonks didn't answer with words. She pushed herself to the side, rolling across the ground as her wand moved with precision. With each motion, she deflected a blade, conjuring brief waves of defensive magic. Despite her agility, the swords kept chasing her, as if they had a will of their own. Oxio metal, she called out forcefully, and 5 of the swords were ripped from their path, halted midair. Wasting no time, Tonks turned them into her defense. Her wand glowed purple, and the swords spun in the air before positioning themselves in front of her, forming an improvised barrier that trembled with each impact from the remaining golden blades. Clever, Fleur whispered from the opposite side, maintaining her composure. She raised her wand and spun it in a complex pattern. The remaining swords began to merge into a single spear, its tip sparking with pure magical energy. Lance du Soleil. The spear tore through the air like a lightning bolt. Tonks raised both hands and murmured a more advanced protective spell, one she rarely used due to its complexity. Murum Reflectum. A magical crystal wall emerged in front of her, reinforced with layers of defensive runes. The spear struck it with brutal force, creating a burst of light that engulfed the entire arena. Silence reigned for a moment. When the dust settled, Tonks was still standing, though the wall showed a massive crack. She was breathing heavily, but her gaze remained firm. Didn't expect you to be this aggressive. Weren't we supposed to be having fun? Tonks said, raising her wand. It wouldn't be fun if we held back, Fleur replied with a slight tilt of her head. Ugh, you're picking up the evil instructor's personality, Tonks added quickly, with mock sadness. But Fleur struck again in an instant. Both rushed toward the center of the field at the same time. Spell after spell clashed in the air, lightning bolts, gusts of cutting wind, bluish flames, and bursts of pure magic. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Fleur summoned a magic circle around her. It was a summoning spell, but different from Luna's, which brought forth animals or living creatures. 6 swords floated around her, moving as if they were an extension of her will. Tonks changed her focus. She murmured a sequence of words under her breath, and her wand shone with a dark aura. She was about to use the magic her grandfather Arcturus had taught her. Gravitas Arcanum. The air between the two witches grew denser, heavier. Fleur's swords began to slow slightly, and her movements became harder to track. Fleur frowned, recognizing the spell. Gravitational pressure magic, quite ancient and hard to control, Fleur said quickly and seriously. Well, thanks to that idiot Sirius who refuses to train with Grandpa, I got stuck with him and had to train just as ruthlessly as with the instructor, Tonks replied, advancing with steady steps and a confident smile. Both raised their wands at the same time. Fulmen Sanctum, Fleur shouted. Dispersio Umbra. Tonks responded. 2 torrents of magic, one bright as the sun and the other dark as the void, clashed in the middle of the field. The impact raised a column of energy that shot into the sky, shaking the stands and forcing the crowd to shield their eyes. When the light faded, both witches were still standing. Exhausted, wounded, but determined. Hey, they seem to be taking this fight really seriously, don't you think? Wanda said, her eyes glowing with excitement as she watched the field closely. Stephen nodded, arms crossed, his eyes fixed on the 2 combatants. They both want to prove they're more than an image or a label, he said calmly, but firmly. He paused, as if recalling things only he truly understood. Fleur wants to prove that her relationship with me doesn't define her. That she's not by my side just because of her beauty or some romantic whim. She wants everyone to see she has power, control, elegance, that she's capable of winning even without relying on her Vila heritage. He looked toward Tonks, who was wiping a bead of sweat from her forehead without taking her eyes off Fleur. And Tonks wants to get rid of that image of a clumsy, mischievous girl. To many, she's still the rebellious apprentice or Sirius's funny niece. But she wants them to see her for what she truly is, a formidable witch, a real auror. She's tired of being underestimated. This fight isn't just for the audience, it's for themselves. To prove they deserve the respect they've been chasing for a long time. The ground between them was scorched, with fragments floating slightly due to the lingering magical distortion. Tonks was breathing heavily, her left arm trembling slightly, but her smile remained. Fleur, on the other hand, was silent, her expression now that of a focused warrior. Don't underestimate yourself, Tonks. But don't underestimate me either. With a barely audible whisper, Fleur once again spoke in French. Her wand spun 3 times, and the air around her trembled. Evil de l'esprit. An ethereal aura surrounded Fleur. Her hair floated as if underwater, and her eyes glowed with a supernatural intensity. Tonks frowned. She didn't recognize that technique, but it felt as though Fleur's power grew with every passing second. TCH, you're playing for real. Tonks prepared to counterattack, but she wasn't fast enough. Fleur vanished in a golden flash and appeared right behind her. Fractura Celeste. A shockwave burst from Fleur's wand, hitting Tonks in the back. The young witch was thrown forward, crashing into the ground with brutal force. Before she could rise, 3 more golden swords struck the ground around her, sealing the area with a magical prison. Tonks tried to move, but the floating containment runes tightened around her with invisible force. Libratio, she shouted, trying to break the seal. A burst of shadows enveloped her, partially shattering the prison, but it wasn't enough. Fleur was already ready with the final spell. Lumiere Absolue. A beam of pure light descended upon Tonks. It wasn't a lethal spell, but its power was overwhelming, an intense surge of energy that saturated every magical channel in her body. Then, with a blinding flash, it exploded. The battle is over, and the winner is Fleur Delacour, Jordan announced quickly. Tonks reappeared on the field moments later, resurrected from the simulated death. She let out a sigh, quickly composed herself, and smiled. Fleur walked toward her slowly, her expression one of respect. She stopped in front of Tonks and extended her hand. You fought well. Tonks smiled, still mentally exhausted. It was an awesome battle, even if you did make me explode, but thanks, Tonks replied quickly. Both of them chuckled softly as they began walking toward the exit together. Please help me convince the instructor not to punish me, Tonks asked in a rush. Don't worry, leave it to me, Fleur replied just as quickly. Stephen had heard their conversation but simply smiled, and said nothing. Chapter 168. Alright, now, for everyone who's been waiting to know who the guests in today's exhibition duel will be, are you ready? Shouted Lee Jordan, firing up the crowd, who answered with cheers and excitement from the stands. They're both Hogwarts professors, again, he added in a slightly resigned tone. Several annoyed looks rose from the audience. Come on, they're the easiest to invite. They're already here, after all, he added quickly with a nervous smile. Alright, let's introduce the first combatant, everyone's favorite professor, he said enthusiastically, especially among the Gryffindors. He doesn't even need to be a professor, because he comes from one of the oldest magical families. Though most suspect he's only at Hogwarts to annoy a certain colleague and maybe try to charm our lovely professor. The crowd burst into laughter, everyone except Natasha, who was sitting next to Harry and Hermione in the stands. She had agreed to come due to Harry's insistence, though she was clearly in a bad mood, especially after what her mother had told Sirius. From a higher spot, Stephen and Wanda waved at Jordan, signaling him to look at Natasha. The moment he saw her, Jordan went pale. Ahem, that's just what the rumors say, of course. Not me, he corrected clumsily. So, please welcome the charismatic Professor Sirius Black. The students' cheers, especially from Hogwarts, filled the stadium. Sirius walked into the Colosseum with confident steps, greeting the crowd with his signature charming smile. He was dressed entirely in black, his elegant attire emphasizing his rebellious flair. The girls screamed excitedly, and Sirius blew a couple of kisses into the air, as if he were on stage. Harry tried to look away, but a chill next to him, specifically from where Natasha sat, made him glance at Hermione, searching for answers. Women are complicated, Harry, she whispered with an amused smile. All right, and now, our other guest, Professor Severus Snape, Jordan announced without much enthusiasm. His dry tone made several people in the stands laugh, especially those unfamiliar with the potions master. Still, there were some claps, mostly from Slytherin students, though their applause was a drop in the sea of cheers for Sirius. Snape appeared with firm steps, his robes billowing behind him, his face twisted in a clear scowl. Despite being surrounded by hundreds of eyes, his focus was unwavering. He was here to fight. Even if death was symbolic in this duel, the desire to defeat Sirius was very real. Both professors greeted each other with proper etiquette, a slight nod without breaking eye contact. Then they separated to gain distance under the expectant gaze of the crowd. Well, it seems the professors are more interested in a magical duel than a Colosseum brawl, Jordan commented, caught up in the growing tension. They're always picking at each other at Hogwarts. I guess they've got unresolved issues, Stephen added, arms crossed. I hope Snape wins, Wanda said calmly, provoking several surprised glances. Stephen and Jordan turned to her, puzzled. If Sirius wins, he'll wear that smug face for weeks, Wanda quickly explained, causing the others to nod in agreement. Meanwhile, at the center of the Colosseum, Sirius and Snape stared at each other in silence. Doesn't this bring back memories, said Sirius with a slightly crooked, barely sincere smile. Memories? You mean when you and your friends used to gang up on me like cowards? Snape replied with an icy glare. I'm not proud of that, Sirius said more seriously this time. But it didn't help having a dark arts fan trying to get us expelled every week. And yes, you were friends with quite a few who idolized Voldemort. Snape let out a dry, cruel laugh. Ah, right, and that justified luring me into a trap to be torn apart by your werewolf friend. It wasn't a plan. It was stupidity. I admit it. You were snooping around too much, and I wanted to scare you. I didn't think about the consequences. I regret it. Your apologies mean nothing to me, Black, Snape spat, his voice cold as steel. Draw your wand. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Both raised their wands instantly. The air crackled with magic. At the very signal, Snape was the first to strike. Sectum Sempra, he roared, his wand slicing through the air with speed and precision. Sirius barely managed to dodge, rolling to the side as the slashing spell tore through the ground behind him. Expelliarmus, shouted Sirius as he got back on his feet, firing a quick spell that Snape deflected with a sharp flick of his wrist. Without delay, Sirius spun gracefully and cast a double spell while closing the distance. Incarcerus, Conf Ringo. Magical ropes shot towards Snape, but he raised a shield elegantly before redirecting the explosion to the side, causing part of the Colosseum to rumble. Snape quickly fired another Sectum Sempra, as if determined to make his self-made spell fulfill its intended purpose. Sirius moved fluidly, almost as if he were dancing between attacks. When Snape launched another cutting spell, he rolled aside, dodging by mere inches. Then, to everyone's surprise, Sirius propelled himself with a side flip, landed right in front of Snape, and swept his leg around in an attempt to knock him down using a martial takedown. Oh, that's clearly a Russian-style takedown, or maybe Nautishan style, Wanda said enthusiastically, flashing a mischievous smile toward the stands, where a certain redhead was glaring at her. Wanda played innocent as she kept munching on some magically regenerating popcorn from her floating bowl. Hey, that was awesome, Jordan exclaimed. Yeah, something like that, though my fighting style is way cooler, Stephen replied competitively. Snape, annoyed, cast a dark spell that looked like a liquid flare. Sirius rolled to the side and briefly hid behind a magically summoned stone wall. Snape followed him with his eyes. Are you going to hide, Black? Is that what you did when things got tough? Like when you left Potter alone with the Death Eaters, said Snape, partly with resentment and partly with guilt. Don't mention James, roared Sirius, bursting out, his wand glowing with a bluish intensity. Fulguris Tempesta. A storm of magical lightning spiraled down from above, aimed directly at Snape. The potion's master frowned, and with a quick twist muttered, Vaporum Obscuro. A thick black mist covered him completely, causing the lightning bolts to explode harmlessly in the air. We've lost sight of him? This is getting intense, shouted Jordan. From within the dark fog, a sharp thud was heard, followed by a series of magical sparks speeding towards Sirius. Oh, that spell creates shadow whips with electric charge, explained Stephen, delighted. It shows how much control Professor Snape has to create new spells, he added with great interest. My grandma made whips too, but with real ropes, said Wanda happily, completely unrelated to the topic. Why am I not surprised, muttered Stephen as he glanced at his sister. Meanwhile, Sirius was moving nimbly, dodging the whips that sought to tear him apart, quickly using his wand to counter them with a magical slash. Snape cast another spell, this time making the ground beneath Sirius as slippery as ice. Sirius slipped slightly, but just as he was about to fall, he twisted midair and landed outside the frozen zone. Such good balance, right? But how do you fight if you can't see the enemy? Asked Jordan. Natasha probably trained him not to be such a klutz, said Wanda, laughing. Most likely, Stephen agreed. Then, a spell came from the stands aimed at both of them, but it stopped right in front of their faces before vanishing. They both knew it was just a warning, so they quickly shut their mouths as Jordan looked at them with a grin. Fortunately, it didn't escalate. Sirius stepped back, closed his eyes, and his body began to glow with a white aura. With a firm voice, he pronounced, Hominum Revelio. A blue light spread out from him, slicing through the mist-like air, revealing Snape's body, who was briefly blinded by the glow. Sirius seized the distraction and cast a spell with a wide gesture that summoned a pack of ghostly dogs. Snape countered with a magic wave that disintegrated the creatures. Finite Incantatum Maxima. Both men were panting. There was no doubt this duel was personal. Magic buzzed in the air like raw electricity. Not bad, for a reckless Gryffindor, muttered Snape in a low voice. And you? Still enjoy playing the bitter martyr, Snape. They lunged at each other at the same time, and their spells collided mid-air like crossing lightning bolts. The crowd went wild. This is insane. This is a duel. This is Hogwarts, damn it, shouted Jordan, nearly losing his voice. They're not stopping? This isn't just a fight anymore, it's a reckoning, he shouted again, fully swept up in the excitement. And to think they only used to argue in the hallways, said Stephen, arms crossed. This must be years of pent-up tension. So many years? Like how many? 10? 100? Asked Wanda, her mouth full. About 20, Wanda. I don't think they're that old, Jordan replied quickly. Oh, then they're still young enough to fight, she said happily, continuing to watch the battle with excitement. On the battlefield, the duelists stared at each other. Both were slightly bleeding, both were trembling, but neither stepped back. Let's finish this, Snivellis, growled Sirius, pointing his wand to the sky. With pleasure, Black, replied Snape, elegantly flicking his wrist. Stellaris Canum, bellowed Sirius, using an ancient spell of his family. From the sky, a constellation shaped like a dog Canis Major broke free from the stars, descending like a bluish-white comet. Snape, in response, rapidly recited a sequence of 3 spells of his own invention. Umbritila, Mors Viscera, Fractalis Nocturnum, Shadow Spears, Dark Blades, and a magical rift rose to meet the celestial hound. When the spells collided, a thunderous explosion rocked the entire arena. The blast was so violent that a shockwave swept away dust, mist, and even part of the magical stands. The audience held their breath. When the light faded, both of them were buried under the debris of the explosion. They killed each other, exclaimed Jordan. Well, I didn't see that coming, said Wanda quickly, surprised. They threw everything they had left. They couldn't defend against what remained, Stephen added swiftly. Seconds later, a white light fell from the sky, returning both fighters to the center of the Colosseum. They reappeared. Their expressions were grim, a draw only meant they were on the same level. TCH, Snape clicked his tongue, and without a word, turned and walked away briskly, his cloak fluttering behind him. Sirius didn't follow. He simply lowered his gaze and muttered, always running away in the end. The atmosphere slowly began to calm, but everyone knew that fight wasn't over. It had merely been paused. Sirius then raised his hand, waving to the crowd with a grin before blowing a kiss toward Natasha, who was in the stands. Upon seeing her icy glare, he immediately ran toward the exit. That was awesome. Just awesome, said Jordan, watching them both walk away. Well, I have to admit it. They're not bad, said Stephen with a smile. Which means we can tease Sirius so it works, said Wanda cheerfully with a big grin. Chapter 169, The Beginning of the Purge, When the Magical World Bleeds. The beginning of the purge, when the magical world bleeds. With great regret, we've reached the end of the Colosseum arc. Though its story still holds much to be told and will return in the future, the time has come to shift our focus to the main arc. Prepare yourselves for a darker plot, steeped in death, blood, and destruction. But I can't do this alone. I'll need all the help I can get. So, if you have any suggestions or ideas, I'll be more than happy to hear them. For now, we're going back to Hogwarts. But here's a small spoiler, this return is only temporary. Then, it's time to introduce the final two contestants of the day, Jordan announced solemnly, as the Colosseum still echoed with the cheers from the previous battles. All week long, the fights had been a display of power, technique, and ferocity. Every participant had proven worthy of standing in that arena. Jordan frowned, noticing something strange on his interface. It seems one of the contestants changed their name at the last moment. He murmured, as a series of floating letters appeared before him, projected in the air. Upon reading the name, Stephen immediately frowned. A chill ran down his spine. This contestant hails from France, Jordan continued, now with a more reserved tone. Curiously, he's not listed in any records of recognized magical schools. It appears, he's an unknown. Please welcome Alec Valois. In the stands, Natasha seated beside Harry instantly grew serious. Her siblings mirrored her expression, they all knew that name. Even Sirius, approaching with his usual confident stride, came to a sudden halt. His face hardened, marked by unease and distrust. A young man with blonde hair and immaculate attire entered the arena. He walked with elegance, his smug smile and disdainful gaze fixed on the crowd. But what truly unsettled everyone was how his body seemed to flicker as if made of unstable pixels, glitching in and out like a flaw in reality. Métis, what's happening? Stephen asked, his voice low and urgent. Métis appeared beside him, her face expressionless and cold. Lines of code and data streamed through her eyes like a river of information. The system was tampered with, she stated flatly. The signal was intercepted. Can you trace it? Yes. I just need a few seconds. Meanwhile, Jordan, unaware of the hidden chaos, tried to carry on with his role. It seems Mr. Valois is experiencing some connectivity issues. While we wait for stabilization, let's welcome the next. There's no need, Alec interrupted from the center of the arena, his voice sharp as a blade. A corpse can't compete. Silence fell over the stadium. No one understood what he meant. Trying to find me is pointless, he said with a twisted grin. I'm only using this contestant's body to deliver a message. His face flickered, and for a brief moment, it changed, revealing a young man with long black hair, his face contorted in horror, blood spilling from his mouth and a torn neck. Terror gripped the audience. A collective gasp spread through the stands. Relax. I can't do anything from here, Alec continued, disdainfully. This is merely a channel. A means to warn you. He turned slowly, his eyes scanning every wizard in attendance. It's fascinating, watching you all enjoy this pathetic circus while the magical world bleeds. You celebrate, while everything burns. You are despicable. And the best part? None of you will escape what's coming. His deep, maniacal laughter echoed like a sinister omen. Stephen clenched his jaw. He glanced at Natasha and the others, waiting for the precise moment Métis would have the location. Insult me all you want, magical scum, Alec went on, ignoring the rising chorus of boos and curses. But the true masters of this world aren't you. They are the humans. And they will find you, drag you out, and burn you at the stake like the beasts you are. He paused, smiling like a phantom. Don't believe me? Leave the Colosseum. Go see with your own eyes what's left of the wizards in Uganda. Uganda, wasn't that the country where the ministry refused to join the Confederation? Jordan whispered, stunned. A warning, Alec declared, his form beginning to dissolve. They were the first, but they won't be the last. The purge has begun. And with that, he vanished. The connection was abruptly severed. Chaos erupted in the Colosseum. Many fled their seats, rushing toward the exits to confirm the truth of his words. Stephen saw a brief flicker on his interface. Métis had the location. Without uttering a word, he and his nearby siblings disconnected, their faces shadowed by the storm that was now inevitable. Outside the booth, Wanda stepped out alongside Stephen, while Natasha approached at high speed, accompanied by Harry and Sirius. Harry, contact Tony and Loki. Have them investigate what the hell just happened now, Stephen ordered gravely, opening a portal which they crossed without wasting a second. On the other side, they found themselves inside a mansion engulfed in chaos. The metallic stench of blood was almost tangible, thickening the air to a suffocating degree. The walls and floor were stained with puddles and splashes of dark red. Even the corpses of house elves lay mercilessly scattered along the hallway. The booth at the center of the room was completely destroyed, barely standing. Right in front of it, the body of a man lay motionless, covered in dried blood, his eyes blank. Stephen approached in silence, staring at the man for a few seconds before speaking in a low, harsh voice. Necromancy. Stephen. Natasha suddenly shouted, sensing imminent danger. Stephen felt it too. He looked up at the ceiling, and with a quick gesture of his hand, shattered it into 1,000 pieces, revealing the impossible, missiles plummeting toward the house. With precise movements, he opened multiple portals, redirecting the projectiles to safe locations. As he did, he noticed the surrounding area was populated. This wasn't just any zone, it was a magical settlement. An entire village. For a fraction of a second, horror appeared on his face. They were attacking a magical center. Once the sky was clear of missiles, several helicopters began circling overhead. In the distance, the thunder of military vehicles speeding toward them filled the air. The locals panicked. Many vanished on the spot via apparition, but others weren't fast enough. Stephen acted quickly, opening portals and transporting the slower ones before it was too late. And then he saw it. The approaching vehicles weren't simple transports. They were tanks, armored trucks, entire army columns. What the hell? Muttered Sirius, baffled. Let's go, Stephen said firmly, opening a portal to return. They reappeared in the mansion, where Tony and Loki were waiting. We've got a problem, Tony announced, pointing to a screen. The image showed dozens of people being arrested by military forces. They were wearing robes. They were wizards. What's going on? Asked Wanda, her expression hardened. Wizards aren't as hidden as we thought, replied Loki grimly. The School of Magic in Uganda was completely destroyed by an airstrike. Several magical villages in Africa and Europe were attacked almost simultaneously. All of it happened the day after Uganda left the Confederation and revoked martial law on its own, Tony reported, his face tense. So that's what that bastard meant, Natasha muttered angrily. Does this mean we're at war with the Muggles? Asked Sirius, incredulous. No, not yet. But we're heading that way. We have to wait for the Confederation's statement and see if the ministers step forward. Though honestly, I hope they fire that idiot Fudge for pushing that suicidal anti-martial law coalition, Stephen growled with disdain. Tony switched the image on the screen. Now it showed several hooded figures in handcuffs, being dragged by soldiers with high-caliber weapons. Looks like it all started with an attack on the US Senate. Worst part is, they've already found the culprits. They were captured by the military shortly after the bombing. They were screaming on camera that they were just the spearhead, he added, zooming in. The faces of the captives were unknown to most, but Natasha and Sirius noticed something they had in common, visible tattoos on their necks and hands. Shadow Claw, said Sirius in surprise. So that's what they were preparing, murmured Natasha with a cold stare. News of the destruction of several magical villages spread like wildfire, especially among the attendees of the Colosseum, where thousands of witches and wizards gathered to get information. Panic quickly swept through the magical world. Meanwhile, Fudge and the ministers who had pushed their absurd anti-martial law coalition were under immense public pressure. The magical population pointed directly at them for exposing so many secret locations to the Muggles. They tried to defend themselves, blame others, even hide, but there was no escape. At the British Ministry of Magic, Amelia Bones acted decisively. Backed by her authority as head of the Department of Magical Security and the support of the International Confederation, she ordered the immediate arrest of Cornelius Fudge for endangering the magical world out of sheer arrogance. She temporarily took control of the ministry and reinstated martial law with a firm hand. This time, no one dared protest. Especially after the attack on a magical village in France, where it was discovered that several squibs had collaborated with Muggles, revealing the location of the settlement. This sparked widespread mistrust and resentment toward them. Even Muggles who lived in magical communities, many of them related to wizards, began to be constantly monitored. Fear and tension filled the air. Amelia then decided to concentrate all resources on a single objective, reinforcing the security of the only place where hope still remained, the amusement park island. Now renamed Lumina, a way to help everyone accept the island as a safe, radiant place for wizards. She asked Stephen to expand its structure and turn it into a true refuge, a safe zone magically linked to every magical village in the UK. That way, in case of emergency, the inhabitants could escape immediately. It would become the second safest island in the magical world after the legendary Flamel Island. Stephen had no objections. He created semi-permanent portals in every settlement, coordinated with ministry workers, hired experts in enchantments and security, and even secured the cooperation of the Gringotts goblins. Within days, the island was transformed into a stronghold protected by all kinds of magical barriers. Muggle-style residential zones were built to house thousands of people. This time, no one complained about the non-magical design. As long as the place was safe, they were willing to adapt. Of course, not everyone abandoned their homes. Many chose to stay in their villages, relying on Stephen's emergency portals, which could be activated at the first sign of danger. The situation remained tense, but at least, with this new protection network, there was a chance to stabilize the magical world. Especially because, since then, no further incidents had occurred. Everything had suddenly gone quiet. Though the Flamel brothers knew that the magical world's existence was spreading rapidly into the Muggle one and they couldn't stop it. This is obviously being encouraged by someone, said Tony as he kept watching a screen where Muggles were trying to access places that used to have magical entrances. What a nuisance, said Loki, showing clear disdain for humans. This is about to start looking a lot like them, said Stephen, staring intently as many Muggles began to fear wizards and demanded they all be quickly captured. Chapter 170, Portals and Peril, a new term in times of war. Portals and Peril, a new term in times of war. Stephen and his siblings had been busy all week, mostly because he forced them to help him with magic tech tasks. They were connecting portals in magical villages, Lumina Island, and the Ministry. Then, they worked on security improvements, like alchemical golems to defend those areas very similar to the ones at Hogwarts, but this time, Tony gave them a signature Stark-style twist. Wanda brought Loki and Harry with her to retrieve the magical creatures from the safe zone of the Forbidden Forest and relocated them to a reserve on Flamel Island. Obviously, the Chief Niffler and his minions would have gone wild if left loose on an island with a mansion full of alchemical tools capable of destroying an entire magical village with ease, so they were placed in a semi-enclosed area. Natasha seemed eager to go looking for Alec Valois, but with no leads on his location, it was pointless. In the end, the remaining families who had yet to move to Flamel Island finished building their homes and relocated without a second thought. With a partial sense of security since there had been no attacks from the Muggle side, schools began receiving students. Naturally, all of them were at the highest level of security and equipped with new protective barriers. Not everyone agreed with sending their children to school during such dangerous times, but it was necessary. Children needed to learn how to defend themselves in case war broke out. Fortunately, Amelia removed the rule that forced students to travel via the Hogwarts Express, allowing them to use portals to go directly to Hogsmeade and then to Hogwarts. Speaking of portals, at first they drew a lot of attention, but thanks to magic tech, everyone quickly got used to them. This company constantly launched new spells and tech advancements that were initially baffling, but now, each innovation was met with a, wow, magic tech did it again. That was exactly what Stephen had wanted from the start, for people to get used to magical advancement. Maybe due to the confinement, new inventors started to emerge. Even if they couldn't directly copy magic tech as technology, they were inspired by it. This caused a bit of chaos. There was no longer a limit on mixing Muggle objects with magic. Although Muggle weapons remained prohibited, one could say that martial law pushed magical technology forward by at least 50 years. After all, they say that in times of war, humanity makes the greatest progress. Don't you think it's stupid we have to go to classes when a whole magical school literally disappeared because of the Muggles, said Ron, annoyed. They were attacked by surprise. The schools are now prepared for any Muggle attack. There's even talk of magical spies being sent to monitor the military, replied Hermione quickly. Stephen says we're in a kind of Cold War. The first attacks were the work of dark wizards who wanted to expose the magical world. But now some governments are already talking with magical representatives from their countries, said Harry, as he walked toward the castle with his friends. Do you think there'll be a war? Asked Ron, a bit scared. Muggles have started wars over way less. Hey, so have wizards, Hermione snapped back, a bit defensive. Remember the last war? You know what I meant, muttered Ron, feeling slightly guilty. By the way, why don't I see your brothers? Asked Hermione. Stephen and Wanda graduated earlier. Well, actually, they were invited to, answered Harry. Tony and Loki arrived before us with our grandparents and Natasha. They were helping Grandpa Nico create protection barriers at Hogwarts, he added. Wait, Stephen and Wanda graduated? Why, didn't they have 1 year left, same as the twins? Asked Ron, surprised. Yeah, but Stephen was helping the new minister, Amelia Bones. He needed to move freely without being seen as a student, though I'm not sure exactly what he was working on. Wanda just took the opportunity, said Harry. The students took their seats in the Great Hall. Harry searched for a familiar face among the professors. And then he saw him, Stephen smiling cheerfully at him from the staff table. Beside him, Wanda waved somewhat awkwardly. Hey, Harry. 4 eyes. Harry felt a déjà vu as he made his way to his seat. Didn't you say they were working with the ministry? Asked Hermione, looking at Stephen and Wanda laughing at their surprised faces. They were supposed to, muttered Harry. Then Dumbledore began to speak, and the hall fell silent. Dear students, welcome once again to Hogwarts. Tonight, as in so many years before, we gather in the Great Hall to begin a new school year. But this year, history watches us with attentive eyes, for we live in times of uncertainty and shadow. Tensions between wizards and muggles have reached a point where cold indifference may soon turn into blazing conflict. And yet, here we are together under this enchanted ceiling, ready to learn, grow, and share the magic that binds us. Any war is a test of the spirit, a question that history poses about who we are and what we stand for. I say this to you now, and I hope you remember my words when the world seems uncertain. True strength does not lie in the wand we wield, but in the decision of when and why to raise it. Bravery is not measured in the duels we fight, but in the ability to defend peace when it is still possible. This castle is more than stone and spells, it is a refuge for knowledge, understanding, and hope. While you are here, I challenge you to learn not only the enchantments that may change the world but the reasons why you must. So, before the feasts and the studies begin, I leave you with a task far more important than any transfiguration exam. think, reason, and remember that fear should never dictate our actions, not now, not ever. When he finished, Dumbledore added, "Now, I would also like to welcome a few people you already know. Stephen Flamel will be in charge of security, evacuation planning, and magical control sent by the Ministry to help keep the students safe. This position was specially created to ensure student evacuation in case of emergency." Stephen greeted them calmly. "Let's also give a round of applause to Wanda Flamel. She insisted on being Stephen's assistant," Dumbledore added with an amused tone. The truth was, Wanda wasn't needed, but she insisted so much on joining Hogwarts that Dumbledore, knowing how powerful she was, even more than himself, accepted. Having both siblings improved the castle's security on many levels. "Now, please, eat at ease," he finished. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione started talking as food appeared in front of everyone. "So your whole family's staying at Hogwarts," Ron said with a teasing smile. "Technically, it doesn't change much. Stephen and Wanda were already doing the same thing before," Hermione replied. "It's different. Now they have power over the students," Harry said, feeling a chill. "It's not like they're going to abuse that power, right?" Hermione asked with a smile. "Then you don't know my siblings after all this time," Harry replied. "Hey, look at the bright side. With your whole family at Hogwarts, it's the safest school in the entire magical world," Ron said quickly, helping his friend. "And the most chaotic too," Harry added with a smile. After dinner, all the students went to their rooms while chatting about what was happening in the magical world. "I heard all squibs are now total outcasts in the magical world. I mean, even more than before," George said quickly as he approached Harry and the others. "Is that why we haven't seen Filch since we got here?" Fred asked, appearing from the other side. "They're right. What could have happened to Filch?" Hermione asked quickly, realizing it. "He probably joined the other traitor squibs. That guy seems to hate wizards. I still don't know how they let him stay at Hogwarts," Ron said quickly, with a bit of anger, remembering the evil caretaker. "Nope. Filch is fine. He's actually working for us," Stephen said, appearing behind them and watching them with interest. "Stephen? Didn't you say you were going to work at the Ministry?" Harry asked quickly, seeing his brother. "I am. I'm protecting the future of the magical world. An important job," Stephen said quickly, with a proud smile. "And Wanda?" Hermione asked quickly. "Oh, her. She just wanted to be a teacher, but she's terrible at teaching, so I told her to become the new Filch," Stephen said with a mocking smile. "And she agreed?" Fred asked curiously. "Of course not. She's an idiot, but not, well, she is an idiot. But she didn't agree. So she annoyed the old man into letting her become something like an assistant to the professors," Stephen said quickly. Dumbledore agreed easily. "After all, she, like me, is pretty strong. Basically, you guys got superpowered guards. Cool for you, right?" "Yeah, sure," Harry said sarcastically. "Stephen, do you know anything about the Muggle world? Ever since martial law started, we've kind of lost connection. Even our magic phones can't find any info," Hermione said quickly. "Well, sigh. Several ministries of magic decided to try a more peaceful approach and set up meetings with Muggle governments. But the Muggles wanted to impose their own terms, saying that wizards living in their territories are citizens of their countries." "And what happened?" Ron asked. "They started accusing the magical ministries of tax evasion, violating international laws, and a bunch of other stuff. Before the meetings could go anywhere, both sides ended up throwing accusations. Even so, the magical world is at a disadvantage. After all, there are way fewer wizards than Muggles," Stephen explained seriously. "So, the war." Harry began quickly. "It won't happen," Stephen interrupted him firmly. "The attacks we saw at the beginning were promoted by another faction. Dark wizards took control of Muggles in high positions and orchestrated those attacks. But that also put us in a delicate position. Now governments know that wizards can control Muggles or erase their memories. Is it possible that the captured dark wizards are being used to find out our weaknesses?" Hermione asked with concern. "Very possible," Stephen affirmed, crossing his arms. "How would they do that?" Ron asked quickly. "Well," Stephen hesitated, unsure whether to explain. "They'll dissect them," Hermione said quickly, her expression a mix of anger and sadness. "That's possible," Stephen added in a grim tone. "That's why the magical world is starting to form alliances with magical creatures all over the world. It's obvious that if the Muggles start a war, no one will come out unscathed. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, because it would be like a new world war." Then he began walking away as he spoke. "Go get some rest. Don't worry. Even if there is a war, as long as we're around, nothing will happen to the students," he said calmly, though his expression remained serious. "The worst part is that even within the magical world, there's division. Some ministries still push for peace and negotiation, but others are starting to think that war is inevitable, even desirable. They believe it's the only way to defend our culture and hold back Muggle encroachment. They think giving ground diplomatically is just slowly surrendering. And those groups are gaining support, especially among wizards who fear losing their identity," Stephen thought, his eyes filled with frustration. Chapter 171, The Judgment of Shadows. The Judgment of Shadows. Stephen woke up in the midst of darkness. All around him was an oppressive void, formless, silent except for a faint light in the distance. Curiosity, or perhaps something deeper, pulled him toward it. As he approached, the light revealed a crystal coffin. Inside lay a woman. Her face bore primitive features, thick lips, high cheekbones, and a robust bone structure like someone from the dawn of humanity. She must seem grotesque to you, at least by today's standards of beauty, said a voice behind him. Stephen turned immediately, on guard. He tried to summon magic, but nothing responded. But what truly stunned him was what he saw, a man who was himself. An older version, with eyes dulled by time and a face devoid of emotion. The figure walked toward the coffin and, for the first time, let a trace of emotion slip. He stopped in front of the crystal and touched it carefully. Instantly, the figure within began to change. Her features softened. Her skin grew smooth. Her hair, black as the abyss, flowed around her like a crown of shadows. She was now a vision of beauty perfect, almost unreal. This is how I see her, how she would have looked, had she stayed alive, the man said, caressing the surface of the glass with reverence. Beautiful, isn't she? Her spirit was strong, violent, even. But she loved like no one else. I don't think my partner would appreciate me hearing another man speak that way about a woman, Stephen said, uneasy and skeptical. The other man smiled, for the first time. Afraid of your partner, in that, we haven't changed. We were gods, you know, but one word from our wives and we'd obey without hesitation. We were 7 fools with power, who abandoned the only ones warning us of disaster. If only we had listened, maybe, we'd still be together. His voice cracked at the end. It was as if each word bled guilt. Is that why you devoured them? For ignoring their women? No, he answered coldly, his eyes locking onto Stephen's. Remember this, boy, history is written by the victors. And I was the loser. You're not going to convince me you were the good guy, Stephen replied, his tone dry. Not when someone lost an arm because of your last visit. The man sighed. You should pay more attention, Stephen, he said, with the same look Stephen used to give Wanda when she did something foolish. Before he could reply, the darkness around them began to stir, as if it were alive. It's time for you to go, but listen closely. There's a reason only 6 are ever born. And that being you saw, is no longer a child of this world. He raised a hand. An invisible force hurled Stephen backward, tearing him away from that place. He woke with a start in his bed, his head throbbing in pain. Sweat soaked his back. It took several seconds to catch his breath. Great, now I'm the one with prophetic nightmares, he grumbled, pressing a hand to his forehead. He tried to remember every detail. Bah, screw it. I'll think about it later, he muttered, collapsing back onto the pillow. The next morning, the atmosphere was peaceful. In the breakfast common room, Stephen sat at the teacher's section, even though he wasn't one. Wanda was teasing Natasha, and fortunately for Stephen, that kept her distracted. He, on the other hand, couldn't shake the man's words or the memory of the battle against the Dark God. Hey, Stephen, what do you think? Wanda asked, her cheeks puffed out after a pinch from Natasha. Stephen looked at her, hesitating. He didn't have all the facts yet, so he chose to remain quiet. I was just thinking, a Gryffindor and a Slytherin together is already scandalous. Can't wait to see what happens when it's a teacher and a student, he said with a crooked smile, glancing toward Daphne, sitting at the Slytherin table. Hey, I'm technically not a teacher, Wanda replied. And I don't think that rule even exists, at least not in magical schools, she quickly added. Stephen was about to reply when all the magic phones started ringing. An alert flashed on his device. As he read it, his face turned completely serious. Be right back, he said in a flat voice, opening a portal behind him and vanishing in the blink of an eye. The air was thick with fear when Stephen emerged in front of Bosbaton's castle. Chaos ruled. Wizards and witches from the nearby village fled toward the school, screaming in terror. Explosions shook the horizon. Missiles streaked across the sky, crashing into the magical barriers. Aurors, teachers, and French magical soldiers were forming defensive lines. The ground quaked beneath them. Stephen, please, help evacuate the students. Madame Maxime shouted, running toward him with terror written all over her face. What's going on? He asked, watching as fighter jets circled like vultures above. We don't know. The Muggle army appeared without warning, and started attacking, she replied, breathless. Stephen didn't hesitate. He began opening portals, one after another, guiding students and civilians through them. The castle's barriers were weakening, and the nearby town had already been reduced to ashes. It was a surprise attack. Minutes later, after evacuating most of the people, he remained behind. He needed to understand what the hell had just happened. A helicopter descended, loaded with weaponry. A voice echoed through a loudspeaker. Turn them over, or be eliminated along with the terrorists. Stephen turned to the Aurors. Terrorists. No one answered. No one knew. Stephen pulled out his phone and dialed. Tony. Give me a minute, Tony replied instantly, his voice hurried. Meanwhile, Stephen raised his hands and began invoking more complex magical barriers, forming a dome to reinforce the castle's defenses. Then, his phone buzzed. A notification. As he read the message, his expression hardened. His eyes turned cold. Stephen closed his eyes for a moment as he processed the latest data on his phone. The story he had received from Tony wasn't just a warning, it was a detailed reconstruction of events, complete with records, intercepted communications, and recordings. I see now, he murmured in a grave tone. What is it? Maxime pressed. Stephen looked up, and for the first time, he truly seemed tired. Not physically, but in his soul. As if the weight of disappointment had withered his spirit. 2 weeks ago, a group of new Beauxbatons students disappeared right after receiving their acceptance letters. They were captured by a covert military unit. Maxime looked at him in horror. What? How didn't we hear about this? They covered it up well, he replied bitterly. They moved them from country to country, until finally locking them up in a secret facility. But they escaped. Badly injured, starving, but alive. The German Ministry of Magic found them and, thinking they were underage wizards using illegal magic, interrogated them. That's when they told their story. Maxime could barely breathe. What did they see? Stephen made a motion in the air, and several images materialized, floating before them. Magical projections showed surveillance rooms, operating tables, bodies marked by spells ripped out as if they were organs. Experiments, he muttered through clenched teeth. They were studying how our magic works, trying to replicate it, control it. Those children, they weren't the only ones. They no longer care whether we're criminals or innocents. Maxime clutched her chest, pale. But, we're trying to make peace, she exclaimed quickly. France was one of the few magical ministries genuinely fighting for peace with the non-magical world. Stephen nodded. Yes, but the Muggle governments see us as weapons. Or threats. So, when the kids escaped and returned, it didn't take long for them to fabricate a story. With another gesture, a news projection appeared. A stern-faced news anchor spoke. The group of young terrorists who escaped a containment facility in Eastern Europe has been linked to biotechnological attacks and international sabotage. Their immediate capture is requested. They called them bioterrorists. Said they fled with dangerous secrets. And now, they're using that as an excuse to attack Beauxbatons. To retrieve them. Maxime stepped back, staggering. But, they didn't come here. How did they know they were here? Stephen clenched his fist tightly. I don't know. But this reeks of a planned provocation. Someone wants this war to start. His voice became solemn, filled with restrained fury. It's the perfect move. If we respond with violence, we confirm their narrative. If we do nothing, they destroy us from within. But this time, Stephen looked up, his eyes blazing with incandescent determination. This time, we're not playing their game. At that moment, an explosion rumbled across the field. One of the shields trembled. From the sky, planes descended. Parachutists with rifles fell like a rain of steel. Stephen stepped forward. His face hardened like stone. But if we don't strike back, we show weakness. I guess I'm no longer a defender. Or a hero. Well, I never wanted to be one anyway. What are you going to do? Asked Maxime, not fully understanding. Give a warning, he said with a crooked, almost malicious smile. I'm sure the ministries of magic will thank me. It'll make their peace treaties easier. And without another word, he began to rise into the sky, under the astonished gazes of those around him. The soldiers in the planes saw him too. Stephen turned in the air, extending his hands. With a forbidden spell, he tore open the firmament. A circle of pure darkness opened above the field. The energy of the very void responded to his call. Ugh, my brothers and sisters are going to hate me for this. Shadows of Dormammu. The sky darkened instantly. Not just over Beauxbatons, but over the entire world. A dome of pure darkness enveloped the planet. There was no wind, no sound, only an overwhelming silence. Then, cosmic eyes began to appear, suspended in the air, watching unblinkingly. They were not the eyes of a tangible creature, but manifestations of Dormammu himself, the eternal being of the void. The sense of presence was crushing. It didn't attack. It didn't destroy. But it made any human, no matter how trained, feel small. As if the very universe was judging them. The mind filled with uncomfortable thoughts, of how useless any army was against something that defied reality itself. Many soldiers fell to their knees, trembling. They felt as if the ground had ceased to be real. The spell lasted only a few seconds. And then, the sun shone again. The darkness vanished like a fleeting nightmare. But everyone, wizards and muggles alike, kept staring at the sky in complete silence. Stephen, completely exhausted by the spell, could barely stand. And with the last of his magic, he transported all the present wizards away, disappearing from the field. His final words, soft but thunderous among the troops, were, "Finish attacking this school, and then, let the world burn, if that's what you want." Meanwhile, deep within a castle whose very existence seemed to devour light, surrounded by beasts and living shadows that fed on despair, a throne made of twisted bones and hardened flesh housed a figure that could barely be called a man. No healthy skin remained on his body, only rotten shreds, clinging to his exposed skeleton like laments. Worms crawled freely through the holes in his flesh. The being looked up at the ceiling, as if seeing through it, and a smile, if the creaking of a decomposing jaw could be called such, spread across his face. His eyes, darkened blue and filled with ancient madness, gleamed with a mixture of anticipation and sadism. He. This time will be different, more delicious, more exquisitely atrocious. His voice was a drag of rotten air. Sublime, yes, a waltz of horror and hopelessness. I hope you don't disappoint me, thief. And then, he burst into a shrill, decomposed laugh. His cackle bounced off the walls like the screech of 1,000 awakened corpses, making the rotting flesh on his face vibrate until it grotesquely deformed. Chunks of skin fell off, and the insects living in his flesh began to drop to the floor. The beasts in the hall stirred. Some hid in the shadows, others approached the throne in a mixture of fear and worship. Chapter 172, The Council of the Ancients. The Council of the Ancients. When Stephen crossed the portal, using the last trace of mana he had left, he appeared in the middle of Hogwarts courtyard. He could barely stay conscious. His beloved siblings ran toward him, surrounding him instantly. Using that kind of spell? Are you an idiot? Natasha shouted, glaring at him with a severe look. Setting aside the fact that it was epic, launching thousands of magical eyes all over the world doesn't exactly help with our little problem, Tony said with his characteristic sarcasm. Haha, idiot, Wanda didn't miss the chance to mock him. I love you guys too, siblings, but, could someone give me a potion before I die? Stephen whispered, collapsing on the ground and looking up at the sky. Without saying a word, Loki pulled out a potion and handed it to him. Stephen drank it in one gulp and closed his eyes, letting the magical energy begin to restore him. His siblings remained standing around him, watching with eyes filled with both worry and judgment. The silence didn't last long. Perenelle and Nicolas arrived in a rush, and their grandmother was the first to speak. What were you thinking, you brat? Perenelle roared as soon as she saw him. Harry and Wanda quickly stepped in, noticing that their grandmother was about to bring out the dreaded ancestral slipper. Wait, Grandma? He's still recovering. You have to wait until he's whole before hitting him, Wanda said with a teasing smile. Meanwhile, Nicolas touched his forehead, frowning in silence before speaking. From the beginning, this was a conflict between the magical world and governments. While some muggles heard rumors, no one truly believed in wizards and witches. But now, with your spell, you confirmed our existence to the entire world, Nicolas said gravely, looking sternly at his grandson. You just broke one of the oldest laws in the magical world. The patriarch's words fell like a lightning bolt. All the siblings turned serious, just as a red letter zipped through the air toward them. It stopped at the center of the group, revealing the seal of the International Confederation of Wizards before opening with a solemn voice. Hereby, the immediate presence of the following individuals is requested at the central headquarters of the International Confederation of Wizards, regarding controversy related to the spells cast today. Stephen Flamel, Wanda Flamel, Natasha Flamel, Harry James Potter Flamel, Anthony Grindelwald Flamel, and Loki Grindelwald Flamel. A light burst from the letter, flying to their wrists. A red mark with the Confederation's symbol appeared on each of them. Instinctively, they all tried to remove it with magic, but Nicolas' firm voice stopped them. Don't. That's your entry pass. Don't touch it. Great. Because of this idiot, now we're all going to Azkaban, Wanda muttered, giving Stephen a light kick while he still lay with his eyes closed. He frowned for a second but kept focusing on regaining his strength. I hate how striped suits look on me, Tony added, huffing. No, if it were a formal accusation, the local ministry would be handling it. But this is coming directly from the Confederation. They even gave a pass, that means it's not an automatic conviction. And in any case, we were already in deep trouble. The kind that won't be solved easily, Perenelle interjected, taking a deep breath as her fury began to fade. Though it was reckless, Stephen saved hundreds of lives. The magical school in Uganda was destroyed, and it was tolerated because there were no victims. But killing our wizards, that's another story, Nicolas added, unintentionally activating several of his alchemical artifacts. Perenelle gently touched his arm, calming him with her presence. Finally, Stephen opened his eyes. He had recovered some of his strength. Everyone looked at him immediately. What's the plan? I don't believe you did all this without one, did you? Tony asked, arms crossed. Yeah. Well, sort of, Stephen replied with a confident smile. If it doesn't work, we go to war, scare them again, and done. Let's see what those old men hiding while the world burns want. Ugh, I hate when he acts like Wanda, Harry said, clicking his tongue. Everyone thought the same, except Tony and Loki, who stared at him. You wanted them to call you, Loki said seriously. You do know there are more normal ways to make that happen, right? Tony added. What? What are you talking about? Wanda asked, confused. Natasha figured it out seconds later. Harry and Wanda still didn't. Perenelle and Nicolas were too upset to follow the thread. One of those elders showed up to stop our grandparents. Then he vanished without saying a word, ignoring everything we did with the magic booths and Lumina Island, Stephen explained with a sly smile. Don't tell me you were expecting something like this, Natasha said, frowning. Not exactly. It was a surprise. I didn't expect the muggles to accelerate their plans so much. I just improvised. And, while I was at it, I left a message for the military, Stephen responded calmly. Obviously. I'm sure several governments already knew about us. They probably have wizards working for them. Now they have the perfect excuse to start large-scale experiments, Tony said, his tone somber. Either way, we need to find the wizards they captured, Wanda said urgently. Yeah, but first, let's attend that meeting. Took me a lot to get us invited, Stephen said, looking toward the horizon. Dumbledore was approaching with a crafty old man smile. You made quite the noise out there. While it's not a measure I would have taken, no one got hurt. Well done, he said with a slight nod. Shall we? The Flamel siblings quickly followed him to his office. They used the FLA network to reach the British Ministry of Magic, where they would take a port key to the Confederation's headquarters. Perenelle and Nicolas, worried but not invited, stayed behind, though ready to intervene and destroy everything if their grandchildren needed support. Upon arriving at the ministry, all the workers turned their heads to look at them. The gazes focused especially on Stephen, a mix of respect and fear. Looks like news travels fast, Dumbledore commented, eyeing the magic phones in several employees' hands. They communicate in seconds. A muggle wonder they've been using for years. No need to wait for an owl to feel like delivering a message, Tony said with a mocking smile at the magical world's archaic system. It's true. We used to be somewhat old-fashioned, outdated, foolish, said Wanda instantly. I was going to say rooted in our traditions, but thank you, replied Dumbledore, smiling patiently. They finally reached the port key area and all used it at the same time. Upon arriving on the other side, they found themselves in a large white hall. Dumbledore walked forward with firm steps, and everyone followed him, passing through door after door in quick succession. I expected more, said Loki with disdain, observing the white, empty hallways. Sometimes, simplicity hides the greatest secrets, replied Dumbledore, opening one final door. Inside the room stood a gigantic circular table made of white stone, engraved with runes from multiple magical languages, slowly rotating with arcane energy. Around it, 6 figures dressed in robes that subtly changed color with the magical light raised their faces as the group entered. Dumbledore remained at the door, as he would not be participating in the meeting. Stephen was the first to step forward, his cloak fluttering with a soft magical glow around him as he looked at each of those present without fear. Sorry about the spectacle, he said with a calm smile, though a spark of defiance gleamed in his eyes. I guess it was about time we stopped pretending everything was under control. At the center of the room, an imposing figure rose. His beard, golden and blazing like liquid fire, seemed to move of its own accord. He slammed the great round table with force, making the air vibrate with his voice, which roared like a volcano. Ha ha ha, that was glorious. Fabulous. At last, we stop hiding what we're truly made of. Damn wizards, he exclaimed, eyes burning with excitement. It was time to show our essence. From high above her seat, a woman watched him with disdain. Her eyes were as piercing as the clear sky atop a sacred mountain. Her hair, white as virgin snow, cascaded in waves that brushed against a robe woven from clouds and celestial feathers. Her voice shattered the mood like thunder. Shut your mouth, Ignifortis. You sound like an idiot, she said angrily. Your age is supposed to bring wisdom, try showing it for once. Ignis shot her a cold glare, almost with contempt. And why should I? Because you're the damn patriarch of, she replied firmly, but before she could continue, a voice fell like a nighttime breeze. Enough, both of you, said a pale-faced man with eyes as silver as the full moon. His tone was as serene as it was unsettling, and he gently stroked an ancient ring engraved with forgotten symbols. He looked more like a specter than a being of flesh and bone, and his very presence commanded respect. Lunavestra? Don't give me orders, the woman roared, rising with the intent to unleash her power. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Before chaos could erupt, a figure stepped forward with the elegance of wind crossing a desert. She was a dark-skinned woman, wrapped in linen robes that danced to the rhythm of an invisible breeze. Her eyes, calm and eternal like the dunes, observed with serenity. It's fine, Aquilise. We have company. You can face Lunavestra whenever you wish, but not now. Humph, you've saved him again, Sorokoftes, said Aquilise with irritation, though her tone hinted at respect. Then an old man spoke, his skin adorned with tribal tattoos glowing in a faint blue, like moonlight reflecting on the ocean. His eyes were deep, as if ancient storms resided within. His voice, slow, flowed with the rhythm of waves. Don't worry. Your brother is not in trouble. Being discovered was only a matter of time, months, weeks, maybe days. The inevitable always comes closer. Finally, a woman who seemed sculpted from silk and gold spoke. Her garments were embroidered with crimson thread, and though her voice was as soft as a whisper, every word carried the weight of a divine sentence. Inside her, the fire of a dragon slept. For now, Orise is right. However, you were not brought here for that alone. There is another reason, a deeper one. My name is Dracoria. It is a pleasure to meet you. 7 seats surrounded the great circular table. But one of them, the last, was split in half, as if a force beyond comprehension had shattered it long ago. And so the Flamel family met the 6 of the 7 patriarchs and matriarchs of the 7 ancient families, those who, according to legend, have existed since the very beginning of time. Chapter 173, Hey, everyone. Hey, everyone. Yesterday, fate decided to test me with a storm that left its mark on my area. The result? A poorly timed tree decided to fall right on my internet cable. The funniest or most tragic part, depending on how you look at it, is that it seems I was the only one affected. I spent the entire morning in full tech mode, fixing a laptop so I could go to my relative's house and upload the chapters, but in the end, the operation took longer than expected. My ultimate solution? I ended up buying a Wi-Fi adapter for my PC and connected through my phone. And I know more than one of you is wondering, why didn't you just do everything from your phone? The answer is simple, editing, translating, and uploading from there is torture, while on PC, everything flows much better. Anyway, here's a special with some sad and tragic undertones. Why? No deep reason, it just came to me. Hope you enjoy it. You'll notice the style is a bit different from what I usually use. But it's meant to add, I don't know, a sense of theatricality. I liked it, but I'll go back to my usual style in the next chapters. A World Without Them Special PT1. Year 1998. The magical war ended, but there was no victory. The Dark Lord fell. Yes. But he took nearly everyone with him. The hero of Hogwarts, Harry Potter, managed to defeat him, though that word means nothing anymore. Not after watching his friends die one by one under the cursed wands of the Death Eaters. Not after hearing the silent screams of his godfather being executed. Not after seeing Remus Lupin's body broken and cold. Not after watching Peter Pettigrew, the traitor, be torn apart by the very creature he had sworn to serve. No, victory was a lie, painted in blood. And all it left behind was emptiness. Snape died, perhaps redeemed, perhaps not. Dumbledore was no longer around to explain. Just a silent portrait on a wall. Other professors sacrificed themselves to protect children who would never smile again. But the world gave no respite. The year 2000 was the true end. The year the Muggles opened their eyes. When technology reached the forbidden. When they discovered that the fairy tales were real. Not even mass obliviates, concealment charms, or secret pacts could stop what came next. The hunt. And now, Harry, hurry. Ron shouted, his voice on the verge of collapse, running through deafening alarms and red lights flashing like furious eyes. The metallic hallways were a man-made hell. Steel monsters. Smoke. Sensors. Muggle facilities turned into prisons for wizards. Stop. Harry whispered, his eyes burning red with rage. They're here. He raised his wand without hesitation. Bombarda. The wall exploded, revealing a soulless lab. And the horror. Dozens of bodies. Some still breathing. Chained by their necks and wrists, drugged until they no longer knew who they were. Empty eyes. Swollen tongues. Dead minds. By Merlin. Ron murmured. What did they do to them? Harry staggered when he saw one. Dirty blonde hair. Pale skin, and dull grey eyes. Draco. He muttered, barely recognizing the boy he once hated. Now, just a living shell. They're coming. Ron looked through the hole. Armed men ran toward them. These weren't just ordinary soldiers. They had magical shields. Technology built from the bodies of the very people they were now trying to rescue. Harry didn't hesitate. He tied up as many as he could with enchanted ropes, grabbed Ron, and vanished in sparks and wind. The soldiers burst in seconds later. They escaped, sir, one reported over the radio. Magical signatures detected. Yes, sir. They're tagged. Perfect, a voice said. Alpha Squad departs in 5 minutes. They reappeared in a damp cave, hidden beneath layers of unstable magic. Screams. Voices. Relief. Tears. Hermione ran and hugged Ron like it was the last time. He held her, trembling. Infiltration successful. They didn't see us come or go, he said with a broken smile. But Harry's expression was stone. The others. A wizard lowered his gaze. Said nothing. It was Hermione who spoke, her voice cracking. Neville. Seamus, dead. Percy, missing. George, captured. Silence. Ron's soul shattered in seconds. Where? There might still be time. I can go. I can. No. He was already moved by helicopter. We lost his signal. Ron screamed. Punched the wall until his knuckles broke. Harry closed his eyes. The images returned. The Ministry of Magic no longer existed. Just ashes, rubble, and the echo of the deadly gas that annihilated them. The Muggles weren't seeking treaties. They didn't want peace. They wanted extermination. And they were succeeding. They created armor capable of withstanding spells. Except Avada Kedavra. And that was the only thing they had left. Magic, and despair. Even the Fidelius charm failed. An island protected by it was destroyed by a nuclear bomb. Hundreds died. Children. Families. All of them. And now, Harry was the leader. Because no one else was left. We'll move, he said with an empty voice. They'll find us soon. And everyone nodded. Not out of hope. But instinct. Because in this new world, there were no heroes anymore. Only survivors. And each one of them was cursed with a memory that would never fade. When they appeared, they arrived at a place marked by tragedy. The grave where Dobby rested. The kind and unhinged house elf who once saved them, only to die bleeding out in Harry's arms, with a dagger lodged in his small chest. Now, years later, Harry had returned. The same ground that had once soaked in the blood of the innocent now received the steps of a broken warrior. Once again, the last Potter stood at the front. Once again, he tried to protect those he loved. But this time, not even he could pretend there was hope. There were no miracles left. No magic that could save them. Sometimes, in the stillness between massacres, Harry thought that if he had never been a wizard, maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't have to carry so much pain. But it was too late. His hands were stained with blood, and behind him, he dragged the bodies of everyone who had followed him. Ron, with an empty gaze, had watched his entire family die, one by one. Even Charlie, his strongest brother, had fallen shielding him from enemy fire. Cursed bullets that could pierce even dragon skin. Hermione, the girl who had once dreamed of reuniting with her parents at the end of the war. She only arrived in time to see them dragged away like criminals. Accomplices of a terrorist, the soldiers said. The words were as absurd as they were cruel. The world no longer saw wizards as people. We were terrorists. Animals. Fallen gods. The witch hunts had returned, only this time, the fire left no survivors laughing in the flames. This time, only ashes remained. Ginny. His love. His everything. She died because of a trap. A fake rescue mission to save Flitwick. But the professor had already been dead for weeks. They only used him as bait. And Ginny, she stepped in. She operated to save him. But the fences, the damn magical fences, tore her in two when they landed in the cursed site. Just like Dobby. Harry. Hermione whispered, her voice tired. There are barely any wizards left. The ones who survive are broken, or too old to fight. Maybe we should flee to another country. Harry scoffed with a bitter grimace. And where would we go? Europe is a sea of magical corpses. No matter how far we run, they always find us. You know that. You lived among muggles, didn't you? Hermione lowered her head. Tears wanted to escape, but she forced them back. Not now. Then what? Do we keep running while they kill us one by one? While we rescue comrades who can't even hold a wand anymore from the trauma, she shouted, her rage barely contained. Ron entered at that moment, his eyes dim but full of concern. Keep it down. We need to think. Figure out how they keep finding us every time we move. Harry fell silent. His hand went to his chest. There, hidden beneath layers of cloth and dried blood, was the old Marauder's map. The one that had once saved him at Hogwarts. With a sharp motion, he pulled it out. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, he murmured. Hermione turned. What are you doing? Hogwarts was destroyed years ago, but Harry didn't hear her. His eyes locked onto the map. Two names still pulsing within the ruins. Percy, George. Ron lunged forward to see. We have to go. It's a trap, Hermione warned. Ron ignored her. He couldn't afford another loss. Harry, you know we said we'd never use that spell. The one that left that mark on your forehead, but... I know. I'm ready. Harry looked at him seriously. If madness comes, so be it. What does it matter? We're going to die anyway. What are you two planning? Wait. Stupefy. Hermione fell to the ground before she could finish. Ron lowered his wand and turned to the others. Protect her. If we don't come back, run. Don't look for us. The two men looked at each other. No words. No fear. Just determination. They bumped fists. And vanished. The ruins of Hogwarts were a graveyard. No walls remained. Only stones, bones, and echoes of ghosts. They advanced, wands in hand, toward the center. There they were. Percy and George. Chained. The chains drained their magic, leaving their bodies trembling, nearly lifeless. In front of them, a man. Relaxed. Smiling with superiority. The boy who lived, what a title. Who are you? Harry asked, pointing his wand. You can call me Alec. Heaven sent me to purge this plague called magic. Ron stared at him with hatred. He recognized that tone. That way of speaking. You're a wizard. Me? No. Just a simple squib. One of those you all looked down on. Remember? The defective ones. Liar. Harry shouted. Filch never. Oh, yes, he did. He screamed. Cried. And in the end, he sang like a canary. They all do. Harry clenched his teeth. Why are you doing this? What did we ever do to you? Nothing. Everything. I don't know. They pay me well and I have more fun. And then he kicked Percy hard. You bastard. Stupefy. Ron roared. Alec, still smiling, threw a metallic sphere that absorbed the spell. Technology is wonderful, isn't it? In this war, science advances at the pace of desperation. Soldiers emerged from the ruins. Shining helmets. Enchanted shields. Weapons that didn't fire bullets but compressed curses. You're not wizards anymore. You're corpses with an expiration date. Alec laughed. The soldiers took aim. Harry and Ron didn't step back. It was kill, or be killed. And death had already taken too much from them. Chapter 174, A World Without Them Special PT2. A World Without Them Special PT2. Hermione woke up with a start, her heart pounding in her chest. She looked around anxiously, but saw neither Ron nor Harry. Idiots, she muttered, her voice trembling with worry. She stood up quickly, ready to go search for the musing apparition, but before she could grab her wand, a wizard burst into the room, panting, his face pale and sweat streaming down his temples. They found us. The Muggles found us, he said, his voice a mix of fear and despair. Hermione didn't need further explanation. She ran toward the exit with the others, but as they tried to apparate, a shiver ran through their bodies. Something was stopping their magic. A barrier, an anti-apparition field. We're surrounded, whispered another wizard from the beach house window, eyes fixed on the horizon. Outside, a loud crackling of static was followed by a metallic voice booming from a loudspeaker. Come out with your hands up and without your wands. If you don't comply, we'll open fire. Helicopters descended from the sky like vultures, their spotlights illuminating every corner, weapons aimed straight at the house. The roar of their blades blended with the shouting of the soldiers surrounding them. Inside, fear was a poison that seeped into everything. The remaining witches and wizards stared at each other, trembling, knowing there was no escape. Resisting meant death, and perhaps dragging innocent lives down with them. Hermione, tears in her eyes and jaw clenched in helplessness, was the first to step outside. One by one, they followed, hands raised, defeated. Even her. The special chains that nullified magic snapped around their wrists, cold and cruel. One of the soldiers aimed directly at Hermione for a long second. Fiend fire. Ron roared, his voice cracking with rage, unleashing a tide of cursed fire that screamed like a wild beast, devouring the air as it surged forward. But the soldiers reacted without fear. As if expecting it, they threw black capsules to the ground. Upon impact, they released a thick mist that smothered the flames with unnatural efficiency. The hellfire, which once would have destroyed everything in its path, vanished with a hiss, as if it had never existed. Ron wanted to run, to scream, to cry. His brothers were still in chains, and the soldiers were approaching step by step, like an executioner's march. The magical shields they carried, reinforced with Muggle technology, glowed with a soulless light. Harry! Ron shouted, pleading, desperate. Harry looked at him. There was no compassion left in his eyes, only broken resolve. Avada Kedavra, he exclaimed, his voice as cold as death itself. The killing curse struck a soldier, piercing his shield and chest like paper. He collapsed instantly, his face frozen in a mix of surprise and terror. Alec, who had been watching the battle with a smile until now, frowned seriously. Still no way to counter that, he asked dryly, eyes locked on Harry and Ron. I wanted them alive, but, oh well, he added with chilling calm. The Avada Kedavra. Few dared to cast it. Not just because of its power, but its cost. Every death weighed, corrupted, rotted the soul from within. It was a curse that didn't just kill the other, it slowly killed the caster, too. And yet, there they were. Two madmen. Two ghosts from the past. Casting it without pause. Ron and Harry moved like vengeful shadows, their wands spitting death over and over. One created a shield. The other killed. When the shield fell, they switched roles. The rain of bullets didn't stop, but neither did they. Not yet. A bullet pierced Ron's shoulder. He didn't flinch. He drank a potion with trembling hands and kept killing. The soldiers fell, screamed, died. Alec gritted his teeth as he watched his entire squad be wiped out. When only a few men remained, Alec walked over to Percy, who was still in chains, and with eerie calm, pressed the barrel of his gun to the young man's temple. Enough. Alec roared in fury. We underestimated them. But this ends now. Harry and Ron, covered in blood and open wounds, stopped. They breathed like beasts. Wands raised, aimed at the source of their pain. Surrender, or I'll kill your friend, Alec declared, his finger trembling on the trigger. Ron stepped forward. His body trembled. It was all he had left. Don't listen to him. Don't save us. Kill them and live. Percy shouted with strange serenity, as if he had already accepted his end. Shut up. Alec yelled, pulling the trigger. A gunshot. Percy's blood splattered on the ground before his body hit it. Percy. Ron roared, a scream that tore through the air. Avada Kedavra. The death curse flew with fury toward Alec, who dodged it with a leap while shouting to his men. Kill them all. And so the hell continued. Ron and Harry didn't fight. They slaughtered. Without mercy. Without humanity. One by one, the soldiers fell. Choked screams, gunpowder, blood, charred bodies. Only Alec remained, crouched behind a collapsed wall. Come out, you filthy bastard. You fucking mudblood. Ron screamed, out of his mind, eyes teetering on the edge of madness. Alec let out a hollow, empty, broken laugh. Haha. Yes, you're strong. But look around you. You're alone. Magic died because you wasted it. Power always leads to destruction. Reducto. Ron shouted, reducing the wall to rubble with an explosion. Alec stood not aiming at Ron or Harry, but at George, who Harry had just begun to free. A gunshot. N-O-O-O. Ron screamed, launching another Avada Kedavra straight into Alec's chest. He grows stronger through pain, Alec whispered, smiling, as the green light consumed him. He died laughing. The shot had hit the mark. George's chest bled like a red river. Ron ran toward him, desperate, a trembling potion in his hand. Take it. It'll heal you. George, please. George stopped him with a weak smile. Blood spilled from his mouth. No, Ronnykins, that's enough. I'm tired. Let me go to Fred. To Mum, to Percy. Don't talk. Take it. Damn it. Don't leave me. There are no doctors, brother, only death. And you have to live for all of us. You have to lift the Weasleys up. Haha, Mom's gonna kill me for leaving you alone. George died with a smile. Ron screamed so loud the sky itself seemed to shatter. The clouds swirled. Thunder roared. Rain fell as if weeping alongside him. Ron's eyes were black. Black as the soul disintegrating inside his body. Harry, by his side, wasn't doing any better. The dark voices in his head were growing stronger. Ron, we have to go back, to Hermione, to the others, Harry murmured, barely audible. Both took a body in their arms and disappeared. They reappeared in front of the beach house. Everything was silent. Harry sniffed the air, and his stomach sank. Blood. He entered, slowly, as if in a trance. And there they were. All the survivors. Lying like broken dolls. Executed. Without respect. Without glory. Hermione. Dean. Luna. Hermione. Harry whispered, falling to his knees. Ron stepped in, and froze at the sight of the corpses. He went mute. Didn't cry. Didn't scream. He just collapsed. Harry. I give up, he murmured, sitting at the door as if his bones could no longer support him. What? What are you saying, Ron? Ron pulled out a vial of poison. He looked at it not with fear, but with relief. George asked me to, but I don't want to fight anymore. I'm tired, Harry. Ron, no, wait, you have to live. Ron drank without hesitation. Harry searched desperately through the ruins. There were no antidotes. No magic left. No hope left. Please, don't leave me alone. Ron looked at him with a smile. One last smile. Looks like, not all of us made it out of this one either. And he died in his arms. Harry held him, crying in silence, as the rain continued to fall. And the world had no more heroes. And the last of them, shattered. "Sir, we have traces of magical energy around the White House," said a security agent hurriedly before collapsing, dead. "Repeat." The message didn't come through, "Just static," replied the voice on the radio. Then, the same voice of the now dead agent responded through the device. "Traces of an animal were found in the vicinity." "Understood." And so, in sepulchral silence, a hooded figure moved down the avenue. He wore a black cloak, stained with dried mud and old blood. Behind him, the fallen agent rose again. His face was pale, his eyes empty. He walked like a broken puppet, dragging his feet behind his new master. "Sir," a large crowd appeared surrounding the area, a guard reported while analyzing the security cameras. "Aren't those the gate guards?" his superior asked, confused. Before he could get an answer, he saw one of the guards run straight toward the steel gate, and explode into 1,000 pieces, blasting it open. Dozens of people once alive, now just husks charged toward the compound, ignoring pain, logic, or fear. Alarms blared. Soldiers and private security rushed out with weapons ready, opening fire without mercy. But it was useless. Even when shot in the heart or head, the figures wouldn't stop. They ran straight into the mansion's walls and exploded, disintegrating in unnatural blasts and leaving massive holes in the structure. From a distance, Harry watched in silence. Standing in the shadows, he observed the flames grow out of control. His eyes were devoid of soul. And without a word, he vanished into the darkness. That same night, homes of ministers and high-ranking European dignitaries were attacked. One by one, the capitals fell to magical assaults. It was the first open strike against the Muggles. Wizards hiding in the corners of the world saw it as the beginning of an uprising. The outcasts, hunted like rats, finally struck back. The war had begun, and at its head stood Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the symbol of hope. Now, a monster cloaked in layers of darkness. He had used Horcrux fragments to survive years of battle, the cruel spell once used by his greatest enemy, now wielded by the magical world's former hero. Every time he died, a hidden piece brought him back, more broken than before, more cruel, more vengeful. His magic, a rotting blend of power, madness, and pain, controlled corpses as soldiers. It corrupted wizards, turning them into mindless beasts. And he no longer cared for the innocent. He used them as shields, living bombs, toys. Muggle military centers fell, one by one. Still, the outcome was inevitable. The wizards lost. But they took millions of lives with them. In the end, only he remained. Harry Potter. Standing in the crater of a ruined city, surrounded by hundreds of soldiers, rifles aimed straight at his heart. "Ha ha 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 ha, filthy damn Muggles! You need thousands just to take down one of us," Harry shouted, his eyes bloodshot. The ground trembled beneath his feet. Mud giants rose from the earth, roaring with hatred. Harry raised shields of bone and blood around him. Die. A shot. A bullet pierced his chest. But Harry didn't fall. He kept casting spells, summoning death from the depths of black magic. Asterisk ha ha ha, even if I die, I'm taking you all with me. Asterisk. Thousands of hidden runes on his body began to glow. Magical chains activated in the ground, spreading across the world. The earth itself screamed. Corpses rose and exploded against every Muggle they found. Harry, on the brink of death, still stood. His blood soaked the ground, but his magic still obeyed. For a moment, just one, he had clarity. What have I done? I wish someone had stopped me. Then, hundreds of bullets tore through him at once. Harry's body collapsed. The sky darkened. The world wept. But it wasn't over. From the depths of magic, something smiled. A shadow that had whispered in Harry's ear for years. Finally, it has all begun. Now it's my time to. But in that instant, the shadow paused. It frowned. It felt a tremor, a shift. Time fractured. And the world began to rewind. The first change asterisk a baby appeared before the mansion of an ancient pure-blood family, contemplating the second chance it had been given. The second change asterisk a child cradled in the arms of a long-lived, powerful couple, eyes full of intelligence and confusion. The third asterisk a girl appeared in front of her beloved grandmother's house, laughing with joy at her rebirth. The fourth and fifth asterisk twins were left in front of a prison meant to hold only one man, already fighting with their tiny hands and feet even from within their cribs. The sixth change asterisk a silent forgiveness was whispered to the boy who had lost everything, as his mother held him close and kissed his forehead to lull him to sleep. The cycle restarted. And shifted. But the darkness still remained, waiting for its chance. Chapter 175, 75. N/A. I originally planned to develop this part later on, but given the direction the story is taking and with a magical Muggle war looming on the horizon, I thought it would be best to move some things forward. Also, I get the feeling we're getting closer to the end of the main storyline, and I want the final arc to have the level of epicness it truly deserves. Of course, that doesn't mean the content stops there. I already have several specials in mind that are quite advanced. In fact, there are so many that they could form their own miniseries of about 100 chapters. I'm also considering starting a new story focused on the Flamel children, with a much lighter tone and a more comedic approach. So don't worry, there's still a lot to explore in this universe. Is that really your plan? Tony asked as they exited the meeting room, still talking with disbelief. Of course. If it works, it'll be perfect. And if not, well, plan B is already in motion. Either way, they won't be able to fulfill my request without them, Stephen replied with a half-smile that raised more questions than answers. You're completely insane, Wanda said, smiling with a mix of fascination and fear. Shut up. You're not exactly the one to talk, Stephen growled, shooting her a sharp look. So, what's the real plan now? Return to Hogwarts. We have to wait for their decision, and make sure everything's ready, Stephen answered, though a hint of unease showed on his face. And what about Beauxbatons? It's probably still surrounded by soldiers. Oh, I asked Misty and the elf squad to take care of that. Stephen's mischievous smile returned, as if he already knew everything would go smoothly. Misty appeared alongside Dobby, Winky, and another elf with a perpetually grumpy look, Creaker, the former servant of Sirius. Sirius had sent him in hopes that Misty would teach him some manners, by force. Ironically, Creaker ended up joining the special squad of house elves led by Misty for this mission. All four were wearing butler outfits, maid uniforms in the case of the female elves. Creaker, however, wore an illusory uniform conjured by Misty's magic, as he had refused to wear one, even under threat of death. Though he constantly expressed his disdain for Sirius, Creaker secretly dreamed of one day having his head mounted alongside the old black family elves, as a badge of honor. With the same grumpy expression as always, Creaker tugged at his clothes as if trying to rip them off. Everyone has a zone. East, west, and south. I'll take care of the north and move the castle, Misty commanded with authority, snapping her fingers. Her voice sounded like a seasoned general's. Yes. Dobby and Winky responded in unison, saluting with military precision. They had learned it from watching TV with Tony. Creaker just frowned. Tisk. An elf who thinks she's a wizard. He muttered under his breath, barely audible. But Misty heard him. Smack. A swift blow to the head made him stagger. Misty said, "Speak with respect," she snapped, glaring at him. Yes. Creaker muttered with a growl, rubbing his head. Go. Misty ordered. The three elves vanished with a snap, reappearing at the edge of the magical barrier Stephen had placed to protect the school. While the soldiers continued to patrol the area, waiting for the barrier to fall, one of them spotted something. Dobby had appeared right in front of him on the other side of the barrier. The soldier instinctively raised his weapon, but Dobby simply stared at him with curiosity, knowing no muggle could harm him there. What are you? The soldier asked, stepping back from the strange creature. Without wasting time, Dobby snapped his fingers twice. Glowing runes began to draw themselves on the ground, linking with others already placed by his companions throughout the area. Dobby is the free elf of a great master, and Dobby follows orders, he shouted proudly as he finished tracing the final symbols. What are you doing? The soldier asked, watching as the runes started to glow with increasing intensity. Dobby has orders. Goodbye, he said cheerfully before vanishing with another snap. The soldier tried to call for backup, but a tremor interrupted him. The ground began to crack. The runes glowed as if they had just awakened the engines of a sleeping giant. To everyone's astonishment, the land beneath the castle and part of the mountain it stood on began to rise. At the center of it all, Misty floated in the air, still in her maid outfit, arms outstretched and fingers snapping to the rhythm of a magical dance. Chains of light descended from the sky, anchoring the castle and the floating land. One of those chains was tied directly to her hand. Then, with one final snap, space seemed to collapse in on itself. The castle and everything around it was sucked into a wormhole, vanishing completely and leaving behind a massive crater. This is Guard 1134. Magical facility, they took it, the soldier said over the radio, his voice shaking, eyes wide with disbelief. Repeat, what was taken, came the voice from HQ. The castle. They took the whole castle. What? How the hell do you lose a massive castle? Some weird, magical creatures. They just took it, in seconds. Is anything left? No. Return to base. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, all the students stared open-mouthed as a gigantic floating castle appeared above the Black Lake, like a vision straight out of a dream. Stephen and the others had just arrived and were approaching to assist in the task. Tony tapped his smartwatch and began typing. His voice spoke to Métis, his personal AI. Shortly after, several technological cubes fell from the sky. They disassembled mid-flight thanks to their thrusters and reassembled beneath Beauxbatons, forming a floating base that stabilized the structure. Misty's chains of light faded away, and she descended, smiling as she approached Stephen. Well done, Misty, he said proudly, guiding the castle toward a clearing near Hogwarts. If you need me, you know how to call, Misty replied, disappearing into a cloud of light. Wanda, for her part, created energy bridges connecting the new floating castle to the ground. She also summoned magical chains to anchor it securely. Beauxbatons, the legendary French school, now floated above the Black Lake, quite literally becoming Hogwarts' celestial neighbor. And everyone stared at it with a mixture of awe, fear, and admiration. Meanwhile, Hogwarts professors and students who had been evacuated to a temporary shelter in Hogsmeade hurriedly returned. Their faces radiated joy and astonishment upon seeing that their castle not only remained standing, but now floated majestically in the air. Madame Maxime stepped forward alongside Dumbledore, both of them staring at the colossal structure suspended in the sky. Magnific, whispered the headmistress of Beauxbatons, eyes still wide in wonder. Should I bring Durmstrang too? Stephen asked with a mischievous smile, glancing sideways at Dumbledore. The old wizard took only a second to catch the young man's teasing. If necessary, I wouldn't mind sharing the grounds with both schools, he responded calmly, refusing to show any annoyance. What a relief. Stephen said, widening his grin. Because everything indicates that magical schools around the world will begin concentrating in one location per continent. And Hogwarts grounds are perfect to host up to 3 schools. What are you saying? Asked Madame Maxime, frowning. Well, it should all be online right now, Stephen replied, pulling out his phone. Around him, students and professors quickly did the same. Is this real? Exclaimed a student, eyes glued to their screen. The magical world is coming out of hiding, another shouted in amazement, reading aloud. The news was clear and forceful. The International Confederation of Wizards had decided it was time to move beyond the veil of secrecy. The invisibility spells protecting magical places from Muggle eyes would be lifted. If any country refused to accept magical presence within its borders, special zones would be established to serve as sanctuaries for all magical beings. A new, independent magical country would be officially founded. Every magical being would automatically become a citizen of this new nation, backed by the Confederation. Any attempt by Muggle governments to arrest, abduct, or suppress a wizard would be met with a response. Specialized squads would be deployed even if it meant breaking peace treaties. But that wasn't all. The Muggle world had received a statement to one that included irrefutable evidence. Failed attempts at agreements with governments, corruption among political leaders, military abuses, and most shockingly, historical proof of how dark creatures destroyed cities, and how wizards secretly protected humanity even during the infamous witch hunts. Thanks to Tony Stark, it had all been leaked. The message to the world was clear. We were always there, protecting you, trying to coexist. We are not terrorists. But if you hunt us, we will respond. The magical message seen in the sky was not a threat. It was a declaration of existence. A demonstration of what magic truly is. Stephen smiled as he read the news. Looks like they accepted Plan A, he said, crossing his arms. To create a city, or rather, a magical country. Magical schools around the world would also undergo a radical change. Now, each continent would have a fixed point where several schools would share territory. This would facilitate cooperation, mutual defense, and more efficient control over the magical population. Thanks to the magical portals Stephen had created, and the mobile gates developed with magic tech, transportation was no longer a problem. Students could choose the school that best suited their interests. Learning anywhere in the world had become a real possibility. Additionally, every country would establish safe houses to identify and protect magical children born in Muggle homes. A direct response to what had happened at Beauxbatons. The kidnapping of magical children would not happen again. The images of those crimes were also released to the Muggle public. And along with them, a diplomatic message. Return our people. Peacefully. And if not, we're ready to fight. Military forces and governments did not take the threat well. But their hands were tied. The scandals Tony had revealed exploded across social media. Corrupt leaders were being brought down by their own opposition, just as Stephen had planned. While humans fought among themselves for power, the magical world gained time to act. Creating a magical nation under the gaze of the entire world was no easy task. But if the rest of the world was busy falling apart, maybe they'd have the space they needed. Of course, Stephen knew one more thing. Once new governments took control, new decisions would be made. Some would choose peace, others, war. Since the official announcement, several weeks had already passed. During that time, Stephen, hired directly by the International Confederation of Wizards and accompanied by his siblings, had embarked on a series of rescue missions to free witches and wizards who had been kidnapped by hostile governments. At the same time, Magic Tech, Stephen's company, had received the most ambitious contract in magical history, to literally build a new country, a new continent. Though small, about the size of a modern nation, it rose in international waters. Obviously, Magic Tech's workers alone wouldn't have been enough. That's why an unprecedented alliance was formed. The goblins of Gringotts, the major magical houses, and all known sorcery companies were hired to collaborate. United under Magic Tech's direction, they built a magical nation in record time. There were a few complaints from certain countries when, mysteriously, some of their mountains vanished. Surveillance cameras even captured a humanoid figure in a maid outfit with glowing chains dragging them through the sky. But there was no concrete evidence linking wizards to the phenomenon. And without proof, there can be no trials. This is the last place, right? Stephen asked, walking with steady steps, closely followed by Harry and Loki. It should be, Harry replied, cautiously eyeing the scientific base lit up by red alarms. It's good the military decided to wait. If they'd joined in, we wouldn't just be facing mad scientists, they might have even launched missiles. PFF, what a disappointment, said Loki with a crooked smile, gracefully twisting his hand. A soldier hiding in the shadows was flung through the air, crashing violently against a wall. A war every now and then spices up life. Can I ask you something, Stephen? Harry said, looking at the leader with genuine curiosity. Go ahead, Stephen replied, effortlessly dematerializing a steel wall that blocked their path, as if it were made of paper. Why create a country? Wasn't it enough to reorganize the magical world like before? Stephen stopped, looked ahead with calm, and said, the answer is simple, Harry. Witches and wizards, scattered across countries, are vulnerable, easy to locate, easy to destroy. He walked a few steps further, and the emergency lights flickered across his face. But if we unite all the powerful witches and wizards of the world in a single territory, do you think any country would dare to attack, knowing we could catch their missiles midair, and teleport them right back over their heads in less than a second? Harry said nothing. It wasn't a threat. It was a warning. A declaration of balance. They finally reached the room where the magical hostages were being held, trapped in containment fields. Stephen snapped his fingers, and a portal opened beneath them, transporting them to safety. Then, he opened another for himself, Harry, and Loki. Besides, he added with a sideways smile as he stepped through the portal, isn't it awesome to have a magical country? They appeared in the heart of what would one day be the capital of the new magical world. A towering building bearing the emblem of the Confederation stood at the center, surrounded by a landscape under rapid construction, buildings, homes, magical roads, even forests growing in real time in the distance. The era of magical isolation was over. The era of Magna Arcanum had only just begun. Chapter 176, 1,000 Lives to See You Smile. 1,000 Lives to See You Smile. Severus Snape. Hogwarts Potions Master. Head of Slytherin House. In charge of the recreation room for rest and leisure, ironically. At first, many opposed the creation of that room. Snape was one of the most vocal. Games and entertainment in a magical school? Encouraging laziness? A waste of time. But over the years, what began as an objection became a routine, then, a refuge. Some used the machines for fun, yes, but many more found in them a haven to study, to relax, or simply to escape. And Snape, who never imagined surrendering to such illusions, discovered that he himself had become addicted. Because in that unreal world, he could see her, over and over again. Lily. He could relive that cursed day, 1,000 times, trying to change the ending, trying to save her. But it always hurt. Always. Being in charge of those machines had been a mistake. A mistake that dragged him down like a drug. A curse that consumes you and from which there is no escape. And it all started with that boy, Stephen. At first, Snape thought he was just another insolent Gryffindor, yet another copy of the legacy of self-centered fools. And he wasn't wrong, at least on the first day. But something changed. Stephen seemed to enjoy challenging him. He mocked him, provoked him, spoke to him as if they were old friends. He even called him best friend with a stupid smile. And then there was his twin sister, another airhead who followed him around like two annoying little pixies flitting about. Snape began to be seen differently. He was no longer just the feared potions master. Now, he was a central figure in the stories of those two annoying siblings. And they weren't the only ones. James also joined that chaotic family. Snape, at first, felt the natural rejection, but every time he looked at him, he couldn't ignore those eyes. Her eyes. Then more Flamels came. Thankfully, those were calmer. The eldest earned his respect the moment she punished Sirius Black in public. And among the youngest, one even ended up in his own house. A boy whom, despite his jokes, he couldn't hate. Because, unlike himself in his youth, that boy had a family. Snape reflected on all this as he stood before the most dangerous machine of all. The mental immersive virtual reality. A magic tech invention that was never officially released due to a fatal flaw. Users couldn't leave. Or rather, they didn't want to leave. Some lived entire lifetimes inside it. Decades, perhaps centuries, while only days or weeks passed in the real world. And when they finally died of old age in their artificial world, their bodies collapsed in reality. Empty. Snape knew it. He knew that machine was calling to him. He knew he could lose his mind. But he also knew that, inside that world, he could see what life he might have had if everything had been different. He didn't think twice. He lay in the capsule, activated the sequence, and let himself be consumed by his final chance at redemption. He opened his eyes. His heart pounded in his chest. He recognized the place instantly. He was at Hogwarts. More precisely, in the Great Hall. The moment of the sorting. And there she was, sitting on the stool with the sorting hat on her head. Lily. His Lily. The one who left him. The one who died without knowing how much he loved her. The one he could only see through the eyes of the man he hated most. Severus swallowed hard. Lily. He murmured, barely holding back the tears. Lily. She was alive. So perfect. So real. That was the danger of this virtual reality. So perfect that it could make you forget it wasn't yours. The hat shouted its decision. Gryffindor. Lily ran down, radiant, and when her eyes met Snape's, she gave him a smile that nearly made him stumble. Then, a notably younger Minerva McGonagall read his name. Severus Snape. The young Snape walked forward with firm steps, determined, while curious gazes settled on him. He sat on the stool, the hat covered his head and whispered, "Oh, what do we have here? Your memories are confused. I see much cunning, a soul marked by darkness and pain, clearly Slyth. Gryffindor." Severus interrupted with a firm, authoritative voice. "Are you sure? There's a strong inclination toward protection, traits proper of Slytherin, and so much anger." "Gryffindor," he repeated without hesitation. "Well, if that's what you wish." "Gryffindor." Applause erupted from the red and gold table, and Lily smiled at him again, happy to have him by her side. They studied together, day and night. The Marauders were still there, of course. But Snape was no longer the same. He ignored them. They were just idiotic, arrogant kids seeking attention. After years of teaching the Flamels, his patience with the immature was immense. Outside Hogwarts, the war grew. Voldemort gathered the Slytherins to his cause, spreading his shadow. But this time, Snape stayed on the sidelines. There was no flirting with darkness. Just a normal life. In time, he joined the Order of the Phoenix alongside Lily. He even forged a fragile peace with the Marauders. And when James tried to court her, this time, it was Severus who won her heart. They married. The happiest day of his life. But that day, fate came to collect its debt. A deadly attack. Death Eaters. Lord Voldemort himself leading them. They fought together, side by side. And when death came, Severus and Lily went together, hand in hand. One last smile. One last look. And a goodbye. That had never hurt so much. Severus, in an abyss of absolute darkness, regained consciousness. He remembered his life. It had only been a simulation. And with a voice cracked by madness, he said, again. This time was different. Severus was sorted into Gryffindor. He joined the Order of the Phoenix. And he saw Lily marry James. He was even the godfather of their child. When the prophecy was spoken, fate didn't change. James and Lily died. So Snape took a place he never thought he'd occupy. He raised Harry as if he were his own son. Not out of obligation, but because the love he felt for Lily demanded he protect what was left of her. They lived together until Harry turned 17, and the war returned. Snape died at the hands of Lord Voldemort. Again. To cause Harry pain. To close the circle of tragedy. Again, he said, like an echo in the void. In another life, he convinced Lily to run away. But fate, cruel and inevitable, struck again. Voldemort appeared just as they were about to board a ship and massacred all the muggles present. And Lily. Again. Hundreds of repetitions. Thousands of lives. Different paths. Different choices. Different deaths. But in none was he able to grow old with Lily. Not once did he see her hair turn white beside his. Not once did he hold her under the rain as two elderly lovers. It was as if the very world he had created refused to allow it. As if even his subconscious knew she wasn't meant to survive. He tried everything. He even despised her, hoping it would save her. But it didn't work. He killed James. He killed the Marauders. He became the Dark Lord. And still, Lily died. Always. Snape, standing in a dimension without shape or color, stared into nothingness. His eyes were unfocused, lost. His face was that of a man who had lived 1,000 lives, 1,000 tragedies. And his sanity hung by an invisible thread. Again. He whispered. And the setting changed. He was at Hogwarts once more. The sorting. The hat. And Lily. I think that's enough, said a voice from the darkness. Time stopped. A figure approached slowly from behind Snape. Their presence was calm but firm. Shut up. I have to. I have to. Snap. The snap echoed like a silent thunderclap. A wave of magic surged into Severus' mind. His eyes, clouded by obsession, began to clear. The memories of those 1,000 false lives compressed like films in his mind. They were no longer his life. They were just dreams. Painful, beautiful, cruel dreams. And the true memories, buried beneath centuries of fiction, began to bloom. Snape gasped. He opened his eyes wide. That's right. I'm in a simulation. He murmured, as his gaze fell once more on Lily, seated on the stool. She's pretty, said the voice behind him, contemplating the red-headed girl. Snape glanced at him, and replied, with a nearly reverent sigh, yes, she's a flower that lights the forest with her smile. He turned completely. What are you doing here, Flamel? Did you make it so she couldn't live? So I wouldn't remain trapped. The man's face was familiar, but older, wiser. Stephen. No one adjusted anything, Stephen answered calmly. Once inside, you alone control this world. And no matter how many times you tried to save her, you know that if she lives, the magical world falls. Don't you? Snape clenched his fists. Are you saying that every one of her deaths happened because I wanted her to die? Stephen looked at him with compassion. No, you love her with every fragment of your soul. But your conscience knows that if she lives, you'll never want to leave. And what if I want to stay here forever? Snape growled, voice trembling. Stephen observed him for a few seconds. You know, I've heard that stupid saying, if you love her, let her go. Snape reacted immediately. That's impossible. I know. I've always thought it was nonsense. Why let go of someone who's your everything? Losing her is losing yourself. But I'm not the one to judge that. Stephen turned his gaze to Lily. Sometimes, by clinging to the past, we doom the future. It's okay to love her, Severus. But maybe, because of that love, you could be a better teacher. For the memory she left in the world. Stephen smiled with melancholy. I never had that chance. You do. Make the most of it. And when, in the afterlife, you see her again, tell her everything. Tell her how you took care of what she left behind. Then, a door black as night appeared behind him. Stephen walked toward it. Before stepping through, he turned one last time. Oh, and give a message to Stephen, the real one. Tell him he's about to start moving. With that, he vanished. The darkness dissolved like mist at dawn. Snape stood still, then turned to Lily, still seated, smiling unaware. He looked at her with infinite tenderness. Goodbye, Lily. It was good to see you, to feel you, to be by your side, one more time. And he closed his eyes. How should we wake him? Asked Wanda, pacing nervously around the machine. Maybe we bring him an emo girl, tempt him, Tony joked. Be serious? Why did you even leave one of these things here? Stephen exclaimed. I wanted to see if I could fix it so no one else would get trapped, or, I don't know, add an eject button, Tony replied, scratching his head. And if he doesn't wake up, we won't have a potions teacher again, said Harry seriously, though a mischievous spark danced in his eyes. That's what you'd like, isn't it, Potter, said a harsh voice. Everyone went silent. Snape had opened his eyes, and he was staring at them. Run, the demon has returned, Wanda shouted before vanishing with a pop. Goodbye, Professor. Glad to see you're okay. I'll take this, Tony said, stuffing the whole booth into a magic bag and rushing out. It's good to have you back, Severus. You were in there, 2 weeks, Stephen commented with a calm smile before walking off. Harry, trying to sneak away as if nothing had happened, froze when he heard. Stop. Young Potter froze. He expected a lecture, a punishment, some insult disguised as sarcasm. Snape looked him straight in the eyes, and simply said, "You may go," and he began to walk toward his office. But this time, his steps didn't sound heavy. They didn't echo like whips on the ground. This time, he walked, lightly, like someone who, finally, had let something go. His grudge. Chapter 177, Return to the Beginning Special. Return to the Beginning Special. Harry was sleeping soundly, wrapped in an uncomfortable silence, until the echo of shouting and clattering from the kitchen yanked him out of his rest. "Is breakfast ready yet?" barked a rough voice, full of irritation. Just hearing it made Harry shiver. No matter how powerful he was now, that voice still had the power to freeze his blood. It was an echo from the past, a monster trapped in the body of an ordinary man. He opened his eyes slowly. Everything was blurry. His first instinct was to reach for his glasses, and when he put them on, something puzzled him. His vision improved. Yes, but for years now those glasses had only been a prop to hide something else. A hidden power in his gaze, too special to be understood. He looked around in growing confusion. The walls, the dampness, the worn mattress, he recognized this place. The small cupboard under the stairs. Startled, he looked down at his hands. They were small, thin, child's hands. His heart skipped a beat. A chill ran down his spine. "No," he whispered in panic. "Boy, the bloody breakfast's burning. What the hell are you doing?" Uncle Vernon's voice roared, slamming the door so hard dust fell from the ceiling. Harry didn't understand what was happening, but his body reacted on pure instinct, as if those words were a spell that still had power over him. He jumped up and rushed to the kitchen, picking up the pan with trembling hands to serve the bacon. His mind was chaos. Everything inside him screamed that this wasn't supposed to be happening. While he served the food, the Dursleys ate calmly, completely ignoring his tormented expression. To them, his suffering was invisible, or worse, irrelevant. When he finished, he returned to his room, quickly shutting the door. He sat against the wall, trembling, holding his head. "This can't be happening. Why am I here again? Where's my family?" he whispered, his voice breaking. Real, raw panic took over him for the first time in a long time. "Shut up, boy. We're watching television," Vernon yelled from the kitchen. Harry immediately closed his mouth. He shut his eyes and began to breathe slowly, remembering the meditation technique Stephen had taught him. "It's okay. Maybe this is like one of those time travel stories Wanda loves," he murmured, trying to calm himself. Careful not to make a sound, he crept out of the cupboard and sat near the door. He was waiting for a letter, a sign, anything. But his moment was interrupted by Vernon's annoyed gaze. "What are you doing there? Go get ready. We're going to the zoo," he growled. Despite his disdain, they had no choice but to take him. The neighbor who usually watched him was sick, and after telling the whole neighborhood that Harry was a rude, rebellious kid, no one would agree to take him in. Harry remembered this day clearly, the day he accidentally freed a snake, and locked Dudley in its enclosure. He also remembered the punishment that followed, a week without food and several beatings. In the reptile house, he saw it. A snake, motionless, resigned. Harry approached cautiously. "Hello," he whispered. The snake lifted its head, staring at him. "Can you understand me?" he asked in Parseltongue, afraid it was all just a dream. When the snake nodded, Harry let out a sigh of relief. For a moment, the weight of fear disappeared. This time, he avoided punishment. He didn't use magic unconsciously. He couldn't afford another week of hunger. Back home, he acted like an automaton. He cleaned, cooked, obeyed. An invisible child, like a house elf. His uncles were puzzled by his docility, but as long as he stayed out of their way, they didn't ask questions. Then the day came. The postman left the mail at the door. As always, Harry was waiting. He quickly took the letters, making sure Dudley wasn't nearby, and looked through them, until he found it. The letter. Without reading it, he tucked it into his pocket. He left the rest on the table and pretended to have a cold. His uncles, terrified that their precious son might catch it, immediately sent him to his room, far from the rest. There, in the silence, he opened the letter. He didn't need to read it, he knew every word. He just had to wait until his uncles left, and find the owl. He had 2 letters ready, along with a piece of bacon. When the Dursleys' car disappeared down the street, Harry ran outside. It didn't take long to find the owl. "Please deliver this to Professor McGonagall, and this one to Remus Lupin," he said, offering the bacon as a reward. The owl ate, then took flight, majestic and graceful. As he watched it disappear into the distance, a familiar voice interrupted his moment. "Harry, weren't you sick?" asked Mrs. Figg, slowly approaching. Harry turned to look at her. The old woman always had that mix of fragility and disdain he'd never been able to figure out. Sometimes she gave him sweets, but also treated him like a parasite in front of the Dursleys. He knew the truth, Fig was a squib sent to protect him. But when the Dursleys abused him, she did nothing. She pretended not to see, not to hear. Her indifference had been a silent betrayal, one Harry had not forgiven. He looked at her coldly. He said nothing. She could have done something. She knew he was being mistreated. If she couldn't turn to the magical world, she could have at least gone to the Muggle police. But no, she chose to stay on the sidelines, offering empty moments of kindness. Mrs. Fig, as a squib, you should know the damage abuse can cause. And yet, you did nothing. When I had to sleep in a tree to avoid Marge's dog, I saw you. You were at your window. I saw you watching me, and you did nothing. You were supposed to protect me, said Harry, with a gaze so cold the woman took a step back, startled. How do you, she stammered, unsteady. Please, don't come near me. Someone who sees another's suffering and does nothing, is worse than the abuser, Harry added, turning around and walking back into the house without looking back. Mrs. Fig stood frozen, as if she'd been turned to stone. Once inside, Harry paused for a second. Maybe he had been too impulsive. Dumbledore probably knew by now that he was aware of the magical world. But he didn't care. He'd spit in that old man's face if necessary. And he would do everything in his power to return to his true family, even if they didn't remember him yet. He knew Stephen's personality. He knew about his brothers. Maybe he could bring them together earlier than expected. Harry waited for nearly a week, anxious. He hoped Lupin would respond. Especially because of what he'd written in the letter. Though, deep down, Harry also felt a faint unease toward the werewolf. A supposed friend of his parents, who disappeared after their deaths and never came back for him. Sure, he had the excuse of being a werewolf. He might have feared hurting him. And Harry knew Dumbledore had forbidden him from getting close for his safety. Still, as Wanda always said, some people need a good beating as an apology. Then, one day, the doorbell rang. Harry, nerves frayed and heart pounding, ran to the door without thinking. He flung it open. Standing in front of him was a man who looked like a vagrant. But Harry recognized him instantly. Good to see you, Professor Lupin, he said, holding back a smile. Lupin was stunned. The resemblance between this boy and James Potter was uncanny. But what truly struck him were his words. I'm not a professor. You must be Harry. I got your letter. Is it true what you said? He asked, a flicker of hope in his tired eyes. Yes. Please, come in, Harry replied quickly, acting as if they were complete strangers. He knew that if he said he came from the future, Lupin wouldn't believe him. And he couldn't trust anyone yet. You little brat? Who did you let in? Vernon yelled, stomping down the stairs, his brow furrowing as he spotted Lupin. They're my Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. The people Dumbledore chose to leave me with. They mistreat me. Starve me. Sometimes, they try worse, Harry said calmly, as if he were talking about the weather. What are you babbling about, you ungrateful brat? Vernon roared, lunging at him. But before he could get close, Lupin raised his wand. Petrificus totalis? Vernon collapsed like a log, completely rigid. His eyes were wide with terror. Petunia backed away when she saw the wand. She recognized it. Or rather, she recognized what it represented. Something she'd seen in her sister's hands. You're from that world, she whispered, trembling. But that was the last thing she said before being petrified like her husband. Good. Now we can talk about Sirius and Pettigrew, Harry said, a smile forming on his lips as he took full control of the situation, and the space. Harry was a natural-born leader. Not in his childhood, perhaps, but definitely in his teenage years. Raised by two legends, with brothers who were literally gods of destruction, he often felt overshadowed. But Harry was a monster in the making too, just a younger one. The aura around him shifted. It became pure, noble, articulate. It was like standing before a prince. This Harry had Tony's sarcasm, Loki's cunning, Stephen's brilliance, Wanda's emotional intensity, Natasha's lethality, and the protective love of his grandparents. Lupin felt it. He wasn't standing before a child. He was facing an equal. No, a superior. Please, have a seat, Harry said, guiding him to one of the couches. Lupin nodded, feeling a bit self-conscious about how filthy he was. Don't worry. I clean that couch every day. I think I've earned the right to let my guest dirty it a little, don't you think? He added, throwing a mocking glance at his frozen relatives, whose eyes moved frantically in terror, sensing the change in the boy's demeanor. Lupin swallowed hard. What's this about Sirius being innocent, and Peter hiding as a rat, being the real traitor? He asked, unable to hold it in any longer. Well, Harry began to recount everything. The truth about that night. How Sirius had arrived first at the ruined house, pulled him from the rubble, and handed him to Hagrid along with his motorcycle. How he then went after Peter, and the coward blew himself up to frame Sirius and escape. All because the Death Eaters knew he was the one who had given Voldemort the Potter's location. How do you know all that? How do I know it's true? Lupin asked urgently. Easy. Peter's hiding as a rat in the Weasley household. And how do I know? That's a secret. Think of me as a prophet, Harry said with a calm, almost regal air. Lupin stared at him for a few seconds, then nodded. I'll verify if what you said about Peter is true. If it is, then we'll demand a new trial to free Sirius. Perfect. Wait a moment. I'll go grab a few things, Harry said, standing up calmly. Do you want to come with me? Lupin asked seriously. I'm not afraid of your werewolf form. But I don't have my wand to defend myself from them, he said, pointing at his relatives. And to use eldritch magic. I need special runes made with specific materials, he added in a low voice, before disappearing to collect his belongings. Then, Harry put on his best clothes, even though they were too big and hung from his body like they didn't belong to him. He grabbed a few memories and essential objects, things he would carry with him because he knew, with absolute certainty, that he would never return to that place, even if they tried to force him. With a small backpack slung over his shoulder, he crossed the threshold of his room without looking back. He paused only for a moment in front of Lupin, his eyes steady and resolute. "Let's go," he said with command and a calmness that didn't match his age, but perfectly matched his heart and soul. Chapter 178. His first stop was Diagon Alley. Harry wore a cap to hide his scar at least for a while. He took the lead with firm steps, guiding Lupin toward Gringotts. He needed to retrieve his wand as soon as possible and acquire a few useful items. School supplies could wait. "Harry, the truth is, I don't have much money. I don't understand why we came here," said Lupin, a little embarrassed. "You should know my father left me a great fortune. Don't worry, I'll use my own money. Besides, you need new clothes if you're going to show up in front of the Weasleys," Harry replied calmly, not slowing his pace. Lupin tried to protest, but Harry didn't even turn around to listen. He walked as if he didn't care what Lupin had to say. At the entrance, a goblin greeted them. Upon seeing Harry and the ragged man beside him, his expression showed clear disdain. "What do you want?" he asked, scornfully. "I want to access my vault, but I don't have my key. I'm requesting a blood test to regain access. The cost can be deducted from my family account," Harry said calmly, ignoring the goblin's attitude. The goblin stared at him for a few seconds before pointing to a door behind him. "Go through there. Another goblin will assist you," he said, turning his gaze away with no further interest. Harry walked forward with determination, followed by Lupin, who couldn't help but wonder how he knew all of this, though he didn't dare ask out loud. Upon crossing the door, another goblin immediately greeted them. "Who needs the blood test?" he asked impatiently, as if eager to get rid of them. "I do. I'm Harry Potter." Harry James Potter, he corrected himself quickly. "Harry Potter," the goblin repeated, looking at him closely before glancing at his forehead. The cap hid the scar, so Harry removed it to show him. "Very well. Prick your finger and drop a bit of blood here," said the goblin, handing him a golden dagger and a parchment. Harry obeyed without hesitation. As soon as a drop of blood touched the paper, it was absorbed, and words began to appear in magical ink. Gringotts Bank, Lineage and Inheritance Department. Magical blood verification result. Date, July 27, 1991. Location, Lineage Chamber Number 7. It is hereby certified that the individual. Registered name, Harry James Potter. Magical ID, #HJ907P. Has been verified as a legitimate descendant of House of Potter, pure bloodline, recognized. House of Peverell, ancient lineage, partial heir. House of Gryffindor, magical resonance, compatible. Inheritance status. Access granted to the Potter family secret vault. Activation of Peverell ancestral vault, requires master key. Gryffindor vault link, pending testamentary authorization or blood call. Recommendation, issue new heir key linked to active blood. Replace old key if manipulation or external interference is suspected. Signed by Ragnok, Master of Lineages. Griphook, Vault Security Specialist. Magically sealed with verified blood, not forgeable. The goblin widened his eyes, impressed by the results. There was more than he had expected. "I'm not interested in the others for now, just my family's," Harry said, wiping his finger with a napkin he pulled from his pocket. After a few minutes, the goblin returned with a new key and handed it to Harry. Then both of them went down to the vault, from which they withdrew several hundred galleons. Harry also bought a bag with an undetectable extension charm. On their way out, he pushed Lupin into a wizarding clothing shop. Thanks to a few cleaning spells, he no longer smelled bad, but he still looked like a vagabond. That needed to change. Meanwhile, Harry headed to Ollivander's. "Oh, you must be a new student coming for your wand," said the old man, eyeing Harry's cap as he tried to remember where he had seen him before. "Holly and Phoenix Feather. 11 inches. Supple," Harry said confidently. "Excuse me, my wand," Harry added plainly. It's good that you have an idea, but remember, it's not the wizard who chooses the wand chooses the wizard," Ollivander replied with a slight, smug smile. "Then try that one," Harry said without being fazed. Ollivander frowned and searched for the wand Harry had described. He placed it in front of him, ready to prove him wrong. But the moment Harry took it, a golden glow lit up the entire shop. It was as if the wand was happy to be back in his hands. "Well, seems you were right," said Ollivander, surprised. Harry left 7 galleons on the counter, the exact price, and walked out to buy what he needed to carve runes himself. "Wait, you didn't tell me your name," Ollivander shouted before he left. "Harry Potter," Harry replied without turning back. Ollivander stood still, staring at the empty box. "Interesting," he murmured, before storing it beneath the counter. Lupin, now elegantly dressed, well-fitted suit, trimmed hair, clean shave, entered the rune engraving shop where Harry had said he'd be. He felt awkward in the new clothes, especially since Harry had paid for them. He found him at an engraving table, working on a bracelet with glowing runes Lupin didn't recognize. "Looks like it suits you," Harry said, looking up just as he finished carving the last rune. The inscription emitted a faint golden glow, unlike any magic Lupin had seen before. Harry slipped the bracelet onto his wrist. It had a hidden compartment for his wand. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a dagger of light appeared in his hand, startling Lupin. Not as perfect as the one Stephen or Tony make, but it works, Harry said before making it disappear. What are those runes? And that magic? You summoned without a wand. They're runes that convert magic into Vishanti energy. With that, you can use eldritch magic. No wand needed, just the runes. But using it with a wand boosts it several times. I don't have enough magical power yet for big spells, but it's useful in emergencies. Vishanti? Eldritch. It's a long story, Harry said with a smile. Well, now that everything's ready, let's eat. I'm starving. Then we'll head to the burrow. By the way, did you send the letters I asked for? Yes, though I think warning Dumbledore would be wiser. After all, he is. No, it's better to surprise him. Don't worry, Harry interrupted calmly. Knock, knock, knock. Molly Weasley was busy with household chores when she heard the knocks on the door. The noise in the house continued, with Ron yelling about something. Fred, George, stop bothering your brother, she shouted as she approached the entrance. When she opened the door, she saw a young man dressed in elegant, high-fashion clothing. Despite his slender build, he had a noble demeanor, and his gaze was calm. Behind him, an older man seemed to be accompanying him, as if he were his servant. Molly's expression hardened slightly. The Weasleys didn't have a good relationship with purebloods. What do you need? She asked, her voice protective. Sorry, Mrs. Weasley. We're looking for your husband, Arthur. I'm Harry Potter, the young man said with a friendly smile. Molly's eyes widened in surprise. Her gaze immediately moved to his forehead, where the iconic scar was visible. Of course, come in, she said, still stunned. As Harry and Lupin entered, Harry looked around nostalgically at the warm and welcoming environment. He remembered well the days he spent there, the hugs, the laughter, the feeling of home. Sorry if the place seems small, Molly said, noticing his gaze. Don't worry, ma'am. I lived in a cupboard under the stairs until now, Harry replied with a calmness that froze the witch. What? Well, sorry to insist, but we need to speak with your husband, Harry said again, now serious. Right, sorry. Arthur, come down now, we have an important guest. Molly shouted, showing some nerves in her voice. Arthur quickly came downstairs with a letter in hand. It seemed like he had just read the letter Lupin had sent him. Hello, you must be Harry Potter. Nice to meet you, Arthur said, shaking Harry's hand, who greeted him with a friendly smile. Nice to meet you, Mr. Weasley. Please, we need to get straight to the point as I don't want my godfather spending another day in Azkaban, Harry said, immediately becoming serious. Arthur suddenly felt as though he were standing in front of his boss, so he straightened up instinctively, until he realized how absurd that was. He was standing in front of a child, not his superior. Are you sure that information is correct? Could it be a mistake? Arthur asked hurriedly. We'll just see. And if we're wrong, we'll apologize for any inconvenience we may cause, Harry replied, with a fixed look that made Arthur hesitate. Ahem, all right, Arthur said, swallowing hard. Ron, come down for a moment and bring Scabbers, he shouted up the stairs. After a few seconds of noise and hurried footsteps, Ron appeared with an annoyed expression, carrying his rat in his hands. But upon seeing such a well-dressed visitor, he froze, fearing that he'd been called for causing trouble with some wealthy client during his school shopping. Hello, Ron. My name is Harry. I think we'll be classmates this year, Harry said calmly, looking at him with a smile. Technically, they weren't best friends yet. Hi. Ron stammered, a little worried. Meanwhile, the rat in his hands quickly glanced at Harry and the person behind him. It became visibly nervous, as if it wanted to hide within Ron's clothes. Harry, with a simple wave of his hand, summoned his wand from thin air. If you don't mind, could you let go of the rat for a few seconds? He asked in a calm but cold voice, as icy as the chill of winter. Ron felt an extreme nervousness, as if not obeying meant his end. Reflexively, he immediately released the rat. And it tried to escape as soon as it touched the floor. It knew it had been discovered. Especially seeing how Lupin was staring at it, completely shocked. Then, a magical circle appeared in one of Harry's hands, while his wand was ready in the other. Several chains of light shot up from the floor and ceiling, trapping the rat and lifting it slightly off the ground. Harry pointed his wand and cast a spell with a blue hue. It was like watching a sped-up movie of a tree growing. A head shot up from the ground, limbs sprouted. The next moment, a man stood where Scabbers had been, shrinking and twisting his hands. The chains tightened, securing him completely. He couldn't move, and his gaze, filled with terror, locked on Harry, who had captured him with total ease. His expression remained cold, almost deadly. This surprised all the adults present in the room. Well, looks like I wasn't wrong, right, Lupin? Harry said, returning to his calm smile from earlier. Lupin stared at him for a few seconds before turning to Peter Pettigrew. Peter, all this time you were alive. Lupin murmured, a mix of sadness and memories from the past filling his gaze. Remus, it's not what you think. I was just hiding from him, from Sirius. He wanted to kill me? I was a traitor. A follower of Voldemort. Pettigrew cried out desperately. Always trying to lie to save yourself. Don't worry, the Aurors will get the truth from the bottom of your mind if necessary, Harry said, looking at him with a mix of mockery and disdain. At that moment, several sounds of apparition were heard outside the Weasley house. Seconds later, someone knocked on the door. Molly, still coming out of her shock, went to open it. "Hello, Mrs. Weasley. Sorry for arriving like this, but I received a very specific letter," said Amelia Bones as she entered, her gaze quickly scanning the room before settling on the chained man in the center. "Looks like you arrived just in time," Harry said, nodding slightly to Amelia. He knew her because she was Stephen's boss. "Hello, Mrs. Bones. It's good you came yourself. If the minister had come, it's certain he would have tried to hide everything," Harry added, with mockery in his voice. Chapter 179, Return to the Beginning Special PT3. With the capture of Peter Pettigrew, Amelia Bones didn't waste a single second. She immediately ordered his transfer to a reinforced interrogation room, where he would undergo extensive questioning under the influence of Veritaserum. At the same time, she sent an urgent letter to Azkaban, demanding the transfer of Sirius Black to the Ministry of Magic. It was time to face the truth, to interrogate both involved and finally piece together what really happened that fateful night. Meanwhile, Harry stayed at the Leaky Cauldron with Remus Lupin. As the full moon approached, Lupin, overwhelmed by the nearness of his transformation, tried to distance himself. However, Harry beat him to it. He bought him a superior quality wolfsbane potion and rented a magically soundproofed and reinforced room so he could spend the night safely. In the days that followed, Harry took the opportunity to prepare for the upcoming school year at Hogwarts, but he also devoted time to a more personal quest, to search for any information about his brothers. However, after a week of investigation, the answer he received was as cold as an ice spell. There were no records of them in this world. That discovery shattered him. He spent days locked in his room, ignoring the sunlight, rejecting food, lost in a sorrow even he didn't recognize. But he knew he couldn't give up. Sirius was about to stand trial, and he had to be there. And more than that, he knew his brothers wouldn't forgive him if he let himself fall apart. They had taught him to endure, to fight, to stand back up even when the world seemed to want to crush him. Tony had explained to him, in one of his many brilliant speeches, that there were millions of alternate universes. Perhaps this wasn't his. But that didn't matter. If his brothers had managed to build a machine capable of crossing dimensions, then he would too. It might take years, even decades, but he would find them again. After a long week, Harry got up. He showered, dressed properly, and with a steady heart and determined gaze, he headed to the Ministry of Magic alongside a still pale and weakened Lupin. Although the potion had kept him from losing control, the pain had still been very real. Upon arrival, a wave of murmurs surrounded him. Everyone recognized him immediately. The boy who lived. The hero of the war. Harry and Lupin sat in a corner of the Wizengamot courtroom, away from the noise. The lawyer Harry had hired greeted them with a slight nod. It was Ted Tonks, husband of Sirius's cousin. Harry knew him well. In his own timeline, he had been the family's attorney. Ted stood up and, with a firm and elegant voice, began his argument. "Your Honor, as has been clearly demonstrated, my client was imprisoned unjustly, without trial or defense, and sentenced to 12 years in Azkaban. No one took the time to confirm whether he was truly guilty. Meanwhile, the true traitor, Peter Pettigrew, lived among us as an illegal animagus, even being honored for a false act of bravery." The murmurs among the audience grew louder. "My client has agreed to be interrogated under Veritaserum and has confirmed that he was never the Potter's secret keeper. All evidence points to his innocence." Dumbledore, sitting among the high-ranking members of the Wizengamot, maintained a serious expression, his brow slightly furrowed. Amelia Bones stood up. "Minister, we have all the necessary evidence. To prolong this trial would only delay the inevitable." Fudge, with a hint of irritation, nodded. "Very well. Proceed with the vote." One by one, the members of the Wizengamot delivered their verdict, innocent. Even the pure-blood houses, traditionally enemies of Sirius, voted in his favor. After all, the hatred toward the real culprit Pettigrew outweighed their prejudices. Then, Fudge declared solemnly, "Mr. Sirius Black III is hereby cleared of all charges. Furthermore, his lawyer's request is approved, a compensation of 100,000 galleons, magical and psychological medical assistance for 1 year. The ministry officially apologizes for his unjust imprisonment. An investigation will also be opened to identify those responsible for denying him a fair trial." Fudge, seeing a political opportunity, was already thinking of the names he could sacrifice to polish his image. "Now, let's move on to the next case." Fudge read the next file and a look of interest crossed his face. A spark of ambition even flickered in his eyes. Harry stood and walked with firm steps toward the center of the room. Sirius looked at him, surprised, as if waking from a long dream. He wanted to speak, but Harry subtly signaled him. Not now. The next trial was about to begin. Ted Tonks spoke once again. "Mr. Harry James Potter wishes to file a lawsuit against his Muggle guardians, the Dursleys, for physical, emotional, and psychological abuse. He also requests the transfer of his magical guardianship from Mr. Albus Dumbledore to his rightful godfather, Sirius Black, who has just been exonerated." The impact in the courtroom was immediate. All eyes turned toward Dumbledore, who remained seated in silence. "Is this true, Albus?" Fudge asked, barely hiding a malicious grin. "I am his magical guardian, yes," Dumbledore replied calmly. "But I was unaware of the alleged abuse. Perhaps things have been exaggerated. After all, they are his blood family." Harry stood up. In complete silence, he removed his shirt and rolled up his trousers to show his ankles. Scars, bruises, marks of old wounds, a back covered in welts, a thin, malnourished body that could not hide the story written on his skin. I've been in the magical world for a week and haven't gone to St. Mungo's. I didn't heal, I didn't take any potions, because I wanted you to see it. This, he said coldly, was done by my cousin. And my uncles knew. They encouraged it. His sister even sent dogs to attack me. I slept in trees so I wouldn't get bitten. I went hungry for days as punishment for accidentally using magic. They called me a monster. Said my parents were scum. Ted raised his voice, with restrained fury. Punishing a child for using uncontrolled magic isn't just inhumane, it could have turned him into an obscurial. And we're talking about the child who saved the wizarding world. That's an exaggeration, Mr. Tonks, Dumbledore interrupted hastily. There haven't been documented obscurials in decades. Oh, really? And what about your nephew, Mr. Dumbledore? Or the case in Africa reported by Mr. Scamander? Dumbledore pressed his lips together. Bring in the Dursleys, ordered Fudge. The Aurors entered with Vernon and Petunia in shackles. Vernon yelled arrogantly. You can't do this. We're under the protection of English human law. Ted handed over the evidence, forcibly extracted memories. While it was illegal to do this to wizards without permission, the same rule did not apply to muggles who had harmed a magical minor. The Wizengamot watched the images. The disgust on their faces was clear. The crimes are physical and emotional abuse, neglect, mistreatment of a magical minor, incitement to suppress his magical heritage, and harm to a national hero. Verdict: guilty, responded Amelia Bones without hesitation. I request the Dementor's kiss for Vernon and Petunia Dursley. Their son, being a minor, will receive a full memory wipe. Vernon's screams stopped when he saw the grim faces of the court. They didn't understand what this kiss was, but the word alone sounded like a sentence to the soul itself. Wait! Dumbledore exclaimed, raising his voice. At least listen to Harry. They're his blood family. Harry looked up. A cold, ancient gleam crossed his eyes. Dumbledore attempted to use legilimency. He entered, and found himself in a frozen tundra. A snowstorm roared. There was Harry, waiting with a cold smile. Seems like this Dumbledore isn't as clever as the ones I faced with my brothers, Harry said. And he cast him out of his mind with brutal force. This wasn't a clemency. It was a special spell, created by Stephen and Loki. One that protected Harry's mind from any intruder. Harry was terrible at a clemency. But that spell, simple in execution and powerful in effect, shielded his mind with surprising efficiency. Unlike a clemency, which required constant mental discipline, this spell demanded a massive amount of magical power to remain active. Having a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber inside his mind had drained nearly all his energy in seconds. Now, freed from that pressure, Harry was deathly pale, on the verge of collapse. Yet he still managed to stand firm, and speak. Trying to invade someone's mind in the middle of a trial, in front of everyone, doesn't seem very polite, Harry said with a sly smile. The old man had walked right into his trap. After all, his brother was the self-proclaimed god of lies and trickery. Making an arrogant old man trip, one who believed he held absolute control, was easier than it looked. Dumbledore, what are you doing? Amelia shouted, furious, and nearly drew her wand. I apologize for that, Dumbledore replied, trying to sound calm and neutral. As you may know, I am a born legilimens, and my genes control my power. Sometimes, they fail. But before they could proceed with the vote, Dumbledore raised his voice gravely. I would like to explain why young Potter lived with his aunt and uncle. It was for his mother's protection. She activated an ancient charm that only remains active while he lives with someone of her blood. If the Dark Lord were to return, this spell would be the key to protecting Harry, and defeating him. Silence fell across the room. Many witches and wizards were stunned by such a revelation. Even Fudge paled before screaming in desperation. Stop saying nonsense, Dumbledore. The Dark Lord is dead. He died 12 years ago. Meanwhile, Harry hid a victorious smile. Now not only would Fudge want the Dursleys gone to prevent Dumbledore from using them, pure blood families might also try to kill them, hoping to curry favor with their resurrected master. Others might vote to protect them, moved by fear that Voldemort might truly return. But Harry had already foreseen it all. If the safety of the magical world once again depends on an abused child, forced to live with relatives who hate all things magical and human, then what use are adult wizards? It's an insult to all who fought and died in the last war. If you force me to stay with them, I might just end my life. His words, heavy with pain, echoed powerfully through the chamber. The faces of many Wizengamot members, who moments earlier leaned toward supporting Dumbledore, hardened, and changed their minds. Let's vote now and end this, declared one of them. The majority voted in favor. Only a minority, along with Dumbledore, opposed. Very well. Bring in the Dementor, Fudge ordered with a somber face. A dark, floating figure entered the chamber, gliding coldly toward Vernon and Petunia, who couldn't see it. First, the Dementor's kiss fell upon Vernon, who died instantly. Petunia screamed, twisted, begged, and then dropped dead as well. But then, to everyone's shock, the Dementor turned and advanced directly toward Harry, ready to consume his soul. Stop, Dementor, get away. Fudge shouted quickly. Dumbledore stood but did nothing. He simply watched intently, still doubting, still considering the possibility that Harry was Voldemort in another body. By the eternal Vishanti, Harry whispered. A pure, brilliant light burst from his hands, flooding the entire room and momentarily blinding everyone. A sharp, horrible screech echoed off the walls as the Dementor was consumed by the light. Cursed objects and enchantments some wore shuddered, as if something sacred had violently expelled them. Silence fell. The Dementor had been completely destroyed. No one had ever seen anything like it. A purification spell that powerful was unimaginable. Harry nearly collapsed, staggering from the magical effort. Even Dumbledore, stunned, couldn't believe what he'd just seen. Voldemort would never have used such pure magic. The Wizengamot members, still in awe, began whispering among themselves. Many thought it was that same power which had defeated Voldemort 11 years ago. "Are you all right, Mr. Potter?" asked Amelia, approaching with genuine concern. "Yes. But it's drained all my magic," Harry replied calmly. "Then we'll finish this quickly so you can rest," Amelia said firmly. Ted Tonks approached and handed him a potion Harry had given him earlier. Ted was stunned. Everything had gone exactly as the boy had planned. Every scenario, every reaction, every variable, all had been accounted for, just like Tony Stark would have done. Harry drank the potion and returned to his seat, eyes heavy but steady. "Mr. Harry James Potter is hereby freed from the magical guardianship of Albus Brian Dumbledore," announced Fudge solemnly. "Custody is granted to Sirius Black. Due to the need for psychological care and emotional recovery, a medical assistant will also be assigned to address Mr. Potter's wounds, traumas, and nutritional needs. Meanwhile, Albus Dumbledore will be investigated for possible cases where other students may have been endangered during his tenure. Additionally, Hogwarts will be placed under supervision for 1 year," he added, striking his gavel firmly. Chapter 180. Harry stepped out of the courtroom alongside Ted Tonks, his heart pounding but finally light. When he looked up, he saw a scene that warmed his soul, Remus Lupin and Sirius Black laughing heartily like two old friends reunited after years of war. Both turned immediately upon noticing his presence, their smiles widening, eyes lighting up. Harry walked toward them with confident steps, a warm and sincere smile on his face. "Hi, Sirius. Looks like I'll be living with you for a while," he said, with a mix of relief and excitement. Sirius froze for a second, staring at him as if he were seeing a ghost. Then, he stepped forward and grabbed Harry by the shoulders firmly, struggling to hold back tears. "Harry, you're the spitting image of your father, but with Lily's eyes. I'm so proud of you. You've done more than I could have ever dreamed of. I swear, by the name I bear and the friendship I had with your parents, that as long as I breathe, you'll never lack a thing," he said in a trembling voice, heavy with pure emotion. "Haha. Of course, Sirius," Harry replied with a smile. For the first time in a long while, he felt like he had a family, and that gave him strength to keep going. Ted Tonks approached with his characteristic professional smile, though respect shone in his eyes. "I'm glad I could be of help. Though honestly, I feel like everything resolved more easily than I expected, thanks to you." "Don't say that, Mr. Tonks. If I hadn't trusted your integrity, I wouldn't have hired you. You're a great lawyer," Harry replied in a friendly tone. "And if you're interested, I'd like to talk later about a contract, as the Potter family lawyer. Maybe even for the Black family too, if Sirius agrees." "Of course I do," said Sirius without hesitation. "The lawyer who got me out of Azkaban deserves to work with us. That makes me very happy. I'll leave you to enjoy your reunion, then. You know how to reach me if you need anything," Ted said with a slight bow before leaving. The three of them began walking through the ministry corridors, heading towards St. Mungo's for check UPS and treatment, when a voice stopped them. "Mr. Potter, may I have a word with you?" "If your godfather allows it, of course," said Dumbledore, stepping out of the courtroom with his characteristic calm, almost fatherly smile. Sirius stood still. He trusted Dumbledore, or at least, he used to. But after everything he had heard, a storm of conflict burned inside him. Part of him wanted to believe the old man had only acted to protect Harry. But another part, a clearer, more bitter part, reminded him that this very man hadn't lifted a finger when he knew Sirius was innocent. "It's fine," said Harry calmly. "You can speak. You're still my headmaster, after all." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "First of all, perhaps I should apologize." "No perhaps," Harry cut him off firmly. "You should. And since you've started, I'd like to hear a sincere apology." Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly. But if he wanted to retain Harry's respect, he had no choice. He took a deep breath. "I apologize, Mr. Potter, for not being up to the task of protecting you and looking after your well-being. You and your parents saved the wizarding world, and still, I failed. Even as headmaster of Hogwarts, I acknowledge my mistake." Harry looked at him silently for a few seconds before speaking, his tone calm but sharp as a blade. "It's good to hear that. Because honestly, I was considering transferring to Beauxbatons. I still have friends at Hogwarts, and that makes it a hard decision." "I'm glad to hear you'll be staying with us," said Dumbledore with a tense smile. "Hogwarts remains the safest school in the wizarding world." Harry almost laughed, but held it back. In his mind, Dumbledore's words rang like cruel irony. "The safest? Haha. I hope so," he replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He knew that if he wanted real safety, he'd have to build it himself. And perhaps, removing Dumbledore was the first step. Though he still needed outside help. First and second year would be preparation. By the third, Hogwarts would have a new headmaster. "Then we're off." "Headmaster," said Harry, his tone laced with a hint of coldness. May I ask, where did you learn that spell? Dumbledore inquired suddenly, urgency creeping into his voice. Harry turned slowly, a mysterious smile lighting up his face. From one of my brothers. One who, I'm sure, is wiser and more powerful than you. And without another word, he turned and walked away. Dumbledore remained frozen. Brothers? Who was he talking about? He had no knowledge of Harry having siblings. A hidden wizard? A secret mentor? Ally? Enemy? He had to find out. Over the following month, Harry accompanied Sirius to every medical checkup, potion regimen, and recovery routine. He made him exercise, train in hand-to-hand combat like Natasha had taught him, even though a twinge of sadness struck him every time. In his world, Sirius had learned directly from her. Here, Natasha didn't exist. He also learned that Arcturus Black, his grandfather, had died that very year. Another blow. Another difference. Another broken bond. Day by day, Harry wrote letters to his grandparents, Nicolas and Perenelle Flamel. He hesitated to send them. What if they weren't the same? What if, without Stephen, they were cold, distant, different? He wrote hundreds. Some were confessions. Others, memories. Shared stories. Alchemical secrets, even one of his greatest secrets, how to create the Philosopher's Stone. One letter was written in a ciphered language, one Nicolas had invented to communicate when they were hunted around the world. Letters only they and their brothers would understand. But all of them remained in the wardrobe, unsent. One night, as he stared at a particular letter, Sirius entered after knocking and receiving no answer. Still clinging to those unsent letters, he asked, spotting Harry at his desk. Did you finish your nutrition potions? Harry asked with a strange smile, slipping the letter away. Ugh, don't remind me, they taste awful, Sirius replied theatrically. By the way, you never told me, who are they addressed to? Harry was silent for a few seconds. To Nicolas and Perenelle Flamel, he finally said, a glimmer of melancholy in his eyes. The Flamels? The legendary alchemist? You know them? Yes, but I doubt they know me now, Harry replied, forcing a smile. I'm going to the meditation room. Sirius watched him leave, then turned to look at the wardrobe full of letters. Far away, in France, obviously. Are you sure, Nico? Perenelle asked, her voice weary. Yes. We've hidden this for far too long. It's time for Dumbledore to use it, or destroy it. Unless you wish to keep on living. No, 700 years is enough. I'll leave potions for a few more years, just to tie up all the loose ends. Then we'll rest, at last, Nicolas said, gently caressing her face. An alarm rang in the house. An owl was trying to deliver something. Looks like a letter from Dumbledore. I'm sure he's coming for the stone. Nicolas deactivated part of the protections with a flick of his wand, and the owl dropped its letter. He walked with stiff, almost mechanical steps to pick it up. But when he opened it, his brow arched slightly, and he smiled. Seconds later, another alarm rang. Several owls were approaching, carrying entire bundles of letters. The first one read, Dear Mr. and Mrs. Flamel, this is Sirius Black writing from England, concerning a small matter related to my godson. To mark the beginning of a new chapter in his life. I know it's a lot to ask, but if you can find it in your hearts to take a moment to read his words, I'm convinced you will see just how special that boy is. With all my respect and affection, Sirius Orion Black. P.S. If any of the letters are written in a strange language, I suppose it's one of those pranks children come up with, though he insists it's an alchemist's language. Nicolas and Perenelle remained silent as the air between them grew thick and heavy with nostalgia. Nicolas let the parchment fall onto the table with trembling hands, his gaze lost in the thousands of words across the letters filled with memories from a time that seemed to belong to another universe. Do you think? Perenelle began, but her voice broke. Nicolas nodded slowly. It's possible. Even if he doesn't remember. Even if this world is different, only someone who lived with us could know so much. Perenelle reached out and took the first of the many letters. She opened it carefully, as if afraid to damage something sacred, and began to read. As her eyes followed Harry's handwriting, her expression changed. First surprise, then disbelief, and finally, tears. Dear grandparents, she read quietly. I miss your bedtime stories, the scent of the mandrake garden at dusk, Grandpa Nico's arguments with Stephen when they debated potions in the library, though, honestly, both were terrible at it, even if Grandpa was a legendary alchemist. I'm sorry. I lost the locket you gave me, or maybe it doesn't exist here. Grandma, even if you're not my grandmother in this world, you'll always be in my heart. Her lips trembled. Nicolas gently took the letter from her hands and hugged her firmly but softly, as if trying to anchor her to the present. He lived with us. No matter how, or when. He whispered. And he loved us, like a grandson loves his grandparents. You can see it in every letter, every word stained by his tears, she added, pointing to a few slightly blurred phrases. Alternate universes, he used to say, murmured Nicolas, as if those words had been etched into his memory. Muggle scientists, he repeated, frowning as he recalled where he had heard the idea. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, he stood up. His bones creaked in protest, but he didn't stop. He walked as quickly as he could to his desk and, with renewed energy, began writing a letter. In it, he urgently requested all available information on the concept of parallel universes in the Muggle world. He needed to understand. Because now he knew. Dumbledore received a peculiar letter from his former master, Nicolas Flamel. In it, he explained that he could not destroy the Philosopher's Stone, but that he had sent him an almost undetectable replica, which he could use for any plans he had in mind. He also warned that he would be unavailable for some time, so reaching him would be difficult. Meanwhile, Harry was training with 2 golden swords. Around him, alchemical dummies he had created himself were sliced apart like butter whenever they tried to attack him. Training seemed to be his only way of not thinking about his siblings, about his family. And at the same time, it reminded him of what he had lost, what he had to live again this time without Stephen's support. As he continued meditating, his magical power increased steadily, a stark contrast to his original world, where magic only grew with physical development. It was a good thing, considering that in this new world he no longer had a body recognized by magic or even by the universe itself. Here, he was just an ordinary wizard. His blood was no longer special. If he wanted to use the spells he had learned from his siblings, he would have to grow stronger through his own effort. Although he had trained tirelessly in the other world too, here he had to start from scratch. With a fluid motion, Harry threw both swords forward, and 2 glowing chains shot out to catch them. He then spun into a whirlwind, wielding them with precision until he finished off the last remaining dummies. He wiped off the sweat, took a quick shower, and headed to his room to study alchemy. He wrote down all the runes he remembered learning from his siblings, Asgardian magic, Eldritch magic, even some knowledge Wanda had secretly taught him, since it involved dark arts. He also noted down electronic circuits he remembered from Tony, and information on computing and hacking that Natasha had taught him. Though those 2 areas weren't useful yet, he knew Tony had developed a method for generating electricity within the magical world. Harry, you have visitors, said Sirius, poking his head in with a grin full of anticipation, eager to see his godson's reaction. Coming, Harry replied, as he finished jotting down his notes. Chapter 181, Return to the Beginning Special PT5. Return to the Beginning Special PT5. When Harry arrived at the living room, he froze upon seeing 2 familiar elderly figures. Unlike the timeline he came from, where they had been young, in this reality the Flamel couple appeared so aged that their bones seemed visible beneath their wrinkled, time-worn skin. However, this did not stop Harry from gazing at them, overwhelmed by a nostalgia filled with memories. He then turned to Sirius, seeking some sort of explanation. It seems my meddling godfather has done something with my letters, Harry said with a smile. Haha, of course. I'll leave you to talk, Sirius replied, quickly exiting the room with a grin that betrayed how he had perfectly planned and executed the prank, judging by Harry's stunned expression. Harry turned toward the Flamel couple. Even though it seems you already know us, we'll introduce ourselves properly, Nicolas announced with a serene smile, his wife standing beside him. We are Nicolas and Perenelle Flamel. It's a pleasure to meet you, Harry, Nicolas added, while Perenelle greeted him gracefully, her smile spreading calm and solemnity. Well, nice to meet you. I'm Harry Potter, Harry replied, greeting them in the polite way his grandparents had taught him long ago. Upon receiving the greeting, Perenelle's eyes lit up with a glow full of intense emotion. It seems we have much to talk about, Perenelle said. So, you don't know how you got here. It's as if you traveled back in time with your own body, but things have changed, Nicolas commented as he pondered the multiverse theories he had read about before arriving. It's truly strange, he added, since even for someone of his long existence, it was the first time he had heard of such a thing. I would have loved to meet your siblings and the ones who would have been our grandchildren, Perenelle reflected with a subtle melancholy. Well, it seems that living so long might have been for an even greater purpose, helping you reunite with your true grandparents, Nicolas said with a slight smile. Don't worry, Harry. I'll help you build that machine you spoke of. You'll need the help of a great alchemist, he added quickly, smiling with confidence. What will you do in the meantime? Perenelle inquired, knowing that a machine of such magnitude could take years to complete. Although I would prefer to avoid going back to school, it might be necessary to ensure that the students there don't end up meeting a fatal end, Harry responded with a forced smile. Are you sure? Shouldn't it be dangerous? Perenelle asked, frowning, wishing to stop him from leaving, even though she only vaguely understood what could happen. Still, they had no right to hold him back. Don't worry. Unlike Stephen, who prefers to be just an observer, I go straight to the point, Harry affirmed, flashing a confident and slightly arrogant smile. Afterward, the Flamel couple and Harry talked about various topics, anecdotes, curiosities, and the technology developed in Harry's timeline. He shared everything he knew about the magic tech machinery knowledge Stephen had forced him to learn, though fortunately, he had managed to escape once Tony showed up. With so much information, Nicolas looked like a child in a candy store, marveling as he studied special runes from various cultures, including those inspired by Asgardian lore. Are you sure you'll be all right? Perenelle asked as she saw Harry getting ready to head to King's Cross and take the train to Hogwarts. The Flamel couple had purchased a house next to Sirius's so they could stay close to Harry and study the enigmatic multiversal travel machine. Moreover, they had grown fond of him quickly. They finally understood why Harry's grandparents in his original timeline had adopted him without hesitation. I'll be fine. Even if I might not be able to defeat Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick, or Snape, I trust one can handle the other professors without trouble. Besides, I have the element of surprise on my side, with magic they don't know about, Harry said calmly, offering a slight smile. Sigh. I wish you weren't leaving, and that your silly godfather hadn't convinced you so easily, Perenelle replied quickly, slightly annoyed, glancing at Sirius, who stood behind Harry, waiting to take him. Don't worry, Mrs. Perenelle, Harry is James's son. His father was the embodiment of someone who always got into trouble and always got away unharmed, well, with a little help from me, of course, Sirius said with a subtly arrogant smile. Harry lied, claiming he could see the future, a trick similar to one Stephen had used in his youth. He told them what he might encounter during his first year at Hogwarts, and upon hearing his plan, Sirius encouraged him with pride. You also need to grow up and treat Harry as your godson, not just as your best friend, Perenelle reprimanded, reigniting a typical discussion between her and Sirius about raising the boy. Fortunately, Harry had been properly raised by his grandparents, otherwise, he surely would have been corrupted under Sirius's tutelage. All right, Mrs. Perenelle. I'll be ready. I already have everything prepared, just in case, Harry assured her quickly. Could you call me Grandma, Harry? Even if I'll never replace your real grandmother, it would make me very happy, Perenelle asked tenderly. Thank you, Grandma, Harry replied, a little flustered, blushing slightly. All right, Sirius, let's go, he said quickly. Goodbye, I'll see you during the holidays, Harry added to the Flamel couple. At platform 9/3/4, while saying goodbye to Sirius, the latter commented. You know, Harry, if the plan doesn't work, just throw spells at that idiot until he's unrecognizable. And don't worry, even if Dumbledore doesn't inspire full trust, I doubt he'll allow a student to be seriously hurt while the appointed inspector is watching the situation. I know, don't worry. And remember to keep up with your treatments, Harry said, smiling as he bid farewell to Sirius. I promise nothing, Sirius quickly replied, sporting a proud grin. As Harry walked through the train carriages, he watched the students running around with a melancholy sense of nostalgia. Many of the faces were familiar, though they now looked smaller and more childish. Among the crowd, Harry spotted a red-haired boy wandering around distractedly, searching for a place to sit. Hey, Ron. Harry called out, surprising his friend from behind. Hi. Ron stammered, stunned by Harry's friendly greeting. The last time they had met, Ron had discovered that the rat he had grown up with was, to his shock, actually an old man in disguise. Sorry about last time. I guess finding out you used to bathe and sleep with an old man must have been quite the shock, Harry teased with a mischievous grin. Hey, Ron growled, rushing to cover Harry's mouth in a panic, afraid someone might hear. You promised you wouldn't tell anyone. Haha, right, I forgot. But I'm sure your brothers won't miss the chance to spread such a juicy story, Harry said, steering Ron toward one of the compartments. Their exchange flowed so naturally that Ron didn't even notice when Harry's tone softened into a more comforting one. As they chatted, the trolley which passed by, Harry bought one of each item, and between bites, their conversation grew into the beginning of a surprisingly sincere new friendship. Suddenly, a blonde boy, followed by two bumbling lackeys, interrupted. Hey, I'm looking for... But before he could finish his sentence, a gust of wind sent him and his companions flying to the back of the train, followed by a loud crash and shouts of astonishment. What the heck was that? Ron asked, his eyes wide open, amazed by what seemed like a ruthless attack from Harry. A Death Eater's son. A loyal servant of, you know, that arrogant daddy's boy who thinks he's superior because of his pseudo-pure blood, Harry said calmly, as if the blast hadn't come from him. Ignore him. Giving him attention will only make that brat feel entitled to bother us. Alright, but you've got to teach me that spell, it was awesome. I haven't learned any yet, although my brothers taught me how to turn animals into bursts of color, Ron said eagerly, genuinely interested. Sure, it's a simple spell anyway, Harry assured him with a satisfied smile. At that moment, the door slammed open, interrupting their conversation. Excuse me, have you seen a frog? It belongs to a boy named Neville, Hermione announced, casting a quick glance at Harry before her eyes locked onto his iconic scar. Boiled snails, you're Harry Potter, Hermione exclaimed, marveling at him. I've read every book you're mentioned in, from a history of magic in recent years to heroes of the magical world. Though I still find it hard to believe a baby could defeat a Dark Lord. Well, actually, I don't really know if it's possible after all, the magical world is strange and peculiar. As Hermione spewed out facts and theories nonstop, leaving Ron completely bewildered, Harry smiled serenely, fondly remembering the first time he met her. You're right, Harry said in a calm voice. My mother sacrificed herself to kill Voldemort by casting a protection spell on me, and when his killing curse hit me, it rebounded onto him. Silence fell over the group for a moment, until Hermione, slightly embarrassed, apologized. I'm sorry. I tend to talk too much and sometimes I say things without thinking. It's all right. She's the hero, not me, Harry said gently. And about Neville's frog, just tell him that in its own way, it will always come back to him. All right, thank you, Hermione stammered as she stood up to leave. Wait, Harry called out suddenly. Yes, she asked, visibly confused. You didn't tell me your name. Meeting someone who loves studying so much and is also so pretty would truly be a pleasure, Harry said quickly with a nearly charming smile, making Hermione blush. Hermione Jean Granger, she replied before rushing away like a storm. Meanwhile, Ron muttered. She talks a lot and is kind of rude, don't you think? No, she's exactly my type, Harry said with total confidence, leaving Ron frozen for a few seconds, distracted from his chocolate. Hey, that was mine. Ron complained quickly. I know, Harry replied, taking a playful bite out of the chocolate Ron hadn't even finished unwrapping. Hours later, when the train arrived and twilight descended upon the carriage, a giant began calling for the first years. Heart racing, Harry hurried over, watching Hagrid with growing interest. This time, Hagrid hadn't been the one to introduce him to the magical world, so no deep connection existed between them yet. Taking advantage of the walk to the castle, Harry struck up a conversation with the giant, which pleasantly surprised Hagrid and filled him with joy. It was said that Hagrid, who was responsible for welcoming new students, had recently learned that Sirius had been freed and declared innocent, a piece of news that brought him both happiness and a pang of sadness for not having met Harry earlier. After a long conversation and even an invitation to lunch at his hut, everyone disembarked at the castle. Professor McGonagall led them immediately to the Great Hall. Young Malfoy didn't even dare speak a word to Harry. Whenever he met Harry's icy, disdainful gaze, he felt as if he were mere trash. Finally, everyone gathered before the professors. The small stool, with the sorting hat perched atop it, began its traditional opening song, and Dumbledore stood to speak. Yet Harry didn't take his eyes off Snape, internally weighing how to deal with him. If it had been the same old Snape, Harry would have simply avoided him, but now, something about him had changed, stirring in Harry the courage to confront him. It was then that, locking eyes with Snape, Harry suddenly flashed a smile full of schemes. Since Stephen and Wanda aren't here, maybe I should follow their example, Harry murmured with a grin full of mischief. Chapter 182, Return to the Beginning Special PT 6. After Dumbledore's speech, the sorting ceremony began swiftly. McGonagall started calling up the students one by one, sending them off to their respective houses, just as Harry vaguely remembered from his dreams. Everything seemed to be proceeding normally, until his turn came. At that moment, the entire Great Hall fell into a heavy silence. Every pair of eyes locked onto him as his name was called, as if an invisible weight had been placed upon his shoulders. Among all those gazes, there was one in particular that made his scar burn intensely, like a living flame. Harry walked forward with firm steps, his face calm, under everyone's watchful eyes. But instead of heading straight for the stool and the sorting hat, he veered off course, leaving everyone bewildered. Mr. Potter, this way, please, said McGonagall with a frown, her sharp voice cutting through the tension. Harry, however, did not flinch. He followed his own path, his gaze unwavering, until he stopped right in front of Snape and Quirrell. The general murmur turned into an ocean of held breaths. Harry greeted Snape with a mocking, arrogant smile, like someone toying with a familiar enemy, before turning to stare at Quirrell, his green eyes shining with an intensity that made the timid professor tremble. From the central seat, Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, his expression growing serious, the frown hardening his features. He knew something was coming, something slipping beyond his control. It's been 11 years, hasn't it, Tom? Harry said, his voice calm but dripping with venom, each word cutting like a dagger. Funny to see you like this, reduced to a mere tumor, a parasite clinging to life. As he spoke, he drew his wand with disturbing calmness, as if he were counting coins. No rush, no nerves, just terrifying determination. The professors exchanged confused glances. Some, worried, drew their wands, fearing that the famous boy who lived had gone mad. What are you talking about? I am Quirrell, not Tom, stammered the professor, his voice shaking, his gaze filling with fear and confusion. Harry completely ignored him. Instead, he turned to a corner where the inspector sent by the magical court was observing the ceremony. He recognized her immediately, Nymphadora Tonks, the young woman who often accompanied Wanda to pester Stephen. Mr. Potter, if you have a problem with one of our professors, it would be wise to work with the staff to resolve it, Dumbledore intervened, his voice filled with authority, trying to regain control of the situation. Problems? Harry let out a brief, dry laugh. I have no problem with a possessed professor. I have a problem with what's possessing him. His eyes gleamed even brighter. And as Stephen said, you knew all along. The tension exploded like a lightning strike. Harry moved his wand swiftly. Expelliarmus, shouted Flitwick, seeing the movement, trying to disarm him before he could do any harm. But Harry, as if he had anticipated it, conjured a radiant shield with a simple hand gesture. Flitwick's spell dissipated harmlessly against that brilliant barrier, and in a blink, chains of light shot out from Harry's wand, snaking straight toward Quirrell. The possessed professor scowled, reacting instinctively. He jumped aside, dodging the first chains. Stop! McGonagall shouted, drawing her wand to try and contain Harry. Well, Harry grinned, amused amid the chaos. I'm already the center of attention. Let everyone witness. With a flick of his wrist, his wand disappeared from his fingers, vanishing into the air. Harry raised his hands, and then, as if responding to his call, the very walls of Hogwarts began to move. The stones groaned, the floors trembled slightly, and from the walls emerged new chains of light, flying toward Quirrell. The professor, desperate, pulled out his wand and managed to counter some of them, but it was useless. For every chain he destroyed, 3 more appeared. In a last desperate attempt, Quirrell leapt toward a window, seeking to escape. But before everyone's stunned eyes, the window deformed, turning into a solid wall, sealing his exit. Hogwarts itself twisted under Harry's control. With a determined motion, the chains wrapped around Quirrell, immobilizing him, binding him like an insect trapped in a web. Well then. Harry said, approaching as the light bathed his youthful face with an almost ethereal glow. Now, we can meet face to face, Voldemort. With a simple gesture, he flipped Quirrell upside down, causing his turban to fall away. A chorus of horrified screams filled the Great Hall. On the back of the professor's head, deforming his flesh, emerged the ghostly face of Lord Voldemort. The professors, wands in hand, stood frozen at the sound of the forbidden name. Harry Potter. Voldemort growled, his voice filled with hatred, madness, and contempt. Quirrell's face twisted in pain, his limbs writhing like broken puppets. Suddenly, a strange transparent shield emerged around Harry and Voldemort, as if fragments of suspended glass floated between them, isolating them from the world. Just a few meters. Only the two of them. Snape struck the shield with his wand, casting spells to break it, but it had no effect. McGonagall also tried to intervene, but everything was useless. Dumbledore watched silently, his expression that of a man feeling destiny slip through his fingers. His confusion, his frustration, and his distrust toward Harry were all too evident. You're good, Harry. You caught me on your very first day, Voldemort said with a twisted smile. Much better than your beloved headmaster. Ah. Harry smirked. I'm sure he noticed you from the first day, even with that disgusting garlic stench. His gaze turned cold. The rotting smell of a parasite is hard to hide. Shall we finish this? Did you bring your wand? Harry asked casually, as if inviting him for a stroll. Voldemort was caught off guard, but quickly grinned maliciously. Not even sorted into a house yet, and I already know which one you belong to, he said with madness in his voice. You want revenge, you want to kill with your own hands, don't you? Then, with a sharp motion, he pulled a wand hidden in his sleeve. Always prepared, just waiting for an opportunity. And Harry, without even trying, had given him one. Good. Attack, Harry said, opening his arms, completely vulnerable. The shock was absolute. Even Voldemort blinked in confusion before bursting into hysterical laughter. Mr. Potter? What are you saying? Shouted McGonagall, pounding on the shield without being able to break through. Snape cursed under his breath, casting every spell he knew in vain. Dumbledore wore the worst expression of all, a mix of restrained fury, helplessness, and a flicker of fear. Ha 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 ha, so, you seek death? Voldemort laughed, his voice an echo of pure madness. Poor child. Don't worry, I'll grant it to you. He raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. A green blast shot through the air and struck Harry squarely in the chest. Everyone screamed. Some children cried. Harry felt the pain in his forehead for a second. One agonizing heartbeat. And then, nothing. The sensation vanished completely. Before everyone's eyes, Harry remained standing. The chains restraining Voldemort tightened even more, snapping his arms and legs with sinister cracks. Voldemort's face twisted in terror and confusion. Harry, with a serene smile, slowly opened his eyes. Well, that was dangerous. I'm sure I'd get a beating just for trying that. Luckily, they're not here, he murmured with playful, enigmatic amusement. What? Voldemort bellowed, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Even though my aunt is dead, I still have her blood protection. For a little while longer, Harry said calmly. The protective mirror shattered, vanishing into the air like stardust. Tonks, right. Harry said, turning toward her. Can you call Amelia Bones? I think you'll have a brilliant report to file on your very first day. He grinned mischievously. I see a promotion in your future? With the same tranquility, Harry walked to the stool, grabbed the sorting hat, and placed it on his head. Before he could even adjust it, the hat burst out laughing. Gryffindor, it shouted joyfully. Ha ha ha, after all that, there was no way you were going anywhere else? The entire Great Hall remained frozen, completely shocked. Meanwhile, Harry smiled, as if all this were just the beginning. Unfortunately, Voldemort, cornered and desperate, resorted to a last-ditch move Harry had already anticipated deep down. In a brutal explosion, his body shattered into thousands of pieces, unleashing a wave of fire and dark magic in every direction, trying to drag everyone down with him. But Dumbledore reacted with superhuman speed. He raised a massive protective barrier, a golden dome that resisted the devastating blast. The infernal fire crashed against the shield like a wild storm, but it did not break it. However, before everyone's terrified eyes, a dark, ghostly mist like a shadowy novel slipped through one of the windows. Voldemort's spirit, still incomplete, had fled as Quirrell collapsed lifelessly. The Great Hall fell into a deathly silence. Fear seeped into their bones. Hogwarts, that legendary fortress, had been compromised before everyone's eyes. A teacher had been possessed, and not by just anyone, but by Lord Voldemort himself. Please, everyone return to your rooms. You will be brought something to eat. Don't worry, everything will be fine, Dumbledore said quickly, trying to calm the students, though his face showed concern. But everyone knew it wasn't fine. They had witnessed something forbidden, something they were never meant to see. Voldemort was alive, and trust had been shattered. Harry walked calmly alongside Ron and Hermione, as if nothing extraordinary had happened, leaving them both visibly bewildered. How could he be so serene after facing Voldemort? Mate, you have to teach me that spell? It looked like space itself obeyed your orders? Ron exclaimed, still amazed. Well, it's not that easy, Harry replied with a calm smile. It requires a massive amount of magical power. Actually, if I tried to cast a simple Lumos right now, I'd probably pass out. I didn't see that spell in any magic book. Chains of light, tearing space apart, controlling matter. It looked like you were moving the castle itself. Hermione said breathlessly, her eyes shining with excitement. Ah, that's because you won't find it in any magic book, Harry replied, laughing softly. You could think of it as family magic. After that night, news spread like wildfire throughout the wizarding world. Outrage was immediate. Thousands of complaint letters flooded the headmaster's office. Hogwarts was supposed to be the safest place for young wizards, and yet, on the very first day of classes, a possessed professor had almost blown up the entire school right under Dumbledore's very nose. Security around Harry doubled. Aurors patrolled the castle corridors, not only to protect the students but also to keep a very close eye on Dumbledore's movements. There were suspicions, there was fear. Meanwhile, Harry made the headlines once again. The boy who lived was now also the boy who captured Voldemort. Wild rumors started spreading, that Harry was more powerful than Dumbledore and Voldemort combined. Although he knew the truth, Voldemort was so weakened he was barely a shadow of his former self. Even so, Harry was certain of one thing. Even if Voldemort managed to regain his body, this time he wouldn't stand a chance. With enough preparation and a few traps, Harry would defeat him. The rest of the first year passed in unexpected calm. No trolls sneaking in at Halloween. No attempts to steal any secret magical stones. No one passing through professors' hidden traps beneath the school. Harry also made sure Ron and Hermione became true friends, as they were meant to be. An unbreakable bond, forged through companionship. During the Christmas holidays, Harry returned home to work alongside Nicolas Flamel on magical research. Then, he returned to Hogwarts to continue his studies. It was a productive year, the year he had always needed. A year like any normal student's. Well, at least on the surface. His grades were the best in the entire school, breaking several academic records. But Harry didn't care about that. Following the example of his older siblings, he spent hours in the library, filling the gaps in his knowledge. Now he understood the importance of knowledge. It wasn't about talent anymore, it was about preparation. Curiously, Dumbledore barely crossed paths with him. It was as if the old headmaster was avoiding him. Maybe he feared that Harry wasn't what he had always believed. And for Harry, that was perfect. Under pressure from Minister Fudge, the truth about Voldemort was slowly buried. Publicly, it was said that it had just been some random dark wizard trying to steal Hogwarts' secrets. Only the students who were there that night remembered the truth. Harry had expected that. It didn't worry him. He just had to wait. Second year was coming. And with it, new challenges. When the day to leave came, on the platform, Ron approached Harry with a big smile. Well, Harry, whenever you have time, you can come visit us at the Burrow. You know where I live, he said as he stepped off the Hogwarts Express to reunite with his family. You can also try calling on the phone, Harry. I'll be waiting. Hermione shouted, running excitedly toward her parents. And as everyone said their goodbyes, Harry spotted Sirius among the crowd. His godfather looked at him with a proud smile, as if no words were needed. Chapter 183, Return to the Beginning Special PT Final. Harry happily spent his holidays helping Nicolas Flamel research a machine, strolling with Perenelle, and teasing his godfather into maturing. He also trained intensely, enjoying every moment. Thus, the second year of classes finally arrived. He met up with his friends to buy school supplies, where they ran into Lucius Malfoy and Draco. By then, Draco already feared getting close to Harry, who would send him flying whenever he came near. During that encounter, Mr. Weasley ended up in a fistfight with Lucius, and in the commotion, the latter hid Tom Riddle's diary among Ginny's belongings. Although Harry could have destroyed it right then, he knew he needed the first attack on Mrs. Norris to happen. He felt a little guilty for using Ginny that way, but he had made sure she would be safe. As a preventive measure, he had gifted her a protective amulet created by his grandfather for her birthday. Thus began the second year, with everyone attending classes normally and Harry peacefully enjoying himself, until he remembered something he had forgotten to deal with, his defense against the dark arts teacher, Lockhart. He quickly wrote a letter to Amelia Bones, and just a few days later, Auror stormed into a class to take Lockhart away. While they searched for a replacement, Snape was temporarily assigned as the defense teacher. The relationship between Harry and Snape was quite curious. "Hello, Sev. How's it going today?" greeted Harry with a mocking smile, while Snape looked about ready to explode. "Mr. Potter, it seems your respect for teachers hasn't improved this year either. Perhaps deducting 20 points will remind you of who you are speaking to," Snape snapped sharply. "Come on, Sev, you know that doesn't work with me. You can deduct all the points you want. Your friendship is worth it," Harry replied in a comical tone, while Hermione threw him murderous glares. "Fine then, 50 points," Snape growled before walking away quickly. Harry laughed, unconcerned about the points. At school, he was relaxed, calm, and cheerful. No one could bother him, and even Snape had learned how to deal with him, just like Wanda and Stephen. After class, Harry had to endure Hermione's scolding and Ron's respectful laughter. During the first year, Snape had tried to punish him constantly but had discovered that keeping Harry close during detentions was counterproductive. Now he sent him to other professors instead. Unfortunately for Snape, the others seemed to adore Harry as one of their best students. Halloween arrived, an event Harry had been looking forward to. After attending nearly Headless Nick's party, Harry confronted the arrogant Headless Hunt, earning the respect of the ghosts. Now the ghosts knew that Harry could hurt them or even exorcise them, although he preferred not to confirm that rumor so he wouldn't be feared. On the way back from the party, Harry, Ron, and Hermione found Mrs. Norris petrified, with a magically painted message on the wall. Amid the commotion, Draco, mustering some courage, tried to insult Hermione, but Harry sent him flying. Crabbe and Goyle clumsily tried to catch him, failing miserably. At that moment, Filch appeared, accusingly pointing at Harry. "You," he shouted. Before he could touch him, Harry punched him squarely on the chin, leaving him dizzy on the floor just as the professors arrived. Harry calmly apologized. "Sorry about that. I was just defending myself from an adult's attack." Most of those present saw that it was true. While the professors helped Filch, Harry noticed Tonks, now promoted, taking hurried notes. "Hi, Tonks. Promoted and still stuck in this dangerous school?" Harry joked. "I did get promoted, but I stumbled upon something valuable on my first day, so they sent me back," she replied, a bit embarrassed. "Do you know what this is all about?" she asked curiously. "Yeah, a secret chamber with a magical creature attacking students. Typical of the safest school in the world," Harry said sarcastically. "Hey, I studied at Hogwarts too, show some respect," laughed Tonks. Later, Dumbledore summoned Harry to a meeting with the professors, where they treated him as a suspect. Harry, annoyed by their lack of logic, responded, "First, treating me as a suspect while saying I'm not isn't very kind. And yes, I heard the voice of a giant snake inside the walls." The professors were shocked to learn that Harry could speak Parseltongue. He calmly explained. "Why so surprised? The creator of the Chamber of Secrets was a Parselmouth like me. Of course he would place a creature he could control. For Merlin's sake, you should have figured that out instantly." Harry's logic was irrefutable, and McGonagall asked if he had anything else to say. "Yes, but I'd rather you figure it out yourselves. You're the teachers, aren't you? I'll take care of keeping the students safe," he said before walking out. From that moment on, the professors no longer saw Harry as a child. They saw him as an equal, mature, wise, and strong. A few days passed before the next attack, this time on a student. Harry decided to act. He replaced Ginny's diary with a fake one created by Nicholas, with a warm personality so Ginny wouldn't suspect anything. Then he brought the real diary to Tonks. "Here's the cursed notebook. It holds a fragment of Voldemort's consciousness, the one responsible for opening the chamber. Funny how it bypassed all the magical barriers without triggering a single alarm," Harry commented mockingly. "Do you know where the chamber is?" Tonks asked, processing the information. "Yes. And the monster is a basilisk. Call the Aurors," Harry ordered. Tonks acted swiftly. Soon, Amelia Bones and several Aurors arrived at the school. Harry led them to the chamber's entrance, explaining that the place used to be something else before becoming a bathroom, which explained why paintings and magical surveillance hadn't detected anything. Using Parseltongue, Harry opened the gates and led them to the main chamber. The Aurors set traps, equipped with special glasses. Without hesitation, Harry summoned the basilisk, which was quickly subdued. Then, he summoned a golden sword into his hand and pierced the diary. A piercing scream came from the object as black blood spilled out, and Voldemort's face briefly appeared before disintegrating. Thus, the second year continued. This event was kept secret to avoid causing panic, but with Amelia Bones and the Aurors as witnesses, it was enough. Now the school was monitored by inspectors, anti-curse devices, and other detection methods were installed. Hogwarts was becoming safer thanks to Amelia Bones' intervention, and not Dumbledore's, who was beginning to lose his authority at the school. After this fiasco, even McGonagall was being evaluated by the school board for a possible change of headmaster. After that fiasco, the school year continued peacefully without any further attacks. The students were told that the chamber had been opened, but the culprit, as well as the beast that lived within, were quickly found thanks to Harry Potter. And so, the second year ended, and Harry returned home. The years went by. Harry made sure they were safe. Even the third year was the calmest of all, with no Dementors or any of that nonsense. In the fourth year, Harry warned Amelia Bones that Death Eaters might attack the Quidditch World Cup and that Mr. Crouch might be involved, as his house elf seemed to be carrying someone with an invisibility cloak. When the Aurors approached Crouch's house to investigate, even though Crouch tried to stop them, they discovered what he was hiding, and both father and son were arrested. They found Barty Crouch Jr. quickly. After all, Aurors had all kinds of tools to detect invisibility cloaks. Obviously, they wouldn't allow something to be sold without having ways to counter it. Thanks to Amelia's numerous arrests, she became the next in line to take the position of Minister of Magic, especially with Harry Potter's support. Her place was secured. All the following years continued peacefully and much the same. Harry provided Amelia with information about the locations of Voldemort's Horcruxes, and they destroyed them swiftly, trapping the soul fragments inside pigs before killing them. Meanwhile, they found a weakened Voldemort in his horrid baby form, hidden in the Riddle family mansion. He was easily captured, but he was already insane, no longer the Dark Lord he once was. Thanks to this, Amelia removed Fudge from his position and became the new Minister of Magic. Years passed. Harry couldn't truly connect with the Hermione of this world, since he already had his Hermione, and although they were technically the same, at the same time they weren't. Sirius fully recovered, and Nicolas and Perenelle remained well, thanks to the magic Harry knew. Nicolas managed to recreate the youth amulet for them. When Harry graduated, he stood on the platform, ready to go home. He would no longer return to Hogwarts as a student, so he cast one last glance at the castle before speaking. "When will I go home?" he asked, as if expecting an answer. And he got one. Why do you want to go back? Asked the voice, echoing in the infinite void. Because that's my home. My brothers are there. My family. My true family. Even though Sirius and the grandparents in this world are wonderful, I miss the real ones, said Harry, his voice slicing through the air with its seriousness. But here you are, a hero loved by all. You don't have to live in anyone's shadow, the voice insisted, almost pleading. I was never in anyone's shadow, and if I were, I'd be happy to be in my brother's shadow, Harry replied calmly, firm as a mountain. You could have been everything you ever dreamed of in this world. Become the master of everyone here. You could have been a feared and respected wizard, controlling the lives of hundreds. Why go back to a place where you couldn't even enjoy your school life in peace? The voice continued, now almost irritated. I have the best school life in my world, alongside my brothers. Hermione is there, the real one. Even if there are problems, it doesn't change the fact that that is my home, Harry said, without hesitation, as the surroundings darkened, leaving him alone in the middle of nothingness. When did you realize? The voice asked, now barely a whisper. When the first year ended, Harry answered calmly. At first, I thought it was just an alternate reality, another world. But then I understood something. The world moved around me, as if I were the protagonist. He raised his head, defiant. Why did you put me here? What are you after? There was silence. Won't you say it? Harry insisted. Finally, the voice answered. I just wanted to show you what your life could have been without them. What it should have truly been. Harry smiled, a cold, disdainful smile. I see, you wanted me to betray them. To be alone, just like you. A mad laugh filled the void. Ha 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 ha, you're good, boy. I like you, said the voice, now clearly insane. Why don't you join me? I'll let your little girlfriend live, although, sadly, all other magical beings must die. Why? Harry asked, his voice as firm as steel. Because magic rejected me. So, I reject magic. Out of revenge, for the one who stole everything from me and condemned me to this stupid world, the voice growled, filled with rage. No, thanks, Harry said with cutting calm. Then die, the voice said, cold and cruel. You will stay here forever. The voice disappeared, leaving Harry alone. But Harry, calm as a legendary warrior, sat down on the ground and closed his eyes, as if waiting for something. Days passed. Weeks. Months. A whole year. And Harry didn't move. Finally, the voice returned, full of fury and despair. Why haven't you given up yet? It screamed, almost begging. If you could kill me, you would have done it already, Harry said without opening his eyes. And I know that keeping someone's consciousness trapped consumes a lot of energy, more than you have. Damn you, the voice growled, now weak and exhausted. Just go away, Harry ordered, with a peaceful smile. The world burst into pure white. When Harry opened his eyes, he was back in his room. His real room. Without wasting a second, he ran out barefoot, racing down the stairs at full speed. When he reached the dining room, he came to a sudden stop. In front of him, his family. Come on, Tony. Just one? A tiny one, the size of a bottle? Wanda was pleading, annoying Tony as he tried to eat the toast Misty had prepared for him. Of course not. Grandma would kill me if I gave you something that could destroy an island just for you to play with. Tony grumbled, annoyed. I just want to ride on the moon to confess to Daphne. Wanda whined, fake tears in her eyes. No means no. Tony snapped. Poor you, Stephen teased, laughing at his sister's suffering. Hey, you owe me, said Sirius, bursting into the dining room, chasing after Natasha, who looked annoyed to be followed. I don't owe you anything, Natasha shot back without stopping. Of course you do. Some muggles shot me when I saved your life. At least I deserve a dinner? Sirius said quickly as always. Natasha paused for a second, glared at him, and sighed. Fine. Just one dinner, she agreed begrudgingly, then approached the table and grabbed a toast from Loki's plate. Hey, that's mine. Loki complained, annoyed. And Natasha replied, not caring at all. Nothing, Loki grumbled under his breath. Damn mortal, when I'm stronger, I'll eat all your toast, he muttered, his most sincere and simple dream. It was then that Stephen, raising an eyebrow, noticed Harry standing at the entrance, his eyes filled with happiness and nostalgia. Hey, are you okay? Stephen asked, concerned. The others turned to Harry too, watching him carefully. Harry smiled, a smile full of light, of love, of home. Yeah, I'm better than ever, he said with contagious joy. You're weird, Wanda said as she sat down. Very. Harry laughed, quickly rushing to sit between Wanda and Stephen, just as Dobby appeared with his breakfast. And so, the noisy and chaotic breakfast of the Flamel family began once more. Because finally, the last of the brothers had returned to his true home. Chapter 184, 184. Now that we have our own magical country, shouldn't we celebrate with the others? Tony asked, dropping a card on the table while playing with his siblings, a lazy smile on his face. Nah, Wanda replied nonchalantly, placing a card that forced Tony to draw from the pile again. Tisk, Tony clicked his tongue, visibly frustrated as he picked up the cards. I win, said Stephen, calmly placing his last card down, as if he had foreseen it all from the start. Damn it. Wanda groaned, dramatically tossing her cards into the air. Idiots. We found him, Natasha announced firmly as she burst into the room, locking eyes with her siblings who were still playing without a care. In a corner, Loki kept reading, seemingly aloof, yet alert. The three of them stood up immediately. Where is he? Stephen asked, his tone grave. Here, Natasha replied seriously, showing them her phone. They all gathered around her, holding their breath. The screen showed an exterior security camera, and there he was, the being they hadn't seen in years, standing still, hands clasped behind his back, waiting. Let's go, Stephen ordered, already moving. You arrived quickly. I thought I'd have to wait longer, said the man, his face twisted with rotting flesh, smiling with unnatural calm. What are you doing here? Snapped Wanda, ready to attack. But the man didn't respond to her. His gaze locked directly onto Stephen. So you finally figured it out, he asked, a melancholic smile on his face. Yes. You. No. You all. What do you want? Stephen said firmly, his eyes burning. It's good that you understand, the man replied, raising his eyes to the grey sky. I only wish to rest beside my beloved, but he wants revenge. What are you talking about? Tony interrupted, impatient. Him. Not them. Two people in one body, Stephen clarified quickly, not taking his eyes off the disfigured face. You can think of me as the sixth and seventh brother. Though now, right now, I'm the seventh, said the man. There was no madness in his voice anymore, only an unsettling calm. Before he awakens, let me tell you a story. Everyone fell silent. Even Loki lowered his book. When I was born, millions of years ago, I had the memories of a life I had already lived, and another I had yet to live. Those memories set me apart from the world. They isolated me. Until I met her. She was different from the woman in my dreams, but she was my true love. So I made a foolish decision. I erased those memories. I wanted to live in the present, to connect with those around me. And I succeeded. I was happy. But my brother believed those memories were the source of my wisdom. That by having them, he could be better than me. That was a mistake. The magic he used to absorb them was incomplete. And thus, chaos was born. The hatred he had for me fused with the grudges in those memories. Madness consumed him. The last brother, the one who gave his life to stop him, he wasn't the first. I was. And when I died, part of my soul was trapped inside him. He already had my memories, now he had my soul, too. That's how this body with two opposing souls came to be. That's why magic rejects him, he continued. Even if he devours power, he will never be truly strong. The world itself curses him. And I share that curse. The only way to silence it temporarily is by using his blood. The blood of the magical brothers who, generation after generation, are born to protect this world. Why are you telling us all this? If he dies, you'll die too, Tony said, suspicious. Because I no longer want to live, the man replied, his voice filled with pain. Watching those who were, in essence, our brothers die, is a torture I don't want to witness again. What memories did he absorb? What grudges corrupted him? Asked Stephen, feeling a dark suspicion creeping over him. The man looked at him, and smiled with a mix of sorrow and resignation. You are the grudge, and the memory, he said in a low but firm voice. Stephen Vincent Strange. Vincent? Your middle name is Vincent? Wanda asked, surprised. Stephen gestured for her to be silent. But the man answered for him. Yes, it's our name. Our mother chose it after our grandfather. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. I always wondered where the real one had gone, Stephen murmured, his gaze hardening. Don't worry. I stopped thinking about that long ago, the man said calmly. Before I came here, I saw what the future held for me. Maybe it was a god from another world who showed me. In that universe, my destiny was destruction. Perhaps that's why you were chosen to replace me. And what was it like, seeing me that day? Stephen asked. Surprising. From within this body, I recognized you instantly. A thick silence settled in, until the man raised his voice one final time. No more talk. He's about to awaken. His only weakness is your younger brother. Awaken your true power. And with those words, he vanished into the shadows. Meanwhile, the Flamel brothers and sisters looked at each other, confused. He's talking about Harry, right? Asked Wanda, frowning. Seems like it, said Stephen thoughtfully. Could it be that ability he has in his eyes? Asked Tony, arms crossed. It's not that simple. Stephen snapped his fingers and looked up. I think he can see people's deaths, or at least their lifespan. But remember what he told us, the hippogriff. So he's something like the god of death, said Loki, drawing everyone's attention. What? Being able to see someone's death and help a creature die in peace, sounds pretty godlike to me, he added proudly, lifting his chin. Remember the stone? The one that looked like the soul stone. Natasha quickly interjected. The death stone, the invisibility cloak. Stephen was speaking faster and faster, his mind connecting pieces like a mad puzzle. We're only missing the Elder Wand, the Deathly Hallows. Are you talking about that weird story the old man used to tell us all the time? Said Tony, frowning. What story? Insisted Wanda, eyeing everyone suspiciously. It makes sense. Loki raised an eyebrow. Harry became our brother, like he awakened his divine blood. He already had one of those things for a while, and then boom, the stone just appears out of nowhere. What story? Wanda repeated, more irritated. But it's still just a legend, said Natasha, crossing her arms. I don't think someone becomes the master of death just because of that. As Loki said. Stephen nodded seriously. He awakened his divine blood. A human shouldn't have that power, but we should. Control over magical and non-magical beings. Material creation, transformation, that's what defines us. Hey, what story? Wanda suddenly shouted. If you think about it, each of us has powers very similar to mythological gods, added Tony, leaning against a wall. Wait, so I'm like the god of creation, said Loki, eyes gleaming and a smug smile on his face. Maybe our powers are just weaker versions, like a demo mode so we don't look like actual gods, said Stephen, shrugging. That makes no sense, Tony replied quickly. What things in this world does only he have? Asked Stephen, pointing vaguely into the air. Tell me what story it is, screamed Wanda, losing her patience. She magically flung a handful of dirt at Stephen and then pounced on him, hitting him hard. You damn idiot, shouted Stephen as they rolled around on the ground. The other three, now covered in dirt, looked at each other, and without a word, jumped into the fray as well. Except Natasha, who, retaining all her dignity, used a cleaning spell with a resigned sigh. Now the other four were sprawled on the ground like children, soaked in mud and dirt, rolling around, yelling and fighting like it was recess. What are you doing? Asked Harry, showing up with Hermione after hearing the commotion from the castle. They all turned their heads toward him. Harry was smiling, walking casually with his girlfriend, while they were wild and dirt-covered. Take this, shouted Wanda, throwing a ball of mud straight at his face. The others didn't waste a second and followed her lead with mischievous laughter. Hey, my clothes are new, Harry shouted, starting to run, chased by his mud-covered siblings. Hermione stood still, arms crossed, sighing. And then they wonder why they're not invited to diplomatic meetings, she muttered. Total darkness. The tone shifts abruptly. Why did you tell them? Why? Screamed a voice, full of madness, lost in the blackness. I'm tired, brother, you have to let me go, let me die, whispered another voice, broken, as if it had suffered for centuries. No, screamed the first voice. You have to stay here. To see me surpass you. The voice trembled with rage, pain, and desperation. Not even with your memories could I surpass you? Not with your face, not with your voice, not even with your damn memories, could I make her love me. Do not say her name, roared the second voice, once serene, now furious, as if the cry shook the very foundation of the abyss. Ha 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 ha, she found out I wasn't you? I just had to bring her back, and she would love me, not you, me, he laughed, but his laughter twisted, mingling with sobs and incoherent growls. You'll never be like me, never, said the other voice, fading. Brother, you can't even recognize yourself anymore, it added, in pain. There was silence, and then the deranged voice murmured calmly. Rest? Yes, I want to rest, don't I? Or, do I not want to? For the first time, the other voice held hope. Brother, we've lived too long. It's time to let go. The calm lasted a second. Rest, at last, repeated the voice with a thread of humanity, before it vanished completely and was reborn in icy hatred. You're insane. The laughter returned. Hollow, metallic, inhuman. Why would I rest, before I take revenge on the thief? A whisper echoed in the darkness like a sentence. I have to find the thief, and take everything he loves. Just like I did to you. And the darkness laughed with him. Chapter 185, 185. The time has come to say goodbye to this story. I don't want to stretch it out to the point of ruining it, so it's better to give it a proper ending. I won't lie, I feel a little pang of sadness finishing my first story. It's been a long journey, and along the way, my inexperience really showed. The beginning? Well, it's a disaster. And still, it's my story. Over time, the initial excitement started to fade. I began writing more for the readers than for the vision I originally had, and in the end, it became something very different from what I first dreamed. But despite everything changing, one thing stayed constant, the humor never left. If I left any loose ends, let me know. I'll make a special to tie them up in the best way I can. The main story ends here, but there's still so much to tell. I have so many ideas, especially with Stephen's kids. I've got material for 50 more chapters and I already want to start writing them. That's why I want to close this arc before I mess it up. This isn't a final goodbye, it's just a see you later. We'll keep reading each other. Don't forget I have 2 other novels. One is literally the epitome of bizarre in the One Piece universe, and the other is more serious, blending the dark worlds of Harry Potter and Skyrim. It's strange to have you all gathered here, commented Dumbledore, raising an eyebrow as he watched the Flamel siblings dragging a confused Harry down the Hogwarts hallway like he was being taken to court. Aren't you supposed to be busy building the new magic country, Supreme Sorcerer? Stephen asked with a mocking smile. Well, in addition to being Supreme Sorcerer, I'm still the headmaster of this school, replied Dumbledore calmly right before popping a candy into his mouth with the finesse of someone clearly not doing his job. Doesn't matter. Harry challenges you to a duel, said Wanda suddenly, like she was giving an order during a covert mission. Wait, what? Yelped Harry, startled, looking at his sister like she'd just offered him as a sacrifice to a basilisk. Even Dumbledore froze, the candy floating midair. I think we should explain, Natasha quickly intervened. We need the Elder Wand for an experiment, said Stephen, staring intently at Dumbledore. May I ask, what kind of experiment? The headmaster asked, now a bit more serious. To defeat the monster that's coming, we believe Harry has to unlock his full power. And the Deathly Hallows seem to be key, Tony explained in his classic tired scientist tone. We've got the cloak, the stone, we just need the wand, Stephen added. Dumbledore stared at them silently for a few seconds, then sighed. You could just ask to borrow it, he offered with a diplomatic smile. You know it doesn't work like that, Stephen said, tilting his head. Seriously? I have to duel the headmaster? Asked Harry, pale as a ghost. Obviously. Of course. Exactly. Kick his butt, Harry. Yup. Well, I've got a few minutes to spare. I accept the duel, said Dumbledore, smiling as if this was a coffee break. Ugh. I don't wanna, groaned Harry. Minutes later, an empty classroom had been turned into an improvised dueling arena. Everyone watched with anticipation. Kick his butt, Harry. Wanda shouted, waving her arms like she was at a concert. Dumbledore smiled calmly, like a kindly grandfather. Will he do it? Yeah, I'm sure. Begin, Stephen announced enthusiastically. Harry gulped. Expelliarmus, he shouted, more in fear than in confidence. To his surprise, Dumbledore's wand flew from his hand and landed on the ground with a harmless thud. Looks like I lost, Dumbledore said with a shrug. Tisk, I knew it, Tony muttered. Predictable. Evil Dumbledore had more strategy, Stephen commented. Hit him anyway, yelled Wanda, until Natasha gave her a little smack. I'm not gonna get in the way of kids trying to save the world, Dumbledore said as he walked away. The siblings gathered around the three Hallows. Everyone stared at Harry like he was a toaster about to power on. Even if you stare at me like that, I have no idea what to do, said Harry. What if he eats them? Wanda suggested seriously. Well, I don't think it works that way, although. Stephen copied her pensive tone. Enough jokes. Natasha interrupted. Besides, the stone's still broken, Tony said, inspecting it with his wand. I got it. Loki shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Minutes later, Harry was wearing the invisibility cloak, holding the Elder Wand, and sporting a makeshift crown with the stone stuck in it. He looked like the king of confused ghosts. Nothing happened. It was just a theory, Loki shrugged. Maybe the stone needs to be fixed, said Tony. And how do you fix a death stone? Asked Wanda. By killing someone. Loki proposed. Can someone explain what the hell we're even doing? Harry protested. Stephen sighed and explained about the dark god and the need to awaken Harry's power. So, shouldn't I take off the weird glasses with the seal you put on me? Harry asked. Stephen's eyes went wide. What an idiot. Wanda laughed. Take them off. Tony ordered. Harry did. As soon as his fingers touched the stone, it lit up intensely. The three Hallows floated and spun around him, wrapped in magical light. Then all dropped to the ground with a disappointing clunk. Now what? Asked Harry. No clue, they all said in unison. Do you feel anything weird? Asked Stephen. Honestly, no. Great. Harry's broken. We're all gonna die, said Wanda dramatically. We'll find another way, Tony replied, shrugging. Getting the powers of the god of death was never going to be easy, Loki added, arms crossed. I want food. We've been running around all day, Wanda complained, getting up from the floor. They left Natasha's office as she pondered the failure. But when Harry crossed the doorway, he suddenly stopped. What is it, Harry? Wanda asked. Everyone turned around. I can see, the same as that day, auras. Around all the students. Gray and black, Harry said, scanning the room. Auras? Stephen asked. Yeah, what about us? Tony asked. Harry looked at them and shook his head. You don't have any. Looks like his ability awakened, even if we don't understand what he's seeing yet, said Stephen seriously. Who has black auras? Not many. Just those two, said Harry, pointing at two Slytherin students. Stephen stared at them and snapped his fingers. A golden bolt struck the pair. They screamed in panic and ran off down the hall. Their auras turned gray, said Harry. Then it's true, Stephen smiled. You can see the lifespan. In a faraway place, a man cloaked in darkness walked with a deranged smile toward one of the world's most powerful countries. Suddenly, a light portal opened in front of him. The Flamel brothers stepped out, their faces grim. How did you find me? The man growled. We placed a tracker on you last time, Stephen replied, a glint of threat in his gaze, arms crossed while the wind blew his cloak as if even the atmosphere knew something important was about to happen. What are you looking for here? He asked seriously. I just wanted to make it burn a little. The dark man murmured resentfully, although his crazed smile completely betrayed him. And what's your name today? The god of chaos, the shadow of the void, the son of perdition. Tony asked sarcastically, stepping out of the portal while calibrating his magical tech gauntlet. Oh, I like it. The herald of the end. Pretty fancy, don't you think? Yes, very dramatic, Natasha scoffed, her daggers ready. Beside her, Wanda levitated, her eyes glowing with crimson energy. I want to say my epic line. Loki protested, shoving Stephen to take center stage. Later, they all responded in unison. The air grew denser. The sky above them darkened as if the world itself responded to the man's malevolent aura. Do you really think you can stop me? I am the forgotten god, thanks to the existence of witches and wizards in this world. If I want to extinguish them, it's my right. The shadows obey me. Death is my ally. I don't think so. We have someone on our side who answers to death, Stephen replied gravely. The herald frowned. What are you talking about, thief? I think he's talking about me, Harry intervened, stepping out of the same portal with the Deathly Hallows as accessories. His eyes glowed with a faint white light, and each step he took made the ground whisper magic. Ready for your first epic confrontation, brother? Wanda asked, smiling excitedly. No, but I'm doing it anyway, Harry replied, gripping the Elder Wand. Around him, the cloak fluttered as if alive, and the resurrection stone gleamed, embedded in a black chain hanging from his neck. Let the party begin. Loki shouted, raising his arms. The battle was brutal. Bolts of pure magic tore through the air, the earth trembled with each spell, and portals opened and closed, shifting the battlefield across parallel dimensions. Each of the Flamel brothers attacked with surgical precision while Harry advanced, surrounded by the 3 Deathly Hallows spinning like protective satellites. The herald laughed, though he was retreating. This can't be. I am immortal. Enough of your monologues. Wanda screamed, striking him with a wave of chaos. It's for messing with our brothers. Natasha added, charging with killer speed. Then, in the midst of everything, Harry's voice rose, clear. I see your aura. The man froze. For a moment, his silhouette was covered in black mist, corrupted, while Harry's wand seemed to have caught something. It wasn't a shadow like the one surrounding him. It was something more. It was as though he could feel his soul being held. Attack there! Harry shouted, as he seemed to be exerting all his effort to keep the aura visible for everyone. Stephen, Tony, Wanda, Loki, and Natasha didn't hesitate. They channeled their combined magic, and with one final burst of energy, they unleashed the finishing attack. A deathly silence fell. Then, the shadow exploded into a dark cloud that dissolved into the wind. Harry fell to his knees, breathing heavily. The Deathly Hallows returned to their inert form, as if their task had been completed. Are you all right? Stephen asked, helping him to his feet. Yes, Harry replied. The silence was absolute. The residual energy from the battle crackled in the air, as if the world itself were trying to catch its breath. From the place where the man had once been, only a trembling shadow remained, like a flame that refused to be extinguished. But then, from the center of that darkness, a distorted, skeletal figure emerged, with chains of souls hanging from its body, remnants of all the lives it had corrupted. No, this can't end like this. I was eternal. I was. A circle of fire opened beneath its feet. Black flames, burning like damnation, enveloped it with roars that were not of this world. Thousands of them voices screamed its name with hatred, as if hell itself remembered it. Your sentence has come, Stephen murmured solemnly. The creature was dragged into the abyss, screaming as its body and soul were torn apart. The earth sealed with a dry explosion, and the echo of its maddening laughter faded like a candle in the wind. In the calm that followed, a soft glow emerged from the same place. A translucent, ethereal figure floated gently toward Harry. It was the soul of a man, one who had been trapped within the 6th. His face was bathed in tears of relief. Thank you, for freeing me. I couldn't resist. I couldn't stop him. It wasn't your fault, Harry said, his voice heavy with compassion. The soul nodded, with a serene smile. Then it looked at everyone, especially Natasha, Wanda, and Stephen. Protect this world. And then, its form shone brightly. Thousands of light particles rose toward the sky like fireflies, merging with the stars. Wanda wiped away a tear without saying anything. Natasha lowered her head in respect. Loki simply watched, in rare reverent silence. Stephen closed his eyes for a moment. Then he spoke. At last, he found peace. Surely someone is waiting for him. Harry looked up at the starry sky. So, Harry, finally, you'll have a normal year at school. Are you happy? Stephen asked, with a mischievous smile, nudging his brother as they walked through the halls. I always think the next year will be normal, but with the existence of you all, that's literally impossible, Harry replied with a resigned smile. Hey, at least we keep you alive, Stephen quickly retorted. We defeated the final villain, we have our own magical country, we're signing peace treaties with other nations. And we have beautiful girlfriends, Wanda interrupted, raising an eyebrow proudly. Now we can relax and live a peaceful life in our own magical world, Stephen said, smiling with optimism. It was at that precise moment that they all stopped suddenly. They turned in unison and looked back with alert expressions. Dada, shouted a baby, crawling at full speed straight toward Stephen, with a silly grin and drool included. Behind the baby, 2 teenagers were running desperately trying to catch up. They were the fake versions of Natasha and Harry. Shit, it's the uncles, said the fake Natasha, coming to a screeching halt. And my dad? Run! We'll catch him later, shouted the fake Harry, carrying the fake Natasha like a sack of potatoes and running off in the opposite direction. Stephen put a hand to his forehead with a I can't anymore expression. Right. We still have to survive the future, he muttered with a sigh and a clear headache beginning. Chapter 186, A Star Just for Us. A star just for us. I can't think of anything. Wanda muttered, lying on her back in the shade of the oak tree, her head resting on Perenelle's lap. The old woman, wearing a serene smile, gently stroked her hair with tenderness, as if Wanda were still a little girl. Grandma, give me an idea, said Wanda with a childish pout, turning slightly to look up at her. You have to come up with it yourself, silly, Stephen chimed in from a nearby table, where he was sipping tea with a relaxed air. Stay out of it, Baldy. Wanda snapped immediately, frowning. I'm not bald, and you're an idiot, he replied without even looking up from his cup. And have you already thought of how to propose to Fleur? Wanda asked instantly, folding her arms in a defiant pose. Of course I have. Months ago, Stephen answered with a confident smile so assured it was almost infuriating. Tisk, damn it. I'll go look for ideas somewhere else, Wanda grumbled as she stood up and walked off in big strides. Perenelle, still caressing the empty space where her granddaughter's head had rested, turned her gaze toward her eldest grandson with a serious look. You haven't thought of anything yet, have you? Stephen was silent for a few seconds before answering in a low voice. No, Then why are you sitting here so calmly? I'm going, he sighed, standing up heavily, as if carrying an invisible weight on his shoulders. Damn it, why did I open my mouth? Stephen muttered, rubbing his head in frustration as he wandered aimlessly through the back gardens. Fleur had known for weeks that he was going to propose. She sensed it, felt it, and Stephen knew that. But a whole damn month had passed and he still hadn't done it. Not because he didn't want to, it was the opposite. He wanted it to be perfect, unforgettable, a magical, one-of-a-kind proposal worthy of her. He had even created an exclusive spell, one that intertwined love magic, shared memories, and the deepest emotions. But still, it didn't feel like enough. Sometimes, in pursuit of perfection, you get trapped in your own standards. As he finally left Flamel Manor, he wondered why he didn't just do it at home. But then again, it didn't even matter where they lived anymore. Even though he shared a home with Fleur, everyone always ended up gathering at the manor like they'd never moved out. It was their refuge, their center. Hello, dear, Fleur greeted with a smile as she watered the roses alongside Gabrielle, who was now 10 and already showing the bearing of a promising young witch. Hi, Prince. Gabrielle shouted, waving a dirt-stained hand. She'd be starting at Hogwarts next year, and her excitement was already obvious. In fact, several professors were about to retire, and more than one had been pushing Stephen to take their place. Flitwick, Snape, even McGonagall, soon to become headmistress, saw him as the ideal successor. Even Sirius had stepped down from his position to fully dedicate himself to wooing Natasha, his former and now very receptive colleague. Hello to the two most beautiful flowers in this greenhouse, Stephen said with theatrical gallantry, giving an exaggerated bow. Both girls laughed proudly, used to his constant compliments. You and your flattery are going to make us believe we're perfect, Fleur said affectionately, giving him a knowing glance. To my eyes, you are, love, he replied, earning a warm hug from his fiancée. All right, Gabby, go wash your hands before I take you to your mom, Fleur said sweetly. But I want to keep playing with the roses. Gabrielle whined, looking at the flowers as if they were her babies. We'll continue tomorrow. Today it's time to eat, Fleur said firmly but gently. Fine. Gabrielle agreed with a sigh before running off toward the sink. Stephen watched Fleur closely, with that expression that blended love, wonder, and gratitude. You're going to be a wonderful mother. Of course, she replied with playful arrogance, mimicking Stephen's smug tone. He let out a soft chuckle. That blend of sweetness and strength was what he loved most about her. The way she could be tender and firm all at once. Sensitive, yet unbreakable. I have something to prepare, he said suddenly, determination in his eyes. Make time tonight. It's important. All right, Fleur called out as she watched him disappear quickly through the hallways of the house. She didn't know it yet, but that night, magic would show her a new way to shine, one not learned in books or spells, but in the heart of someone who had finally found his home in another person. Fleur took Gabrielle home before returning to the place she shared with Stephen. She quickly changed into a beautiful outfit, a silver dress with golden details, matching both Stephen's style and her own. As she put on makeup for whatever Stephen had planned, a letter flew through the window of her room. Hello, my beautiful flower. Could you please meet me at the top of the tower I created just next to our house, said Stephen's voice, coming from the enchanted letter. Fleur picked up the letter, confused, and walked out onto the terrace from her room. Her eyes widened in surprise as she saw a tower that hadn't been there before, silver in color and surrounded by magical lights. She hurried out of the house and approached the tower, whose door opened automatically as she drew near. Inside was an elevator, which Fleur entered with slight confusion. It began to rise smoothly toward the top. After a couple of minutes, the elevator stopped. The doors opened, and Fleur looked down to see the floor decorated with flowers, candles, and dancing fairies. Arrows made of light pointed in a specific direction. Enchanted, Fleur followed the path. She walked with growing excitement, hoping to find Stephen, but when she reached the end of the arrows, he was nowhere to be seen. There was only a blanket on the floor and a card. Fleur quickly picked up the card and read its message. Lie back and look at the stars, maybe you'll find what's missing. Because like a star among mortals, you'll only shine your brightest when joined with the one born to love you. Fleur smiled tenderly and lay down, gazing up at the sky. Not a single cloud was in sight. The night sky was at its peak. Then, suddenly, the stars began to shift from their original positions. To her surprise, they took the shape of two people holding hands. It was unmistakable those figures were Fleur and Stephen. Then the figures began to dance. It was the same dance they had shared on Christmas, full of love and tenderness. When they stopped, they embraced, and two stars in their hearts merged to form a larger one. The silhouettes returned to their original places, but that new star remained, shining brightly. A new star had appeared in the sky. At that moment, Fleur felt someone lie down beside her. Without taking her eyes off the sky, she heard Stephen's voice. The stars have told many stories, but I want to write mine with you. Will you be my partner for the rest of this magical life? As he spoke, the new star let out a gleam that fell in front of Fleur. There, formed by the starlight, a ring began to appear. Fleur smiled with joy as tears streamed down her face. She quickly took the ring, sat up, and then threw herself at Stephen to give him a big kiss, saying yes over and over again. Yes, 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 Fleur exclaimed with overflowing happiness. Great. Because changing the constellations will definitely attract attention, especially since a new star now exists. I'm pretty sure someone's going to go mad about it, Stephen said with a grin. That star is now the symbol of our love, just like this ring. He took the ring from Fleur's hands and placed it on her ring finger. Fleur could hardly contain her emotions. She just kept smiling, blissfully and foolishly, even during their candlelit dinner. "I won," said Stephen, standing proudly in front of Wanda, who glared at him. "You just did it first, not better." "I haven't made my proposal yet, and it's definitely going to be better than yours," she replied bitterly. "Stop playing around. No proposal is better. You do it for your loved ones, not to compete," Perenelle said quickly. "Obviously we do it for them, but if competing makes the other feel bad, we don't mind," they both said in unison, earning a stern glare. "Fine. We won't compete," Stephen said quickly. "But mine will be better," Wanda added with a defiant smile. Chapter 187, A Double Proposal, and a Petal-Fueled Chaos. A double proposal, and a petal-fueled chaos. "Baby, remember our date this weekend?" Daphne said with a mischievous smile, just as Wanda walked into the house lost in thought. "Right? This weekend is our anniversary," Wanda murmured, a spark of inspiration blooming in her mind like a magical plant. "And remember to dress fancy," Daphne added with a wink before running off, as if the wind itself pushed her to prepare the impossible. From the couch, Daphne just smiled as she heard the door slam shut with urgency. Then, with a mix of nerves and excitement, she opened a small box hidden under a charmed cushion. Inside, a silver gold ring sparkled as if it knew what was coming. Of course, she was nervous, but remembering Fleur's face lit up by her engagement ring, those nerves transformed into pure courage. She didn't know her girlfriend had the same plan for the same day. Daphne had orchestrated every detail with the precision of a witch in love and on a mission. She had enlisted the help of the Weasley twins, stationed at corners of the island with their magical mischief ready, and even the Flamel family's elf squad joined in with enthusiasm. She wore an elegant enchanted dress that matched her hair, adorned with golden threads that reflected her girlfriend's hair color. The little box with the ring waited on the nightstand like a silent accomplice. One last glance, a nervous smile, and into the purse it went. But when she opened the door, she was speechless. The entire island had become a dreamlike garden. Silver, gold, and red flowers covered everything. The tree leaves had turned into rose petals floating gently through the air, as if the very weather celebrated their love. Daphne walked through the magic, stunned, until she saw her Wanda, standing with her hands behind her back and a smile as wide as the starry sky. "You did all this? I'm pretty sure your brother is going to scream." "This totally changed the magical ecosystem of the island," Daphne said, holding back laughter. "Let him fix it if he's so bothered," Wanda replied with a shrug and total calm. Then she extended her hand. "May I?" Daphne took her hand, and instantly, the petals began to swirl in the air as an elegant table with chairs bloomed in front of them, decorated with more flowers and floating lights. With charm, Wanda pulled out Daphne's chair, then sat across from her. On the table, wine, floating candles, and a delightful enchanted dinner appeared worthy of a fairy tale. The dinner was magical in every way: laughter, loving gazes, and soft enchanted music that seemed to follow the rhythm of their hearts. When they were finished, Wanda clapped once. The petals rose like enchanted butterflies, forming a glowing dome above them. Daphne looked at her, and then she knew. "Wait," she suddenly interrupted, leaving Wanda with one arched eyebrow and a face that screamed, "What are you plotting now?" Daphne dug into her purse like a treasure hunter. She pulled out the little box just as magical fireworks exploded in the sky in shapes and letters. "Wanda, will you marry me?" Wanda froze, stunned, as she pulled another little box out of her jacket, containing a golden ring. "No fair. I was going to propose," she protested, half annoyed, half delighted. "Haha, now you can say what you were about to say." Daphne laughed, her smile brighter than the fireworks above. "Sigh. I wanted to be the one to propose." Wanda pouted adorably, before still kneeling with all the dignity in the world. "Daphne, will you marry me?" "Only if you answer my question first," Daphne replied, one eyebrow raised. When she wanted, she could be incredibly competitive. "I'd love to marry you," Wanda said without hesitation, still on one knee with a smile that could melt dragons. "Then, I'd love to marry you?" Daphne shouted, throwing herself into Wanda's arms amid laughter and hugs, knocking them both into the floating petals. The two of them rolled across the rose-covered ground, laughing like children. "I won," Daphne said triumphantly, gazing at her with endless affection. "I let you win," Wanda protested, arms crossed, though her grin never faded. And as the magical fireworks continued to light the sky, the whole island seemed to celebrate with them, bathing them in a rain of light and love. "Did you really propose at the same time?" asked Fleur, her eyes shining with excitement as tea floated magically between the women gathered in the main hall of the Flamel mansion. Present were Hermione, Fleur, Astoria, Perenelle, Daphne, and Wanda. "Yes," Daphne replied with a radiant smile as she raised her hand, showing off an elegant golden ring that perfectly matched her fiancé's hair. Next to her, Wanda raised her own hand, revealing a silver gold ring that matched the silver hair of her fiancé. "They both match each other's hair," Astoria said sweetly. "So romantic. By the way, what did you do with all the petals?" Fleur asked, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. "Well," Wanda began, just before a thunderous shout echoed throughout the mansion like a divine storm. "Wanda, you idiot! See you later," Wanda said with perfect calm. She kissed Daphne on the cheek and vanished in a burst of golden petals, leaving behind a sweet and lingering scent in the air. A second later, a sparkling portal opened in the middle of the living room, and out stepped Stephen, frowning and covered in silver petals. He even had a delicate rose crown on his head, like a reluctant spring king. Where is that lunatic? He growled, shaking off a rose that had slipped into his robes. Hi, darling. I like your new look. Very, Floral Fleur said with a mischievous little smile. Stephen grunted and tossed the crown at her. It landed perfectly on Fleur's head, and she adjusted it gracefully. Found her, Stephen muttered, closing his eyes for a second to trace his sister's magic before opening another portal and leaving in a swirl of petals. The women looked at each other in silence, for exactly 5 seconds. Do you think they'll mature after getting married? Hermione asked, sipping her tea. I highly doubt it, Perenelle said, shaking her head with resignation as a vein throbbed gently on her forehead. That's fine. I think it's charming that they still have that childlike joy, Fleur said, playing with the flower crown Stephen had left her. And they can be serious when it matters, Daphne added calmly. But then, a tremendous commotion interrupted the conversation. You idiot! You filled my workshop with roses. Do you know what I keep in there? One explosion and boom, goodbye planet. Wait, it was just a joke? Tony helped me disable the dangerous stuff. So Tony's in on this too. And Loki. Don't lie, don't drag me into this, I just got here, shouted the god of mischief from a distance. Betrayal? You're all going to pay. Boom, pang, crash. Why me? I just came to see Hermione. Watch out, Harry. Oink oink, sounded suspiciously magical. The bastard turned Harry into a pig. Charge. What on earth are you doing? Crap, the demon queen's here. Run. Oink oink. Come back here and turn Harry back to normal. From the salon, the women listened to it all with expressions ranging from bewilderment to amusement. The ceiling trembled gently with every explosion, but no one moved from their seat. Perenelle sighed, the vein on her forehead now pulsing stronger as she tried to maintain her composure. Astoria couldn't hold it. She burst out laughing, and soon the others followed. Even the usually unshakable Perenelle ended up smiling with resignation. They bring chaos wherever they go, she murmured fondly. Just then, the door opened, and Natasha entered with her usual serious expression. Behind her, Sirius could barely contain his laughter while holding a piglet. Small, wearing magical glasses and, to top it off, a lightning-shaped mark painted on its forehead with enchanted ink. Sorry, Grandma, Natasha said with a light bow, but could you turn Harry back to normal? I'm scared I'll mess it up and he'll end up with wings or 3 legs. Oh, these kids. Perenelle sighed, approaching Piglet Potter. She looked at him closely and nodded. All right, it's just a temporary charm. He'll return to normal in a few seconds. Sirius handed the piglet to Hermione, who, completely bewildered, placed him beside her on the couch and began gently petting him. This was definitely not on my to-do list for today, she said as the piglet let out a satisfied oink. Chapter 188, A Glimpse into the Future SS. A glimpse into the future SS. In a beautiful mansion located on the most exclusive, secure, and at the same time, dangerous island in the world. Dangerous? Why, you ask? Well, the answer is quite simple, dangerous for any idiot who dares to come with bad intentions. After all, the people living on that island are among the top 10 most powerful individuals on the planet. And that's only counting the active ones. If we included the elderly who don't leave their homes even to go to the magical store, you could easily say the 20 most powerful people in the world live there, or maybe more. 10 of those 20 belong to the same family, by the way, and they own the island. But don't worry, they're not dangerous on normal days, more or less. Okay, yes, they are dangerous but only with each other. Like a Christmas dinner with magical weapons. Anyway, let's go to the mansion, right in the center of the island, where an interesting, chaotic, meeting is taking place. What are you doing? Asked Stephen, staring at Wanda with that classic I want to help, but I'm not sure if you need a therapist or an exorcist look. Here's Stephen Flamel, headmaster of the famous Hogwarts school, number 2 right after his beautiful and powerful sister Wanda. Before Wanda could continue her strange monologue that sounded like the intro to a cheap soap opera, Stephen smacked her on the head. Get serious, idiot. We're having an important meeting, he said in a tone of someone who had already lost all faith in humanity. Tisk. Just a stupid meeting created by a stupid person, with stupid worries, Wanda muttered, sitting down as if she'd been forced to attend church. Meanwhile, the other siblings were already in their usual spots, waiting to find out why the hell Stephen had summoned them when they clearly all had better things to do. You know we're busy people, right? Said Tony. Don't lie. You're doing what you always do, dumping all your work on your assistant while you go make weird stuff, Stephen snapped. My inventions keep the family business running, don't they? Tony fired back defensively. A business, by the way, that you all dumped on me without asking. As loud as ever. If you're so weak, why not let me handle it? Obviously, you'd have to beg me on your knees, said Loki with his classic smug smile. Get a job? Please. Being the housewife suits you better, Tony shot back sarcastically. Why would I need a job when we've got a slave who keeps generating income while I play with my son? Loki replied mockingly. After all these years, he knew how to handle Tony verbally, though their insult battles had become a family tradition. Of course, god of housewives, Tony added. If we keep this up, Stephen will never get to the point, Natasha interrupted firmly, seeing that the argument was spiraling again. By the way, what's wrong with him? She asked, pointing at Harry, who was literally slumped over the table. Feeling all the eyes on him, Harry lifted his head with a defeated expression. Hermione made me sleep on the couch, again. My back hates it. What did you break this time? Stephen asked, already resigned. Obviously you did something, Wanda added. Poor Hermione, Natasha chimed in. 5th time this month. New record. Tony cheered. Idiot, muttered Loki like it was just breathing. Hey, it wasn't my fault this time. It was Lily's, Harry defended himself quickly. I was teaching her to fly a broom, inside the house, and he didn't need to finish. Everyone understood something got broken. Oh, it was your fault. Blaming the kid, despicable. Yup. Couchworthy. Idiot. Alright, enough. Don't insult the poor fool. Stephen tried to salvage the unsalvageable. It's obvious Harry wants to be a good father, and since he never had a proper father figure, he acts like a kid with his daughter, to balance things out. By the way, what did you break this time? My Order of Merlin medal, Harry confessed in shame. How the hell do you break a medal playing with a broom? Stephen exclaimed, horrified. Wait, wasn't it enchanted with barriers so it couldn't break? Asked Natasha, confused. Well, Lily was about to crash into the fireplace, so I used magic to turn the closest thing into a pillow. I broke the barrier, and the medal changed shape, forever, Harry said, scratching his chin. Whoa, Wanda laughed, amazed. You broke the barrier that took Hermione so much effort to create. I understand her anger. It wasn't about the medal, Tony said thoughtfully. Well, whatever you did, it's still totally your fault, Natasha said. Idiot, Loki concluded, like it was his only line. Can you say another word? Or did you never learn the language all these years? Tony complained, annoyed. Enough? We're getting off topic. Back to the meeting. Stephen ordered, trying to regain control. Right. So, why are we having another stupid meeting? Wanda huffed. Well, I kinda know why the whiniest one of us called us again, said Tony. You're right. The date's approaching, added Natasha, and everyone turned to look at Stephen like they were expecting a creative excuse. Don't look at me like that. My complaints are valid. I already have the first generation in Hogwarts, and the only reason they weren't expelled was because of Grandma. That's why the second generation is banned from enrolling. Calling them first and second generation sounds weird. They're your nieces and nephews, Stephen, Natasha said. My little Sunny is a good girl. And Pietro will surely have fun at Hogwarts, Wanda said with a smile. Shut up. Sunny's just like you. And when she teams up with Lyra and James, they end up causing disasters. Last time, there was a hippogriff eating in the dining hall. With the students. Stephen shouted. Knowing James, I'm sure he got dragged into it, Harry said with a nostalgic smile. His eldest son was a mirror of himself when he was with his cousins. You know how these meetings always end, Grandma shows up, defends the little demons, and you end up letting them into Hogwarts. So why complain? Tony concluded with a mocking smile. Exactly, Natasha said with a neutral nod. Great, meeting's over, Wanda added triumphantly, getting up. Sit down, I haven't finished anything yet. Stephen stopped her, clearly irritated. Especially because, deep down, his siblings were right. And what about Abby? Even if she's your daughter, I'm sure she gets into trouble, Wanda added, crossing her arms with mischief. Immediately, everyone turned their heads toward her with such perfect synchronization it looked choreographed. Her uncles knew her all too well. And they also knew exactly who her worst influence was. We all know the only one getting her into trouble is you, they all said in unison, with a mix of resignation and mockery. Haha. Wanda let out a guilty little laugh. Touché. You complain about our kids, but you have the idiot at Hogwarts, Loki said, pointing at Wanda. And what do you want me to do? Let her loose out in the world? Tony asked, placing a hand on his chest as if scandalized. Can you imagine her unsupervised? It would be like releasing a jetpack-wearing dragon into a daycare. Hey, Wanda protested, but without much conviction. In any case, Loki cut in, with an air of superiority. I'm sure Scorpius will behave. After all, he was raised by me. He won't be as loud as his cousins. Eyebrows were raised. Eyes rolled. There were snorts. And then, awkward silence. Your son was the one who, along with Albus and Pietro, time-traveled the first time, Stephen reminded him with a stern look. Astoria is the one raising him, okay. Loki replied quickly, rolling his eyes to avoid meeting anyone's gaze. Sigh. Canis, Albus, Pietro, Scorpius, well, there's also Rose, Albus's twin sister, but she doesn't worry me. She's exactly like her mother, Stephen said, mentally listing them. I'm worried about the boys. They're blatant copies of their parents. Well, Canis. Natasha sighed. You know I'm not going to defend my son. We all know he inherited Sirius's personality, and my fists. You're right, Harry added, rubbing the back of his neck. Rose was the one who ratted me out to Hermione, so yeah, she's definitely like her mom. But Albus will be fine. Probably. Scorpius will be fine, as long as he stays away from your kids, Loki pointed out, eyeing Wanda and Harry suspiciously. It's going to be fun, Tony said with a smile that screamed incoming chaos. When Tony Jr., Rosie, Lily, George, and Fred start Hogwarts, that's when I'll really enjoy watching you go bald. Ugh. Stephen let out a groan of existential pain. He had just faced a truth not even his magic could erase. The second generation was chaotic. But the third? They were the bloody gods of destruction? And the worst part, his own daughter was the leader of that gang. They were barely 6 years old, but They were like a magical bomb on legs without an off button. Before he could spiral deeper into his despair, an explosion rumbled nearby, yanking him out of his thoughts. Everyone jumped to their feet instantly, exchanging alarmed looks. Again, Tony said with a grin. I hope it's not another hippogriff in the jacuzzi this time. Stephen muttered as they stepped through the portal he opened. The first thing they did once on the other side was survey the area carefully. Smoke filled the room like someone had tried to cook with dynamite. The kids, upon seeing the adults appear in the midst of the chaos, opened their eyes as if they'd just seen Voldemort himself wearing bunny slippers. Ruun, shouted Sunny, Wanda's oldest daughter. And as if she were a fire alarm, the others scattered in all directions like cockroaches under a light. It was like watching the offspring of an acromantula flee from their mother. But not everyone was lucky. Abby, Lyra, Rose, and Hugo, Ron's son, who had come to play with Albus, froze like statues, caught between guilt and the if I don't move, they won't see me instinct. Rosie, age 6, and Lily, right behind her, were mid-leap out the window when magical chains caught them in midair like frogs trying to escape a cauldron. Anthony Jr., same age, who had the brilliant idea of hiding under the table, was dragged out by the feet like the house itself was punishing him. Pietro and Canis dove into the chimney, covering themselves in soot as if that would make them invisible. They forgot, of course, that it was a magical chimney. It didn't use wood. It didn't even make sense for it to be lit. They were caught anyway, covered in soot, and looking like idiots. Scorpius was about to run, but caught his father's stare and froze. He surrendered before even trying, walking over to his uncles with a forced smile that said, not worth it. Sunny, meanwhile, had almost reached the door when she saw a chain coming. As the responsible big sister with a flair for drama, she pushed the nearest one Albus. All for the team, she shouted, just before another chain caught her and left her hanging upside down like a guilty bat. Meanwhile, James appeared, drying his hands with the look of someone who just left the bathroom. He saw a chain heading his way, made a face like this again, and just let himself get caught like it was a Wednesday routine. Minutes later, all the kids were lined up, kneeling, hands in the air like they'd been caught escaping Azkaban. The adults sat nearby, laughing openly like they'd paid for front row seats to the chaos. Everyone, except Stephen. He was standing, in front of the kids, with a final judgment expression on his face. Can someone explain to me what happened here? He asked, pointing at the spot where the TV used to be now removed because it was still smoking. Literally. The kids looked at each other. The pact was clear, no one talks. Unity. Brotherhood. Absolute loyalty. It lasted 3 seconds. It was sunny, Abby said with total calm and seriousness, like announcing the weather. Rose nodded immediately, making it clear that if Abby hadn't spoken, she would have. Traitors? Snitches? And in our own family? You should be in Slytherin, not Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Sunny exclaimed, heartbroken. It's true, it was Sunny, Albus added with a face that screamed I never forget. She said breaking things was fun, and that she'd do it again. You're definitely going to Slytherin, Sunny spat back at him bitterly. Albus shrugged. So, Slytherin isn't that bad. My father was in Slytherin, Scorpius said proudly, like it was a noble title. I just went to the bathroom, added James, still with his hands up. And so, with smoke in the air, punished children and adults laughing without remorse, another perfectly normal day ended in the Flamel family. A happy, chaotic, magical, and utterly interesting day in the most explosive family in the wizarding world. Chapter 189, Confrontation. Confrontation. Today, everyone had gathered in the virtual world after class. Although Stephen and Wanda, as professors or something like that should have been working, it was clear they had something important planned. It had only been a few weeks since they defeated the evil god threatening their world, so they could finally take a breather and enjoy a good fight. Everyone assembled in the virtual Coliseum. Jordan and the Weasley twins sat in the commentators section, with floating microphones hovering around them, suspended above a magical field brimming with energy. At the center of the Coliseum, Stephen and Wanda stood face to face. The tension between them was almost palpable. We could have fought earlier, Stephen said calmly, a spark of excitement gleaming in his eyes. It would have been a great show. Shame the tournament never finished. Though now's a perfect time to pick it back up, he added, lowering his chin slightly in a taunting gesture. Indeed, Wanda replied, mimicking his tone with a mocking smile. How about, we lose control a bit? After all, this isn't real, Stephen said, though his forced smile revealed something deeper, resentment, rivalry, pride. Sure, Wanda answered, her trembling smile betraying pure excitement as her aura began to rise subtly. From the stands, their friends, siblings, and students watched in fascination. Some already had floating magical popcorn waiting for the battle of the century. Welcome to this glorious day, Jordan shouted from above. Today, we witness the duel between the most dangerously powerful siblings in Hogwarts, and maybe the entire world? The twins beside him screamed like they were at a rock concert. For some reason, they requested their magic to have no limits, and also to move their fight elsewhere. But don't worry, we'll watch it all through these magical screens, Jordan explained quickly, pointing at the massive floating panels. You shouldn't complain, Fred cut in, raising his voice. Even with just their base mana, they could collapse this Coliseum like it was made of paper. And that's without getting serious, added George, arms crossed. Are you ready? Jordan asked the two. Yes, they replied in unison. A beam of light enveloped them, In an instant, they vanished from the Colosseum, and reappeared in the void of space. It wasn't a simulation, it was space itself. Massive stars shone like eternal fires, nebulas swirled like sleeping dragons, and nearby planets rotated slowly, indifferent to the impending battle. This time, no interruptions. We can finish what started in that timeline, Stephen said, glancing around with serenity. I obviously won last time. You exploded while shouting something stupid, Wanda replied, covering her mouth to hold back laughter. Tisk, time to return the favor. Stephen raised his arms. Behind him, space shattered like glass, and from nothingness emerged millions of floating weapons, ethereal swords, antimatter spears, blades inscribed with draconic runes, all glowing with divine golden light. The magical roar of his spell echoed across the void. I want to see that, Wanda said in a low voice, as her hair turned crimson and her red aura expanded like a solar storm. Space around her distorted, as if even the laws of physics were afraid. They stared at each other. Then Wanda blinked. And hell broke loose. Stephen fired his arsenal at light speed. A sea of divine weapons tore through the void, ripping through comets in their path. Magical portals opened around him, amplifying the attack with even more blades emerging from other dimensions. Wanda clasped her hands tightly. A red shockwave of pure entropy blasted forth, halting the weapons mid-flight. Then, with a sweeping motion, as if throwing something, a nearby dwarf planet was dragged by her power and hurled at Stephen like a celestial cannonball. Stephen raised a rotating magic circle in front of him. Like a cosmic blade, the spell sliced the planet cleanly in two. But Wanda didn't stop. She caught both halves with red magic and forced them back together around Stephen, like a colossal trap. Stephen raised his hands and, upon touching the planet's surface, it dissolved into a cloud of blue butterflies that danced through the void. Wanda laughed. She extended her hands toward them, and the butterflies twisted, mutating into winged horrors with warped bodies and sharp teeth that screeched as they advanced. A draconic roar shook the void. A summoning circle formed behind Stephen, and from it emerged a colossal head of a black fire dragon. Its infernal breath swept through the grotesque beasts, reducing them to ashes before returning to the portal with a satisfied growl. They both paused, locked eyes, wild smiles and eyes gleaming with pure exhilaration. In the virtual Colosseum, everyone was in shock. Even Jordan had forgotten to narrate. Only 5 seconds had passed, and the level of destruction and precision was as beautiful as it was terrifying. Pfft, they're just showing off, muttered Tony, uncomfortable. Can you do that? Loki asked with a smug grin. Give me a year or two, and maybe with my machines, I could simulate something like that, Tony replied, eyes glued to the screens. Back in space, Stephen spoke. Nice warm up. Shall we go all out now? That's what I was waiting for, Wanda replied. She raised her arms. This time, no weapons. Hundreds of asteroids, each the size of the planet she had thrown earlier, began dragging themselves toward her, wrapped in her red magic. They looked like meteors of destruction, ready to raze everything. Stephen, calm, raised his hands. Space behind him shattered like a mirror, fracturing into thousands of floating shards. When Wanda launched the asteroids, Stephen moved his fingers, and the fragments of space itself obeyed, streaking through the void at impossible speeds. They sliced the meteors like divine blades through butter. The resulting explosions made no sound in the vacuum, but in the Colosseum, they felt like magical earthquakes. The unleashed energy formed massive auroras, spreading like the wings of a fallen god. Can you do that? Loki asked, this time without a hint of mockery. Tony swallowed hard, entranced. That one's harder. And the battle had only just begun. In space, the asteroid fragments sliced by Stephen still floated violently, but instead of scattering, they began orbiting around him. Trying to trap me with debris? Stephen asked, raising an eyebrow. No, I'm just warming up, Wanda replied, her gaze glowing with intensity. With a snap, the shards of rock were engulfed in crimson fire and fused together as if they had a life of their own, forming a colossal serpent of magma and blazing stone that roared silently in the void of space. Stephen simply raised a hand. A symphony of golden runes emerged from his fingers, aligning like constellations in a cosmic pattern. With another gesture, the serpent was trapped within a prison of impossible geometries, a cube made of compressed time, vibrating as if its entire existence were happening simultaneously. That creature just lived 100,000 years in a single second, Stephen said coldly. The serpent crumbled like aged ashes, but Wanda was already advancing. With a silent scream, her body multiplied into hundreds of alternate versions of herself, each from a different timeline. Some were monstrous, others angelic, but all launched attacks simultaneously from multiple planes of existence. Stephen frowned. He spun his right arm in a spiral, and space twisted around him like fabric. A whirlwind of converging realities swirled around him, and each of his steps echoed like a supernova explosion. Quantum disintegration, he shouted, and an invisible shockwave burst from his chest. The alternate versions of Wanda began disintegrating one by one, like mirrors shattering, but just as the last one vanished, a red figure appeared above Stephen. Surprise! Wanda yelled, channeling a spear made of pure chaos energy. Stephen raised both hands and caught the spear, but it exploded in a chain reaction, generating a shockwave so powerful it made nearby moons tremble. In the virtual Earth, the Colosseum shook, and the screens flickered for a second. Did they just rewrite the laws of physics in that sector? Tony asked in awe, sipping slowly from a soda. Not just that. Loki murmured. They just used a chaos explosion as the catalyst for a new dimension. Back in the fight, Stephen brushed embers off his cloak, unharmed. Well played, but now it's my turn. He opened his arms, and a series of magical rings spun around him. Each represented a universal law, gravity, time, entropy, even existence itself. With a single snap, everything around him froze. The asteroids, the suspended light. Even Wanda was motionless. Welcome to the void of causality. Here, only I can move, Stephen said as he walked slowly toward her. But just as he was about to touch her forehead, Wanda blinked. How? He whispered. I am chaos, Wanda replied, breaking the temporal prison with a radiant smile. A purple explosion lit up space, and everything began to move again. Stephen was blasted backward, crashing through 3 planetoids before coming to a stop. Both floated, panting. And that, Wanda said, laughing between breaths, was still part of the warm-up. Stephen ran a hand through his hair and laughed as well. Then we better stop holding back. Ready for final destruction. Only if you are. They stared at each other, and in that moment, their auras began to rise. The cosmos trembled. Nearby stars flickered. The spectators in the Colosseum held their breath, aware they were about to witness a spectacle beyond any story, any myth. The real battle was just beginning, or so it seemed, before everyone was abruptly ejected from their virtual pods. Not just them, everyone in the world was. Stephen emerged from the pod, scratching his head in confusion, then turned toward one of the capsules, where smoke was rising. What happened? Wanda asked, stepping out of the pod beside him. I think, we fried the servers, Stephen replied with a forced smile. Think? No, you absolutely did, Tony said as he exited another pod, followed by Loki and Harry. That's too bad. I wanted to keep fighting, Wanda said with a small pout, lowering her gaze. Looks like we'll have to upgrade our tech to do it, or, we could go fight in real space now, Stephen proposed with an innocent smile. Before anyone could respond. Absolutely not, said Fleur, approaching with Daphne, both of them glaring. Daphne didn't take her eyes off them either. I didn't say anything, it was his idea, Wanda quickly said, raising her hands in surrender. It was just a joke. Stephen muttered, feeling the weight of his girlfriend's and sister-in-law's stares. Chapter 190, Final. I know that at certain times, the story became chaotic, and not everyone liked it. But it was my first work, a learning experience, a journey. I hope that, despite its imperfections, I was able to convey something special. Today I close this book with satisfaction, even if the ending is a bit rushed. It's not perfect, but it's mine, and it brought me joy, challenges, and unforgettable moments. Writing it has been a pleasure, and I hope reading it was too. Thank you for joining me on this journey. With nothing more to say, I leave you with the final chapter. We are gathered here today to honor the sacred union of marriage between Stephen and Fleur, as well as that of Wanda and Daphne, announced Amelia Bones, the current magical governor of England, with a solemn and warm voice. Her tone conveyed the importance of the moment. May the magic that has brought them together guide them on their shared paths. May their lives intertwine with hope, respect, and love. She paused briefly, smiling tenderly before continuing. And with the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. And wife, she added with a playful, affectionate smile. The audience laughed softly, touched by the emotion. You may kiss your partners. Stephen stepped forward. He wore an elegant robe in deep tones, embroidered with fine golden threads that shimmered under the magical light of the venue. His blonde hair seemed to catch the light itself, as if the sun had descended from the heavens to witness this moment. His blue eyes, as deep as a clear sky, shone with magical intensity but also with pure joy. He no longer bore the magical seal that had concealed his nature. Now, all his splendor, his imposing aura, was on full display. There was a murmur among the guests. Many were left breathless at the sight. Several witches and wizards tried to etch his smile into their memories, as if it were a treasure capable of lighting their loneliest nights. But standing before him, Fleur was no less radiant. Her long platinum hair fell in soft waves over an exquisitely cut white robe, ethereal and majestic. She radiated such dazzling beauty that no one dared to say Stephen was the most beautiful of the two. Her happiness surrounded her like a hypnotic aura, which, when mixed with Stephen's, created a scene so sublime that many believed the moon had just wed the sun. Beside them stood Wanda and Daphne. Both wore matching wedding dresses, delicate and enchanting, as if woven from the threads of fate. Wanda, with her fiery red hair flowing freely, had refused to change the color Daphne had loved since the first time she saw her fighting fiercely alongside Stephen. Daphne, elegant and poised, had her silvery hair gracefully tied up. The combination of the two was as harmonious as it was mesmerizing. The 4 figures at the altar formed an unforgettable tableau. No one knew where to look, eyes bounced from one couple to the other, entranced, as if beauty itself had appeared before them in fourfold form. It was like witnessing a visual enchantment with no escape. Then, Stephen gently cupped Fleur's face in his hands and kissed her tenderly with a love so deep it seemed to stop time. Beside them, Daphne pulled Wanda close, and their lips met in a sweet kiss, full of eternal promises. Applause erupted like fireworks, accompanied by cheers and tears. Over 100 guests, mostly Hogwarts students, clapped with enthusiasm, letting their emotions flow freely. In the front rows, their closest friends and family watched with full hearts. Perenelle, overwhelmed with emotion, couldn't hold back her tears, which streamed freely down her cheeks. Beside her, Nicolas Flamel gently patted her back, also holding back his own emotion. Farther back, Harry and Hermione avoided making eye contact. Every time they tried, they both turned completely red, as if something unspoken lingered between them. Tony and Loki, seated behind them, didn't waste the chance to tease, exchanging knowing glances and quiet comments. Sirius, for his part, had his eyes lost on Natasha, who was elegantly ignoring him. There was a silent sadness in his gaze, a nostalgia no one dared to name. And though no one asked, it was clear to everyone that once they got home, he was going to be punished. Some might say he deserved it for his history as a troublemaking student. But others, seeing Natasha's smile when he behaved well, might envy him so much they wouldn't mind taking a few hits just to be him. That day, love had triumphed. The sun and the moon, the fury and the charm, had come together. And the magic of love, the kind no spell can create, had conquered all. "And what's wrong with you two?" asked Stephen, holding a glass of wine as he approached his younger siblings, who looked like they were suffering from an emotional spontaneous combustion. "Nothing," said Harry way too quickly, as red as a Gryffindor robe, while Hermione tried to hide inside her wine glass with a long, desperate sip. Without a word, Tony lifted his magic phone with a teasing grin and played a video he already had prepared. In the recording, Harry and Hermione could be seen during the ceremony. "How beautiful, can you imagine a wedding like that?" said Hermione with a dreamy smile as she watched the couple at the altar. "When we get married, I'll make our wedding even more magnificent," replied Harry with all the confidence of a war hero, right before his soul froze as he realized what he had just said. Both of them froze, eyes wide like saucers, then slowly turned to look at each other, only to immediately look away in opposite directions with a synchronization worthy of a ballet performance. Stephen let out a laugh as he watched the video with mischief. "So better than my wedding, huh? I want to see that," he said with a sly smile, giving them a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Shut up," Harry muttered, sinking into his glass. Stephen turned toward another corner of the room. "And what's up with Puppy over there?" he asked, pointing at Sirius, who kept casting melancholic, pleading looks at Natasha, who was ignoring him with the lethal elegance of a professional assassin. "Exactly the same thing," chimed in Tony without missing a beat. Except Natasha expresses her embarrassment in a more interesting way. As if she had heard him from across the room, Natasha turned her head and gave him a glare that could have melted adamantium. "Ahem. I think Grandma's calling me," said Tony before vanishing behind a column as if fleeing from a bomb. At that moment, Perenelle appeared like a vengeful granny, firmly holding Fleur and Daphne by the arms as if they might escape. Wanda was bouncing cheerfully behind her. "Grandma, it's fine. I don't think they'll run now," commented Stephen, smiling at his wife and sister-in-law. "Nonsense. You two are idiots. Someone has to look after my daughters-in-law," Perenelle replied without letting go of the girls. "Listen to me, you two," she said, looking at Fleur and Daphne with mock seriousness. "If these two fools do anything wrong, come to me. I'll beat them up and then turn them into talking frogs." "Absolutely," both replied, laughing. "And what about us?" protested Wanda with a pout, hugging her grandma's arm and shaking it with dramatic flair. Perenelle was about to say something, but upon seeing her granddaughter's face, she sighed, gave up, and pulled her into a tight hug. She also grabbed Stephen, dragging him in with superior grandma strength. "I'm happy you've all found someone to share your lives with. I just want you to be happy," she whispered lovingly, before adding in a quiet but clearly audible voice, "but if you give me great-grandchildren, I'll be even happier." "Of course," said Wanda with a radiant smile. Thankfully, Daphne was busy chatting with Fleur and didn't hear her. "I will say nothing about that," murmured Stephen, taking a long sip from his wine glass, trying to look elegant, and failing miserably. "So why are we here?" "The party's still going," said Wanda, visibly annoyed, as all the Flamel siblings gathered in one of the hidden labs beneath Flamel Island. "This better be important," added Stephen, arms crossed. "You're in such a hurry. You've got all night." "Oh, I get it, you're more worried about the wedding night," joked Tony with a raised eyebrow. "Obviously," Stephen and Wanda said in unison, completely unfazed by the tease. "You two are weird. All right, follow me," Tony sighed, resigned that his joke had flopped. They walked together to a large room where an imposing machine awaited them, one they all knew well, the multiversal portal. "I did it," said Tony as soon as they entered, a proud smile on his face. Everyone looked at him in confusion. "Did what?" asked Harry, puzzled. But one by one, the others opened their eyes wide in surprise as they realized what Tony meant. "Wait, are you serious?" said Loki, quickly approaching the machine. "I'm always serious," Tony replied with a confident smile. "Liar," Wanda murmured instinctively. "So, with this machine, we can go back now?" asked Natasha with a distant, almost nostalgic look. "Exactly, my dear sister," Tony nodded solemnly. Harry, upon hearing this, lowered his gaze for a moment. He remembered clearly what his siblings had told him about their origin, the world they came from, and why they built this machine. Finally, he looked up. "Do you want to go back?" "Not at all," said Stephen without hesitation, with the calm of someone being asked if they were hungry. "Nope. Why go back?" "Daphne's here," said Wanda with a serene smile. "I'm fine, though I'd like to know how the others are doing." "I don't think I need to anymore," added Natasha, glancing at a strange bracelet on her wrist. "A family heirloom. A gift." Loki stared at the machine in silence, then looked back down the hallway they came from. The party music could still be heard in the distance, and Astoria Greengrass was waiting for him. Ever since he joined Slytherin, she had become his constant companion, his confidant. And now, I'd like to surprise Thor, but it doesn't matter anymore, he finally said, with a strange peace in his voice, as if releasing a weight he had carried all his life. For the first time, he smiled. Then everyone looked at Tony. His face had a hard-to-read expression. Let me ask you something, he said suddenly. Do you think Pepper found someone better? I mean, I wasn't the best husband and you all know how I was. Tony Stark died, showing up in her life out of nowhere. I don't know if that would be a blessing. Stephen stepped forward. I'm sure Pepper could find someone better without any trouble. But I'm also sure she was happy with you, and that she'd be glad to see you alive. I just want to see my daughter. I don't want her to grow up without her father, Tony added, lowering his gaze. But here, it's been 14 years since we were reborn. Our timeline. Everyone knew what that meant. That everything might have changed. Tony, said Wanda, cutting him off and gripping his hand tightly. Pepper loved you. And if we have to become enemies of all the Avengers so you can be with her, we will. We're your family. She looked at him intently. And I'm sure Pepper would be happy to have a Tony who's 40 years younger. Though I'd wait until you're of legal age before trying anything, just saying, she added with a teasing smile. Everyone shook their heads at her comment, but Tony couldn't help but laugh. You're right. But I'm only 20 years younger, not 40. Yeah, sure. Loki muttered sarcastically. So then, can I say something? Harry interrupted, drawing everyone's attention. Why are you acting like this is a goodbye? Isn't this machine supposed to allow round trips? Why not just bring your wife and daughter here? They could even visit their friends, like a vacation or something. True. Stephen said with a smile. Idiots, grumbled Loki as he turned away. You got me hooked on your sappy emotional drama. I'm leaving with Astoria. And he walked out of the lab. Well then, the battle against the Avengers to kidnap Tony Stark's wife and daughter is officially on hold. At least for a week. I'm going on my honeymoon, Stephen said, walking out casually. Idiot. Wanda shouted as she ran after him. Enjoy the party and dress nicely. Next week, we're all going to visit our old friends. I wonder what faces they'll make, Natasha added before disappearing through the door. Harry shrugged, gave Tony one last look, and also walked out without hurry. Tony was left alone, in silence. He sighed in resignation. Damn. Having siblings is exhausting, he murmured, though a genuine smile appeared on his face. He looked at the machine. I'll prepare everything for next week. I wonder if Morgan would like to be a witch, he said as he walked toward the exit. And just before crossing the door, he stopped. I need to prepare rejuvenation potions for Pepper. Otherwise, she won't be able to keep up with me. And he laughed like he hadn't in a long time. Many years later. It's sweet how they always find any excuse to get together, right? Pepper said as she sat with the Flamel family wives, and Sirius, who technically wasn't a wife but was still there, sitting in a corner chatting with Nicholas like two wise old mountain men. I don't know why he doesn't just say he wants to see his brothers, Fleur said with a giggle, shaking her head at her husband Stephen, who had been saying for 2 days it was an interdimensional strategic meeting. They're all like that. Even Loki tries to keep up that cold and imposing Norse god act, but the second the phone rings, he's the first one to show up with a new hairstyle and freshly ironed cape, Astoria added calmly as she sipped her drink. By the way, is it okay that we're not watching the kids? I'm sure they're going to blow something up. Last time, a couch disappeared and a baby dragon appeared in its place, Hermione said with concern, glancing out the window just in case there was smoke. Relax. It's impossible for any of them to get hurt in this mansion, Daphne said with a carefree smile as she poured herself another cup of tea. And besides, Stephen's there. He's probably already caught them with a bubble spell or sent them to a punishment dimension with magical homework, Fleur added confidently. The one with eternal assignments? Asked Pepper. That's the one. Scorpius still twitches when he hears the word essay. Hey, they're not that naughty. Just creative. And with more energy than a hippogriff on caffeine, Sirius said, shrugging. Creative, he says. Last time Sunny convinced Canis to dig a tunnel to trap Loki with a glow-in-the-dark paint trap, Natasha commented, raising an eyebrow as she sat elegantly beside them having snuck out of her brother's silly meeting. And it worked. Sirius shouted from his seat proudly, earning a death glare from his wife. I mean, of course, I don't approve of that kind of irresponsible behavior. This family is definitely an adorable mess, Hermione said. Explosive, but adorable, Daphne corrected as a soft explosion was heard in the background, followed by a child's voice shouting. That wasn't the right potion, dummy. See? They've started, Fleur said without even moving from her seat. 5 more seconds and Stephen will be there, Astoria said, checking her watch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's Uncle Stephen, run, was heard, followed by all kinds of noises. There he is, Astoria said with a smile. At this rate, we should have these gatherings more often. It's like a live show, with a fire hazard, Pepper concluded with a smile. And so, while the children nearly caused another minor apocalypse in the west wing of the mansion, the wives and Sirius enjoyed a quiet afternoon, as if it were perfectly normal. Because, well, in the Flamel family, it was the end. Author's note. We've reached the end, but not a final goodbye. Thank you for following this story, for laughing, suffering, debating, and dreaming with me through every chapter. It makes me incredibly happy to have readers like you, who've stayed until the very last moment. This adventure ends here, but new stories are on the horizon. If you want to keep exploring fantastic worlds, I invite you to read my other works, and the next project, which is currently just a sketch waiting to come to life. So this isn't a farewell, but a see you in the next story. Thank you for being here and making this journey unforgettable. Chapter 191, Final, no more. Alright, this is really the end, but hey, everyone asked for it, so I couldn't just let it slide. Final. Stephen crossed his arms with that dramatic seriousness he only used when he was about to do something monumentally insane. Alright, everyone knows the mission, he declared solemnly, as his siblings surrounded him with expressions of fake concentration. We go in, we kidnap, we run. Wanda nodded with mock gravity, barely holding back laughter. Wait, when did this become a kidnapping? Protested Tony, frowning. And what do you suggest? Showing up out of nowhere and saying, hi, it's us, we're not dead, we were just partying in another universe. Oh, and by the way, we're siblings now. Total fun? We just came to grab Pepper. Stephen let it all out with a face so serious it bordered on ridiculous. Natasha tilted her head, thinking, that actually sounds weirdly logical. Not that I want to admit it, but scaring Thor would be the cherry on top, added Loki with a sly smile. Everyone looked at him with raised eyebrows. Ah, do you miss your little brother? Wanda teased. Tisk. Let's just kidnap the woman and get out of here, Loki growled, instantly regretting showing emotion. Alright, if we time this right after my death by Thanos, we'll drop in at the exact moment everyone's gathered, like some dem Christmas special, said Tony, adjusting his multiversal watch. Are we good? Tony asked, raising an eyebrow. Perfectly. As soon as we touch that universe, the crazy one and I will link to the super-dimensional batteries. Stephen grinned with that dangerous spark of pride. Kicking interdimensional butt sounds fun, doesn't it? Wanda had the exact same grin. Being twins wasn't just about genetics. If you do that, I'm telling your fiancés, Natasha cut in, arms crossed. Both twins immediately lost their smiles. Fine, said Wanda, defeated. By the way, Harry's awfully quiet, Stephen commented, glancing at the young man sitting in a corner. What? I'm just waiting to see how your brilliant plan collapses in record time, Harry replied with a calmness that bordered on resignation. Note to self, beat up Harry after the trip, muttered Wanda. Beat up Harry, Stephen echoed, writing it down on his strategy board, covered in ridiculous scribbles, doodles, and, was that a pizza? Enough nonsense. Let's go already. Thinking of more dumb ideas is giving me a headache, Wanda complained. Obviously the coward's stalling because he's scared, Loki suddenly blurted. Who? Asked Tony, feigning innocence. You, obviously. Open the portal. Tisk. Fine. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Tony hit the button, and the portal swallowed them up, launching them into multiversal chaos. On Earth 616, Tony. She knelt beside the fallen hero. His body burned after using the Infinity Gauntlet. Tony Stark, the Iron Man, said nothing, but his gaze said it all. Around him, silence, pain, honor. One by one, heroes, gods, and titans knelt before the human who saved the universe. Tony Stark was dead. But amid the mourning, something changed. Doctor Strange, still kneeling, felt a disturbance. He stood up suddenly, alert. Oxio wave ring, said an unfamiliar voice. Strange's ring shot off his hand, pulled by an invisible force. He took to the air, conjuring magical defensive circles only to be tackled midair by a cape identical to his own. Confused, he barely reacted before a portal opened beneath him. His spells failed. His magic didn't respond. He fell. The portal closed. Was that necessary? Asked a sarcastic voice. Everyone turned toward the source. From the light, 6 figures emerged, walking with the ease of people entering their own living room. 2 capes battled in midair until one flew straight into a young blonde man. Stephen Flamel. The Flamel siblings had arrived. And with them, Wanda who, upon touching this dimension, smiled as energy flowed into her like the universe itself welcomed her with open arms. No, said Natasha, realizing what Stephen and Wanda were planning. Tisk, you're no fun, Wanda grumbled, staring directly at her counterpart, Wanda Maximoff, who looked back at her, confused. The energy was identical, but something interrupted the moment. Loki, Thor whispered, spotting 2 familiar figures. Wow, he recognized you with just one look. Now that's brotherly love, Stephen teased. My magic's linked to the Yggdrasil, you idiot. Loki instantly snapped back. Thor ran forward with a smile and open arms to hug him, only to tackle Tony instead. Let go of me, moron. I'm not Loki. He's Loki. Tony shouted, trapped in an Asgardian hug. PFFF. The siblings burst out laughing. They literally look like some weird mix of Tony Stark and Loki Odinson. Like, they're kids or something, laughed Wanda, pointing at the 2. Shut up. Loki growled, annoyed, and before Thor could hug him too, he snatched Mjolnir and used it to send him flying. All the superheroes stared in shock. The Flamels, meanwhile, ignored it completely, walking through the battlefield remains as if they owned the place. Natasha, said Barton and Bruce in unison, tinged with disbelief. Unlike the others, Natasha still looked surprisingly like herself. Just younger, more beautiful, and cloaked in a faint magical glow that made her seem unreal. Much more grounded than those weird Loki-Tony hybrids, that's for sure. It's good to see you again, she said with a warm smile that seemed to stop time for a moment. Where's Stephen? Asked Wong, frowning as he cautiously eyed the newcomers. Wong, you look just as chubby as in my timeline. Still hiding cookies in the Book of Illusions? Second cabinet to the left, right, said a familiar voice. Everyone turned to see Stephen, or rather, a younger, more handsome, and definitely more confident version of Stephen Strange, smiling mischievously. How do you know that? Asked Wong, visibly embarrassed. I'm Stephen. Just better looking, richer, engaged. Oh, and I sent him to the South Pole, added the young Strange with a mocking laugh. Bruce looked down, trying to process everything. So, are they from parallel dimensions? They're not our Natasha and our Loki, he asked, a hint of sadness in his voice as he looked at the redhead. Yes and no, Stephen chimed in, his tone that of a storyteller recounting an old legend. This Natasha died for the Soul Stone. This Loki hid to avoid being killed by Thanos. But right after their deaths, their souls were ripped from the natural cycle and bound to us. Oh, and Tony and Loki are twin brothers in our timeline, he added with a grin that showed he enjoyed dropping bombshells. By the way, I'm you, said Wanda with a smile, addressing her alternate self. Her hair and outfit instantly shifted into that of the imposing Scarlet Witch, though her face remained unchanged. Tony, meanwhile, didn't know how to approach Pepper. He had just heard what Stephen said, seen his original self die, and now he was facing a teenager claiming to be him. Let me help a bit, since we caused such a commotion, said Stephen as he pulled out a wand he didn't usually use. Reparo, he pronounced solemnly. A golden light burst from him, and the world responded. Buildings, roads, structures, even trees began to move, restoring themselves as if time were reversing. I'll also take you home, he added, and dozens of golden portals opened beneath the feet of everyone who didn't belong in that world. One by one, they fell back to their homes. Only the Avengers, Pepper, and a few others without a fixed or nearby home remained. Are you really Tony? This Tony? Asked Pepper, confused, slowly approaching. Tony looked her straight in the eyes. Do you remember the day I came back from Afghanistan? Your eyes were red, did you cry for me? Pepper's eyes widened, surprised by the precision. No, they were tears of relief. Finding another job would have been a pain, she said as an involuntary smile crept across her face and her eyes turned red again. So, vacation's over, said Tony with a bittersweet smile. Pepper, of course, didn't know what to do. She had seen her husband die, and now a boy under 15 was saying he was him. Plan B? Stephen asked from afar. Plan B, Tony nodded seriously. Natasha sighed and said goodbye with a glance at Barton and Bruce. She knew she could visit them again now, but that didn't make saying goodbye any easier. What's Plan B? Asked Wanda, curious. Silly, Plan B is actually Plan A, replied Stephen with a smile. He waved his hands, and a portal opened in front of them. From it emerged a small girl, confused and curious. Morgan, Pepper said, her voice trembling. See you around, said Wanda with a final smile as the Avengers could barely process what they were seeing. A new portal opened, sucking in all the Flamel siblings, Pepper and Morgan. Thor came running just seconds later, panting and looking around frantically. Where is Loki? He asked urgently. They're gone, Barton replied, scratching the back of his head. And I think they kidnapped Tony's wife and daughter. They looked like the kind of family Natasha always wanted, he said with a smile. Natasha's death was something that ate away at her inside, but even so, she was a little happy for her. If she was the Natasha they knew, it was really nice to see her alive and happy. Where's Mjolnir? Asked Thor as he raised his hand, but nothing happened. In another universe, Loki held the hammer with a proud grin. He had just pulled off the greatest prank in the world. Nothing's gonna happen from changing this timeline? Isn't that breaking the time rules? Harry asked. The moment I stepped in, the TVA showed up, Stephen said calmly. But I kicked them out and sealed this timeline. They can't touch it. I'm sure we'll come back, so this is for the best, Natasha commented. I left a little gift for my poor self, added Wanda with an angelic smile. I have love, and she deserves it too. You brought someone back from the dead? Whoa, I'm telling my grandma you do necromancy, Stephen teased. Technically, it's a robot. I didn't bring anyone back. I just put the stone on his head, Wanda defended herself. Aren't we supposed to return the stones to the past? Asked Natasha. Timeline sealed. Can't do it. Maybe we'll mess up other timelines, but there are plenty, Stephen answered with a shrug. Did you just kidnap us? Pepper snapped, furious, glaring at young Tony. Technically, it was their idea, Tony said, pointing to his brothers, who all pretended not to hear anything. I think my fiancé is calling me, said Stephen before bolting suspiciously fast. I don't care about your talk. I'm now worthy to be king, Loki exclaimed, spinning the hammer proudly. Come on, little Morgan, said Natasha, taking the confused girl's hand. I'll show you around while your mom scolds the bad boy. I have no excuse. I'm just gonna go, Harry said before vanishing. By the way, technically Tony is underage now, so be careful, said Wanda with a giggle before disappearing with a pop. Tony watched everyone leave, then turned to the angry Pepper. My brothers are everything I didn't ask for. But now I've got to put up with them, he said, trying to lighten the mood. It didn't help.